Hello and welcome to the first ever Vainglory World Championship, live from the iconic TCL Chinese Theater in Hollywood. I'm Playoff Beard. 12 champion teams have gathered here from around the globe to fight for the right to be named the best Vainglory team on the planet. We have a 3-day tournament to declare a winner. First, today, the group stage will have round-robin play. 4 teams will be eliminated by the end of the day. Tomorrow, the single elimination bracket begins. 4 more teams will be eliminated, and then on Sunday, the best of 5 semifinals, the best of 7 grand finals to crown a champion. Also, do not miss, on day 3, we have a special Super Evil Megacorp keynote presentation by our Chief Creative Officer, Stefan Captain Nito Sherman. He's going to talk about what's coming in the Milestone Vainglory Update 2.0 in-game, as well as talk about the aggressive product roadmap that we have for Vainglory throughout 2017, so do not miss that. What a weekend we have in store. And with that, it is time to meet the teams. First up, it's Group A, representing Europe, it's Team Secret. Team Secret, of course, your back-to-back European champions. They came up just a shy short of completing the Grand Slam, but they're here at Worlds looking to regain their spot at the very, very top. All right, next up in Group A, it's Detonation Gaming from Japan. Detonation, just the latest in a long line of multi-esport organizations that have had success in other games coming into the world of Vainglory. For those of you following along with your bracket challenge at home, hoping to win an iPhone 7 Plus, this is Team Vivian, just acquired by Detonation on the eve of the World Championship. This team, of course, they won the first Dragon and Tiger Cup. They are your Gamers League champions, and all the buzz here this weekend has been about Detonation. It's going to be fun to see what they can bring in this tournament. And the third team in Group A is Phoenix Armada, representing Korea. Phoenix Armada, of course, your VIPL Season 3 champions, your VGL Korea Summer champions, and the team with the one, the only Druid. Looking forward to seeing him play this weekend. It's going to be fun. All right, with that, give it up, make some noise for Phoenix Armada, Detonation Game, Team Secret. This is Group A. Thank you very much, all. We'll make our way for Group B now. First up in Group B, representing Europe, it's Gangstar Cerberus. Hey, go say hi to your fans in the front. Where are you going? All right, so Gangstar Cerberus, of course, representing Europe. They won the Autumn Evil 8 second split. Araki Zoro is here, no stranger to international competition. A lot of fans here today. It's going to be fun to see what Gangstar Cerberus can bring. All right, in this stack, Group B, next up, representing North America, it's Team Solomid. Team Solomid, your North America winter and summer champions, easily one of the favorites here this weekend. Will be interesting what they can do in this really, really difficult group. And rounding out the group, representing Korea, it's Team Hack. Team Hack, your VGL Korea Summer champions, and of course the global wildcard selection for Worlds, getting picked out of all the teams around the world. So immense respect for this team. What a group with that Team Hack, TSM, and Gangstar Cerberus. Give it up for Group B. Thank you very much all. Moving right along, more champions. First up in Group C, representing Europe, it's Snow Avalanche. Snow Avalanche, your EU Summer Champions, the team that knocked off Team Secret in shocking fashion. This team, they started out as community challengers, went all the way up and won the Summer Championship, looking to capture lightning in a bottle again, and they play so very well in person in these big tournaments. It'll be fun to see what they can bring. Next up, in Group C, it's representing North America, Gangstar Sirius. Can never get any emotion out of Wrecked, but we know they're excited. All right, Gangstar Sirius. They won the North America Evil 8 second split for Autumn to qualify to get here. An interesting note, this is, of course, the second Gangstars team. New rule going into effect January 1, 2017 will limit to one team per organization. So Gangstars, the one and only time that they'll be able to have two teams here at Worlds looking to make it count with 2 bites at the apple in this tournament. And last in the group, it is representing Southeast Asia, Infamous Legion. Infamous Legion, your Tesseract champions, first in points in winter, in spring, and in summer. One of the most analytical, thoughtful teams here. They're going to be as prepared as anyone. All right, Infamous Legion, Gangstar Sirius, Snow Avalanche. Give it up for Group C. Thank you all. Moving right along to Group D, our final group here. First up, representing North America, it's Hammer's Velocity. Returning their roster that won the North America Spring Championship, Vanes, Zio Aloha, and T-Tigers. Monster Laner can come in at any time. All right, that's Hammer's Velocity. Next in this wide open Group D, representing South America, it's Red Canids. All right, Red Canids, the pride of Brazil. They won the Vainglory Masters champion, but that's not all. They pretty much won every major tournament in the region. What a team returning to international competition, looking to put South America on the map here at Worlds. And our final team representing China, it's Team Hunters. Lots of fans here for Team Hunters. Your BML champions, one of the best known teams in the world, of course, with one of the best known players in the world. That, of course, is Queen. Team Hunters. Lots and lots of fans here, all with their signature pillows, I'm sure. All right, make some noise. It is Hunters, it is Red Canids, Hammer's Velocity, Group D. Thank you very much. That just about does it for the stage presentation. I do want to make a programming note. We have so many matches throughout the day today. Most will be played right here on twitch.tv/Vainglory on the main stage, but 4 series will be played on a second stage today. So if you're looking for a particular series and you're not finding it on this broadcast, head over to twitch.tv/Vainglory Esports. That's twitch.tv/Vainglory Esports, where the rest of the matches will be played. All of the round robin matches today are broadcast. Nothing is off air. Okay, so with that, Our first series of the day will be a Group C matchup between Europe's Snow Avalanche, Southeast Asia's infamous Legion. To break it all down and talk about the tournament format, we have Excoundrel, Fuji, and Zekent. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the Analyst Desk. My name is Scoundrel. You have the most attractive man to ever get knocked out the VIPL. It's Fuji. And the guy responsible for nerfing all of your favorite heroes, that's Zekent. We will be taking you through all of the action this weekend. This is going to be an insane day. It's going to be 12 teams whittled down to 8. That's right, we have a new format. It is that group round robin that Playoff Beard was talking about. No more double elims, no more second chances. Everything on the line right now, gentlemen. How is this going to be affecting teams?
I mean, the pressure going straight into day one is insane. You used to kind of have a little bit of time to play with, but this is the culmination of a year-long season event of Vainglory competitive. All of these teams have been practicing their hearts out to finally get to this stage, and from the very first game, it matters.
Absolutely. Well, tell you what, before we get into this a little bit more, let's have a little look at the schedule over this weekend. Today you can see Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D, round robins. They are best of twos. Everybody plays each other. It could be a long day today. Then we have the day 2 stuff. That's going to be all of our quarterfinals, the single elimination best of 3, so no double elimination there either. And then on the final day, we'll have the remainder of the matches, the best of 5 semis, and that best of 7, never before seen in Vainglory, grand finals. It's going to be a long slog, but, you know, worth it, because the winner crowns themselves the best team in the world at Vainglory, and that is going to be huge. Let's have a quick look at the groups as we carry on through this, because we obviously have all of the different teams in the groups, as we said from Playoff Beard. They were all coming on stage very, very nicely, but we can give you a little bit of a visual representation as well, so you guys are on board. Now, I know you two have some strong opinions about either of the regions. I also have my opinions, but I want to make sure we get yours across, because you know a hell of a lot more about the game than I do. So, Group A, Group C, Group D, which ones are you looking forward to, gentlemen?
What about Group B?
Group B? Yeah? I think I said Group B, right? No, maybe I didn't.
Who knows? Honestly, every single group has its own win condition, its own kind of fire that you might see. Like, we spend a lot of time talking about Group A. We spend a lot of time talking about Group B. But Group D is also so close. Like, it doesn't matter. These teams are crazy good. That's why they're all here on the stage.
And what about you, Zeka? You can see on your screen, by the way, those are the groups. Vivian should be Detonation. They were picked up just before coming to Worlds, so that is the Detonation squad that you saw on stage, but they were previously known as Vivian.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see all of these teams, because there's so many teams, so many different metas coming in from all across the world that we don't really know what the meta will be at Worlds, because each of the teams will bring their own methods, but by day 2, by day 3, everything's going to change.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is going to be one of the best Vainglory tournaments you have ever witnessed. You've got so many different regions coming together here. Guys, I mean, look, we've got Europe, we've got North America, we've got South America, Southeast Asia, East Asia, China, all of these different regions, you know, basically coming into the boiling pot of some of the best Vainglory sort of, I guess, talent in the world.
Yeah, the best.
Which regions really do we need to keep an eye on this weekend? Obviously, North America is the hosts, but what other big regions should people be looking out for?
Well, coming into this and just looking at track records, we see that Korea and North America really have a dominant past in Vainglory, both competitive, both in their domestic regions. And after scrims, after talking to a lot of the teams, these two regions still seem to be at the front runners. We have other regions, though, like SEA, that have surprised some teams coming out mechanically skilled, really prepared on the analyst side of things. But I still have to think that, you know, East Asia and North America are the teams to beat.
I have to agree. East Asia and North America, all the teams seem incredibly well prepared. And one of the interesting things is that even though all the teams from the other regions are very, very strong, it seems that North America and EA are held in very high regards for all these other teams.
I absolutely agree. From chatting to most of the players, they've said that scrimming against East Asia has been very difficult. And East Asian teams have said the only team outside of their own regions that they're scared about is TSM from North America. So you can see a lot of respect held for these guys. But our first matchup of the day is not going to be from either of those regions. It's going to be Europe versus Southeast Asia. It's going to be Infamous Legion versus Snow. Now, if we get all the way down the end of today, as you know, we're getting past this first match, we could actually get them to a really weird situation where we have tiebreakers. Now, it's a long way off, but it always goes down to basically a 1v1 tournament. And that's, I mean, that's really funny to say. We could actually never end up getting there, but just in case you are interested, we should be able to have a look at the rule set on the screen. I know you guys have been sort of seen 1v1s before. You might be sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Familiar with this rule set. That's the word I was looking for. And we're going to have a look at Infamous. Actually, you can see Infamous on the screen. That's not the 1v1 rule set. But Infamous on the screen here. This is the first region, Southeast Asia region team that we can see. Guys, what do we know about Infamous Legion? We chatted to them before.
I mean, this is a confident team coming into the tournament, led by Quater Voice in the essence that while most people thought Spaghetti was kind of the forefront speaker for this team, the skilled, the mechanical player, Quater Voice actually came in and let us, he told us more about some of the teams, I think, than we even knew. The amount of research these guys have done, the amount of focus they've put into preparing for this tournament is incredibly impressive. And coming from a region that doesn't necessarily have as much publicity, they feel like it gives them an advantage. They can see and execute on a lot of things the other teams have done.
And Zekan, we talked to these guys. They said they're one of the only teams here that will have fluid role swaps. So players that could play roam, jungle, lane, they'll mix and match in between, and they say it's because they have the ability to basically pick up any hero in the game and play it to a maximum capacity. Well, what kind of advantage is this going to give them?
Right, this is actually an incredible boon for their team because this means that any opponent they're up against has no idea what they're sending where because any of the players can take any of the heroes anywhere they want.
I know, these guys are incredibly flexible, obviously very well prepared, one of the most intelligent teams in terms of analysis and preparation that we talk to. And speaking of it, their ringleader, their sort of guy who really did all of the talking in our interview with them, we have the player to watch, and that is Quater Voice. He's certainly very vocal and intelligent about his sort of approach to the game.
Very specific, not just about the draft, not just about the in-game strategy, but even down to the point of the emotional and mental state of the other opponents they're going up against. He literally talks about how he thinks players will react to certain amounts of pressure. He talked about how he thinks teams will be able to recover from that amount of focus on a specific player they might think is weak. So if they don't attack the draft, they don't attack the rotations, they might just attack you, which is a little bit scary from a region that we don't know as much about heading into Worlds.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible because having that mind game within the game itself, not even in the draft phase. I mean, you very commonly see teams have those mind games in draft, but once you get into game, it's usually just down to raw mechanics, raw strategy. But bringing out the mind games in-game, that's just crazy.
A whole nother level.
And they also talked about their strategy when it approaches to playing build paths as well. They were talking about the way they play mages. You know, a lot of European and North American teams that we generally see on a day-to-day basis, they will build defense, they will prioritize reflex block. A lot of these things come out, nope. Infamous Legion are no defense. You know, this is glass cannon mage builds, and they said that their defense is their positioning, their pure analysis of the game, knowing where to be and where it stands. And Zeke, you'll know that when you sort of build glass cannon, the sort of damage output of those mages goes through the roof.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible because this means that their mages, their carries, can sit back and do as much damage as they possibly can. If they get jumped on, that means they misplayed.
Sure.
If they manage to survive, they will absolutely destroy those fights.
Absolutely.
And these are two critical points, right? We have a team that's opting to say that positioning they're so good at it, they don't have to build defense. We don't see a lot of people do that. And then the role swap. Most teams have gone away from this. Most teams have said this is an inefficient way to actually build a long-standing successful team. So if Infamous shows up, they're proving a lot of players, a lot of analysts wrong today.
Well, Infamous, they haven't really been seen on the worldwide level, so we have a little video to give you a little bit more insight into these guys.
2 minutes, 30 seconds back.
I'm Spaghetti. I'm playing as laner and jungler for Team Infamous Legion. Quater Voice will be playing all three roles, laner, jungler, and roam. Same with DefQ. He'll also be playing laner, jungler, and roam. One of the strengths of our team is to be able to switch roles up. Well, one reason why we're able to switch roles up like that is because we've been playing this game for a very long time, so we've been switching roles whenever we feel like this role doesn't suit us or anything. And then we ended up playing all roles because it is more fun, I guess. And then we found a knack for each role. The reason why we're not dedicated to one specific role is because, let's say if Quater Voice plays Adagio, for example, he can't play it mechanically as well as I can. Same as Kestrel, everything else. And then there's a lot of overlaps, basically. Let's say Lance can be played in both support and jungler, for example. So if Lance is jungle, I'll go jungle because I'm best at playing him jungle. Our playstyle is kind of unique. If you look at our builds, we don't run any defense. I always run into arguments with Quater Voice because of that. Before, I used to love getting defense first, but now I kind of drifted over to his side. Before, we wanted to split the team because of that. I couldn't come into an agreement with Quater Voice. This Infamous Legion roster started playing about 10 months ago. Creator Voice was from another team in Infamous. Then DefQ, he was from another guild called Phobia in Southeast Asia. When Infamous was dominating the scene, basically we had the original roster, Taiwan Tilt, Cassandra, and POA. And basically when we won the VGLC back then, we got popular. And then people from other guilds started wanting to join us. Like other top guilds like Phobia, for example. This year, people started splitting up, mostly because guild members got inactive. And others wanted to compete with Infamous. Not everyone can compete at the tournament just because only a few teams can compete. I think now there's only a maximum of 2 teams from each organization that can join a tournament. We kind of lost all our members. Like they wanted to join other guilds or create their own guilds. Most of the top players from the guilds in Southeast Asia were originally from Infamous. The reason why so many Infamous teams are at the top because basically all those top players went into Infamous to play because they wanted to be seen as the best as well.
So that was Infamous Legion, our team from Southeast Asia, obviously incredibly dedicated. You can see very eloquent as well, and I kind of had that strike me when we chatted to them in our interviews, incredibly eloquent about the way they both approach sort of conversational tones and also the game. Now, we have got to talk about their opponents, Team Snow from Europe. I know them very well, having done most of the Europe region for the last few months. They were the Summer Live Championship winners, coming from basically some guys playing Vainglory in the community in their bedroom, coming up through the Challenger circuit, up through the Evil 8, and then eventually winning the Summer Live Championship. This is basically taking that sort of Cinderella story of playing Vainglory in sort of your bedroom to playing Vainglory on the big stage and winning it all. I mean, it was an absolutely insane ride for them. They really did an incredible amount of work to get there. And now they're finding themselves at the world stage. Now, they haven't had the easiest of splits. Their second split in the autumn, they lost every single game. They said that was their training phase, but it's got to have a bit of an issue on maybe their confidence coming in, right?
Yeah, I mean, when we look at a team like this that essentially paves the path for every new coming competitive player, they are the Cinderella story, and they make the rest of the European region realize we can't just relax. Like, we thought we had it. Team Secret wins every tournament up to this point, and the underdogs, the ultimate underdogs, come and take it. So it shows not only the European region, but the competitive player base that there's a lot you can do, but once you get to the top, to stay there is not easy. And that was the entire season after summer, where we see Avalanche kind of finding their way, trying to maneuver through the season, find some wins, but they just couldn't do it. So they try to use that time to practice. We'll have to see if this big play strategy that they've been preparing actually works.
So the player to watch here is Valdemar. He's been around in the European scene for quite a long time, but I mean, Zekan, this guy, I mean, he's an incredible, incredible player.
Yeah, he has so many different picks that he is particularly proficient on. For example, his name used to be Best Celeste EU, and he still plays a phenomenal Celeste, but he also has picked up Larry. He's picked up so many different heroes, and he is so good on all of them.
He really is, and I've always been impressed with Voldemar. You know, even his saw, you know, had an incredible saw. I remember during the Challenger circuit back in sort of July, I think, when I was casting that. It was insane. So really looking forward to seeing how he can perform on the stage. Now, these guys, actually, we got some information last night. They had lost 100% of the scrims that they had played until last night, where they beat Detonation 2-0. The team that people have pegged to win, even over things like Phoenix Armada. And they beat Detonation 2-0 in scrims last night. Is this going to be like a last surge of confidence for them?
It might be. I mean, or it could just be the fact that because they have been underperforming, maybe some hubris is setting in to some of these other teams. They're thinking, oh, we don't really need to pull out our best. This isn't our 100% game against a weaker European team from the region. But you have to be careful. Once again, this is Worlds. This isn't just a regional local tournament with an underdog. This is a summer champion team that can easily upset you if you're not careful.
Right, I actually think it's very interesting because this is a very similar story to what happened for Snow in the Summer Championship. Because, yes, they were coming in as the underdog, but they were able to pick up the meta in that tournament very quickly. They were able to learn from their opponents day after day, game after game. And if they can do the same here, they'll be an incredible force.
So those of you who need to learn a little bit more about what Snow Avalanche is, we've got a little video for you. Have a look.
I'm Vladimir from Russia, team captain of Snow Avalanche, also a laner for Snow Avalanche, and we are here to play on Vainglory World Championship. We started play this summer. After a lot of trainings, we made it to European Champions, and now, after another bootcamp, I think we are ready for Worlds. So my teammate is Bashan, Romer, and he is our shot caller, so he make all shot calls about objectives, about targets, and another player is Kentusik, jungler. He likes to tank, basically. In Russia, we have some good players and some good teams. We already have a lot of people, so we have community, probably like 20,000 people playing Vainglory from Russia. We always have fans. I'm very thankful to everyone who cheering for us, helping us. It's yeah, we always see it, and it really helps when you play on stage. I think our playstyle is a little bit different of another teams, and that's what makes Avalanche great. Our power is in rotations, in shot call, and we always will do everything together. We are going to win because we were playing Vainglory a lot of times. All of our players is players with tournament experience. So this time we will show the world that we are champions. Well, for my opponents, I would say if we are in finals, you're probably already not gonna win. Because everybody who underestimated us was wrong, were wrong, and we deserve this trophy. This is huge reward. Even after 3 years, you can say, oh, I was first champion, and everybody will, oh.
There you have it, Team Snow, and they said it themselves. Everybody who underestimates them, they could pay the price. And actually, Infamous Legion are one of the only teams that we talked to that said, we are not underestimating EU. And I really, think that they've prepared quite well for this. They seem to have a strategy for going into this game, which a lot of people did. And I think when we talked to Infamous Legion, they were one of the only teams that really said we actually have defined strategies for every single game. And it pays credit to how much work they've done.
Yeah, I mean, and respecting the European region after a lot of the talk has been somewhat to them being at the bottom of the heap is still really important. Like, these teams can't underestimate anyone coming into the tournament. These guys have been practicing harder than ever before. And Avalanche is really hungry to prove everyone wrong, that this last season was just purely preparation heading into this stage.
Absolutely. And I mean, Zekan, looking at these two teams on sort of a blank slate, who do you think that the clear favorite is going into this game? It's a best of two series, of course, so a draw could happen, but I mean, who do you think the clear favorite is?
I'd have to say, even though Snow has looked incredibly dominant in their live performances, Infamous Legion is looking so incredibly strong and so well prepared right now that I'd have to give it to them.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people would be along that line of thought. I mean, Fuji, is there anything specifically that you think Snow could do? I mean, we talked, they had some maybe surprise tactics they could pull out?
Maybe. The thing is when you're going up against a team like Infamous, they've already done a lot of research, perhaps maybe even a little bit more research than you have. So I think when we go into the draft like this, we're going to see a game already of mind where we're trying to make sure we get onto the fold with the best lineup.
You said Best Celeste EU. It has been banned away against Voldemar. Lyra, no surprise there, I guess, gentlemen.
No, not at all. I mean, Lyra is a must-pick, must-ban for this tournament. One of the strongest heroes available, and Kestrel absolutely follows suit.
Zekan's smiling because he's created this monster, and this monster is Kestrel, and we expect to see her at pretty much 100% either in the pick or ban phase, right?
So Kestrel is incredibly powerful. However, it does look like Snow Avalanche does have something in mind to play against it. Samuel will be able to throw those pokes out at range, and having that lance on Bastion can be incredibly potent.
And look at this, they've taken the Catherine. Now, when we spoke to Infamous Legion, they said, we don't think many other people are interested in playing Catherine here. How are you guys feeling like she shapes up in terms of the meta right now?
Well, she's one of the priorities for Infamous Legion, so they are one of the teams that put the most time into her, and specifically because of the meta. We see lots of Celeste, lots of Kestrel. However, she's not against any of those. So it's going to really depend on whether or not she can stand in front of the Samuel damage, be able to block the Malice and Verdict, and the Saw coming in. So game one, Saw comes onto the fold, into the sky, Catherine and Kestrel.
We just talked about Voldemar having one of the best Saws that we've seen in Europe, and he locks it in for this first game of the World Championships. What an insane lock-in. There we have it, guys. Very quickly, based on the draft phase, who do you think?
I definitely like the idea of the Kestrel, Sky, Catherine together going into Saw. Saw's so risky. If Avalanche doesn't pull off a nice first 3 to 5 minutes of the game, they're going to be struggling from behind.
I'm actually very much looking forward to seeing how well Avalanche can do with this lineup, because it is incredibly strong and can take down Infamous Legion.
So we're going to say Infamous Legion and Snow Avalanche. Great. We've got two wonderful people to take you through here. It's Sona and Jingyi.
Thank you very much, guys, on the analyst desk. I am Sona. This is Jingyi joining me for the first game of the World Championships here in the TCL Theatre. This is going to be an epic. We already have a Saw lock-in for Team Snow.
I don't think anyone saw that coming, quite truthfully, and it's going to be such an exciting matchup between these two teams.
That it is. We are on to the Halcyon Fold, guys. It's Infamous Legion versus Snow Avalanche for the first game of the day.
Yes, and I think this is the first time these two teams have ever faced up, and it's going to be such an interesting mix of these two playstyles coming. Infamous typically are very, very aggressive in the lane, especially with DeftQ there on that Kestrel.
Speaking of aggression, we already see Bastion getting taken out. Quarterboys and Spaghetti doing a great job of just invading the enemy jungle.
Yeah, they are. So I think Kestrel's going to have a really tough time here against that Saw, who has picked up the Weapon Blade first. So that's a lot of damage output coming out, and we see the Catherine coming out.
Here comes Quartervoice once again. Voldemar is very low on HP, down to 60, almost gets sniped out, will get taken down by Quartervoice. Infamous Legion 2-0 up already.
Yeah, that's a dominant start, and that's a really good going again, especially with that Saw. This is kind of what Snow needed to have this Saw, because I think if you look at their early games, Infamous Legion is stronger, and they needed that Saw damage, but the thing is, they need to be able to carry it through, and right now we're not seeing that as they've already lost 2 people.
It is a weakness that we've seen from Snow Avalanche across the split. If they fall behind, they can just get snowballed on, especially Voldemar, who is known for continually pushing up the lane and losing those kills quite a lot of the time.
Absolutely, that's what kind of worries me. If you look at any of Snow Avalanche's previous matches, Voldemar is the one that tends to lose his positioning very early on, gets a few deaths, and especially when you've got an aggressive laner such as DeftQ, that's going to be very, very difficult for Voldemar to try and fight against that.
And we see Bastion just coming up into the lane to try and help Voldemar push this up. There's a Samuel in the bush as well. Kentisik there. Roots does come down onto Catherine, but at the moment you have to feel Snow Avalanche can't be taking these trades. They're behind. Spaghetti already has triple crystal bit on that Sky.
Yeah, what we need to be seeing is Snow Avalanche, all 3 of them trying to push down that turret, but right now they are trying, but they're not getting too much damage down on the turret, which is not what they need. They need to push that down within the first 5 minutes.
That's always what you've talked about with Saw compositions as well. They've got strong poke with the Samuel, so they do have the ability, if they just stick in the lane for a while, to force that Kestrel and Catherine back. Because of the Lyra ban, you don't have that extra healing. We'll see that damage onto the Lance, off towards the side. The Samuel's low as well. There's the Kestrel trying to trade into him. Another kill, first kill for Snow Avalanche. They start to turn this one around.
Yes, they do. And the thing is, right now we're still not seeing any damage. There's lots of trade-offs going around. But what we have to worry about with that Saw there, as we get into the later game, Infamous Legion, they have a lot of lockdown.
Kill in the lane as well. We do just see the Saw going down. Quarterback is putting some aggression on here. Actually, the Saw was, sorry, just there. I couldn't quite see him on the screen for some reason. Infamous Legion have taken quite a strong advantage in the early game. If you're Snow Avalanche, how do you get back into this now?
Well, we want to see them rotating as a 3. Right now, we're not seeing that. Finally, we are
Health bars are back, guys.
Woo!
Cheer for health bars.
Yeah, absolutely. What we're not seeing is they're not applying enough pressure in the lane. They've been trying, and I think maybe a minion candy will hang on.
And Kentisic's just going to get sniped with a Glimmer Shot. Infamous Legion, 5-1 up. And Bastion and Voldemar just left in the lurch as Kentisik falls.
The thing is with Snow Avalanche's composition is that they rely so much on getting the early game advantage. Right now, we're not seeing that. Infamous Legion are ahead in kills, they're ahead in gold, and that turret has hardly been touched. We need to be seeing those minion candies coming out. We need to start seeing the damage coming out, but right now I feel like they're a little bit too tentative.
Yeah, it feels it's one of the pitfalls we've seen from Snow Avalanche as well. Sometimes they just don't make that aggressive play they need to do. When we were talking to them yesterday, they were saying they were using all of the Autumn Split just to try and experiment and work out exactly what worked for them as a team. It doesn't feel like from the start of this game they found what works.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what kind of concerns me is that although they have not had the best splits so far, is that they always have done so well on a live stage. And maybe this is going to be one of those times where they are going to start playing really, really well. But Infamous Legion, nobody's really seen them playing on an international stage before.
That is definitely true. They have been consistently the winners of that Tesseract Cup, though. They are a strong, strong team from Southeast Asia, so I don't think you can underestimate them. in my opinion, they're probably one of the best 3 or 4 teams here. Snow haven't had the ability to perhaps practice quite as much because they've only been matched up with some of the European teams who a lot of people are saying are slightly weaker this split. Now, Voldemar takes a couple of glimmers, will get away with the roadie run, but forced back once again. Looks like he's going to try and get his Sorrow Blade now, so will have a bit of a damage spike on that sword.
Yeah, he's got that Sorrow Blade. It's going to be a lot of damage, but however, I think the biggest problem from him is going to be Quasar on that Catherine. And he used to be Firm Swift, you know, previously in the test rack, and he's a very, very aggressive roamer, very in your face, is not afraid of picking up that Storm Crown early just to get that extra damage in. And it's that Catherine, if he gets that Pauldrons early, he can apply it onto Saw and slow down his attack speed.
That is one of the vital things you need to do into a Saw, and Catherine does it so well because she can just use that Merciless Pursuit to get right onto that carry in the backline. Voldemar will be working on his positioning especially. And speaking of positioning, I want to just bring attention to Infamous Legion and their builds. You see hardly any defense from DefQ or from Spaghetti already because they know that positioning is the best defense.
Yeah, well, we actually see Snow Avalanche getting some damage down to the turret, picking up the minion candies. And what we're going to be, oh, that's a great route there.
Yeah, but goes invisible. Active camo is just too strong.
That's the thing. We've been seeing lots of impales coming up from Bastion that are landing, but there's no follow-up from the rest of his team. Saw there and Kensick, they have a lot of damage. They're not capitalizing on it, and if we did, they might be picking up more kills, but right now it's just one.
I feel part of the reason they're not capitalizing is look at the CS numbers on the junglers. Spaghetti's sitting on 48, Kensick has 21. He is at half the CS of his opponent, which means he's had to go Frostburn first. He's working more as a poke for his team than anything else. And he actually picked up 6 Halcyon Potions there, knowing he's going to take a lot of pain. Voldemar is the front line, and he's dead once again. Infamous Legion spring the track and take down Voldemar.
That's the thing about this weapon saw. Actually, hang on, Kensick, never mind. That's the thing about that weapon saw is his lack of mobility. And if he's rooted in place, fully spun up, it's so easy for Infamous Legion to focus on him, and that's what they've been doing. Currently, he is 0-3-0. And this is what I was saying before, is that he does get focused on very early on, and his positioning is not as strong as some of the other laners here today.
If you're Infamous Legion here, what is your next step? Do you just continue to deny jungle? Do you just say, eventually Snow Avalanche are going to have to try and push up that turret so we can fight them in the 3v3?
Well, the thing is, I think they should be playing for the late game. They've got a later game composition, especially with that Catherine there. As long as if she builds up those Captain of the Guard stacks, she's going to be very, very difficult to take down. And if they play for the later game, we're going to start seeing Saw falling off, especially because he's not getting the chance to be fed right now in terms of CS or gold.
Definitely been denied quite a lot. Once again, a good route onto DefQ. Here's Kensick as well, but not doing a huge amount with the Malice and Verdict Frostburn build, not giving him that damage spike he would like. Voldemar Rody runs in. Here's the death from above. He's stunned. There's the kill. There's the one-shot, one-kill as well. Bastion caught off towards the side. He's going to fall as well. Infamous Legion take 2 quick kills.
And this is where we're going to be seeing the turnaround. And again, it comes down to that Saw. The lack of mobility is so easy for them to focus him down, and they're doing that. And this is a fantastic opportunity for Infamous Legion to start turning this around. And we see Spaghetti doing exactly what he said before. He's going into the jungle, denying even more farm away from Kensick, who's actually, there's not much change from what when we saw him last time. 28, like, is so far behind right now.
He's a huge amount behind, and because they can't put the farm onto Voldemar as well, they don't have that extra jungle to feed onto the Saw, he's going to start falling behind as well. At the moment, he's in an all-right spot for being 8-1 down. You know, he's got Sorrow Blade, he's building up towards what appears to be a Tyrant's Monocle as well, but it's going to take him so long to actually get to that second item, especially with Quarter Voice just continually putting the pressure down. DefQ's here, and Voldemar has to roadie run away.
Yes, and Waldemar's already lost a little bit of health already, so we have to be kind of worried about, they need to start thinking about where Spaghetti's positioning is. Vision-wise, they're just putting in their side of the jungle. Right now, we need to have Waldemar to take a more backline approach, let Bastion get the impale, let Kensick poke away, and then let Waldemar come in. Right now, they're not doing that. Waldemar's just taking everything right in the face.
Just a huge amount of damage from those glimmers, and we did talk to a lot of teams yesterday, one shot, one kill. Will get the snipe! Holy moly, that was incredible. I did not think that would connect. Bastion was there as a front line as well, but he just sidestepped it, and Voldemar was unable to.
The pressure from Infamous Legion is absolutely relentless. With situations like that, with that one-shot, one-kill, we want to be seeing Bastion taking more of an approach where he blocks that, but we're not seeing that. I think that's the second time.
Yeah, why does he not block that there? It feels a little bit like miscommunication amongst the team.
Oh, this
Bastion's
is terrible move.
Jump in, he tries to steal a tree and won't be able to get it, and will go very low. Blast Tremor used as well. I mean, Bastion got out alive, so it's not the end of the world, but it was a silly move to make.
It was a terrible move. When you are this far behind, you're 9-1, you're 3k behind in gold. Oh,
Double
that's stun!
Kensick caught out. Gideon will knock DefQ back, which means Kensick can get underneath the safety of his turret. But once again, Infamous Legion, Voldemar's just dead! He's just gone! There's nothing he can do! Snow Avalanche are rolling down this hill, and at the end of it, there's a lot of pain. Great Impale! Gethian will knocks him away from the Malice and Verdict, though, and DefQ will pick up another kill. One shot, one kill, not going to connect, but 11 kills to 1 now for the Infamous Legion.
The thing is, what we're seeing here is we're seeing all 3 members of Snow Avalanche coming up, and it's just DefQ and Quasarvar doing this. It's just 2v3, and they are winning every single time. It just comes down to synergy and their mechanics.
And the first turret of Worlds falls. I'm sure we'll see plenty more of those going down across the weekend. Infamous Legion, of course, this is a best of 2, so there's always the possibility that Snow Avalanche, come back in the next game and have a different strategy, maybe banning out the Kestrel. But at the moment, it looks like Infamous Legion are going to be our first victors on the world stage.
It definitely looks that way, and I'm kind of wondering, maybe the Crystal Saw would have been much better in terms of the execute and the pure damage coming out from him, because right now that Saw, I think, is the weakest point. He's 6 out of 11 kills, deaths from his team, and right now he's not getting the farm he needs. 95 to DefQ's 112, and he's just not putting the damage. He needs defense, quite frankly.
The thing is, you pick that into a Skye and a Kestrel and a Catherine as well. You know you're going to be focused down. There are different picks, different weapon power picks that could have been a little bit more effective. Bash and double root. Kentasik going to see what he can do from the side. This is Snow Avalanche able to hold onto their turret for now, but they are just getting forced back by Infamous Legion. They can't control their jungle, they can't control the gold mine, they can't control the pace of this game at all.
The thing is, what we're seeing is Snow Avalanche, they have an early game composition. If you're looking just at the compositions, Snow Avalanche should have been winning the early game, but they haven't, and I think it just comes down to the synergy, and they're just not working together. We've seen Bastion pulling off some great impales, but there's no follow-up from either Waldemar and Kentasik, and if you look at the positioning, they are getting caught out an awful lot. And right now we're seeing Infamous Legion coming into the late game, and this is where they are going to start getting even more stronger than they are now.
Well, they are 5,000 or 6,000 gold ahead now. It's a massive advantage to have to try and overcome, and it feels like Snow Avalanche are just compelled to play off the back foot. Since that early aggression where they got 2 kills quickly on, Infamous Legion have always been pushing forward and putting duress onto Snow Avalanche.
Yeah, they have been. And what it seems like, we were saying Infamous Legion, they're very well known for playing their glass cannon builds, not getting much defense. And it feels like Snow Avalanche are trying to do the same thing, but it's just not working. Right now, they need to be able to live through the fights. Waldemar, with that Sora Blade and with that Tyrant's Monocle, has a lot of damage, but we're not seeing anything coming out. He's getting focused down so hard, and it's looking like a very tough situation for them right now.
Whole of Snow Avalanche are underfarmed and underfed, and Infamous Legion know it, so they're going to start up the gold miner. Kentasik does have a lot of poke with the Malice and Bird if he wants to try and contest it, but it's a 3 gold miner for Infamous Legion. That just forces them further ahead.
Yeah, and it's only 12 minutes into the game right now. 3 minutes before the Kraken even comes out, and they're forced back by a good turret already. And they're very pushed up, and right now I don't think this is a good idea. I think they need to get the farm back before starting to push, because this is just letting Infamous Legion just rain down the damage.
There is an argument. I mean, you've got Oblivion, you've got Impale, you've got Mad Cannon as well. They can do a huge amount of work in a team fight if Snow Avalanche are able to get the engage they want. We see reflex blocks on towards DefQ and Spaghetti. They're going to take the fight once again. Kentasik takes a forward barrage to the face. Glimmer's not quite connecting as much as DefQ would like, but with Voldemar not there, they weren't able to put the damage back in response.
Oh gosh!
Just dead once again, gets melted off the map. Absolutely vaporized.
That's the thing, the Glimmer shots are just hanging. That turret is going down so fast right now. What we need to see is Snow Avalanche picking up some defense.
Here comes DefQ, Glimmer, Kentasik stunned. It's gonna be an ace. Snow Avalanche get destroyed.
That's the first ace of the game right now, and I think this leaves Infamous Legion in a very good position to take back another turret, forcing Snow Avalanche down to their very last 2 turrets, I believe.
They're playing a composition that should push turrets early, and they have been pushed in time and time and time again. This will be the 3rd turret falling, and Infamous Legion just take an indomitable lead here. 10,000 gold ahead, only 14 minutes in.
There's not much Snow Avalanche can do. What we need to be seeing them do is using that Oblivion to catch all 3 members out. And I think we've only seen the Oblivion once so far. He's definitely had it up more than that. We want to see the Bastion using his impales. And I think, again, it comes down to the point is they're not following up. If we just see Saw spinning up in the background and then joining in the fight, having Bastion standing there in the front line, maybe we'll be seeing the fights going a different direction. But right now, positioning-wise from Snow Avalanche is still very weak.
Let's have a quick look across the items here. So Death Q, he's got his Solar Blade, he's got his Breaking Point, he's got his Tyrant's Monocle, he's almost got a second as well. Cordovice sitting on a Storm Crown of his own, so he's a threat. And Voldemort is so far behind. They're going to look for the engage again. Oblivion comes down, does connect. Cordovice is low off towards the side. Voldemort's still alive in this fight, and perhaps no Avalanche can turn it around. The Fountain comes out. Already we see Kentisek falling though. Bastion takes the one-shot, one kill for his teammate, but he will fall in just a second, tries to roll away. They're focusing Voldemort instead. Bastion, the last bastion of hope here for Snow Avalanche, needs to get away from this, otherwise it's gonna be the ace. Infamous Legion are 17-1 up.
What a game from Infamous Legion so far. And the start of that fight was actually going really well for Snow Avalanche in that we were seeing Waldemar spinning up in the background and they weren't actually focusing on him straight away, which is a great opportunity for them. But then they did start focusing on him. We saw, oh, the 2 turrets are down.
This is just the game. They're going to take those crystal turrets down. They're going to focus down the crystal itself. Kentisek and Voldemar cannot do anything to stop this. And Infamous Legion take the first game on the world stage.
What an incredibly fast-paced game. And I think this is kind of what we're expecting from Infamous Legion. They're known for their aggression, they're known for the strategy, and we've said a lot that they've put a lot of thought into it. And I think from the very start, it wasn't about that they outdrafted Snow. I think they just got outplayed. Snow Avalanche, they had this great composition that could have done really well in the early game. We just didn't get the opportunity to see it.
They just got decimated. Their only thing they got, the only objective they got in that entire game was 1 kill. They didn't get a turret. They got 1 minion mine, we'll give them that. They didn't get a gold mine. Snow Avalanche...
They got a kill.
Yeah, they got 1 kill.
That
was it. That was it. Snow Avalanche looked much more like the team we saw in Autumn Split than the team we saw in Summer Split there.
Well, we've got to hold out. There's another game in this best of 2, so maybe we'll be seeing them playing off a different draft.
Well, they are on the blue side as well, so they have that opportunity to switch things up. That's it from us for now. We're going to hand it back across towards Xscoundrel and the Analyst desk to break down Game 1.
Thank you very much, Stansoda. Yeah, finally, you can get heard on the world stage. That was an insane game, gentlemen. That was Infamous Legion really showing us what they can achieve when given the draft phase that they want. Now, Snow Avalanche coming into this said, we can beat them in the draft phase. And immediately after that, Fuji, you said, I don't think they did.
I don't think so. I mean, right now what we're basically seeing is a draft phase that I think the priority picks that went over to Legion was definitely the kind of the icing on top of the cake, but the real thing was just like Avalanche didn't know how to play this Saw comp where they thought they could just pick something to pressure the lane, but then all of a sudden, with Saw constantly getting killed, Samuel has to go up to lane to keep them from being able to push in return. So we all of a sudden see like Spaghetti hyper levels. He's 10 at 9 minutes into the game. He's 11 at 9 minutes and 35 seconds into the game. You cannot, like, he doesn't even need to build defense. Like, we joked about it, but you literally don't. Your defense is just in your natural level progression. So
Absolutely, and Zeke, I mean, I remember you saying, Saw, that magic minute is 5. You're not taking structures with this sort of heavy siege kind of turret-taking composition that you were supposed to have, pushing that wave early. You think Saw probably lost it within those first 5 minutes and it was kind of clamoring, just clinging on to life as the game progressed?
Right, I believe that's actually what Fuji said. It was a 5-minute mark is really key for Saw. If he has not taken down that first turret, if he has not gotten any sort of advantage early in the game, he basically has no way to come back into it. Because Weapon Saw, while very effective at pushing down turrets, if you are behind and you cannot fight your opponents, and they just, especially against a Kestrel and a Sky who just completely outrange you, you have no way to actually end the game.
Absolutely. We've got a little replay from that game, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a quick look at what's going on here. I think this is that final sort of siege coming through to end the game, I believe. As you can see, that turret's already gone down. What's going on here, Fuji?
I mean, in this replay, we kind of see Avalanche have a little bit of a spark of life. They do get quite a bit of damage off, but with the fountain coming out of Catherine right here and the quick pickup on Samuel in the backline, there really isn't anything they can do. I mean, the journey boots on Catherine allow her to close the gap onto Saul as often as she needs to get the stun. And at this point, it's just Kestrel for the cleanup.
And at this point, it's basically your Kestrel's just doing so much damage. You've got this hyper-leveled Sky who can just decimate. And I want to pick up on something that I found really interesting, which you mentioned just there. It was that build path on the Catherine. Infamous Legion talked about it. They don't like to build too much defense, especially against sort of mages and that kind of like. And they went down the Storm Crown and the Atlas Pauldrons. Now, obviously, we know where they went down Atlas Pauldrons, that was for the Saw, but Storm Crown adding in there, apart from any other defense Seekin, what's going on with that?
Honestly, in this game, it didn't really matter what they picked up because they were so far ahead at that point. They had, what, a 6,000 gold lead, it didn't really matter. They just wanted more damage. They could take out the carries of Snow even quicker.
Yeah.
And if those carries are dead, I mean, who needs defense?
And I remember actually speaking to them and they're saying, we value cooldown reduction on Catherine more highly than any form of defense, mainly from her Storm Shield, because that shield that you get, which reflects that damage, if you have your defenses too high, you can't proc it as easily. And they were sort of basically saying we prefer the cooldown reduction just to recycle our abilities over and over again. So what a game. What a game, ladies and gentlemen. Infamous Legion looking fantastic. What can Snow do now? Their Team A, I believe, as draft does switch over. What can Snow do? Are we seeing them pick up a really sort of high priority meta pick on this next draft phase?
I don't actually know if it matters what they pick unless they refocus mentally. Like, I kind of felt like the team lost their way. I mean, and at this level, at the world stage, you can't do that.
So Flicker and Lyra banned here. Now, interestingly enough, they are going to lock in Kestrel straight away. I don't think it's any surprises there, gentlemen. But Flicker is an interesting one for me. Snow Avalanche are the only team I think that were kind of saying pick or ban Flicker this entire sort of tournament.
Right, this is actually very dangerous for the side of Snow Avalanche because Infamous Legion has picked up that Catherine and Petal, who are both incredibly good against that Kestrel.
We've also got the Gwen locked in here, so I mean, that's something that we haven't seen too much competitively. What are we expecting here, Fuji?
So very likely, because we see the Kestrel and Samuel, Gwen Crystal Power is incredibly strong at actually dealing with poke comps because her A is so long range. She's able to cover a wide area gamut, and she's able to push teams back. Petal is just there to kind of help poke and keep that pressure
Very
on.
quickly, who are you going for?
Infamous Legion.
I think Infamous Legion's got this.
All right, wonderful. Going to hand over to our two beautiful casters. It's Sona and Jingyi.
Thank you very much, X-Scoundrel. I only see one beautiful caster here. It is, of course, Jingyi. I am more on the handsome side, I do believe, but we are going to get into Game 2 of Worlds here. It's Infamous Legion versus Team Snow once again. Team Snow did not have the performance they would have wanted in that Game 1.
Absolutely not. That 17-1 and 15-minute game was a very, very telling story right there.
That it was, but this time we actually see Infamous Legion doing something we see no other team do and switching those roles around. Quartervites is gone for that laner. We see DefQ moving over to the Roma role, and already they're in the lane. Voldemort has no way of escaping. Infamous Legion 1-0 up, and it's almost a minute into the game.
It's absolutely insane. Quartervoid, he does get impaled right there, but the thing is, what we're seeing right now is Waldemar, he was very, very far forward right there, and I think it was very easy for him to get caught out.
That it was. Like, that's the thing with Voldemar, though. He's known for pushing up. We don't tend to see these three-man lanes as much in Europe as you do in SEA and NA and in East Asia. So perhaps he wasn't expecting it. But if you've done your research on Infamous Legion, you know they like that early three-man lane.
Actually, it's not even about that. If you watch any game from Waldemar in the Evo League, this is what happens typically very early on, is that he is very far forward, he gets caught out. And it's something that he needs to be very, very careful of, because it was something we saw in the last game, and it's something we've seen a lot. With this Crystal Gwen, potentially, it looks like this weapon, we're not very sure yet, but they did say that there potentially was going to be a Crystal Gwen in the works.
We have talked to them previously, and they said they do like that Crystal Gwen pick, as you say. However, we don't tend to see many double Crystal Power compositions anymore. We don't tend to see many double Weapon Power compositions anymore. A lot of people want to mix up those damage sources, so it makes it harder for the enemy to build defense into you.
Infamous Legion is one of the teams that I've seen who are still playing double CP, and it wouldn't surprise me if they did go with the Crystal Gwen, because her range is very, very short. She's one of the squishiest heroes if you look at her base health compared to the other ranged ones. And against this Kester, whose range is much longer than a Gwen, I think it just works a little bit better. Oh, Bastion!
Bastion's going to get taken out as well. Spaghetti jumped in. Bastion just falls once again. They just don't expect there to be three members in the lane.
Infamous Legion are just so coordinated in their movements. So we're seeing Spaghetti rotating up at the right moments. They're picking up the kills, and then he's going back down. We're seeing no pressure coming out into the jungle from either of the teams. And I think this is something that Snow Avalanche normally excel at, is applying that jungle pressure. And that's one of their strengths, and it's a bit disappointing that we're not seeing it so far.
Definitely. I think there's always a worry when you do have a lot of pressure in your lane, when the enemy team is trying to coerce you up there, bring you three members time and time again, that you feel you have to make the reactive play and try and defend your lane. If Voldemar played a little bit safer, use that active camo a little bit better, they could try and put some pressure into the jungle and just have Voldemar play safe.
Absolutely, just have the Waldemar just a little bit back into start, have a scout trap under the bush so he knows if there's going to be any ganks, and have Bastion and Kenstick apply some pressure in the jungle, because with the Lance and the Samuel there, you have so much potential. But right now they're just giving the momentum to Infamous Legion. They're allowing Infamous Legion to dictate the pace of the fight.
And you can see how defensive they're playing there as well. Bastion had a really good opportunity to land the Impale, but Kensik just looked for the bush. Now they're going to get a lot of damage down onto DefQ, who has stepped forward. Malice and Verdict coming out from Kensik. They're looking for the kill. Not quite able to get it as Quarter Voice steps ahead of his Aroma. Snow Avalanche do win out that fight, though. They've got so much poke from this Samuel as well. DefQ needs to be incredibly cautious as to how he plays behind his turret.
Yeah, DefQ is very, very low. Hang on, they might pick up the kill into Waldemar here.
Stepping forward, the Munion's doing a lot of work, but here's the Drifting Dart. Kentasik trying to turn this one around, just needs one more shot,
kill!
And he will get it. Team Snow Avalanche starting to get rolling.
They are, and they've managed to take down Courtois. He is looking like he's going to be going for that crystal, and I think that was just purely coming up from Kensik was the poke damage. I think it was all about Kensik there. And if they can do that a little bit more, again in the jungle, which I would much prefer, then this whole game could be Snow Avalanche.
It's so important to realize as well, it doesn't matter if you lose the first game 17-1 and win the second game 17-1. Like, it doesn't matter as long as you've won one and you've lost one for Snow Avalanche here. They will still have that tiebreaker possibility, and they still get a 1-1 record. Bastion's going to knock DefQ back here, does get stunned up with a Merciless Pursuit, but not going to be able to chase this one out too much. I believe this is the first time we've seen Snow Avalanche actually take a gold lead against Infamous Legion.
Well, we're only about 2 minutes in right now, so you can't see that. I want to point out, part of what, he's gone for the Journey Boots very, very early on, and Gwen is already one of the fastest.
Bastion's low. Munions get the kill. Petal OP, boys. Triple crystal bit Eclipse Prism in a heavy prism. That's all you need, guys.
Doesn't need
CP.
boots. No boots.
Who needs boots, man?
Yeah.
It's a plant. Plants don't have boots.
You've got trampoline. That's all you need.
You can't wear shoes on the trampoline, otherwise you'll get it dirty. So that Petal's just leaping her way in and then leaves the scene to try and do some counter jungling. Now, Kentasik has spotted him out. We'll be looking to try and take these away. There's Bastion just around the corner as well. Drifting Dart comes out. Spaghetti hits 6. Impale onto the Munions. Kentasik not quite able to connect with these Malice and Verdicts, but Spaghetti now low on energy as well. And Voldemar comes in to snipe away the kill. Get the Kestrel fed. That's what Snow Avalanche want to do.
That was, I think, a bit of a misplay coming out from Spaghetti. I get what he was doing with trying to invading, deny them some of the farm, but without any boots, and without a backup there, and with no vision of where Snow Avalanche is, that was not a good idea. And I think that was quite a good opportunity for Infamous Legion to push the lane a little bit.
This is big. Kensik's going to catch him out. There's the Githian wall, knocks him back, Drifting Dart forward. DefQ stuns up Bastion. That's not who you want. He will run away, but won't be able to escape. Kentasik secures himself his second kill.
They're going to get the turret.
Turret's going to go down as well. This is a quicker pushing comp than the Saw composition they had in the last game. Turret at 6 minutes. Snow Avalanche showing us the Avalanche we saw at Summer Live Championships.
This is a complete turnaround from the last game so far. I don't know if we're going to see a steal coming out from Spaghetti right now. Potentially, but I doubt it.
It's a very difficult steal to make, even with Gwen there as well. It is double crystal power, as you said, Jinyi. How do you think that's going to work into this sort of later game? You're going to see a lot of shield built up on Snow Avalanche.
Personally, I think for the Gwen and the Petal, I think CP works best. And in the late game, it's going to be very, very difficult for Snow Avalanche to combat with unless they start investing in that early shield. Right now, nobody's got shield from either Waldemar or Kentasik, and that's a bit of concern for me, because as we get into the later game, the CP damage coming in from Infamous Legion is going to be too much for Snow Avalanche to deal with.
I wonder as well if Bastion's actually realized this, because he's sitting on a bit of armor in his inventory. Now, armor's okay, but not into double CP most of the time. You want to get as much shield as possible. Are going to step forward. Spaghetti level 7 has that spontaneous combustion. In fact, everyone apart from DefQ has hit that level 6 mark, so all have their ult abilities available. This is what we want to see from Snow Avalanche. If you're a supporter of them, you will enjoy watching them start to poke down DefQ and Quarter Voice.
I like that their use of minion candies is allowing them to keep pushing up, and we're beginning to see them slowly taking control of the jungle, and it's quite a marginal lead that they've got right now in terms of gold, about 1k gold lead. And what we want to be seeing coming out from them is picking up that shield. Right now we still don't have any of that, and that's something they desperately need very, very soon. And apply that pressure onto that second turret. Waldemar's doing a very good job so far, but he has to be careful because we are going to see Spaghetti and the Gwen ramping up.
A lot of this is about mental fortitude for Snow Avalanche as well. When you lose the first game of World Championship 17-1, it's a big mountain to climb to get back up. But Snow Avalanche have climbed that mountain. They're going down the other side. They are avalanching towards what might be their first victory here at Worlds.
It's not quite the Avalanche just yet. I'll say a little flurry of snow there.
There's a ripple of snow starting to like...
Snow doesn't ripple.
Depends what type of snow it is. Okay, no,
I have
Snow doesn't
nothing to say
ripple.
to
Snow
that.
doesn't ripple, it's true.
I have nothing to say to that. Right now, what we have to worry about is Quartervar. The Ace's high stun is going to be doing a lot of damage, and because he's going Crystal, it's got an immense CP ratio. I think 240%.
240%. It's absolutely huge. 100% CP ratio as well on the Buckshot Bonanza. So the ratios for CP are actually a lot better on Gwen than they are for weapon power. I think it's 75% on Buckshot and 100% on that Ace's high, so nowhere near as much damage, but you don't have the consistency of damage as well. It's all about burst on the Gwen rather than prolonged team fights.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to the CPU, Gwen, she's relying on her Buckshot a little bit more because of the range and the slow. Because if she's playing weapon, she has to be in very close range to get that damage down onto Snow Avalanche. This way, she can poke away at long distance, which is what she needs right now. Positioning-wise, they're doing a very good job, but we want to see Infamous Legion start making plays right now.
How do Infamous Legion make a play, though? Because they're pushed back behind that sort of mid of their own jungle. They're not able to get any vision around the gold mine. Snow Avalanche are continuing just to push up their scout trap line and deny any awareness for Infamous Legion.
I think for me, it's on how Infamous Legion are going to use their CC. So right now they have the silence coming in from Catherine, and they also have that Ace's high. If they can catch either Kentisik or Waldemar and then get the silence on top of them, that's a really great opportunity for them to start using that engagement for a fight.
Does Spaghetti need to get himself some boots as well? Because he's sitting on a piercing shard of Frostburn, triple crystal bit, and a couple of Halcyon potions. I assume he'll get the Broken Myth and then maybe get some boots underneath that?
I guess because his range is so long, he feels like he doesn't need the boots, but when it comes to those team fights, he needs to have that escape. The trampoline is there, yes, but they can chase, and there's a lot of potential there with Bastion on that lance to use his combat rule just to pin him down.
Yeah. That is always the risk, you know. You can say, oh, trampoline away from the Impale, but if Bastion can get on top of you, if you've got the Oblivion coming out from the Samuel as well, it's very easy to get locked down. Snow Avalanche are taking a little bit of time trying to work out exactly what their next play is and how they continue to aggress into the Infamous Legion jungle, because at the moment they haven't really done too much damage to that turret. They're perhaps just waiting on the Broken Myth from Kentisik, perhaps just waiting for Voldemar to get a part of another item before they really go all in.
Infamous Legion are doing a really good job right now of just holding that turret. And personally, I would like to see Snow Avalanche pushing a little bit more, because I think there's been a few minutes since we've seen a proper push. And I think that's just an opportunity that they're wasting, because we're seeing Infamous Legion, they're beginning to come into that late game composition right now, and I think they're just waiting for that moment. They're just playing very, very passively, and when they feel like they've hit their stride, now that Catherine has that contraption, she's got the cooldown, this could actually be a really good point for them to start moving.
Go disadvantage. There we go, we're back. And the question is really for me, are Snow Avalanche going to have the energy and the mental capacity to continue pushing this in? Because after the first game when they lost so badly, like 17-1 with a 10,000, almost 14,000 gold differential at the end, is an incredible loss to have to bear. Can Snow Avalanche actually come out of this and say, look, we can still win these games, we're still better than this team? Because you have to be confident in yourself to win games at this level.
I think they can. They've certainly had a great start, much better than the last game already. But what is slightly worrying for me is that Roam Lance. And I think if you look at Roam Lance and you look at Roam Catherine, Catherine's going to do better in the long run, especially when you've got heroes such as Gwen, who's very, very fast. She's got the journey boots. It's going to be very difficult for Bastion to try and land those impales. Right now, his easiest target is Spaghetti, and that's because Spaghetti still has no boots.
I want to just focus on Quartervice's build as well. He's gone Shatterglass and Clockwork, so that's an incredibly aggressive Gwen build. Not seeing any defense, we kind of expect that from Infamous Legion, but not seeing something like a Broken Myth, just going, no, like if you go for a full burst build, I'd expect an Aftershock as well, but instead just going pure CP.
Well, the Clockwork is not an item that we see commonly being picked up second. I think it usually is that Broken Myth. And I think a Broken Myth probably would have been a better item to pick up second, especially now that Kentisik has that Aegis. But look at the damage that is doing on Waldemar with that Buckshot.
It does do a huge amount of work. Buckshot takes a quarter of his health, and this is how they're able to continue to force Snow Avalanche back. They've got the ability for a little bit of poke just to make it so that Snow Avalanche cannot continue their aggression. Like you look at Snow Avalanche's composition and you say they're the kings of poke, but when this Gwen has built pure crystal power, she actually puts out just as much damage as a Kestrel or as a Samuel. Impale onto Quartervice. Snow Avalanche looking for the fight. Not going to be able to land the Oblivion. The Skedaddle gets Quartervice out of it. Infamous Legion on the back foot here, but Spaghetti has joined the fray, and the spontaneous combustion does work. Voldemar has to back away. Does have the one shot, one kill, will not connect. Snow Avalanche not able to get the fight that they want.
They need to fight this. Infamous need to fight that. They've forced the fountain out of Voldemort. That ace is high is not going to hit right now. We want to see them moving forward in this team fight.
Spaghetti trampolines in. They did block out the Blast Tremor as well. Snow Avalanche able to, after losing out in the early portion of that fight, get themselves back to safety. It looks like they are just going to farm up their jungle. Kraken's on the cards pretty darn soon as well here. So Snow Avalanche may just be waiting out for that Kraken and then look to end the game with a push.
That was actually a really good fight from Invisible Legion. As we're saying, this double crystal is beginning to come. And right now, Voldemort, I just want to see some shield coming out from him.
Oh, there we go. Minion's foot. It's a great shield.
Great shield.
Legion boat that you don't need defense because you can just rely on your positioning.
Well, the thing is, Gwen, I can understand, maybe he doesn't need that reflex block as early because of the skedaddle. The cooldown is relatively short, 14 seconds, much lower than the cooldown on the reflex block. So, you know, if you can rely on that, it's a very intuitive button to use. But, does have to be careful. Right now, he is very, very long range, relying on his buckshot to stay out of position. And if they can just keep poking away at Waldemar and Kentasic, and then Infamous Legion maybe can do the counter push.
Well, Kentasic has now got Broken Myth and Frostburn, so he's going to have a huge amount of poke damage as well. Double Tyrant's Monocle on Voldemar. He actually used to build a very interesting Kestrel build, which was Sorrow Blade, Double Tyrant's Monocle, and then Shatterglass to finish it out. Doesn't look like he's going down that route this game, but I would have been interested to see if he decided to use that one. Goldmine's about to leave the Halcyon fold as well. We will see our first Kraken spawning, so always going to be an option for Snow as they have got strong scout trap vision around there.
Yeah, but DefQ also has his own contraptions, so we're beginning to see that those scout traps, they're beginning to be set off by Infamous Legion there, so that's a bit of an advantage that Snow Avalanche is losing.
Oh,
of course, he's caught out!
Tries to skedaddle out, blocks the Githian wall, and they will be able to get away. Skedaddle, of course, does give you that short period where you can block out CC. However, this is the start of the Kraken for Snow Avalanche. There's always an opportunity for a steal, but it doesn't look like Infamous Legion want to go for it. They just backed away. They still have 4 turrets for Snow Avalanche to have to push through, so they've got enough of a base to keep it defended. But the Kraken has been unleashed for Snow Avalanche.
And I think Infamous Legion, with the range that they have, I think taking down this Kraken won't be too big of a task, and it depends on how Snow Avalanche are going to push with the Kraken. Are they going to be super aggressive? Are they going to poke? And I think what they need to do is be super aggressive, take down Infamous Legion as much as they can, but otherwise this is going to be an opportunity that will be wasted if they don't do so.
How do you go aggressive here? Do you just try and continue to poke and then go for an all-in engage?
They've got so much poke coming out from Voldemort and Kentasic that they're just focusing on DefQ, which is actually working.
Huge amount of damage onto DefQ. He hasn't built any defense for himself. Kraken takes the first turret. DefQ gets a bit of damage back. Kraken down to half HP. Spaghetti and Quarterboy still high. There is an Impale from Bash, and Kendasic's going to follow it up. Malice and Verdict coming out. Kraken pushing onto the second turret of the push. Oblivion in the back line. DefQ will go down. Snow Avalanche starting to get the ball rolling. They're looking for Spaghetti as well. May continue this push. The Kraken has a sliver of HP to try and work with.
And I think Snow Avalanche should probably back away at this point because that Kraken is very, very close to going down. They do back away at this point. But right now, Snow Avalanche, they've taken a 4k gold lead or 5k gold lead off the back of that push. And I've got to say, in conclusion, they've got a tough game ahead of them right now because so far we're not seeing the plays that we're seeing last game. And the mechanics, they've kind of disappeared, fizzled away.
Part of it is the snowball advantage as well. A lot of these Southeast Asian and East Asian teams, when we talked to them and asked them what their greatest strength was, they said, we are very good at taking a lead and then never giving it up. In this game, they took a lead by 2 kills and then started to give up a little bit. And then since then, Snow Avalanche haven't given them the opportunity to try and take a lead again. Voldemar's going to step forward. DefQ does get the stun off. Kent6 off towards the side. Here comes the fight. Snow Avalanche are looking for this one as Spaghetti goes low. Pushed back by Kentasic. DefQ is that front line. Snow Avalanche decide they don't quite want this fight yet. Bastion does have War Treads if they want to go for the engage. Oblivion doesn't hit. However, Voldemar's going to hit with this one-shot, 1 kill onto Spaghetti, half HP. Infamous Legion, aces high onto Bastion. Voldemar looking for the flank, gets caught out, but here is Kentasic, and he won't quite get the damage down onto Infamous Legion. A huge fight, but neither team lose a man.
And I think the lack of boots on Spaghetti is...
Oh,
no,
Kentisik.
I'm Kentisik!
Here comes the stun
Oh,
from
no.
Deku. Impale out. Kentisik survives with the fountain, though. And Snow Avalanche turn it on its head.
Well, Quartervoir and Spaghetti, they're a little bit healthier, but they're being poked down so low.
The Allison Verdict poke is absolutely huge. Voldemar is going to
they
spot out
get him.
Quarter Voice and takes him down. Snow Avalanche. 6 kills to 3 up, looking for the ace. Not going to be able to chase down Spaghetti just quite yet. Bastion still trying to get on towards that petal, but Spontaneous Combustion used. 1 shot, 1 kill. Does not connect. And Spaghetti will just roll his way back to his base.
Painfully slow coming out from Spaghetti. Painfully slow. And
If
especially...
only he had boots.
If only. You know, Kentisik, he's got that Frostburn. You've got this like, kind of double slow coming out from you. And it's so easy for them to focus him down because in that fight, Spaghetti was just taking a lot of damage very easily from Kentisik because of the lack of mobility coming out from him.
Voldemar does have an Aegis now alongside Kentisik. There's extra shielding picked up onto Bastion with that Crucible and the Fountain. He's pretty darn tanky. Kentisik and Voldemar have a bit of shield resistance. The second Kraken's going to come down. It wouldn't be a European team unless the game lasted long enough for you to get 2 Krakens at least on the Halcyon Fold, and now they are going to look for the push. Only 2 Crystal Turrets remain between them and securing their first game here at Worlds.
Deathq does have that Storm Crown, so it might be a little bit easier, but I think last time we saw the Kraken push was that it was very easy for Snow Avalanche to focus on Deathq, and then Spaghetti and Quartervoir, I just had to take a back line. They had to be a bit more careful with their positioning, so this is a very, very tenuous position that we are in right now.
I wonder perhaps if Deathq had built a little bit of armor as well. It might help out Infamous Legion a bit more. The Impale onto Quarter Voice, he will skedaddle away. Snow Avalanche want this fight. Big blast tremor though. Ace's High does not connect and Deathq gets stunned up as well. Oblivion, 3-man Impale, 2-man Sleep. Infamous Legion getting sniped away. Voldemar uses the 1 shot, 1 kill, doesn't connect. The Kraken's still pushing in though, and Snow Avalanche may have this game in the bag. Kraken at half HP. If they get ace, perhaps they lose.
Oh, they get one!
What was that damage? Bastion's gonna get chased away as well. The Kraken should take the Crystal Turret, but can Infamous Legion defend this? I think they take the Kraken down well before it takes their Crystal. And Infamous Legion hold on to hope.
Just hanging on by a thread here. They're down to that Crystal, and Snow Avalanche, they haven't lost a single turret, and I don't think even any damage has even come off from that first turret. So they need to get that vision down. We don't want any of those backdoors coming through it. I mean, you've got a kind of potential if they do run straight for it, but it looks like Infamous Legion just try and just go into their jungle.
Take away these scout traps, move your vision line up, and this is Infamous Legion saying, look, we know we can't just win if we allow you to control the map again. So they push up, they say, we're going to try and take control, we're going to try and set up a bush where we can catch you out.
I understand that, but there's absolutely no vision on that lane for Infamous Legion. Like, there's no chance, apart from the minions, that's the only way that Infamous Legion would know if Snow Avalanche is pushing up.
Kestrel does have active camera as well, so could just run behind it. Kentisik
Oh,
caught out Spaghetti,
oh my
and Quarter
gosh!
Voice are going for this.
Oh, the
Infamous
damage!
Legion pull the trigger, they take down Samuel. Voldemar's the next target, Spaghetti's doing work here, but the turret will defend him. But now look at that back shot! Quarter Voice is absolutely melting through Voldemar. Bastion, Impale onto Quarter Voice is not tanking the turret anymore though. Deathq steps in front of his carry to keep him alive. There's the Fountain, Voldemar's looking for the flank. Counter Fountain used, Bastion's gonna get chased away here. Voldemar, it's all up to him with this flank.
where he is, they know where he is. Oh,
by the player. Infamous Legion are holding on to this game, and they take Snow Avalanche by the scruff of the neck.
They've had completely new life. That turret is going down so fast right now, and that gold lead is beginning to drop. Now it's only 1k between the two teams.
1k!
That was such a great tactic coming from Infamous Legion, just going so far ahead that they were able to catch them out. That dive, going into Kentisik under the turret, they had enough damage to do so, and they knew that.
This is the point as well where not building defense helps you out because they've got so much more damage. At this point, you've got the clockworks, you've got almost, it's a double piercing shot on Quarter Voice alongside a Broken Myth, melting through that shield. Infamous Legion, actually, when they played Samuel, we used to see them build double, triple Broken Myths just for that extra damage. They're going to go for the Kraken here.
They're going for the back door.
They're going for the back door as well.
Oh my god.
No, they're not.
No,
Bastion backs away.
okay, that's good. That's all
You
good.
got too excited, Shinyi. You got
So
too
did you.
excited.
I saw you spit.
Oh
my gosh!
No, he doesn't.
He didn't
I thought
steal
he
it.
had it. I thought he had it. I saw the elixir, the infusion pop up, and I was like, oh, he's got it, and then he didn't. The crowd cheered as well. They're taunting me. They're baiting me into things. What is this game?
What a steal that would have been
game,
there.
Shinyi?
Third Kraken. Third Kraken.
And Infamous Legion aren't even going to push with it. They're just going to give...
Wasted opportunity right now.
But the gold doesn't matter. Like, everyone's 6 items. Def2's going to push in now.
They need to poke.
They are
absolutely
looking
do.
for the poke. Snow Avalanche looking for it in response. Spaghetti gets
great.
Bastion low. Bastion has double shield as well, just not able to tank up this at all. Cracking down to half HP. Def2 the front line. Look at the damage from the buckshot. But Waldemar just gets melted away. Infamous Legion. This would be the biggest turnaround I have seen in a long, long time. Down to just their Bane Crystal. And they might be able to close out the game. There is the Oblivion, doesn't connect. The Kraken's still pushing in. Voldemort on Spaghetti. Def2 forward. There's the Blast Tremor as well. The Fountain comes out. Ace's High does not connect. The Kraken's still there though. There's
Spaghetti!
the damage up to Spaghetti. Watch out, watch out. Not going to connect. This Def blocks it away. 10-6 low up towards the side now. Spaghetti going for the chase. Snow Avalanche only have 1 crystal turret remaining. They're gonna try and back away. Voldemar and Bastion are looking for this though. They're looking for the chase. Quarter Boys with a buckshot across the wall.
They need to back away. Oh god.
What is this? There's 1 crystal turret remaining in this game. There's
This is
1
chaos.
turret remaining in this game. We are 23 minutes in, and this game, if this is the pace that Worlds is going to be played at, I don't think my voice is going to last the weekend.
What are they doing? Infamous Legion, they are playing so much better when they are the aggressors. For the first, I would say, 18 minutes of the game, their performance was very lackluster, very weak. But the moment they switched the switch on, it was just a completely different story from them. Just the aggression, they took down 4 turrets in 1 single push.
That they did. I'm a little bit interested by itemization choices. Quartervice has got double piercing shard. I think he's got enough money to upgrade it into a broken myth as well, and has decided not to. I might be wrong with my calculations. Bastion trying to step up a bush here. He hasn't been spotted by that flare. They know Kentasik and Voldemar are there, but they don't know Bastion is.
You can probably guess that he's there though, but
yeah, they can now with that flare coming.
This next fight is make it or break it for both of these teams. And looks like Snow Avalanche, they're going to be the ones aggressing, and I think that's a really good opportunity for them because whenever both of the teams are very similar.
Yeah, so he just didn't have enough gold. He's got the second broken myth now.
Or maybe going for a third.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? A Snow Avalanche, you have to feel perhaps have a slight advantage at this point because they are used to the longer games. Europe is known for its 25-30 minute games. Infamous Legion, SEA is known more for 15 to 20 minute games.
Actually, interesting point. Infamous Legion, if you looked at their very, very early footage from about a year ago, they were like all their games were under 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But recently, we're seeing them shift towards late game, and this could be something that we've not seen very much from the Southeast Asia teams.
Spaghetti takes some poke across the wall. Def2 steps forward, Impale onto him. Infamous Legion are trying to work out where the crack is in Snow Avalanche, but will the crack lead to the Avalanche raining down upon them? Def2 caught out, Impale misses. One shot, 1 kill onto Spaghetti. The backline is weak now as Infamous Legion try and find the retreat. Merciless Pursuit will get Def2 out of the Oblivion.
But Snow Avalanche.
They turn towards that 4th Kraken of the game. Quartervoice knows it's on the cards. And he has that Ace's High. He's got his trap card to try and catch out Snow Avalanche. Kraken down low. Def2 and Quartervoice step forward. They've stopped the Kraken. That's important. As Def2 does try and get onto Voldemar. He used his Aegis there. So we'll be low. Ace's High on Voldemar. Quartervoice trying to get the damage down across the wall. Fountain used. Def2 caught as well with the Githian. Voldemar's going to have to try and get back to his team. But he's dead.
He gets it!
Voldemar gets melted by the buckshot. Bastion 2 forced away. Kentasik looks like he'll be the only man surviving the last bastion of hope once again for Snow Avalanche, but in
4th Kraken?
Infamous Legion with the 4th Kraken of this game.
I don't know what Kentasik can do. I think there's very, very little, because if he tries to steal this Kraken, that's the ace, and if he doesn't, there's not much he can do against this Kraken in this last push. And I think this is going to be the last push off the game.
I can sense the Europeans in the crowd trying to imbue Kentasik with their energy. It's like, please Kentasik, please Kentasik.
Do a 1v3.
Infamous Legion will not give any mercy as they once again push in with the Kraken for the 2nd time in the game.
Well, 15 seconds left for Waldemar, but they're just going to focus on Kentasik, which is a very good idea. And if Kentasik can just keep them at bay long enough.
Here comes Spaghetti. Def2 looking for the stun. Do you see the reflex block come out? He just used it. He needs to clear this wave, but I just don't think he can do it.
Kentasik!
Look at the damage! It's the ace! Infamous Legion! Turning around, they get the ace buff off it. Bastion and Voldemar are back alive. The crystal low, and the crystal will not survive as Infamous Legion take the win and take it 2-0.
I can't. That game was absolutely insane, because I think it's fair to say from the very, very start of the game, Snow Avalanche were the dominating force in that game. And just when they pushed Infamous Legion down to that very last heart. It was just a complete turnaround. They just changed everything. The momentum, it just flipped it on the head. And I think Snow Avalanche just didn't know how to deal with that because they just started being very flummoxed, their positioning.
What a game. It seemed like at 18 minutes, Infamous Legion just said, look, we're going to channel our inner Von C and we're going to see a hero and we're going to kill a hero. No fear, just fight, boys. We're going all in.
They are so much better when they're aggressive. The dives into the tower at the very end when they did catch Kentisik out before he went into the base, that's exactly what they needed. And Infamous Legion, with that performance, it looks like they're going to have a very good run ahead of them.
Definitely does. Well, what a series we had to start us off here at the World Championships. We're going to hand it back across towards the Analyst to break that series down.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. What a series to kick off the World Championships with. That was insane.
It's crazy.
It was a crazy game. 1962 was the last time it snowed in LA. Doesn't look like it's snowing again today either. Infamous Legion just whitewashed. And I think that the major talking point, that late game Gwen seems to be a real thing, hey?
We talked about it, right? Like CP Gwen into this kind of double poke, but the biggest thing about this game was Infamous got so far ahead of themselves. CP Gwen is a monster, but she doesn't start out this way, right? Like, so she has to scale there. Like, there's items she needs. I mean, what were some of those core items we saw her finish at the end of the game?
I mean, the biggest thing that I've seen out of Infamous is that they build the Shadowglass, the Clockwork, the Broken Myth into double piercing shards, in which they turn to 2 more Broken Myths at the end. And it's so effective at shredding through any sort of shield that you build. And the damage that comes out is absolutely immense, as you saw toward the end of that game. But it took them so long to get there. Snow had a couple opportunities to end that game. It ended up with Waldemar getting caught out, which basically snowballed into Snow getting killed a couple more times. And that really led to Snow's downfall.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, and again, we saw actually this triple Broken Myth type thing coming out from their Samuel as well. Infamous Legion have played that a lot in the Southeast Asia region. And they kind of don't seem to mind about that unique passive or anything. They're just saying, nope, the shredding is all that we need. And worked wonders there with Gwen, especially with that Buckshot Bonanza. I mean, I was getting up to like almost CP Saw level of damage coming out, you know, like 700, 800 damage. We got a replay to show you guys, and maybe this will illustrate some of our points.
Yeah, so I mean, right here, this was the do or die moment. We see them have to fight because if Kraken goes over, then it's game over. But we see the ultimate come out of Gwen, and this damage, 600. I mean, you can't get away from that as Kestrel. It doesn't matter if you go invisible, you still get hit by the A ability.
I mean, hey, a 3-second cooldown on a 700 damage ability, that seems pretty good, right, Zekin?
It's pretty strong, but you gotta admit, it took them a long time to get there. There were many opportunities for Snow to just end the game before Gwen got to that point. And it just didn't happen. They're down to just the Vein Crystal. One more Kraken, one more good fight for Snow would have taken the game.
I gotta say, Voldemar seemed to be caught out a few times that game, and especially with the Aces High from Gwen stunning him up, and then him just getting blown up and isolated. And I think this is something that we talked about in terms of their compositional countering abilities, something that Infamous Legion has kind of pride themselves on, their ability to adapt and counter with their fluid rolls and their ability to play draft phase very well. You know, they said, we're going to take Catherine for against Kestrel, but they also took the Gwen, which seems pretty good against active camo, and that, again, like you said, against the poke composition, that burst coming out from Buckshot Bonanza. Is this a team that is really illustrating the fact that they are just so well prepared and it is showing on the main stage?
It's a bit of yes and no, because sometimes the analysis can get ahead of what the meta is. Like we saw the pedal pick come through, and typically the Munions, yes, they do block Malice and Verdict. They do help block Glimmer Shot. But when Gwen takes so long to scale and you have a Catherine, you don't really have good pressure. So when you saw them try to fight all early game, they ended up getting pushed really far behind, which all of a sudden gave us a look at Infamous that I don't think we would have guessed they would have had after game one, which was like a little bit of fear, like a lot of reserve, not taking some team fights they could have won even in the mid game, just because they were too afraid to push forward.
Well, speaking of Quader Voice on Gwen, we have our MVP for the series, and that is going to be Quader Voice, believe it or not. And he went 5-2-4 on Gwen, and that may seem like a kind of a low-key scoreline, but Zeke, his impact was huge.
Overall, it was a fairly low-scoring game for Infamous Legion as a whole. But Quader Voice, he was able to make the shot bonanzas when it counted. He was able to land a huge amounts of damage on Waldemar at the end of the game, even though his Aces High mostly missed. He landed the ones that needed to hit.
I mean, to be fair, he was going sort of toe-to-toe with Waldemar on how many ultimates can I miss this game. But I think it's fair to say the better team probably came out on top during this series. But I've got to say, Snow Avalanche showing that they have glimmers of hope left in them. And this is a team This is a team that they counted out. We're just going to have the MVP screen come up on screen just so you can confirm that what we were talking about wasn't rubbish, and we are actually saying that we weren't lying to you.
Confirmed MVP.
Quater Voice is definitely the MVP, and you can see him there. He was the sort of the vocal leader of the team in the interviews and kind of stepped up here. But I think Fuji, for a guy who's you're not the biggest fan of EU as a region. I mean, not saying that in a nasty way, but you didn't seem to rate EU at the highest level when they were coming into this world. I think that's fair to say. Did Snow Avalanche surprise you with sort of the determination and grit they showed in that second game?
I wouldn't. I think Snow Avalanche as players, they're good, right? They're good players. They deserve to be at the top levels of Vainglory.
I set you up to be nice about EU here.
Well, I'm about to go another direction. I don't know, I'm trying to, but it doesn't. It's not enough. Like they're not good enough at these early stages, and going up against Infamous, a kind of a scrappy young team, what some might say perhaps not as mature, not as experienced on these stages, we're able to take them just because the discipline wasn't there. The first game, risky drafts, not really something that worked out. In game 2, they had a lead, but to be the champion, you have to close leads. You cannot throw leads away that big.
Absolutely. I'm biased, obviously, being from EU. I had to...
Bias caster.
Sapcaster. But yeah, I think essentially at the end of this, I was not surprised at the result. I think a 2-0 was what I was expecting for Infamous Legion. They've come from a region, Southeast Asia, where they have been dominant for so long. What do you reckon, Zekan, in terms of, or both of you really, about how deep Infamous Legion can go into this tournament, just based on what we've seen so far?
This is actually very interesting because from watching this last game, it does show a lot of weaknesses in Infamous Legion's play. They were up against Snow, a team that most teams have counted out of the tournament already, and they were definitely put to the test. They are pushed to their Vein Crystal. They are barely able to scrape out a win, and if this continues, they're going to have a very rough road ahead of them.
All right, well, we have got another game coming your way. It's going to be Hammers Velocity versus Hunters, I believe. So we're going to go through the rosters for you guys, so you guys can get to know who's playing up on stage next. Hammers Velocity, the NA team. It's going to be Aloha, Veins, and Zio. A lot of those are very recognizable names here. And I mean, you guys, what are you expecting from Hammers Velocity? Because they've had a bit of a downturn in fortune compared to their Spring Live Championship performances.
I mean, this is true. So, like, a Group D in general, we feel like is one of the closest groups because it's kind of hard to tell how strong some of the teams are. In the summer season, Velocity closed out Split 2 with 1 win. In the autumn season, they closed out Split 2 with 1 win. But they did make it to the finals during the NA. However, this is Worlds. This is not a domestic championship. This is every best team across the globe. I don't know if it's going to be enough. They've had a lot of roster swaps. They've been trying to figure out who really fits. Aloha has only had 7 competitive games so far this season.
Wow, yeah.
So coming to the world stage, it's going to be very difficult to really guess. Can they pull that Velocity magic back together?
It's very hard to say because, as you said, Aloha hasn't been playing with the team that much this season, but Velocity historically has performed so incredibly well on these stages, even when they're counted as underdogs, even when teams are counting them out, they always show up and perform.
Now, the player to watch for Hammers Velocity, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, because he always is Zio, the laner. He is obviously one of the youngest players we have here in the tournament format. He's consistently mechanically gifted. You know, he's an absolute god when it comes to that laning phase. Are we expecting big things from Zio? He does always tend to show up on sort of the live performance type stage.
You have to expect big things from Zio because if Zio does not perform or overperform, Velocity does not close the game out. Like, this has always been about, can Zio get a lead? Can the team work around him in order to close the game out? And when they do, it's an amazing show. But when they falter, when Zio kind of loses it a little bit mentally and Veins isn't able to rope him back in, we see Velocity slide.
Yeah, it's very true. One of the biggest weaknesses of Velocity is that if they do not get that early lead, they have a very tough road ahead of them because some games, they do falter in that mid to late game where they don't quite know exactly what they're trying to do. They have their strategy planned for the other game. It doesn't go quite as well as they planned, and they just kind of wander around the map trying to figure out what to do next.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't know enough about Hammers Velocity already, we've got a little video to share a little bit more.
Hello, I'm Zio, and I am the laner for Hammers Velocity. I'm the laner, Aloha is the jungler, and Veins is the support. In spring, it was on a patch before when an update came out, So like we kind of didn't play that much on it because not a lot of teams had tournament or something like that, so we couldn't scrim that update. But when we went into it, we were really confident because during that time, all of our heroes like were very, very strong. Like Aloha's Glaive, my Ringo, Vaing's Fortress. So when we went into it, we had like no doubts. Besides Phoenix Rain, like they were the only team that we really thought could take a hit on us, and they did on the second day. But we really just thought we could win. Vaing's and Aloha and I, like we just like our synergy then was really good, and now like it's like the same, you know. Ringo, Glaive, and Fortress combo was really strong, and pretty much we would just run that and we practiced it, and we were kind of like one of the first teams to use that comp again, and we noticed it was super strong, so we would use that as an advantage in draft, and we can always like do different comps like BF, Glaive, or like Cruel. It was just like super easy for us because we didn't have any complications like, okay, we suck at this hero, because all of our heroes were great back then. During autumn season, split 1 went really good for us. We got first place by 1 point. We were playing with Pawn the original during that time. It was pretty fun, but then we decided to bring back Aloha and have that same starter roster as in spring. So during that whole split 2, we were just focusing on getting that synergy back and prepping for Worlds, because it didn't matter what we scored. That's all we've been doing leading up to Worlds.
Hammerless Velocity and Zio flying the American flag there, one of the sort of the favorite teams, I would say, in terms of fan favorites. We've talked about their chances, but we're going to talk about the team they're going up against. It's Hunters from China. Now, these are probably one of the most well-known teams worldwide. They probably have one of the biggest fan bases worldwide. And a lot of it is down to the fact they've got a very notable player, Queen. She is fantastic. She's consistently performed at the highest level. And Hunters in general, I think a lot of people have not really rated them as highly as maybe the Eastern Asian teams and the Southeast Asian teams, but they can definitely perform when push comes to shove.
It's true. I mean, we see this team have a lot of international experience, so when it comes to stage fright and fears, a lot of the questions for this team only remains with Revenger X, because he is kind of the new kid on the block when it comes to this type of competition. Babala, he's been there, he's been to VIPL. Queen, we know her, she's been around as well. So these two individuals told us it's going to be a lot on them to really give Revenger X the strength to kind of pull through. So that being said, not as much information available quickly to Velocity for the Hunters team. It can hurt them if they underestimate it, even though Revenger X is new and Babala has not traditionally been on the primary Hunters team.
Sure, and Zekan, I mean, we're expecting big things from this team. You know, the team representing China as a whole, I mean, they've got a lot of weight on their shoulders. China is huge in the esports scene across multiple esports. This has got to be a big chance for them to show that they are real contenders on the world stage.
Yeah, I do expect Hunters to definitely show up in this tournament. However, they are not the most confident team that we talked to in the past couple of days. And even if they don't have the greatest performance off day one, I still think that they have the experience behind them to really come back into it.
Absolutely. Now, our player to watch for Hunters is, of course, Queen, the roam position. She is a fantastic player, incredibly sort of articulate, and we talked to her quite a lot during the interview stage as well. Seems to be a sort of real driving force behind their squad. What are we expecting from Queen? Are we expecting some big roam plays from her?
I think for a player to watch for Queen, the reason why she's selected isn't specifically because we expect Queen to make insane plays from the roam position. It's all about her strategy and motivation for her team. She is the core and the foundation. People love her in the region. Her team loves her. And because she gives them that type of energy, it's why they've been so successful in the past. Can she do it here today on the world stage? That is going to be the big question. Well,
we have a video. In case you don't know much about Hunters outside of China, this video should fill you in.
Hi, I'm Queen from Hunters. This time we have new members, Babala and Rangers X. Revenger X is our new laner. I met him from years ago. He's in Hunter's Guild. And same as Babala, he's in Hunter's Guild for like 2 years. So I met him in the games, and after that we become friends. This time, Babala is our jungler. I think our strength is our jungle. I mean, Babala is a very aggressive player, so I think we can win in the jungle. In China, for now, Hunters is on the top level, and I don't think there's any teams can beat us. So we keep our level for like 2 years. I think the most important things we did is we keep practicing and attend all the tournaments to make us have experience. I think this is the most important thing to keep us win. There are many tournaments in China in last season, from small league to a big league. We attend all the tournaments in China, and for Hunters we got all the first prize championship. So I think we can represent China server. We are a new form team, but we have some secret weapon within our pocket, and I won't show you guys later in the tournament.
Well, they had a secret weapon or secret composition potentially planned later in the tournament, but Hunters, you can see there, they are well prepared. They're really relying on that experience. So the multinational tournaments they've kind of attended, those national tournaments in China as well, going to be valuable on this stage, Fuji.
Yeah, I do agree. And I think if they have a secret weapon, they might not want to wait too long to pull it out. Group stage is so incredibly important. They need to be able to take games off of Velocity if they want to move forward.
And going into this matchup, I mean, Velocity traditionally have always performed at live events. Hunters, we know, have got that sort of oodles of experience that they can draw upon. I mean, who would you be just on the blank face of it favoring? I mean, I know you guys might have that NA bias behind you. I mean, I've got the EU bias going on, but I mean, if you take this as a blank slate, where would you be going?
Well, I gotta say, Hunters Velocity always seem to perform on the stage, as you have mentioned, and I expect them to be doing pretty well here at this tournament. Even though they haven't had the greatest performance in the last split, I still think they'll show up.
Right, well, we have got draft phase going on here. Let's see where these picks and bans go. Ooh, that is going to be a Lance ban from Hunters.
Yeah, Lance ban coming through from Hunters. Not super surprising from the region they're in, but it hasn't particularly been a priority ban too much in NA as of late. But the Lyra, of course, nobody wants to see her go over.
Believe it or not.
Shocking. Kestrel!
Wow.
Oh, I'm so surprised. Adagio, though, the first Adagio that we'll see of this tournament locked in here for Hammers Velocity. And could this be an ode to playoff beard? It's going to be Koshka locked in here.
Now, they did tell us that this is one of the picks they've been practicing. So while Kestrel gets so much attention, so much focus, that also potentially makes teams weak that only prioritize her for those teams that have been practicing compositions against her.
Yeah, it's very interesting because if you know your opponents are going to pick Kestrel, you just have to prepare something against it.
Well, there you go, exactly. We're going to see a Glaive locked in for sure. They are thinking about Catherine. This could be a nice sort of resolution to this composition for Hunters. And I think a lot of teams talked about the burst-heavy meta. Certainly a bit of a burst-heavy composition coming out from Hunters.
No, definitely. And Babala has played this Glaive in the past, so something he's very comfortable on. But with the Sky pickup, there is going to be the potential for Zeo to rotate and outplay the Catherine and Glaive.
So what are these guys' compositions aiming to do here? We've got a short time to break it down. What are we going to expect to see?
I definitely think the Koshka Adagio is really just to kind of get up in the face of Kestrel to do a lot of movement, walk around the team fight and be a distraction while Zeo kills everyone from a distance.
Well, okay, there you go. Anyway, I'll get your predictions quickly.
Velocity.
I'm going to go with Velocity, yeah.
Velocity, I'm going to go for Hunters just to be annoying. I'm going to pass over to our wonderful casters. It is Sona and Jingyi to take you through the next game.
Thank you very much, guys. A little bit of North American bias you have to feel on the desk there. I think Hunters have a very strong opportunity to win out this game, actually, when you look at their lineup. We are here into the second game, or the second series at the World Championships, and we are already on to the Halcyon Fold.
And if it's anything like the last series, I don't think we'll have a voice by the end of this one.
Deary me, what a game that was. But we are now watching Hunters play up against Hammers Velocity. Velocity, as they said on the desk, have not had the best of times recently in the online events.
Absolutely not. They've won one game in Splits 2, coming 7th, but we have to realize that Hammers Velocity, they always perform exceptionally well on a live stage.
They do. They've always been away from those nerves. They haven't been impacted by being on a live stage. In fact, they've had the home field advantage a lot of the time, and they felt that the crowd buoys them up. Now, Queen takes a little bit of pressure. Babala's going to get pushed back here as well. No level 2 yet for Hunters, means that Aloha and Vains can continue to push forward. Now turning their attentions over to Revengex. Here comes Queen back in, level 2 hit. Revengex going to do a lot of work, but he's getting taken lower and lower, and Zio will snipe him out. Queen, the second kill. It's a double. Babala takes one for himself and will get taken down. It's an ace. Only a minute in for Hammond's Velocity.
Well, Velocity having a very aggressive start, and I've got to say, they have a great early game composition, especially with Adagio and that Koshka in the jungle, for the start anyway, and especially going into 2 melee heroes with that Catherine and the Glaive, it's so easy for the Adagio just to heal and get Queen and Babala on fire there, and you can just do a lot of damage from the backline, even as a roam.
I want to just bring your attention to a unique item choice here, something we haven't seen for a good couple of updates. Iron Guard contract on Vains. He's picked that up straight on this Adagio.
I think it's an interesting pick, especially with an Adagio there. You have the ability to heal yourself, and the main principle of the Iron Guard contract is that it can heal you every time a jungle monster or a lane minion gets killed.
One of those big lane minions. You don't get it from every lane minion, obviously, which is a shame.
Win some, we lose some.
That you do. Velocity's going to start to put some pressure into the jungle of Hunters here, looking to see if they can catch people out. Zio is low in the lane, but has that Haoshin Potion to heal himself back up, and Vains and Aloha will spot out Babala. Glaive, if you shut him down early game, he doesn't really have that much impact as the game progresses.
Yeah, he's not like critical to get an afterburn onto Vains, though.
Queen's here with the stun as well. Vains taken low, but with Koshka just around the corner, they don't really want to fight this. Revengex is going to join up with Hunters. Vain push back. Aloha is jumping in and out very, very well, almost taking out Queen. They're just going to try and make it a 2v3. Here comes Zio as well, and Aloha and Vains just turn it around. Babala dies to the fire. Revengex is dead. Velocity coming out swinging.
This is a completely different Velocity that we have seen so far in the Autumn Split.
We have a 1 minute ace and a 4 minute ace in the game. What on earth is going on? Velocity, just no time for waiting around. They are living up to their name and coming out swinging in this game.
I mean, they've gone for a very, very early game composition, especially with that Koshka there. And you also have to look at the positioning coming out from Hunters. They're all staying very, very clumped up together, and it's so easy for Koshka to use her Twirly Death and just take a lot of damage down from them, because Koshka, she excels in the early game. This is what we all recognize Koshka to be as,
Yeah, building that crystal power up as well. Will she? My question is, do you go for the sort of aftershock Koshka build that we see a lot of the time, or do you go towards Shatterglass Broken Myth, which is a Koshka build we've seen more recently?
I'll go for the Shatterglass, just go for that pure damage. One thing that I kind of want to point out right now is looking at Revenger X's build, is he's gone for that Crystal Kestrel, and I'm not a massive fan of that, purely because you have this Koshka, you have this Sky that can dive onto you, and that prevents Revenger X from using his active camo, so he has no escape. He's got a lot of damage, yes, but if they're getting onto him every single time, what's the point?
Velocity even staying around to take away this minion mine, or at least start it up. They will get the first minion mine of the game, and it's in the Hunter's jungle. Hunter's already fallen 2,000 gold behind. Babala is looking for a little bit of a flank perhaps here, but they can't get their own jungle, and Zio's doing a very good job of leaving the lane and making sure they can't try and counter jungle as well.
Exactly, he's pushing up the lane every single time. He's going down to his own jungle to take their farm away to prevent for the counter jungling coming out from Hunters, as you were saying. And I think this is a very, very swift snowball that we'll be able to be seeing. If they can continue to keep this up, as you said, Glaive, if he can't get the gold early, it's going to be very difficult for him.
Sitting only on 14 CS already, and Aloha just steps into the jungle, says hello to Queen, takes her down low, trying to take out the Monarchy, of course, and there's no Queens here in the States.
There isn't.
No, so...
We don't have them in China either.
That's true, actually.
Yeah.
We've got one. We've got Hunter's Queen. So the only queen they need over in China. Velocity, once again, just denying as much gold as they can off the Halcyon Fold. 2,000 gold their lead at the moment, starting to build up those items. Zio is going Weapon Power Sky, so building up towards the Sorrow Blade. It's something that has sort of risen into the meta a little bit more now, especially with a lot of Crystal Power junglers. Weapon Power Sky in the lane can force back things like a Kestrel.
The thing is, if you look at the build, you've got a Glaive and a Catherine. That's great for peeling people away from the Kestrel, but when you've got a Weapon Sky, who with every basic attack gets this move speed, Revenger X isn't going to get away. There's constantly this gap closing, and look at the damage that's being taken down on Babala right now.
So strong, and I love this from Velocity as well. They're not giving an inch. They continue to push onto these turrets. Aloha is taken low as he took some aggro from the turret there, and Hunters will be able to defend it for now, but every little bit of damage you can get down in these early stages counts, especially when it's on a tier 2 turret.
Yeah, that turret is going down very, very quickly, and that's a 2k gold lead at 6 minutes?
Yep, just about 6 minutes in. It's been the same since about that ace at 3 minutes.
I think we're due another ace right now
yeah,
from Velocity.
I think it's an ace every 2 minutes, so actually we're a minute behind Velocity. Perhaps
pure show
they
from Velocity.
haven't set their alarms. Of course, no jet lag for them to deal with, which is something we haven't talked about a huge amount for Hunters. Hunters actually playing, I think, with about 12 hours of time difference between here and China, so it's quite a big thing for them to have to overcome. That is part of the home field advantage that some of the North American teams have, and perhaps why the analysts said they think it's going to be a Velocity victory.
I can see Glaive just picked up that tension bow there, and again, it's not something I'm a massive fan of, because right now they don't have the early game. They definitely do not have the early game. The only hope they have is the late game, and the tension bow is very much an early game item. So by the time you do get into the late game, where perhaps Hunters have this chance, that tension bow is going to fall off massively.
It's exactly as you say. I mean, we see it on a lot of Glaives because you can control the early game, but they have just been forced into exactly the positions Velocity wants. Babala has to use the afterburn to get away. Zio just steps forward once again. Death from Above comes out, not going to quite connect onto the Hunters, but Velocity have complete control of the Halcyon forward. Revengers jumped on there by Aloha. As you say, this Crystal Power Kestrel perhaps not putting the damage down that you would like, and not being able to get away from that Koshka as many times as she needs to as well.
I mean, even when Revenger X is getting the damage down, all Vanes has to do is just heal them back up. And that turret, I don't think it's going to last much longer the way it's going right now.
Velocity are looking for it. They have taken aggro, though, after burning onto Aloha. Velocity trying to continue this push, but Aloha and Zio are taking a little bit of damage. If the fire will heal them up, of course. So Vanes with the fountain as well, with the Iron Guard keeps himself healthy, means that he can focus those heals on towards his teammates. Once again, the Death from Above comes out, and Velocity, all they've done is they've won the early game, and they said, look, we don't need to fight anymore. We can force them back with poke, and then just pressure their towers.
I actually think if they need to, I want to see a little bit more aggression from them. I'm just going to disagree with you slightly, just because Vanes is now past level 6. He's got that Verse of Judgment, and that's a great utility because of the positioning coming out from Hunters. They're still being very, very clumped up together, even with that Crystal Kestrel. And if you can get the 3-man stun, that's absolutely brilliant, because Queen is nowhere near that Crucible yet.
Yep. Has hit that level 6 though, so has Blast Tremor. That's something Hunters have done well, is getting some experience on their players, you know? Yes, they're behind a 2-level disadvantage here, a 1-level disadvantage there, but if you can get to level 6, you do have that ultimate combo, 1-shot, 1-kill. Blast Tremor can do a lot of work. I mean, Queen, the front line for them here, will just be able to get behind that turret once again, and Revengers is doing some work with those glimmers.
I mean, we've seen teams come back from...
Oh, we saw
I mean,
the last
let's
game,
look at Snow and Infamous, absolutely. So I think Hunters, they actually do want to be playing for the passive game, late game right now. And I like I said, we're seeing the minion candies coming out from Velocity. We want to be seeing a bit more push coming out from them. But because of this Crystal Kestrel, he's able to clear the wave extremely fast, even with the minion candies on.
Queen is going to be that front line. There's one minion left here for Velocity. Blast Tremor comes out. The tower has fallen, though. Zio, the front line. Here comes the Koshka. Burst of Judgment used. 1-shot, 1-kill in the wrong direction.
Oh, no!
Revengers not realizing the way the enemy was facing, and Velocity get their 3rd ace of the game. They get the tower, and the Hunters fall to pieces under the Velocity onslaught.
That 1-shot, 1-kill, I mean, it was perfectly lined up. It happens. It absolutely does happen. You know, we see it with Saws, and that was just very, very painful moment there for Hunters. And right now, they're forced back to their last 2 hearts already, and we're under 10 minutes right now.
Under 10 minutes in. Hammer's Velocity have realized, you know, there's no point getting kills unless we're going to get an ace. So every kill they've got has led to an ace thus far this game. If they continue that throughout the tournament, I will shave my head. We'll see if that works. Let's have a quick look at this replay as Hunters get dived under the tower.
Yes, and that turret's getting poked down. The silence does get blocked, and that's very important. Zio there, he gets stunned, but the Suri Strike is there, and he's able to escape. And that 1-shot, 1-kill, that absolutely pivotal moment for Hunters, and that's the ace there. Going towards Velocity, 3rd ace of the game.
Indeed, and they will... I was going to say they'll look towards the Kraken. This isn't a replay, guys. This is actually live action now, so we are back into the game. I was going to say they would look towards the Kraken, because that felt like the kind of point they were at. But we're only 10 minutes into the game, so the Kraken is a long, long way away from spawning. Babala's going to try and get in. Death from Above comes down, shuts out Queen. Vanes is in the back line. Babala low. Fountain won't heal him. Aloha is in that front line. Look at the damage he does to Revenger X. And once again, it's an ace for Hammer's Velocity. 12 kills to 1. and they're looking towards those crystal turrets.
Fourth ace of the game, and I think they could actually potentially finish the game out now. They've got so much damage, and the minion candies and the hunters aren't out yet.
This could be the game. This could be the crystal going down. Babala, Queen, and Revenger X are going to try and stop it, but I just don't think they have the damage. Aloha's low. They will try and keep it alive, but they just cannot do it. They can't survive, and Hammer's Velocity, 12-1 in an 11-minute stomp, just destroy the hunters.
I mean, plainly put, it all came down to that 1 minute ace at the very, very start. And the Hammer's Velocity, they knew exactly what they needed to do. They needed to be super aggressive with that early game composition. They pushed it, they were able to snowball with it. And that was 4 consecutive aces we saw coming out from Velocity. And I think, frankly put, it was just, there was no comeback mechanism there for hunters.
I think Velocity have just been slow rolling us. The entire split, they're like, no, guys, we won't win a game, we won't win a game, we won't win a game. We'll win one. And then we'll just, we'll sweep worlds. Perhaps that's what they're looking to do. Of course, we could see a comeback. Almost saw it in our first series, but the question is really if Hunters can bring themselves out of the dirt and be able to face up against Velocity next game.
I think that's a big question we're all waiting for. And I think if Hunters, if they maybe go for the early game composition, maybe we'll be seeing a bit differently because the early game and the late game there, the team fights, they're not a very team fight oriented team, and they're more objective focused. Yeah. So maybe if we saw either them playing a little bit more passively, just completely avoid going to that shot very early on, it could be a different story. It's hard to say right now, though.
That it could. Kestrel, the power pick, only a 33% win rate thus far at Worlds. I'm sure Zkent will be happy. Let's hear from him on the analyst desk.
Thank you very, very much, Sona. I totally predicted Velocity, right? That's what I predicted.
Something along the lines of that.
Yeah, I thought so. Anyway, that was a complete decimation by Hammer's Velocity. The Hammer truly came down in that first game. Now, a little fun fact for you, if you weren't paying attention, every single kill that Hammer's Velocity took ended up in a clean ace. We had 4 clean aces. They were the only team fights we had, and Hammer's Velocity just literally rolled shop along the Halcyon Fold. And that was a very quick game, dominant from the get-go. Where do we even start?
I mean, I guess you could start at minute 1, which was,
seems like a good place.
That was the first ace. Quickly after that, at 2 minutes and 50 seconds into the game, was a second ace.
This is the first ace here, I believe. Let's have a quick look at what's going on. Level 1 to level 2 at this point. A little bit of a level advantage, I guess, Fuji.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Like, at this point of the game, the burn from Adagio does so much work. The heal just keeps everyone sustained and alive. And we talk about this, right? Like, Velocity's strength is coming together as a trio, and when they put the pressure on, it's so hard for teams to understand what to do next. We saw so much focus going into the jungle. The Kashka takes so much energy to deal with early game with the speed, and Zio was just on the other side, just getting a bunch of free damage on Sky.
Yeah, it was incredibly hard for Hunters to actually deal with the composition that Velocity set up. Velocity was able to just basically constantly out-pressure Hunters at every single turn. Hunters would try to do anything. Glaive would go for an afterburn. Anything they tried, Velocity was ready.
So I've noticed something interesting just based on talking to the teams and having known the NA playstyle, specifically Hammer's Velocity playstyle. Hammer's Velocity, they like early team fights. They like to play as that trio, like you said, take advantage of that early synergy. Hunters, when we talked to them, they said, we don't bother ourselves with team fights. We don't bother ourselves with trying to pick off kills. We are objective-focused gameplay. But you pick CP Kestrel, I mean, guessing maybe to siege a turret with. I mean, that kind of maybe counteracted, especially having the Glaive, who loves to early gank, loves to early pressure. Maybe the composition not quite reflecting what they were aiming to do.
Certainly not. I mean, CP Kestrel from lane as well. The gold efficiency there that goes into weapon to be able to trade all game long, you just don't see the same kind of power coming out of that CP pick. Plus, if she's not in the jungle and she's in lane, she's very predictable where she's going to be, and when her glimmer shots are on cooldown, you have a window of opportunity to engage. We saw that with Velocity coming in with the Adagio pick, coming in with Kashka, they went for the jungle control, they didn't go for lane control, and that just starved so hard the Hunters, this poor team, just not able to find themselves back, and the nerves, like, getting to them. We saw Revenger X accidentally shooting the one shot in the wrong direction, probably just trying to retreat a little bit from the fight, queuing up the ability, but those little things matter. This is the world stage. You've got to bring it together.
We're going into draft for the next game of this best of 2 series. Can Hunters bring it back? They're going to have to be pretty ready to scrap, I would say, in the early game, and sort of playing that passive gameplay against Hammer's Velocity is only going to punish you. Adagio being banned out by Velocity, but Lyra makes it through the ban phase. She is first picked up.
I do not agree with this. Like, I see Hunters continually taking Lance out of the equation. I don't feel like for Velocity, Lance is a pick that they tend to prioritize enough to where you would give them Lyra.
is this a mishmash of world metas coming out? Is this Hunters saying, well, in China, maybe we ban Lance 100%, but we come to a world stage where everyone's like, eh.
It very well could be. I mean, right now, Hammer's Velocity taking the Lyra immediately because it is open, and we saw last game how Hammer's Velocity is so incredibly good in the early game. Hunters, they want to fight the early game, but they gave away Lyra.
Kestrel's still open too.
Yeah,
So there's so like Hunters.
You can see Fuji over here just
I'm
like,
just
what is going on?
Kestrel, Lyra, they're both still open. I mean, Catherine sometimes is supposed to be the deterrent, right? People talk about you just put the bubble up, you deflect all the damage, but teams are pretty good about not throwing their damage into your bubble sometimes when they've been playing for competitive seasons. So I feel like giving Lyra and Kestrel over is a big mistake.
I feel like Hunters have just said, here is a book of top-tier picks. Which ones would you like?
Ozo. Ozo's one they would like.
They're going to get Ozo as well. Humanist himself is dancing on the stage. Is Ozo locked in for Hammer's Velocity? We were told that they were planning on bringing this out.
Yeah, this is very true. So it's a bit of a combination. So Ozo can do well into squishy targets, but it's super risky on A side. So I have to hesitate on Hammers a little bit. They do have Kestrel, they do have Lyra. They're feeling really confident, but Ozo A side picks, pretty dangerous. Kroll does some pretty good work into the Ozo.
Like you've always said, Ozo generally does better into double ranged because, you know, just jumps in, does his thing. Into a double melee with the Cruel as well. It's not probably the optimal situation for Ozo to be performing.
Yeah, maybe a distraction though, so Kestrel gets a lot of damage off while Ozo's hopping around the map, but I guess we'll have to see. I do favor Velocity though.
You're going for Velocity, Zekin. Where are you going?
I gotta go with Velocity. I mean, Ozo, come on, it's gonna be awesome.
So Zekin is the chap before this started said, I think Kestrel's going to have the lowest win rate. Kestrel's ended up doing pretty well so far.
Hey, she's 33% right now.
Yeah. Okay. We are about ready to throw over to our casters, Sona and Jingyi, so take it away.
Thank you very much, guys, on the analyst desk. Well, will it be Ozo or will it be Oh No for Hammer's Velocity as they pick the monkey? It's going to be an exciting game indeed, and we are on to the Halcyon Fold already.
Yeah, and they've again gone for a very much more aggressive early game composition. If you look at Hunters with that Cruel, with that Celeste, the Catherine, that just screams late game right now. And I'm not sure that's the best idea for them because we know that Velocity has the potential to be super, super aggressive. And we might be seeing them making some plays, and I don't want to be seeing Catherine and Cruel going down to the shop. I want them to be seen rotating up to the lane. But right now, Revenger X's position is...
It'll be fun. It'll be fun. Queen came up, pops the flare out. We'll spot out Vayne's and Aloha. I think, actually, if you look at the difference between Vayne's and Queen's health here, that's the Iron Guard contract coming into effect. Vayne's is basically full HP, whereas Queen is down, well, it was down to about half when she first came into the lane.
And again, Lyra can heal.
Yep.
So last time we saw him playing Adagio. But right now, it looks like they're a little bit more passive compared to the last game right now. But we're seeing this harass coming out from Vayne's, and with the Principal Arcanum there, that does a lot of CP, even as a rogue. Yeah,
that's always been the strength of Lyra, being able to get into that lane and just force the enemy laner back because you have that Principal Arcanum, that passive, the ability to chuck out those 2 shots and get the slows down. Queen and Babala also seem to be at a little bit of an experience disadvantage a lot of the times. It was level 1 to level 2. Babala had to get that second camp, come back up and join the fight. Revengers and Queen is getting forced back here by Velocity. Vayne's not deterred by the turret at all.
Yeah, they're absolutely not. And I think that what we're looking at is difference between range. Revenger X, his range is less than Zeo's Glimmer shots right now. So it's very easy for Zeo to force him back into the turret. We're seeing how much health Revenger X has lost. He's trying to throw down as many Helios as he can, so he's very, very low in energy as well. I think right now we are seeing the momentum of the game swinging a little bit for Velocity.
Queen's dead!
Queen!
That is the momentum of the game for you. They already get the first blood. Revenger X has no way of surviving either as Vayne's snipes him away with the Imperial Sigil.
2 very, very quick kills, and that's exactly what we expect with this Lyra. You want to be seeing this pressure coming out very early on, but right now it's a 2v1 in the jungle.
Yeah, monkeys dominate the jungle a lot of the time, though. Here's the aggro bounce onto Babala. We'll take him low. This should be a kill for Velocity as they chase the Cruel. He's going to try and surf his way away, but he cannot escape as Aloha and Velocity take him down.
Well, the 3 kills.
It wasn't an ace, I'm just saying.
It wasn't an ace, but still 3 kills.
Yeah,
still 3 kills. I mean, pretty good going for Velocity right now. And that's what I mean. They've got their early game advantage. They've got the sustain, they've got the harass coming out from the lane and in the jungle as well. And if you look at this 1v1 between Cruel and Ozo, right now we're seeing better rotations coming out from Velocity where they are coming down to assist him. So it's not just a 1v1, it's a 2v1 or a 3v1. They are picking the conditions for the fights.
Babala was able to steal away that Treant. They're going to look for the damage onto Aloha. He acro bounces away. Revengers is here as well, but won't be able to chase them down. I just want to bring back, talk about Hammer's velocity again. They came 7th in the split. They were kind of the dark horse coming out of NA. You've got Gangstar Sirius, and you've got a lot of damage coming down with the Acro Bouncer's velocity. Look for the fight. Zeo getting jumped on here by Babala. Imperial Sigil will help them take down the Cruel, and now Revenger X and Queen scatter for the hills. Revenger X is going to fall 5 kills to none for Hammer's velocity.
Yeah, we saw Cruel trying his very, very best there in that team fight. And I think the problem is that this Cruel is in his early game, he needs to be able to stick onto his opponents. And with that Lyra, who's able to speed up her teammates, he's not able to do that. He's just taking a lot of damage when he's trying to chase. And right now, they need you to take a back seat, just slow down a little bit. Oh, Babala in the jungle 1v2.
Here comes the Ozo once again. Babala trying to trade in, almost gets the kill with the Spectral Smite. Now turns his attentions to Vanes, just trying to force velocity out of his jungle. He wants some farm for himself. He's only sitting at 14 CS. He needs to get himself some farm. Zeo sitting at 39 to the 26 on Revenger X. That's a huge advantage once again for velocity.
Revenger X is having a very, very tough time. Queen's basically in lane with him the whole time, and Zeo's still able to harass him, and that is the power of the early game Kestrel. What I think is that once Revenger X reaches level 8, the Helios at max range, that's when we will be seeing that Celeste maybe just being a little bit more confident in terms of farming, in terms of range. But right now, they just have to be more passive.
That they do. They just need to play a little bit safer. Celeste is so strong late game. Cruel as well can do a huge amount of work. Catherine as well scales up so well with that heroic perk, doing a Captain of the Guard. I was trying to remember its name. Captain of the Guard doing a huge amount of work. So Hunters here, you're behind. Yes, you're 1,500 gold behind. You are definitely at a disadvantage in whatever fight you take. Just don't take a fight.
I mean, they have a very, very tanky front line if they get into the late game with that Catherine and with that Cruel there. But right now, again, it's a 1v2 in the jungle. Actually, we do see Queen coming down, so this could be a very different story.
Queen is on her way. Weakness stacked up onto Aloha. Will use those boots to swift his way away. Now going to turn his attentions over to Revenger X as Zeo misses a couple of glimmers. That's unlike him, usually very on point with those shots, but not quite able to connect onto Revenger X, who was dodging side to side.
Oh, they get the stun.
Core collapse out. Queen coming in. Merciless Pursuit will try and connect onto Zeo, but already the Celeste is dead. Babala, not 6 yet, does not have that from Hell's Heart. Still looking for the kill. Does have Spectral Smite. Active Camo Stun onto the kill. Imperial Sigil keeps Zeo alive, and here comes the turnaround as Velocity. They want another ace. They won't get it as Revenger Ace is back alive.
Oh, 2 kills.
One shot, 1 kill from Zeo. Looking for Babala now. Aloha with the chase in. Acro bounces
3
in.
kills.
Gets the kill again. 3 kills once more for Velocity.
This is incredibly difficult for Hunters right now, and I think the only word to say is it's methodical. It's so methodical coming out from Velocity. They're picking off their opponents. They're focusing on Babala right now because as the Cruel, he doesn't have that much damage. And what we're seeing is, again, the problem, the stickiness. He's not able to get to his opponents. He almost got Zeo just then, but Zeo was able to escape. And I think that's a key point. You can't escape. If you've got an opponent, you don't want your opponent escaping.
It's the truth.
Yeah,
it's the truth.
That's it.
Aloha also has that bangerang now as well, so can try and get those long-range engages on. Queen hasn't got a reflex block. Revenger X hasn't got a reflex block. Babala doesn't have a reflex block. There are no reflex blocks on Hunter. And when you've got the engage potential from Aloha, from long range, you've got Arcane Passage in by Vanes as well. You've got Zeo who's hitting those active camo stuns. You have to think that Hunters, it's all about trying to find a way not to die now for Hunters.
Yeah, they are not ready for fight. In terms of their composition, this is not the time. I think around 15 minutes, that may be the time. And that's just an estimate of when they actually might be taking their own in the team fights. But right now, as it stands, like you said, they have to just be able to survive. But with no reflex blocks and with that banger around there, it's going to be very difficult. We have to rely on Queen using her stun to try and prevent that, but that's difficult to time and keep it there.
Incredibly tricky task for them. They will see if they can get some farm on towards Babala on that Cruel as well. He's only sitting at 25 CS once again, almost half of Aloha's. Revenger X is 20 behind his lane opponent, and Velocity they want this turret now. They're just going to go in. Bangarang onto Queen. 1 shot, 1 kill. Hits the turret instead. Fountain used. Core Collapse not going to connect. Aloha bouncing his way around. Here comes the bomb. Hell's Heart. Babala gets onto Vanes. Hunters turning it around. Stun onto Babala though. Vanes the target. Blast Tremor used. Spectral Smite will smite that Lyra away, and Hunters turn the fight around.
That was a very, very bad dive coming out from Aloha. You went in so deep. And when you've got someone like a Catherine who can stun, Zeo
does get the active camo stun, but Babala's there for the chase. Queen as well might go down to Glimmers. Zeo has weakness stacks for days on him now. Does get the kill, but Babala will take him down, get the shutdown. And Hunters are alive in this game.
Yeah, it's only 1.3k gold lead now. We're going to go back into a replay, and this is, I think, the moment where we see the bangarang coming out on Queen, and Queen has to use the fountain there, but this is the moment where they dive a little bit too far. Aloha gets hit by a Solar Storm in the face, and that health heart coming out under Veins absolutely changed the momentum of the whole fight there, and they pick up 2 kills, and not quite the 3 just yet.
I'm not sure Zeo needed to continue the aggression there.
He didn't need to.
It felt very much like he was playing on an emotional high. It's something that Velocity have been known for, is letting their emotions dictate how they play.
Quite similar to Gangster Serious in that respect, if you look at it. But right now, again, after that team fight, that was a great team fight for Hunters, actually. A little bit earlier than I thought it was, but they managed to change it around, and I think that was they were just taking advantage of Velocity's aggression. It was just a bit cocky coming out from them with that dive.
I want to focus as well on Babala's build here. He's gone Shiver Steel. In Europe, we've seen a lot of crews going sort of Storm Crown and more on hit. Shiver Steel does allow you some of that, but how does that impact the way he's going to play these fights?
I think what he's going for is he's trying to peel for Revenger X. Oh, they get the stun!
From Hell's Heart onto Zeo, tries to block it out. Here's the bangarang. Babala knocked onto Zeo, though. That's not where you want the Krull. There's the kill. Solar Storm comes out. Revenger X with the aggro bounce. Aloha takes him low. They will look for a bit more of a chase. Hunters get themselves the kill onto Zeo. Aloha help them out.
I think the problem with these fights right now for Velocity is that they're using the bangarang not on Revenger X, but they're using on Babala, they're using on Queen, and Revenger X is their key target.
Definitely.
So squishy, and there's so much burst there in Velocity's hand, but by focusing on the more tankier team members, it's making it very difficult for Velocity in these team fights.
Revenger X has picked himself up a reflex block now as well, so it is a little bit harder to get that bangarang to connect. You do still have the active camo stuns, though. You still have ways of making him proc that reflex block. And of course, we saw Revenger X slightly misplay in the last game. Sometimes your fingers just get away from you and you miss the reflexes, or you miss the one-shot, one-kills. They are going to continue to try and pressure this turret, but you have to feel that a little bit of the wind has come out of Velocity's sails as they've lost these last 2 fights.
I mean, Revenger X does have his broken myth now, so I think what we can safely expect to say is him trying to build up those broken myth stacks, using his Helios, using his core collapses, and then what we'll probably see is that Solar Storm coming at the very end, unless we can see Velocity diving on him straight away, and right now we're not seeing that. I think they're more distracted by Babala and Queen than anything else.
Well, that's Babala and Queen's job as well.
Yeah.
You've got so many forms of crowd control with the From Hell's Heart, with the Merciless Pursuit, with the core collapse. You can only reflex one of those. Solar Storm used, Gold Miner not going to be taken, but Aloha has been stunned up. They're looking for the chase. Imperial Sigil used. Blast Tremor comes out. Babala is low, though. The Fountain used. Vane's going to jump in with the Arcane Passage, but Velocity won this fight. They take down Babala. Queen and Revenger X will fall as well. Queen just getting chased off towards the side. Velocity get exactly the fight they wanted.
Yeah, it's not quite the ace that they were looking for, but with Queen, she has no Stormguard banner. She has no way of clearing that wave. And this is a very, very good opportunity for Velocity to try and push down that turret as much as possible. And I think in the last fight, Hunters, they focus on the wrong target. They focus on Aloha, who has this heal coming out from his skills. You've got Veins there as well.
You've got aggro bounce.
Yeah.
You've got so many ways of escaping.
You're wanting Zeo. They've been doing very well so far, focusing on Zeo, but that last team fight, it just got away from them.
That it did, and perhaps that was part of, you used the Solar Storm to try and steal away the gold mine. They were like, that hasn't worked, let's go in, let's see how things go. They are a relatively new team. Revenger X, of course, only joined them very recently, so perhaps a little bit of missed synergy, a little bit of missed shot calling between the players there, not quite understanding exactly what their goal was when they came into the fight.
Yeah, well, Celeste, though, she's really been coming on. She's really doing a great job right now, and actually, this is kind of the old Hunter roster that we expect to see. They loved that Celeste and that Catherine. That was a combo we saw a lot coming out from them. Right now, though, there's a lot of damage on that side of Zeo, and if we can just get another aggressive engage with Arcane Passage onto Hunters, that's the fight that Velocity is looking for.
Baines has got the Crucible and the Fountain now as well. Aloha has gone towards an Aftershock, built his Broken Myth just completed. Zeo, as you say, almost got that double Tyrant's Monocle stacked up, and that is a huge burst of damage for the Kestrel. If you're landing crits, they just do so much more for you in a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what's important to note is that Babala, he has his breaking point now, and there's no pauldrons on the side of Velocity yet. So if he chooses a target, let's say Zeo, he's applying those weakness stacks. There's no one there to slow down his attack speed.
Baines is on his way to the pauldrons, though. He's sitting about 300 gold away from it, so will get that Atlas pretty soon. If he can get to that, if he can stop the Cruel being able to get the weakness stacks off, you have to think that Velocity just win out the game, because at the moment, it feels like Babala's doing most of the work in these fights for Hunters. Queen caught out by a couple of glimmers. The third one comes out. Zio does go in. Fountain used. Zio's been stunned up here, and that will be Zio falling. Now Babala's going to get onto Baines. Arcane Passage away. They still want the chase, though, and they won't quite be able to connect onto that Lyra or that Ozo.
I think the thing is with Hunters is that they have so much crowd control. You've got the silence, you've got the stun coming out from Catherine, you've got another stun coming out from Cruel, and then you've also got a stun coming out from Celeste. You can't block every single one of these, and you can try your best with Vaynes using that bulwark, but they focus on Zeal so hard there. They're trying to get Revenger X, but they just completely turned it around thanks to Queen and Babala. That's
the strength of Queen, you know, she can just come in for the merciless pursuit, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Onto Aloha, one shot, one kill, hits Revenger X. Will be able to get away with that Imperial Sigil. Bright Bulwark does do a lot of work into a Catherine and into a Cruel when they're trying to run at you.
Exactly. Revenger X, he has his Eve of Harvest now, and that's very, very important because it gives him that sustain. And previous in the team fights, he was forced to back away very early on and then re-engage, but right now he can stay in that fight a little bit longer, which is very, very important for Hunters.
Gold mine has been started here. Velocity should have this one in the bag. Hunters really no way of contesting this. That will push them 4,000 gold ahead. It's a lot slower paced game compared to the last one where Velocity were able just to close it out incredibly quickly. And Hunters now have got towards that 15-minute mark you talked about, Jinyi. Might have the opportunity to get back into this matchup.
I definitely think so, because we're going to see Queen and Babala prioritizing that armor against Zio. They're both on the coat of plates. They're not quite towards the pauldrons. But right now, I think the biggest threat for them is actually Aloha, because there's no shield on the side of Revenger X. And if they can actually get onto Revenger X, there's not much they can do.
Babala has a bit of shield for himself. Aloha's going to step forward. They do have the From Hell's Heart go for Zio. Blocks it out. Aloha the target, though. Queen stunned by the active camo. Here comes the Bangarang. Blocked out by the Reflex. Babala now in the midst of all of Velocity, and he will fall as Aloha takes him down. Hunters start the fight, but lose it out.
I think when the moment that Zio blocked that From Hell's Heart, they should have just backed away. Yep. They shouldn't have continued on, because we saw Velocity able to block at the Blast Tremor. Queen, what are you doing?
Hunters is going to try and get towards this Kraken. Aloha jumps in, one shot, one kill, takes Queen down, and Revenger X now jumped on by Aloha. Vaynes here for the chase. Aggro bounces in, the third shot is huge. Hammers Velocity, take the ace, and look towards the Kraken.
I think is that the second ace of the, first ace of the game? Yeah. First ace of the game. And I've got to say, Babala, when he's not able to stick onto his targets, it's very difficult for him, because even though he has a lot of tankiness there, he doesn't actually have that much weapon damage. So if they're able to stick on Babala, Revenger X is in a very tough situation. So we're about to see this happen right now. Queen's taking a lot of damage. I think that's a little bit of overstepping the mark there. Queen gets killed by the one-shot, one-kill. Revenger X with no energy left. There's not much he can do right now. We see the Hilo and the Eve of Harvest coming out, but it's just not enough, and that's the ace.
That is the ace indeed. The Kraken has been taken here by Hammer's Velocity as well. They're going to look for the push with that. 3 turrets they need to get through if they are going to get towards that crystal. And it feels at the moment like they have the ability and the strength to be able to do that. Hunter's definitely on the back foot, but as you've said before, they have got these later game scaling heroes.
What I'm worried about with this Kraken push is that the only person on the team of Hunters who can really do some damage onto that Kraken is Revenger X. Queen and Babala, they don't have anything. There's no Stormguard banner, there's not much damage coming from Babala. This could be a very, very aggressive push coming from Velocity, and it wouldn't surprise me if this was the end game.
Quite possibly. Kraken's gone through the first turret. Queen onto Zio. There is the From Hell's Heart. Bangarang comes out. Blast Tremor not going to be used there as Aloha goes into the backline. Queen is low, so's Babala. They're going to try and chase onto Aloha. Vaynes has jumped onto Revenger X. Fountain comes out late. Babala still alive somehow, but Queen has fallen. Babala onto the Sanctuary. Just about keeps himself alive. Now it's up to Revenger X to try and hold back the onslaught that is Hammer's Velocity. One crystal turret has fallen. They're looking to the second with this Kraken as well. Babala trying to take it down. Core Collapse used. Aloha's there as well, off towards the side. Zio taken low. Babala, that front line for the team is just not doing enough. The second crystal turret will fall, and Velocity look to close it out. They'll take the series 2-0 over Hunters.
That was a much slower game, but again, Velocity, they proved that they were very slick in how they just executed that. And I've got to say, I think the problem with the Hunters team fights was that their engagements were very, very similar. It was very well projected. You had the Hell's Heart coming out, and then you had the silence. It was very easy for Velocity to anticipate that and block that. And I think that was a major issue with Hunters in their team fights. They had great CC there, but again, if you can see it coming, there's no point.
Indeed. Velocity able to use their early game advantages to close out the game. Superb play by them. Commiserations, of course, to Hunters. They will still be in the tournament. It's a round robin, so they still have the opportunity to either get into a tiebreaker or even get that second spot in the group and take it through to the quarterfinals tomorrow. To break down that series and to lead us into the next games, let's hand it back across towards our analysts. Over to you.
Well, NA, they were poised the challenge of turning up at Worlds, and they certainly have turned up at Worlds.
Nailed it.
They've absolutely nailed it. I guess you guys got to be good at some esports, right?
Oh.
I'm joking. That was a fantastic performance by Hammers Velocity, and I think it's hard to pin down exactly what they did so well, because they just did so many things so well. But I mean, where are we starting, Fuji?
I mean, I think draft initially was the concern. I mean, you gave Lyra and Kestrel over to side A. I think the Ozo pick on side A was a little weak. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of that. We saw some struggling in the mid and game where for him to actually be able to find a target. Like, obviously he wants to go on the Celeste, but with the Kroll, with the Catherine, kind of difficult for him to get there. Even some overextension, like fighting between turrets, just testing it. But Velocity felt so strong against this team that they just went with the draft. They pushed the envelope just a little bit and ended up coming out ahead in the end.
Right, as you said before the game, though, I mean, what they really needed was to have that front line tank in front of Zeo. Zeo was just dishing out so much damage with those glimmer shots on that Kestrel, and with Veins on the Lyra, able to constantly heal up Ozo. It was very, very hard for Hunters to take him down.
And we talked about the, it was Zeo versus Revenger X, right? Like, who was going to really pull through? I mean, at 12 minutes in this game, Zeo was 30 CS above Revenger X. So, like, we're talking about Kestrel with double monocles, Sorrow Blades, putting out so much damage, and Ozo is the most insane distraction.
Yeah.
It's so hard for Celeste to do any significant damage to him while he's dealing it in return and getting clipped by glimmers that you're trying to move around. Hunters was having such a tough time deciding where they needed to be.
He's so mobile as well, especially for Celeste. That's an issue. We're going to have a replay coming up here, ladies and gentlemen. Walk us through what's been going on.
Yeah, and here we just actually see Zeo getting caught out just a little bit, and we were wondering, like, where's Ozo? Where's Ozo? Is he going to be able to come up and help? And he does. Like, he comes in with the banger, and he tosses Kroll backwards. A really nice one-shot, one-kill. Once again, just Catherine unable to really make it happen, and then Kroll going down. The right idea by Hunters was to be able to actually get onto Zeo, but they couldn't finish him off. Kroll just didn't have the damage. Celeste wasn't there to help either.
So, Zeo the monster this game, Aloha the monster last game, but the MVP for the series is going to be that man that we told you to watch out for. It's Zeo, 10-3-3 on Kestrel that last game. Absolutely dominated.
I think everyone's sad that Ozo didn't get MVP.
I think Humanist especially is... He's really hoping for that Ozo MVP. But no, Zeo, fantastic guy, and mechanical god, as a lot of people sort of point out, one of the most gifted Vainglory players that we have. And he does deservedly sort of take that mantle for this series, which means that it's a 2-0 there for Hammers Velocity, the first 2-0 that we're going to see on stream today.
That's not true.
2-0 in the first, remember?
Oh, yes, it was.
Stop
I forgot
being
about that. I was already sort of passively going towards EU, and I completely forgot. I thought it was that 1-1. You're right. Both 2-0s that we've seen in this game, so we haven't seen a draw yet. Thanks for saving me. It does mean, though, we're going to go get the standings as soon as we can. Not sure we'll have them ready right now, but once we know enough about what's been going on off-stream and what we're going on stream, we'll try and get the standings towards you, because it is going to be quite confusing today. There could be lots of different results. So we're going to come back to a short break. After the, I think after the break, we've got TSM versus... Hack, yes. So TSM versus Hack after the break. We'll be back very shortly.
it's covering something up, then potentially you can, lower the size. There's a number of things you can do with customization. But from now on, Twitch Weekly will have captions. We also announced that TwitchCon and the Kappa Theater are going to have captions as well. And there's a ton more information on blog.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Vainglory World Championships here at the Chinese Theater in Los Angeles. I'm Xscoundrel. I'm joined by Fuji and Zika. We are ready to take you through the next couple of games here, next couple of series that we're going to be showing on stream. And this matchup that we've got now is going to be a pretty exciting one because I'm sure everyone's favorite North American esports team, TSM, are going to be taking on another Korean team, Hack.
Yeah, I mean, this is Group B. We get to dive in deep into the meat and potatoes of what we might think could be the upset potential of this group. We know the other person, Gangstar Cerberus, or other team rather, is still in this group. But TSM versus Hack, this is such a defining series because if TSM can take it, everything goes according to plan. If Hack surprises us and takes him 1-1, 2-0, then everything changes for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting because both these teams have the potential to be at the top of this tournament. They're both incredible, and they have both shown that in the past they are able to take games off of the best teams in the world.
Absolutely. Everybody, especially some of the Eastern Asian teams, saying that they actually fear TSM as one of the only teams that can really contest with them on a worldwide level. And speaking of TSM, we have got their roster to show you, so let's have a quick look at these guys. I will bring it up on screen as soon as I physically can. What it is, FlashX, Von C, and BestChuck NA, if you didn't know already. These guys, they've been kind of reformed after their earlier iterations of TSM when they had the likes of Kolomeek and things.
Kolomeek and Mixi, yeah.
Yeah, and this seems to be a version of TSM that are just super strong. I mean, they swept through the Summer Live Championships in North America. I mean, they were almost godly in every single series that they fought. I mean,
9-0, undefeated in the Summer
Exactly. I mean, they were
Championships, yeah.
absolutely insane. And FlashX is the only remaining member. He's kind of taking that captain's shot calling role. I mean, do you think this is the best TSM version that we will ever see, potentially?
I think so. I mean, when BestChuck and Von C came onto the team during the summer season, they ended up giving us the new level of Vainglory is what we were calling it, where a team really put in more practice than anyone else, and it showed that hard work pays off. Through the rest of the autumn season, we know they've been kind of holding back a little
Voldemort has no
things. And a little shout out from
Thanks, Sona.
from up above.
Thanks, Sona. Voldemort's not in this match.
No,
but,
he's not, even though Sona would like him to be. But no, we see this super strong team coming to the world stage, and this is still the question pays out. Does hard work pay off? They're the first team house officially in Vainglory. We know they've been working together closely for quite some time, and because they've been holding back and hiding some things, do they break it all out on day one against Hack? I think they need to.
Well, let's have a quick look at that roster now. I believe it is ready to be shown on screen, so you can have a quick browse over the members. If you didn't know them already, like we said, FlashX, BestChuck NA, and Von C. Von C, actually one of the players that is kind of more well known as his own brand in Vainglory, that no fear, just fight brand that Von C always brings. And he's been incredibly influential for them, I think, as he's come onto the team.
Yeah, he's always been a little bit of a liability for the team, though, because in previous iterations, previous teams he's been on, he's always been that player who is in the front, who is trying to make those plays, and that can sometimes not work out for them. But it's really up to FlashX and BestChuck NA to really rein him in and really turn him into that smoking gun they need.
Yeah, and I think FlashX is one of the better commanders of the gun. I mean, he's really vocal, knows the game inside out, may not mechanically be the best support, or rather roam that we see, but he has got such good shot calling ability and such good sort of, I think, game knowledge that he always seems to keep the team on track when things are going wrong. I mean, TSM are the king of comebacks, right? I mean, they always find a way to come back into the game. I think a large part of that is down to FlashX's ability to rein them in.
Yeah, when we talk about this, like most people have, some items and their abilities at the bottom, and we kind of joke that, Flash's fourth ability is Rain Von C. And he's got to be able to turn it on when it matters, because Von C is a crazy player that likes to go deep. He likes to go for the kills. They've kind of tuned him back into a direction that the team feels super strong about, but he's still not incredibly reliable when it comes to what happens if TSM isn't in the lead. Can they really stay on the back of Best Chuck if for some reason the jungle fails?
Absolutely. Well, our player to watch this series will be Von C, that No Fear Just Fight star member of TSM, signature hero Kestrel, which seems quite apt for this patch, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Kestrel's pretty strong. I mean, Vonsi showed us some crazy Kestrel play many moons ago, back when she kind of first came out. We were like, wow, there's a lot of potential here. But we've seen TSM innovate. They've kind of diverged from the meta in some cases, pulling out different styles of picks throughout the autumn season, like Weapon Power Samuel and whatnot. So you never really know what Vonsi is going to do.
Except for put his feet on the table and chill, because that's apparently Von C's style. Now, we actually have a video to show you for TSM in case you need a little bit more information on them. I'm sure you know that brand incredibly well, but take a look.
My name is Flash X. I'm the roam player for Team Solo Mid. The current rosters, myself, Von C, and Best Chuck NA. Von C and Best Chuck NA joined the team at the start of the summer 2016 season, to which we went on and win the North American Championship. Best Chuck NA is the lane player, and Von C plays jungle. Von C is really known for his hyper-aggressive play. He really knows how to capitalize on the smallest mistake from the enemy team. Best Chuck NA is a very stable and reliable laner. He knows how to last hit and CS incredibly well, and I just kind of support the team wherever they need it. While we did technically qualify for Worlds during the winter season, the roster changed with Cole the Meek and McShee leaving the team and Best Chuck NA and Von C joining the team for summer. So we definitely felt like we had a lot to prove during summer, not only to ourselves, but everyone else as well. So we definitely trained really hard, and I think that we kind of spoke for that when we went undefeated during the summer finals. So when we decided to change the roster for summer season, Best Chuck NA really didn't compete during the spring competitive season at all. He was mostly a ranked player and just focused on making his name known during ranked queue, which he actually achieved Vainglorious Gold, which maybe a very small handful of other players, 8 or so, achieved the same rank. The last year has really been surreal, winning the IPL Season 2 with Arden Alliance with Shinkaigen, to go on and adding Cole the Meek to the team, where we got signed by Team Solo Mid right before the Winter Championships, where we ended up winning that, and then unfortunately we didn't really meet the same expectations and standards during the spring season, which is why we ultimately made a decision to change the roster and add Von C and Best Chuck NA to the team. And really, our best performance was definitely during the summer season, and now we're looking to repeat that performance during Worlds.
Well, we've actually escaped the bullet here. We're still always transmitting. I don't know if that's a curse or a curse or a benefit, but hey, that was TSM right there. And, well, honestly, they look pretty confident. A lot of other teams are really sort of triggering them as the best team outside of the East Asian region and really a team that could actually take it all. But they're going up against Hack, kind of like the second team, third team in the East Asian Korean region, who they don't rate themselves maybe as highly as Phoenix Armada would, but it's no, stiff competition. They've got to really have their game faces on here, TSM, to really take out this high-level competitor in the form of Hack.
It's true. I mean, Hack is similar to how we used to describe Avalanche in the European scene. They're very unpredictable. You don't know what their picks are going to be. Their drafts tend to be catered towards counter-picking, not purely just meta. So it's a tough team for TSM to plan against, which FlashX loves to do. So it'll be curious to see what Hack decides to play today.
Well, we know, Zika, that they have got some interesting picks to bring to the table. I think we've seen some of them previously already, like the Ozo, the Lance. They really maybe are going slightly off meta, though I still imagine Kestrel is going to be in there somewhere.
Yeah, I imagine they're still going to be picking Kestrel if left open. However, I don't really expect TSM to really leave that up unless they have a particularly good strategy against it.
Sure.
But one of the great things about Hack is that they do have so many varieties in their hero pool that TSM, it's very hard for TSM to prepare for this Hack lineup because they can pretty much pull out anything they want.
Absolutely. Now, when we talked to Hack previously, they did say that they used to favor the early mid-game, being aggressive, looking to capitalize on kills and snowballing. Now they're kind of wandering more down to that late-game orientated player, probably akin to what we sometimes see Team Secret do in EU. Is this going to be good or bad for them versus TSM? Because I imagine if I were to say them playing Hammer's Velocity, I'd say no way you play for the late game versus Hammer's Velocity. They'll crush you before you even get there. Versus TSM, is it a similar story, or does TSM play a little bit more calculated?
I think it depends on exactly what they meant by being stronger in the late game. If they just give up early game pressure and they say, you know what, we're going to change our playstyle completely and we're just going to focus on scaling late game comps, I think that's a mistake, especially coming out of their region where they get the most practice being the strongest in that kind of early game control and pressure. But I think if they really practice the late game and they're able to turn that pressure into extended scaling, increase the gold gap constantly, effectively throughout the match, that's a team that you don't want to mess with.
Yeah, it really comes down to how well they can play the early game, because even if they do pick those scaling compositions, if they're able to play an early game up against a very aggressive early game team composition and go even, that has incredibly good play coming out from the Hack.
So we have a video coming your way for Hack. If you don't know much about them, this is the place to find out.
제 이름은 제가 사용하고 있는 닉네임은 다다고 지금 현재 핵팀의 리더를 맡고 있습니다. 일단은 저 같은 경우는 포지션은 레인이고 주로 이제 저희 팀의 분위기 메이커 역할을 제가 지금 하고 있습니다. 시즌 1 이제 대회가 열린다고 하고 같은 길드였던 영주와 함께 팀을 꾸리게 되어서 이제 시즌 1부터 지금까지 이렇게 팀을 유지를 해왔습니다. 그리고 이제 영주, 아이러브 영주는 포지션이 정글이고 주로 이제 약간 게임의 운영을 이렇게 잡고 오더를 하는 그런 형식으로 그런 선수입니다. 그리고 이제 시즌 3 전에 VGL 스프링에서 센스플레이 선수가 이제 저희 핵팀에 합류를 하게 되고 그리고 지금까지 팀을 유지를 해왔습니다. 그리고 이제 센스플레이 선수는 포지션은 로머이며 그리고 이제 전체적인 게임의 흐름을 읽고 약간 이제 오더를 하고 이제 서브로 영주가 이제 옆에서 같이 도와주는 역할을 합니다. 아무래도 피닉스 아르마 팀도 지난 대회부터 꾸준한 그런 노력들을 보여줬고 대회에서 좋은 성과를 거뒀고 다른 이제 팀도 많은 성과를 거두었기 때문에 아무래도 저희 팀이 열심히 하지 않으면 이길 수 없다고 저는 생각을 하고 있습니다. 일단은 저희가 이번 연도 VGL 스프링에서 이제 1등을 하게 됐고 그리고 이제 VGL 스프링 1등을 해서 VIPL 3 시즌 3 시드권을 얻게 되고 이제 VIPL 시즌 3 1등을 이제 지금의 피닉스 아르마다가 하게 됐고 2등을 저희 핵팀이 하게 돼서 이제 그 성과로 저희가 지금 이 자리에 있지 않나. 네. 일단은 저희 팀은 초반 이제 다른 나라 다른 팀에 비해서 초반 정글이 굉장히 탄탄한 편이며 주로 이제 중후반을 갈수록 정글 로머가 이제 제 뒤를 봐주고 중후반 이후에는 약간 제가 캐리를 하는 그런 그림이 요즘은 자주 나오고 있습니다. 그런데 그 이제 약간 옛날에 좀 공격적이었던 정글 쪽이 요즘 많이 좀 위축된 것 같아서 요즘은 다독이면서 조금씩 이제 월드 챔피언십을 준비하고 있습니다.
Well, there we have it. Hack, and they are looking strong coming into this now. It would be foolish to downplay Hack as a second-rate team. They are certainly up there as one of the strongest in this entire tournament. TSM will know that, and Hack have said, I don't want people to underestimate us. We are still, winning VGL season, spring season. We won, obviously, came second in the summer season. It was pretty crazy for them to do that, especially against the strength of Phoenix Armada. So they've really got basically a huge skill team here that I think TSM have to take into account going into this best of 2.
I mean, mechanics, individual play still matters so much in Vainglory, regardless of the draft strategy you come in with, the rotational strategy you come in with. If the team fight breaks out and you can't live up to the other team, you're always going to struggle. So this is really going to be on the TSM to match mechanically, but to come out ahead in strategy, which is what they are known to do.
And we have our player to watch. It will be I Love Youngju. He will be obviously the jungler here for Hack, so we've got to keep an eye on him. Obviously working together with Dada for a very long time in this particular setup. Signature hero Alpha here. Doubt we'll see too much of it coming out on the world stage, but Zekant, I Love Youngju, really sort of deservedly the player to watch if he can perform at the level we know he can.
Yeah, he's an absolutely incredible player, and it's really up to him and his team to see if they can really secure that early game lead, because it's very common for these East Asian teams to put a lot of pressure in lane, actually up to the jungler to 1v2 in the jungle, or just put a lot of pressure on his own 1v1.
Absolutely, we are going to be heading into draft fairly soon, which will be an interesting draft phase as well, because actually no one has banned Kestrel on B-side. No one has touched Kestrel and has always allowed it to be either first picked, or if you're looking at that last draft phase, it kind of got through a little bit further. But honestly, this is an interesting one, because I imagined that Kestrel would have been prioritized as either pick or ban, especially B-side, not wanting to let it go through.
I mean, Hack has put a lot of emphasis on Kestrel for a very long time now. TSM knows that she is strong, so I don't think one of these teams is going to let her go very far.
Yeah, it could actually be the Kestrel ban. Yep, Hack take it out on the B side, so Kestrel will not be seen in this game. And TSM could be prioritizing the Koshka here. This could be, well, they have prioritized the Koshka.
This is very different. First pick Koshka has a lot of pretty significant potential counters. It'll be interesting to see what they kind of round it out with, but Lance kind of first up is a roam. I would already kind of figure out hey, there's Koshka. Let's get the Githian walls down. Let's try to land some impales to keep her from being able to get into the fight.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for Koshka to get into these fights, especially against the Blackfoot and Lance. Lance with the Githian wall will constantly be pressuring him and pushing him away, and especially with the impales, it'll be very difficult for, I imagine, Vainglory to be that Koshka to be getting into these fights.
So Koshka, Gwen, Adagio there for TSM. And it's going to be Lance, which we know Hack like to prioritize. That and Ozo, I think they said that they had their priorities. Lance is going to be locked in here. Blackfeather 2. And maybe they're going to finish this up with a Samuel. So that's going to be Lance, Blackfeather, and Samuel here. Quickly, gentlemen, what are these compositions designed to do?
So TSM has obviously been practicing a lot in NA with Velocity. You see the Adagio roam come through again. We saw the strength of Koshka Adagio combination, being able to really apply the jungle pressure. And then, of course, that early game pressure leads to a late game Gwen. So I actually think the composition has been well thought out. We saw the Samuel kind of not sure when it came in. It seemed like a little bit of a last second kind of, we think this will do good into this. I don't think Hack was prepared for the comp, so maybe TSM has the edge.
Very quickly, predictions?
I have to go with TSM.
I'm going to go with Hack this one.
Oh, wow. Okay, I'm going to go for TSM. And believe it or not, we have everyone's favorite Vainglory duo. It is AJ and Humanist. Take it away, lads.
Thank you very much, Scoundrel. We are so excited to be here at the World Championship casting some games.
Oh,
man,
yeah.
What a draft to kick things off, at least for us, right? I mean, Koshka as a first pick, that is crazy.
We're going to have some fun. That is all I know. TSM versus Hack, this is hype.
All right, let's get on to the fold, ladies and gentlemen, for Team Solo Mid versus Hack. Humanist, let's talk straight away here about some of these team composition choices from the teams. We did see that Koshka to begin with. It's paired with the Gwen and the Adagio. This feels very much like a North American composition. It's very aggressive in the jungle.
Yeah, and we've seen the Koshka Adagio go to work earlier. We're going to see the abused move speed coming out of the Koshka. Vainglory will do it almost better than anyone. Flash just needs to sit in the backline, get that burn from the Gift of Fire, keep his ally alive, and it should be enough. I'm really interested to see how Best Chuck plays with this win here, though.
Oh, Senseplay trying to go for the Impale, but he misses it. We talk about this all the time. You can't miss those as a Lance in the early game. Vainglory wants the kill. He picks it up. He is getting taken quite low, trying to back away now. Oh, Malice and Verdict not going to finish him off. Flash trying to sustain him a bit. They're actually thinking about going back in here, Humanist. Vainglory, look at the damage. He finds a second kill. Team Solo Mid out of the gate strong.
All right, well, you see this engagement, you have to know that you are level 1, Team Solo Mid has a level 2. That is an advantage that you cannot go against there. If Dada had his level 2, that was a kill, but it did not happen.
Oh man, this is really interesting to me. See Senseplay trying, I think he did actually get that.
Yeah, he got that. That was a nice steal.
Yeah, that was a very nice steal coming out of him. That said, TSM is still doing the right thing here. You know, they get some kills. They don't just sit back on that. They go and try and get some invades down. I want to talk to you a little bit about playstyles. Obviously, Hack is from the East Asia region, Team Solo Mid from North America. One thing we've been hearing is that East Asia, something they love to do is group as 3 and team fight. They're almost better at it than any other region. You saw them do that with a very quick rotation from the lane, right? But actually, Team Solo Mid adapted. They did the exact same thing, and they're looking for some more damage here. Vainglory, he's got to be careful not to go too deep, though.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, if you're looking at a team to adapt, I think TSM, out of all of these teams, would be one of the best suited squads to actually figure out what they need to do and on the fly change their play style. I like to see Vainglory getting aggressive with his movement into the enemy jungle right now. And the question is, what does Hack do? Do they look for a kill in the lane? Do they do their own invade?
They're doing their own invade for the time being. I Love Youngju is moving onto the backside, trying to steal some camps here. I want to talk to you about items a little bit as well. We're seeing a lot of crystal bits coming out, a lot of component items so far built up on both sides. Flash, gotta be careful, buddy. He does have that heal, but Sense Play finding a decent amount of return damage. The rotation just can't come.
Oh, has to be careful there, Jackson.
He really does. Dada, I mean, talk to me about the Black Feather here. Is he able to help fight this early?
He's not really looking to fight. If he can get an on point and it's perfectly timed, maybe a turret shot or two goes his way, that's maybe where he looks to find a kill. But at this point, he's really not capable of doing too much for his team.
All right, we can see at the moment things have calmed down a little bit, and admittedly, even after that early fight, Team Solomid only has a very marginal gold lead. It's about 100 right now. What they really do have an advantage in is actually map pressure and levels. 2 of their members are 1 level up, and you can see they're constantly really pressuring the map. The only reason things are as close as they are is because Lovedew did manage to get back and steal those camps away. Vainglory wants him, though. You can see some damage out of Flash, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, Flash activated that 4th ability, reined Vainglory back in there. We'll see if he can continue to do so. With Vainglory getting this mid-treant, though, this would be very nice regen for him.
Very nice Impale coming out of Sense Play, finds a Githian wall into Flash as well. Flash just backing away here, making the call for Team Solomid not to fight this. Sense Play wants more, boots forward. Lovedew moving in with that Drifting Dark is going to have some of his malices blocked by the small camp, though Flash, I don't see him getting out of this one.
Rest
it's going to
in
be
peace,
a kill
Flash.
picked up by I Love Youngju. Very nice rotation out of Hack.
I don't know if you caught that there, but what happened is I Love Youngju threw the Malice and Verdict over the wall and stole that mid away from Vainglory. And if Vainglory had taken that, I think it goes completely the other way.
Yeah, I mean, you really need to be careful about having those camps stolen. Vainglory is doing exactly what I Love Youngju did a second ago now, stealing away the back camps for himself. He should be fairly safe here, but Best Chuck could be in a bit of a dicey position. Senseplay doesn't find the Githian wall, though.
Yeah, a little bit of a dicey position, but you can see he's out-farming his opponent in the lane right now, and this isn't a matchup where you would say, like, it definitely goes one way. Of course, the weapon win early on, it's pretty easy to last, but look at that Sorrow Blade timing.
Yeah, that was very early. Vainglory actually choosing not to just recall or perhaps leave. He does try and get some harassment down. Knows that Flash is close enough to just probably move in, support him a little bit. Senseplay is being the point guard for Hack, though. Always on the front lines, always looking at what Team Solomid is doing and making sure they can't sneak around too much.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see, once again, Iron Guard contract coming out for Senseplay now. We've seen this, I think, once, twice earlier on in the tournament so far, and I'm curious to see if the contracts get a little more love as time does go on here.
It's very interesting. It's something which has seen very little play, for example, during our region's Evil 8 games. But, as you said, making a bit of an appearance here. So maybe teams have been sleeping on this. Maybe they've been practicing it in secret. You know, it's hard to say.
Maybe Secret's been practicing it in secret. We'll have to find out later. Right now, I mean, this isn't a runaway game in any sense. Vainglory getting aggressive.
Does this need to be a runaway game? Like, Team Solomid, look at their composition. They've got the Koshka, for example, historically very early game focused, can't do as much later on. Gwen, you know, obviously is very strong in the early game, but are they going to be able to scale against a Black Feather and a Samuel?
I would say Hack, I would prefer their team scaling into the late game, but I don't think Team Solomid have drafted something where you're going to say they're going to be outscaled. Maybe there's a slight advantage going the other way, but just one decent team fight and you're doing
Whoa.
okay.
Vainglory, speaking of team fights, wants one right now, jumping in very quickly. The Oblivion doing some good damage. Best Chuck also very low. Doesn't land the ultimate, but doesn't need to. Vainglory picks up the kill. He's looking for more. I Love Youngju still has a good amount of energy. Vainglory goes down. I Love Youngju could maybe turn around here. Oh, Flash just bought a fountain during that fight, used it to keep him and Best Chuck alive. That's an ace for Team Solomid.
Really nice plays. I mean, of course, the whole team's doing work, but like you said, Flash grabbing that fountain mid-fight completely turns it around. And not only that, Flash having the sense to heal himself right when Lance was going for him, absolutely turned that around.
And Team Solomid, they get a turret off the back of that too. Let's look at how this started off. Vainglory tries to set something up.
Yeah, Vainglory does get the heal to start the yummy Catnip Frenzy right there. And Dada, he's out of the picture. Senseplay feels like he can do something, but look at Flash. He gets down there, gives the heal to himself, turns around. Vainglory's getting the damage. The double kill, he does go down. But what is I Love Youngju going to do at this point?
I mean, honestly, once the fountain came out, nothing. If Flash hadn't been able to get to the shop, if he hadn't healed himself and bought the fountain, very different story. I think easily Hack picks up the ace there. So Team Solo Mid, they're really showing some strong stuff early in the game here, but this is still fairly even. Only about a 200 gold, 300 gold lead to Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, I think I want to take that last engagement as an example to point out, I don't think Flash, when people a lot of times they say he is a leader, he has the game knowledge, I think he is mechanically skilled and he's proving it right there in these kind of engagements.
I think he's developed so much as well from earlier on. Look at this, so Vainglory trying to go in, does get stunned back into the wall. Flash using that burst, does get some good damage down. Great Oblivion, hits all three. They can choose who they want to go for, but it might not be enough. Bestchuck kiting back a little bit. You can see Hack are on the run. They're going the wrong way, though. They're going towards TSM's base.
Somebody
maybe trying to kite in. Oh, that's going to be the trade. But Vainglory should be able to hunt down Sen's play here. I don't know if he's going to be able to get out. Vainglory stunned into the wall. The Gift of Fire burning away. Vainglory picks up another kill. It's not an ace, though, because Dada died so much earlier.
Well, Dada with the calculated respawn, I would say, if I was in that game right there. But yeah, obviously going the way of Team Solo Mid. And Vainglory, he's showing he's very comfortable on this Koshka. One of the things I really like here is, the thing with Samuel, you're looking for Malice Verde. These are skill shots. And if you have a high mobility, high speed hero like this, you can abuse it, dodge, and get in and out of the fights very quickly.
I really think teams around the world need to be taking note right now of what Team Solo Mid is doing that is sort of stylistically very strong from the North American teams, right? Like, look at how much they're dominating the jungle. We mentioned it briefly earlier, but we've seen it come to fruition. Vainglory is 7-1-1. Flash has been a part of almost every single one of those kills. It's impossible for Hack to do much in the jungle right now. I think maybe they need better vision. Maybe they need to focus more on the lane.
Well, I mean, they have to switch something up here. And as time goes on, sometimes it does come down to just taking a good team fight at the right time. I mean, we're getting closer and closer to Kraken getting out onto this map right now. Let's see, Vainglory going to jump in. Will he be caught here?
He's looking for a little bit of damage, but honestly, it's difficult unless Flash can just tag team with him and make that aggressive play. Vainglory does have a lot of burst. He gets rooted, though. Vainglory's going to be going down. The Flash fountain was a little bit too late there. Bestchuck still has an opportunity to do some good damage, but he's just going to do the smart thing. Back away. Flash X might be hunted down. Does have that reflex block, but it's only buying time, really. Flash cannot get out of there. Hack finds 2 kills. We talked about raining in Vainglory. It didn't really happen there.
Well, maybe late on the fountain, late on the raining in of Vainglory as well. You know, we joke around, like, raining Vainglory in, but I don't think it's something that, like, happens in the moment. This is something that they've been practicing for very hard on for months, right? This is something that they worked on, and we can see as in their performance in North America, they really have figured out how to play together. And from time to time, a mistake like that will happen. The thing, at the end, there's no way you're going to get away. If you're Team Solo Mid and you have the Samuel chasing you with a Frostburn and you lose the Koshka early on, it's just not going to happen.
That is a very, very good point, and I actually quite like the Frostburn first here, which you might laugh at from I Love Youngju. I feel like both in terms of kiting and if you ever do successfully kite for long enough to then chase later on, it does a lot against this composition. So Team Solo Mid, they do still have to be careful. We've talked about the scaling of Hack. We do have a breaking point now on Bestchuck, though, so perhaps they've hit a bit of a power spike.
Yeah, and I also didn't call out the level 8 infusion, which is a pretty big deal, and this is showing that Team Solo Mid find it very important just to get through the next couple minutes and they hit that next power spike. So it's a little bit of a gamble to grab that infusion. If it doesn't pay out for you, it's a big waste.
All right, and let's talk about some of the other items too, because Dada's gone for the Serpent's Mask quite early here, something we used to see a ton of. Oh, Sen's play. He tried to find a pick there, went a little bit deep. That's the Oblivion, does land on the Bestchuck, but is not going to get the sleep down. Dada trying to jump in as well. Vainglory, he's so low on the flip side of this one. Can he get the kill?
Oh, Vainglory
gets out of there. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Team Solo Mid do have the advantage positionally to now take a turret, though.
I'm not sure if Vainglory knew the turret was up or not, but he went for it. This is why we love watching him. It can really go either way in his team's favor or completely against them. Of course, at the end, it's a pretty even trade. I was pretty impressed with the work that Dada was putting in there.
Yeah, he did a great job of really zoning Bestchuck from being able to help Vainglory get the kill onto I Love Youngju. Even though Dada himself is not dealing necessarily that much damage right now, he's still a threatening force in the long-term fights. Team Solo Mid, they're slowing down quite a lot right now. Look at Vainglory. I mentioned, a little bit ago that he was 7-1-1. Now he's 7-3-2. The momentum is shifting a little bit.
Oh, it's definitely shifting. You can see Hack just pulling ever closer here. I think Bestchuck's in a pretty good place. They do have sustain with this Adagio. they really can't afford to have one of their heroes bursted down. With this breaking point, they need to get some stacks up, let Adagio's heal go to work for their team.
All right, FlashX and Vainglory tag teaming onto the back line. They want to find some kills here. Dada going to be the main target. Vainglory's on the front line taking a lot of damage. I Love Youngju untouched as of yet. Vainglory, the first member to fall. Hack is doing so much damage, so much kiting around. Look at I Love Youngju get so much energy back from his passive too. Best Chuck can't quite find the kill. Flash, he's stunned into the wall. Great save by Senseplay. Flash, he just needs one more basic attack. He can't do it, he can't get there. Senseplay, he might go down, rolling backwards. Dada is able to rejoin the fight. It's a clean ace from Hack.
I don't know, is Forecourt Jester playing right now? I haven't seen someone juggle that well in quite a while. That was impressive.
It really was, and it shows what we were talking about earlier on. Hack from East Asia in the team fights, the thing that the region is known for, just have great mechanics, right? I mean, look, I Love Youngju, he's untouched, as I said before.
I mean, it was just phenomenal, a phenomenal performance here in this fight. You see them just juggling around. Now Dada, he's sitting on the back line. I Love Youngju doing a very good job to use that Corrupted Genius to stay in the fight. He realizes it's time to go. The Frostburn we talked about, that's the Malice, the verdict off the mark, but it doesn't matter because Flash will be chopped down as they're able to get in here. Dada, he dipped out at the right time, comes right back in. What a beautiful ace.
All right, so we're now at 9 kills to 9. Team Solo Mid and Hack, things have evened up right now. Gold lead is actually more substantial than it was earlier on when Team Solo Mid was dominating more, but is it going to be enough? Dada, the main target this time, as Vainglory tries to jump in. Senseplay finds the root on a Best Chuck, though. The block comes through on the Oblivion, but now Dada's really starting to pick up steam, trying to get the damage down. Vainglory not doing an equivalent job on the back line. That's a verse, though. It finds the stun onto Dada, and maybe Team Solo Mid can roll through this fight. Best Chuck wants I Love Youngju so much damage coming out of the Gwen. Senseplay, he can't get away. Humanist, we just saw Hack get an ace, and now they're about to get aced.
Yeah, well, maybe TSM doing a little bit of a research mission. They got this, right? Vainglory is going to get this, right? Flash is like, he's over here, Vainglory.
You got 4 seconds to get an ace.
He's going to the north.
3, 2.
Is he going to?
Oh, come on.
He gets away.
Hack, do
what
not
a lance. What a lance. He should be going down in a moment here.
I mean, this is kind of like the hidden perk, right, of Lance. We've talked about this before, especially in Europe. They just never seem to die.
Yeah, we just have to put it into his kit at this point. We'll just fill in the ability name. It prevents aces. Well, of course, he doesn't. But yeah, that's the thing we joke about from time to time. It's so hard to track that Lance down. And what's funny is Vainglory has so much movement speed that he actually ran past the target.
Absolutely. I think a key thing for me in that fight is I would like to see Hack focus more completely on Best Chuck, because Vainglory isn't doing enough yet. And actually, talk to me about his build. 2 Shatter Glasses.
Vainglory just wants to end somebody. I mean, that's really all it comes down to. This is all burst. And if you're looking at infusions, you see Hack pick up their first infusion when Team Solo Mid were activating their second. So Team Solo Mid realized that they really want to put pressure on. They do not want to go later and later against this Hack composition, at least that from where I'm sitting, I really wouldn't. And based off the behavior that TSM are putting out, I would say that's basically what they're feeling right now.
I mean, I gotta be curious about the lack of shield pierce on Vainglory, though, with kinetic shields coming out from several people on Hack and also an Aegis now on Dada. We might see another fight developing here, though. Hack starting to think about moving in. They're feeling more confident, perhaps, after their earlier exchange. But Best Chuck over the wall is finding a lot of good damage. They need to reposition on the side of Hack to actually get the pressure down. Vainglory turns things around, finds first kill. First comes through, but it's great. Githian wall blocks it. That might be enough for Hack to get away, but the slows keep coming in. Senseplay, I don't see him getting out of this one for as long as before. It's an ace for Team Solo Mid. 2 team fights they've now won back-to-back.
Yeah, it was just a beautiful fight coming out of TSM. Really, the key to victory here as I'm watching these engagements, it looks like Vainglory's Koshka, he locks onto I Love Youngju's Samuel, and if he can burst the Samuel down early on in the fight.
Are they going for the end here? Humanist, do they have the damage? They're actually splitting between the two turrets.
Yes,
Team Solo Mid might be able to take Hack down right here, right now. So much damage on the Vein Crystal. I don't think Hack can defend this one. Humanist, Team Solo Mid take the first game of this 2-game series.
Look at the feet of Vainglory are just ecstatic here.
He's super laid back. He's like, that was never stressful. You know, even when we lost fights, I knew it was all good.
The feet never wavered there. But yeah, the phenomenal game coming out. And what's crazy is 2 minutes before that game ends, we see an ace from Hack going against TSM, but they adapted and they made it work there.
They really did. You know, Vainglory's flying high, man. Feet can't touch the floor.
Feet cannot touch the floor. The floor is lava.
All right, well, that was a very interesting game one from the series. I'm curious to hear even more about how the drafts played out, whether it was to our analysts' expectations. So let's pass it back on over to the desk with Xscoundrel and the boys.
Xscoundrel and the boys. Okay, well, hello, boys.
Hello, Xscoundrel.
That was probably not as convincing as Velocity made it out against their game against Hunters, but TSM still looking dominant. What are the major storylines from this? Because Vainglory, Double Shatterglass, seems good.
I mean, it's a powerful build, right? I mean, it really does bring a lot of burst into Koshka's kit. But I'd have to say, I don't love the Koshka first pick. When I saw the Lance come online, I liked that, right? So we talk about ways to immediately start countering whatever your enemy composition is. The Samuel last pick, though, had a really hard time actually doing any damage to Gwen, which was the signature play from TSM. Koshka essentially transitioned from early game bruiser to late game distraction, allowing Best Chuck to just get constant stacks on that breaking point, throwing out the monocle, throwing out the Starblade. I love a little weapon-powered Gwen. Everyone's always like, oh, we don't know if she's really that good. No, she's good. Look at this. Best Chuck carries this late game by stacking up on the front line of Hack, and immediately when he switched over to Samuel, he got annihilated.
I do think one of the things that really hurt Hack in this series, though, was that, or in this game specifically, is that they didn't have the damage on the Black Player to really close out those fights. They would burst down Vainglory so heavily, he would drop down to 10% health. The Fountain comes out, the Crucible comes out, he does not die, and Best Chuck just goes to town.
We have a replay about 6 minutes into the game here. Let's take a quick look.
Vainglory dives in, doing what he does, distracting, trying to get off some damage. When you get the ultimate off the Black Feather, you're seeing Best Chuck's just trying to skirt around the edge of the team fight. This was the story for pretty much the entire game. It just took a really long time for Best Chuck to finally get enough items to where he was able to turn and kill everyone. I would say that had Hack fought that a little bit better, had Black Feather been able to have blocked the Koshka ultimate with his own, they may have actually been able to pull that off, but just really, really tough, with that specific draft, to be able to control the Gwen.
Vainglory really toes the line between being insane and genius in terms of his plays that he makes. I mean, he's out there at sub 5% HP, escaping with a sliver of life, and like you said, always has Flash X to reel things back in when he absolutely needs to. But that sort of uncontrolled aggression that has that controlling influences on the side lane gives TSM this characteristic aggressive play that we saw from them. And Vainglory basically from the get-go said, I'm going to go, and I'm going to go extremely hard.
Yeah, I think that's so incredibly important for this team, because especially against these East Asian teams who are so incredibly dominant in those late game team fights, those 3v3s, you saw, even when down in gold, Hack was able to take a fight in the late game. But TSM, with that uncontrolled aggression early on, was able to pressure Hack enough to the point where they had a big enough lead to close out the game.
I mean, I Love Youngju is touted as the best Samuel in jungle in East Asia. So for Vainglory to be able to go in there and kind of taunt him with the Koshka, pull out the Drifting Dark so they could then re-engage with that on cooldown was very intelligent from TSM, knowing when to go in, baiting out some of those abilities so that they actually have the advantage. Even though Koshka not controlling the entire game gets really risky in the late game, Best Chuck just really impressed me, being able to keep confident, stay cool, say, guys, you know what, we got it.
So what are we expecting, or what do you think we should be seeing coming up from Hack if they want to change their fortunes in the next game? They should be A side this time round, I believe.
Yeah, there are A. Honestly, I liked where they were going with the draft potential, but like I said, I didn't love TSM's draft. The first pick, Koshka, I think is very risky, but Hack didn't have time from the beginning of the draft to the end to figure out what to do into that specific draft style. So
speaking of the draft, we are into it, gentlemen. Going to see the first ban coming out. Hack really don't want to see that Koshka.
You know what I love about this, though, is that the Hack isn't just sticking to a blueprint. They're actually reacting to what TSM, they feel like could be a power play from them. On the other side of the equation, TSM might be thinking like, oh, nice, nice. We just got you to ban something that we didn't really value highly,
Kestrel,
but we knew it would work.
Yeah, Kestrel, Lyra both open here with the Lance ban. This is TSM saying, you take one OP, we'll take the other. And it is going to be the Kestrel, which Hack have said is absolutely the most strong and the most aggressive hero that you can pick, right now.
And they usually play her in lane, so we see a lot of strength coming out of Dada on this Kestrel. They've been actually pioneering a little bit of the lane Kestrel since, I think it was VIPL 3 when we kind of originally saw it come out.
Let's see. Where do you think we go with this draft now for Hack? I mean, you've got the Kestrel, you're going up against the Lyra and the Gwen. What would you be picking?
Well, you definitely need so Flicker comes through, right?
Flicker!
So play, quote-unquote, said Flicker is OP.
Yeah, he did. Technically, that is exactly what he said. OP is basically what he said, yeah.
So here's the thing. When you're going into Lyra and into Gwen, heavy poke, you don't know if Gwen's going to be Crystal Power yet. You don't know if she's going to be Weapon. So you have to have a comp that you are confident will succeed regardless of what TSM's strategy is. And they think Sky is the answer with the Flicker. I don't know if that's the case. We don't really have anyone to go in with Flicker when Flicker gets onto the target. Their strategy for Hack is going to be Flicker holds onto somebody. Kestrel, Sky, you got to get rid of him before I die.
The Glaive coming out, that's actually quite an interesting pick because this really allows TSM to get in those engages that they need to. And if they don't get those engages, they can always disengage very easily. Gwen can just pop out, and there's no way Hack can really catch up to them.
Yeah, there's a lot of disengage tools from TSM. We have the Bulwark to keep Flicker from coming in. We have Vision Control coming out of Gwen. And Afterburn, if Glaive gets caught, will also get him out of a bad scenario.
Gwen classically touted as one of the best picks into Flicker, just because of what Flicker brings to a team unit. Obviously, he has that global sort of stealth thing that he brings to his team. They can basically stealth bomb your composition in, but you're stealth bombing a Sky and a Kestrel. It's not like you're stealth bombing a Attacker, for instance, or any other kind of heavy melee burst assassin. So, yeah, I mean, quick predictions?
I'm going to have to go with TSM again.
I think TSM's got this one.
TSM, I'm going to go for it as well. Handing over to the men themselves, the wonderful, magnanimous, brilliant casters. It's AJ and Humanist.
All right, let's get into this second game, guys. Team Solo Mid versus Hack. If that first game was anything to go by, I cannot wait for this one. Look at Sensible. What? Oh,
my man.
Okay, you got to break this down for people because this is a normal Lyra play. I haven't seen this from a Flicker before.
Well, Flicker has to imagine that maybe Lyra's going to do this.
Oh, my God.
And Flash taking, look at the damage off the bat. He's just melting it. Flash should be going down here.
He can't get out of this one.
Two more. Sensplay gets it.
I can't believe it. That was so smart. Like,
so smart of him.
We've talked about Lyra. OP. We've talked about Lyra and the level 1 play where you just go up behind people, and historically, no one else has been able to deal with that.
Yeah.
Right? But Flicker, because of the surprise element of his stealth, I mean, way to use a heroic perk. I am so blown away by that.
Absolutely love it. And these are the kind of plays that you will see out of Flicker. Very sneaky, but we've talked about it with all these teams. He needs to have a good early game.
Vainglory does pick up the return for Team Solo Mid, so it's a 1-for-1. Sense play, gotta be careful here. I'm not sure what he's trying to accomplish. He's just trying to go on Best Chuck, I guess. Does find some good damage.
I mean, look at that damage. You come out there, you get a basic, and your Fairy Dust off. That is so annoying as a laner
No,
to
he's
heal.
not going to do it again.
Why not?
Oh, this is ridiculous. This is super dirty.
Just get in there. I mean, his laner's coming out right now. Best Chuck sitting on sub 50% health right there. It's just very nice plays.
I Love Youngju is trying to find a return kill on a Vainglory here, though. Flash X might be able to do this with the Arcane Missiles. He just needs one more basic. The minions actually could take down I Love Youngju. He can't get away anyway between the two enemy turrets, but Vainglory goes down to Sense Play. Sense Play is everywhere right now.
What is going on? He takes the back right here. He's got the regen. This guy is just making all of the plays across the map right now.
This is straight up like the best Flicker play I could have anticipated. Because he's using it in a way that no one really expected, I think. And we do have to talk about the Flicker, though, right? Because I think when the draft was happening, at least what I was thinking was, okay, they've picked it into a Gwen, right? And Buckshot's just going to keep revealing people. How are they possibly going to deal with that? Well, they're going to deal with it by shutting them down so hard in the early game. We've heard from a lot of teams that once Flicker gets going, it's very hard to stop that train from rolling.
Yeah. Well, I think the Buckshot... The best way to think of it, if you have an idea maybe of where your opponent is, that's when it really shines through as a great ability against Flicker. But right now, Sensplay's been moving across the map, setting the pace, so he never knows where to actually throw that. It's kind of a guess if he throws it, then it's on cooldown, and what are you going to do?
And it's a super unpredictable, pattern of movement from Senseplay. I think the cool thing that I'm seeing here is that Senseplay is doing like a true roamer job where he's actually like not sticking primarily with the laner or primarily with the jungler. He's just roaming by himself. He's just letting his jungler do his own thing, which is, I mean, it's hard to deal with that.
It's literally my favorite way to play the game. I think like it's always space created. I always joke about it when I die doing that, right? But a lot of times, if you can just steal away one camp, your jungler's taking his own, like you're setting your opponent back. A continuous accumulation across the map of these resources is going to win these games. He's making the plays right now. I'm really curious to see. Now, this is one of the few heroes that's been building Dragon Blood. Now, he didn't pick it up early, but it's a pretty dirty little combo. If you can sneak in on a target, get that Dragon Blood off.
Yeah, I mean, that is pretty strong. I want to talk about the implications of this, actually, though, the sort of style of play that we're seeing from Hack here. because we mentioned last game, and it certainly rang true then at least, that North America is kind of the jungle dominance region, and East Asia is mostly about 3 versus 3s, team fights, and the lanes, right? What we're seeing from Sense play is very different. Like, he's dominating the jungle by himself, perhaps. So it's very strong stuff. I believe we're going to be unpausing in just a second, guys. So we're hopping back into this game. I can't wait to see more of what Sense play is up to be honest. He's making his way back up towards the lane right now. Could perhaps go in. It's a bit close to the enemy turret, though, and he does get spotted out by Flash X, so he's going to have to back away, play it a little bit safe.
Yeah, that's Fairy Dust just doing good work, and of course, Lyra is one of the best heroes that you can put up in the lane for that early aggression. Dada doing a good job to trade right there, but Flash, he'll just put that sigil down, he'll right back up.
Vainglory, got to be careful here. I love Youngju and Sense play coming into the fight. Vainglory, does he have the ability to afterburn away? Not quite yet, just barely
calculated
gets out of there. That was so close, and Flash X is actually just going to use that Imperial Sigil to heal him up in case perhaps Sense play stealthed into the bush to try and lock down that kill. It's 2 for 2 right now, 3 minutes into the game between Hack and Team Solo Mid.
You know, it's a really small thing, but here at the World Championship, you can't make a small play like throwing a sigil and having someone teleport home. It's all about efficiency, and right there, it was a little bit of a misplay out of Team Solo Mid.
You know, I'm slightly concerned, though, because I feel like Team Solo Mid missed an opportunity there, right? We saw Sense play and I Love Youngju expose themselves to Vainglory with both Flash X and Best Chuck full health nearby, and they just abandoned that. They said, okay, we're going to go to the enemy jungle instead. And given the pressure that Sense play's been putting on, look, Vainglory doesn't have any backup right now. Is this really worth doing? Best Chuck starting that rotation. Actually, they do have a good amount of damage, though. Maybe Sense play is going to go down here. They does. Now the heal coming out of Flash X is going to be able to keep Dada in a bad position. Does find a good active camo stun, but he just can't get away. Buckshot reveals him even if he could have stealthed. 2 more kills to Team Solo Mid.
So much slow coming out there, but ultimately it comes down to who gets that mid right there. Vainglory was able to claim it, and so they just snowball off the back of that.
All right, so let's talk about Vainglory and some of the builds happening from these teams. Vainglory is going for a Stormguard banner right now. We've seen him a couple of times in the Evil 8 actually go for the Tension Crown Glaive. It's had varied success. I remember one game in particular, which is pretty crazy with him trying to backdoor. Do you remember that one? But, I mean, it's interesting, right, that this is the type of build he's going for when perhaps I would have expected more of a bursty build into, for example, the Sky and the Flicker.
Well, I mean, this can come out to be an incredibly bursty build, and it's going to help him take objectives, just like we saw, and we talked about getting that mid. If he can get that regen, they can snowball off of that.
Oh, Flash X is struggling to get away here, does get rooted up, but Dada is the one taking all the damage.
Oh, Chuck!
Can't find the stun. Chuck, with a great skedaddle there, is going to put some nice damage down, finds another kill, 5-2 right now. TSM starting to really rein this one back in.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were going to say nice or nasty damage, but either way would have worked. That's Chuck really performing very well here.
Sense play looking for a little bit more, though, trying to find Flash X. I Love Youngju does have the ultimate, but the damage out of Vainglory as he jumps onto the backline is very strong right now. Best Chuck with those buckshots with the heroic perk as well manages to lay waste there. So Team Solo Mid pick up another kill. It definitely feels like they were maybe taken aback at the beginning. They steadied themselves, and now they're focused again.
Yeah, definitely. I'm kind of feeling that right now. And you talked earlier about the tendency for a team like Hack to rotate as 3 to be taking these team fights, pressuring on the lane. But right now it feels like Team Solo Mid, they are constantly rotating as a unit. They're taking advantage of all these slows.
Flash X actually, I believe, tweeted out earlier that he felt the team to win Worlds would be the one to imitate that Armada East Asian meta, and that's actually what he's doing here, right? So it's kind of curious, right? Like, Team Solo Mid has definitely gained a lot from the scrims that they've been having.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's one thing to imitate it, it's another thing to master it, and right now they're doing a very good job of putting Hack into the dirt. And Team Solo Mid being up 1-0 in this series, if they can take 2 points early on, it means so much to a team like this.
Absolutely. I mean, if Team Solo Mid does manage to get 2, they're obviously in a great position moving forwards. It would be quite difficult for a tie to put them in a bad spot. But if Hack goes 1-1, this group is wide open. I still think they have the capability to. It's not as if they're not going to scale later on into the game. We've heard teams comment quite frequently about the fact that Flicker, if he gets shut down early, can't do too much. Do you feel like he did enough to get his team into a position to reach a late enough stage in the game?
It's tough. It's really borderline. I'm going to lean towards no, he did not. But you're looking at, you have a Kestrel, you have a Sky, right? And these are two heroes that if they get into the late game, they have any sort of decent item progression, they can absolutely just crush through a team if they have any sort of decent engagement. The reason that Flicker's not giving you too much if he's not snowballing through the fight is because he doesn't have those defensive capabilities necessarily. Like, I'm not going to be able to Vanguard my ally out of damage. I don't have a Githian wall to just kind of control a space, so that's where it gets a little bit tougher.
Not to mention, a lot of his kit is based on stealth and invisibility, of course, and that is somewhat dependent on the position of the map as a whole, right? So let's say I'm playing Flicker on my team and I take the enemy turret. Okay, well now I have a lot more room to maneuver around with my stealth and maybe find picks using my ultimate. But if I lose a turret first, okay, well then the enemy extends their vision line up and I can never get even close enough to them with the stealth. So it's difficult, right? The snowball element is definitely there with that pick. That said, something we've seen from Europe a lot, and I want to bring some attention back to here, is actually the Crystal Power Sky. Because recently we've been seeing more weapon, with Europe starting to make their way back into Crystal, at least from what I can recall. And that's what Hack's going for this game. So later on, a Crystal Power Sky has the potential to kite around, pretty much infinitely just do tons of damage over the course of a longer fight.
Yeah, I mean, she really does. I'm not one of the people that went away from Crystal Sky actually ever being good. I still think she's actually phenomenally good. And if you were a good Sky player, this is a tournament where you can still pull it out. Don't go away from that. Don't get sucked into the meta and what other people are saying. Like, if you're a good Sky player, get out there and play. But the thing is, if you're slowed up, like if Lyra gets a couple basics, if you get buckshot, all of a sudden Glaive's on your face and it becomes very, very dangerous. Like, if you can't Surrey strike into a good position, you're just going to get melted.
Yeah, I think that there needs to be a distribution of responsibility for damage in the fights, right, between the two carries. Because if it's just obviously the Sky, then there's a lot of tools on Team Element to deal with that. But it's interesting. You mentioned, getting sucked into the meta. What meta, right? Like, we're at Worlds, so it's not like your regional meta. It's a new, ever-evolving Worlds meta.
Right. Well, I mean,
one of the first times we're seeing it to this extent.
The ever-evolving meta, as we look at the last couple of months of play, has said CP Sky is really not one of the major picks. It's not something that people are leaning towards. It's like when you're kind of forced into a corner and you don't have anywhere else to go. And I think she still has a place here.
All right, so I'm hearing from production that we've got a few minutes perhaps of pause here, just solving a few issues real quick, but there's plenty to talk about, especially given the fact that we're seeing some picks that maybe people didn't expect, or perhaps...
Ozo, we got a little Ozo love.
We got Ozo earlier on today. I know you're happy about that one.
I mean, I just want to see all the heroes played.
We're getting there. I mean, I wasn't actually expecting Glaive, for example, and that came out from Team Element this game.
Like, Glaive is one of the other sleepers that I think people weren't putting enough emphasis on. We saw in the last update where, Glaive, he just got a little bit more armor, a little more shield. Maybe something that was taken away from Lance, they just transferred it right on over there. But Glaive, he's always been good, and especially when we look at like our Celestes, these mages that want to sit in the back lines that are squishy. Like, if you can reposition or get on top of their face, that is what Glaive loves to do.
That is absolutely true, and that certainly has been kind of the meta for a while now. Like, the longer range mages, Celeste was really just top tier. Looking back again at our region Evil 8 games that happened recently. So picking something that can deal with that kind of thing does make a lot of sense to me. Also, one thing I like about Glaive into the Flicker is that Flicker needs to be peeled, right? He needs to be peeled because you can't necessarily just run away from him. Like, you can't just pop your boots and get out. The slow is ridiculous, and the root, if he places it correctly, is going to bar your exit path anyway.
I hope you got your skedaddle.
Yeah, exactly. You need it. You really need it. So Glaive has the capability of jumping in and saying, all right, you're on my teammate, you're slowing him up, but I'm just going to knock you away. Right? You can use it for the peel as well as the engage onto the backline. I'm curious, which do you think is preferable in some of these fights later on into the game in this game? Because obviously Sky is another target you got to worry about.
It's really tough. That's the thing, because honestly, if I'm playing in this game, one of the biggest things, and it depends, like who's farming well, how many kills have they got, are they snowballing on you? All of this comes into play here. But a lot of times, if I'm playing the Glaive, I'm looking to lock this Kestrel down, because she's going to active camo. I'm going to try to get over the active camo before she can go ahead and activate that. And if you can reposition the Kestrel, she does have incredibly high damage output, and we've seen that time and time again, just chunking through people with glimmer shots. She's incredibly squishy herself. So if she's repositioned, that becomes very easy to go ahead and follow up on.
So I'm also hearing from production that we've got a great game happening on our second stream. If you want to tune into that one, perhaps on your second monitor, it's going to be going on between Hammer's Velocity and Red Cannons, I believe is what I heard. So head on over to twitch.tv/Vainglory Esport for that one. So regardless, we've also got this game happening here. We are in a pause. We should be back quite soon. I'm interested to see, right, because if Hack pulls out the win here with this type of Flicker play, does that like make a serious dent in the World's meta? Because Flicker, we've heard really, really conflicting things about him from the teams.
I don't think it would make a dent. I think it just proves what we've been hearing. Right? Like, we don't have the evidence necessarily on stream right now to say that, yes, Flicker is a force to be reckoned with and is part of the developing meta right now, but I think they're making a case for it, and as time goes on, I expect Flicker to be one of these heroes that's pulled out if the draft makes sense.
I'm hoping to see some weapon Flicker jungle.
Oh, no.
Worlds isn't the place for this. I'm getting off topic.
We're not live, are we?
All right, so Hack versus Team Solo Mid. Right now, just for the viewers who maybe are only now tuning in, because of course we have had a bit of a sizable pause here, the game is not super even. Team Solo Mid has been pulling away after a very early advantage gained by Hack. Flicker is one of the key things that we're talking about here because we've heard a lot about him being very strong early, and if you can't get off your feet, maybe getting shut down a little bit later on. We saw great strength early, especially with those early rotations that he made, countering the Lyra invade early on. But Team Solo Mid has really bounced back. So one thing we got to talk about, right, like experience of these teams. Because Hack, they've been a dominant force in their region, but if you look at Team Solo Mid and the sort of volume of games that they have played, like every single weekend, just playing against top teams, they've been studying the game for a long time, they've been in a team house practicing. It does feel like they've got a mental game, which a lot of the teams maybe haven't. They've got the ability to bounce back from something that could be concerning in the early game pretty rapidly. Rather than waiting until 15 minutes to get back onto their feet, they jumped right back into things after 4 or 5.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's also important to take into consideration, like you said, TSM, they're incredibly well prepared, probably more well prepared than almost any other team that's actually out here playing on the stage through this tournament. But, they have Vainglory on their team, and Vainglory, he is volatile. Well, he can have 17 kills in a game, he could have 17 deaths in a game. It tends to lean towards the kills, but you never know. And tilting a player is something that you can use to your advantage. Like if you can go and shut him down. Sure. Now I think maybe that's where Hack were trying to go with when Flicker got an early advantage for them. I'm not a huge fan of the Sky going in there on a questionable invasion. And you saw Sky actually go down and Glaive got a kill. I would have liked to see Sky just be like, you know what, this is easy time for me to farm and get a couple levels. Take maybe the mid and then get back to my jungle right there. But you're playing against Vainglory on the Glaive. You don't have an item advantage, and all he's going to do is come back. And if you're not getting the backs and you're dying, you know Vainglory's going to be in your jungle taking your mids like in a blink of an eye.
Another question that I have about this game, and strangely, right, we haven't talked much about the Kestrel yet, which is weird. So how do you think that's going to come into effect later on?
Well, as we get later into the game, it's you really have to pick your poison. When it comes down to having the CP Sky and this weapon Kestrel, that's massive damage output from 2 sources. I think right now, TSM has done a good job to put pressure onto the Sky, so much that they won't have to focus on her so much going in later into the game, and it'll be very easy for them to go ahead and round up this Kestrel, pin her in, and maybe she goes invisible, but have a buckshot, and then we'll go from there.
Absolutely. So we're still waiting for some more word on this pause, guys. We're trying as hard as we can to fix things up, make sure the competitive integrity is maintained as best as possible. Although I have to say, when you're sneaking around the way that Sense Play was at the beginning of the game, you got to question that anyway, because that was dirty.
Yeah, that is dirty. That's not right. Well, I mean, it's really fun to play. I think also one of the things, maybe we can see some sneaky plays. Like you talk about the Kestrel later on. How is this going to come into play?
True.
We had our All-Star matchups for Evil 8 just a couple weekends ago.
All stealth.
It was the all-stealth team. And one of the things, it was the first time I've ever played that sort of composition because it was kind of jokey, but there were strengths to it, and it comes in different ways where you can use the Flicker to get Kestrel into a position where she can then active camo further, or you can go ahead and active camo into a position where you're almost there, and then you use that Flicker ultimate to get even further in. So you can go ahead and amplify those natural abilities for her to be sneaky in and around these fights.
Personally, I kind of like staggering them for kiting. So you can go in with the Kestrel, right? When you're trying to back away after you've got enough weapon power to use it frequently, you can pop your active camo, and towards the end of that, you pop the Flicker ultimate. And so long as the communication is on point, that can allow you to get one Glimmer shot in, pop up on the other side of the fight, and be really difficult to track down. Now, that all being said, of course, Gwen is such an innate counter to stealth mechanics because of the reveal on her A ability. So the fact that Team Solo Mid is running that could make it difficult for some of the sneakier plays to come out. But
a lot of times you have to have, and we talked about it before, you have to have a general idea of where your opponent is because, granted, it's a pretty low cooldown on that buckshot. If you see that go down, and you are in a slightly decent position, that's immediately you just go. I would prefer to see them to use this flicker to get on top of the Gwen and just delete her out, and then go ahead and fight the glaive thereafter. But really, the big threat here is going to be the Gwen.
All right, so I'm really interested to see how the rest of this game keeps going on. We are still in a pause, unfortunately. I think we've kind of exhausted the speculation that we can do for this one, so I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the other things happening at Worlds and some of the other games coming up, for example. In this group, we know that we've got Hack, Team Solo Mid, and I believe Gangstar's Cerberus. Now, how are they feeling watching this? Like, do they feel like Hack is maybe stronger than they anticipated? Do they feel like perhaps Team Solo Mid is weaker than they anticipated?
Oh, we have them all here. Let me take a look into the crowd. Do we have Cerberus? Oh, they look like they're having a pretty good time up there. I mean, honestly, I think Cerberus are one of the very interesting teams to me coming in here because while I feel like they've done very well in Europe, they feel like a sort of middle-of-the-pack team that can, in the right game with the right draft, beat any team and make them look like a challenger-level team. Right, so they're incredibly talented. They need a very good draft, but they can come in here, and this is really nice. I think. I mean, it would be my preference to see another team playing first and start to see these tendencies. Because while all these teams have been scrimming, and you start to do that research, there's nothing like watching them on the main stage.
That is a very good point, and this is really excellent opportunity. These group stages are really a breeding ground to see what this World's meta that we were talking about earlier is really going to develop into. Because certainly, I think a lot of people have been expecting East Asia to come in and roll the competition. And Team Solo Mid, at least in this series so far, have been somewhat proving that wrong. So, what I'm curious about is maybe if the perspective is going to like palatably change moving into day 2. Because in day 2, we have a single elimination bracket.
Right.
And every single game is like do or die. I mean, every single game is do or die here too, but to like a lesser extent. So I'm curious, right? Like, if you see something like this flicker kind of almost explode and work really well today, and Hack, for example, gets out of group stages into brackets, tomorrow does that mean you just ban him because you don't want to take the risk?
Well, an example of maybe what you're thinking here is, okay, well, we know what Lyra was going to do. She's going to rotate around the backside, look to be sneaky. Maybe sometimes she steals the mid. Maybe sometimes she goes to lane. Depends what's happening. But we see Flicker rotating across. Now, that was a bit of a surprise. I'm going to put Vision down. All right. Now you've rotated out, and your jungle has a slow clear. And it's that sort of adjustments. I don't know if they're sitting up there with a notepad or what they're doing, you know. But it's those sort of things that this team might be looking for here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the delay. We are back onto the Halcyon Fold for Hack versus Team Solo Mid Game 2. Team Solo Mid is currently 6 kills to 2 with a 1,300-ish gold lead over their opponents. So, Humanist, break this down for me. What are we looking to see in the next couple of minutes here?
Oh my goodness, Jackson, you just throw it all on me right here. I would expect to see aggression continue out of TSM. Vainglory actually activates those boots a little bit early there. Let's see if they continue on this.
Vainglory trying to go for maybe a bit of a turret dive there, but he takes so much damage already. I Love Youngju with a beautiful death from above, stopping anyone from moving through that bush. Hack are on the offensive right now. Good ace coming out, stunning up I Love Youngju, stopping more chase, but a one-shot, one kill does tag Best Chuck NA. Both teams, they're kind of just going to have to walk away bruised here.
Yeah, they're walking away bruised, but right now Hack have a massive advantage. Basically, they forced the fountain out of TSM. Hack moved down to the shop, and they have a fresh fountain ready to go. And they're actually sitting in a place where they could get decent damage out. And it looks like Vainglory's going to get back and get most of his jungle out right now. But it's actually, he's going for the CP here.
So, I'll get back to that in a second, but I'm really curious to hear. You said, okay, Hack, they get an advantage, they keep their fountain up. Why didn't they do anything with it? Why didn't they decide to perhaps go for an invade? They've backed away, they've actually given Flash enough time that he's only 15 seconds away from his fountain, and they're not really pushing the turret in a strong way.
It's hard to say. It felt like that was the pressure going to lane, but here's your engage.
Oh, Sen's play. He's doing such a good job of stopping Vainglory from chasing any further. Dada, he's not able to maybe get in range to finish up the kill, but you can see again there how important it is to keep Sen's play off of your carries because that completely locked them down.
My idea based off your last question is they knew Vainglory was far enough ahead into his own jungle, and having the Stormguard banner, he's probably going to have already cleared out those camps. So while you might move over there and get the kill, you're really not going to get too much of an advantage out of it.
All right, so you were talking earlier on about builds. You know, it's certainly interesting here seeing, for example, this early Frostburn on I Love Youngju. That could be very useful at slowing down, for example, Best Chuck, because he doesn't have an ability to jump away, so it's predictable movement to a certain extent. Do you think the builds here make sense?
Yeah, all the builds make sense right now. I'm not saying I necessarily agree with the Frostburn first, but it's going to be a decent item for him that he probably would have wanted to build at some point here.
Absolutely. Of course, it does get better over the course of the game as the slow scales with Crystal Power. I love Youngju and Dada right now doing a very good job of just stopping Team Solo Mid from pushing in this lane too quickly. Gwen does have an ability to shove it fairly fast, just with the wide AoE damage coming out of the buckshot. And actually, Team Solo Mid used that push to maybe go for a gold miner here. That's going to be the one shot. Does not connect. I love Youngju trying to find the angle. He does get a lot of damage onto Vainglory whilst trying to go for that gold mine. Flash X cannot run away. He goes down. Hack find another kill. Vainglory actually moves in to knock I love Youngju back, but I'm not sure if that's going to accomplish enough here. He does have the afterburn. He's able to get away just barely.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great fight coming out of Hack, but I feel also errors coming out of Team Solo Mid. Flash, of course, he doesn't want to have to use his ultimate early on in this fight. He doesn't want to have to self-fountain, but it just had to have been miscommunication there because he could have portaled into a much safer position, at least bought some time for his team, knowing he was going to go down there.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting choice not to use that, but we all know Flash is kind of the strategist. Maybe he's got a plan for that within what the cooldown would have been, even considering that death.
I would have said I had a plan.
You would have said, oh, of course you'd say you have a plan. We'll find out if he does. Maybe they're going to use it here, for example, to get over that wall. For now, they're just backing away.
Well, I mean, there's no reason, right? Like, Goldmine was just taken. There's no Kraken on the map. That's maybe a reason why you would think of holding on to that Arcane Passage. But what it's really nice to see is this quite early contraption coming on here. Now, this is an item we don't see built all the time, but I think it'll be used to great effect here.
Against Flicker, against also a Kestrel, it seems like a very solid choice. Vainglory just barely getting out of that active camo. I'm not sure it's going to matter, however. He does get taken very low. Dada ducking up into that bush, looking for the one-shot, one kill. Only finds Flash X, though.
And it's very nice engagements coming out for Hack here. They've put pressure on TSM. Vainglory almost going down, but look at the Sigil just healing him right back up. The thing is that Hack are holding on to their fountain, so if they take a decent fight, they fight on their terms, this should be going their way.
All right, you can see them beginning to siege up a little bit more here. The question is, do they realize Vainglory backed away? If they don't, maybe they don't want to take too much of a risk. Maybe they don't want to walk in, because of course Vainglory going Crystal with the Storm Crown does have a lot of burst. Can really pair up nicely with Best Chuck NA. So far,
Since play a little bit of hesitation. You can tell right now Hack aren't sure exactly what to do, and this is kind of the thing before where you asked why didn't they follow into the jungle, but they didn't know where Vainglory was. They don't know how much of the jungle he's cleared, so Senseplay realizes we actually have control over the middle area of the map, moves down, but he can't take that mid away fast enough. So a little bit of an error coming out of Hack's play here.
Do you think part of the caution perhaps from Hack is actually, oh, hang on, Dada, gonna get jumped on, does reflex block that afterburn, so no stun coming across. Vainglory walks right into that active camo. I love Youngju, just gonna be supporting from the side, getting some good damage down. Vainglory eats the one shot, one kill, and has to back away. Senseplay wants more though. I love Youngju too, jumping forward, Surrey strike, but the minion wave is gonna stop that advance. Could go for the turret here, though. That's the real goal anyway. They need to be killing those to get to the Vein Crystal later on. Good wave clear coming out of Team Solo Mid, however.
Yeah, really nice job there. And also one of the tools that they have at their disposal is if you drop an active camo down, that's something where Sky can just sit there and forward barrage right in that active camo. If Glaive jumps in there, that's the easiest activation of this Kestrel's life.
So I want to return to my previous question I was beginning to ask. Do you think maybe Hack, they talked about the fact that they've been becoming, never mind, Vainglory going in yet again, does get a lot of damage off with that ultimate, but he just can't get away afterwards. He can't do the hit and run because the Sense play slow is doing too much work. It's also going to be a kill on the Best Chuck. Flash X does have the portal, so he stops the ace, but a turret picked up for Hack.
And one of the things right now, I don't know if this is Hack has the timing in their head, but look, Flash's fountain just came up right now. Hack knew that they had a window of opportunity. They pushed it right there, get the kills, they get the turret, very nicely played. And so they're going to go ahead and move in. Looks like we got a little replay here. We're going to see what happens. So Vainglory, he's going to jump forward. Where's the rest of his team? It's just nobody ready to follow. Perfect Surrey strike from I Love Youngju to get into a safe position. And, well, you have a skedaddle, but you're a very squishy hero, and that's going to be Gwen going down. Flash, of course, portals out of there, prevents that ace, but Hack just taking advantage of this right here.
Blocking crowd control only does so much. It's not like a reflex block where you also get a missing health shield. You know, skedaddle is going to give you that ability to dodge something, but if you eat it, you're still going to be taking the damage. Hack, they've done a good job here. Team Solo Mid had really pulled back into the game, and now Hack's making their way forward here. I really think this point is so key, otherwise I wouldn't keep trying to bring it up. But Hack mentioned that they feel like they're becoming more and more of a late game team, right? When we talked to them and in his video interview earlier on.
It's so interesting,
it's kind of apparent from this game, right? Like they're being very cautious in the mid game, trying not to extend into the jungle, Now that they feel like they have a big enough lead, they might go in. Sense Play doesn't find the slow onto the key target, so just Flash X, and Vainglory's still full health. This could be an opportunity for TSM to try and find a re-engage, but now they're the ones being cautious. They don't want to overextend here. Vainglory, I would have expected him to go in about 30 seconds ago. You know, like this is not the normal play. He does go for that afterburn, but I Love Youngju with a beautiful reflex block stops it.
My
Two
goodness,
quick kills.
Jackson!
Hack! Look at their kite ability in that fight. You can see why TSM was wondering about going in at all.
I call hacks. This is going to only be hacks here. Just phenomenal plays. TSM right now, it is so apparent that Vainglory is looking to only burst the sky down, and if he does not do that, they almost completely lose the entire fight. While Best Chuck has enough damage to start chunking through these targets, Dada's doing a great job with the Glimmer shots, and they're abusing this flicker to just control the movement through these fights. It's just phenomenal to watch.
You know, I can't wait to hear the analysts talk about this a little bit later on, but I want to hear your thoughts, you know, again, with more information here about Vainglory's build, because yes, obviously you do get some burst offered by going Crystal Power, but with the heals, for example, coming out of Flash X, right? Like, does it not make more sense just to go weapon and try and chunk down whoever you are able to stick on?
Well, that's one route. So you could go the weapon route, maybe pick up a Bone Saw and you focus down a target with Best Chuck. I'm not sure that that's necessarily the best way, but it is definitely an option. I don't like the Shatterglass because this is so bursty. You're all in, and if you do not burst the target down, you've lost the fight. I would much rather see a bit of cooldown built for him and look to just abuse Afterburn, looking to reposition and peel for the Gwen and let her do the majority of the work.
All right, well, we've hit 15 minutes, guys. The Kraken is now on the map. This could be the key opportunity for either team to take it. Team Solo Mid, formerly known, of course, for the Team Solo Mid Special. Maybe they can pull one of those off here. They do still need to get every single turret, so it's available. Kraken's getting taken pretty quickly by Hack, though, and TSM's being very cautious here. They don't want to engage carelessly. Active Camo blocking off the choke point. Hack starting to pull back a little bit. Look at how quickly the Kraken's going down. It's not going to be stolen. Vainglory nearly found it, though. I Love Youngju. Can he deal the damage? Best Chuck trying to kite around the edge of the fight. He's looking for the key targets. He does get one, but Sense Play has the damage. Dada hunting down Vainglory. One shot, one kill, not going to land, but the real damage has been done. Humanist Kraken is on the field. Sense Play. Oh, man. I thought for a second that was an active camoed up Kestrel. I thought it was going to be over, but Sense Play can still find it. He's going for that Binding Light, doesn't land it. He's Vainglory has the Afterburn, though, just barely able to get away. Humanist, we could be seeing a first 1-for-1 here.
I can't stop smiling. This is so good. Honestly, like all of these, there was a major mistake. Flash did neither Fountain nor used War Treads in that engagement, and you're going to lose every fight where you're not using those items.
That's a very, very good point. And, you know, especially when you look at the fact that Best Chuck had actually hunted down I Love Youngju on the backline. He'd successfully killed probably the most key target right now. But the support wasn't there. Like, the Roamer did not, frankly, do his job at keeping him alive. And that meant that Vainglory's efforts on the other side of the fight were in vain, right? Because he'd done a good job of zoning out the damage from Hack and from Dada, right?
Yeah.
Everything needs to come together in such a crucial game like this, on the world stage with such excellent teams. When you see a misplay like that, you gotta question it.
All right, let's see if this engagement can happen here, Jackson.
Mooncloak coming out from Sense Play. He wants to end things right here, right now, trying to get some damage onto Flash. Vainglory can't really find too much on the back line.
My goodness, he didn't found again! He didn't found again!
Oh, man, that is not good news. You gotta wonder if maybe Hack's in his head right now. Hack moving on to the second and final turret for Team Solo Mid. Best Chuck is doing some good damage, but Sense Play zoning him away with the slow. They can't get through the backdoor protection, though. Hack.
Well, they're trying, though.
Man, they're going to have to back away here. Team Solo Mid just barely staying in this game.
I mean, unbelievable. Hack, I was questioning that sort of aggression that they were going for because as I'm looking at net worth, the items that are built across the board and compositionally, Team Solo Mid, I feel like maybe I wasn't giving them enough credit. They're definitely still in a position where if Best Chuck can start to get some stacks on that breaking point, he can blow up the Kestrel, blow this guy up and pull himself right back into pole position in this game. But the way these engagements are going, Sense Play is absolutely phenomenal on this flicker.
There's a reason why he literally said OP, OP. Like, that was his quote. The rest of it, he needed, a translator to help him with. This,
we had to translate for the translator. We were like, oh, it's overpowered.
She was like, what does OP mean? All right. let's take stock of this game real quick before things just blow up again. Hack, they're 12 kills to 7. They've got a 4,000 gold lead, and only 1 turret is left alive for Team Solo Mid. Their backs are against the wall here. They did win game 1, so even if they lose here, they've still got 1 point in the group. But it can't feel great, you know, having such a strong performance in game 1, having such a strong comeback from the very strong early game of Hack in game 2, and not really being able to keep it going. You see Hack thinking of maybe going for a backdoor here, something like that. They're being very
Gwen's
aggressive
also
in the lane.
split off for them right now, and they have you're either going to teleport back or someone's going to get picked.
They are going to all 3 teleport back, so Team Solo Mid. I mean, I actually wonder if maybe Hack shouldn't have pushed the lane there. It gave Team Solo Mid some free gold. Oh, Mooncloak! Team Solo Mid did not see this one coming. Flash jumps right into the fight. He needs to be with that buddy system on his teammates. Fountain does get popped this time, but Best Chuck still the first target to fall. Flash X, he can't get away. He goes down.
Do it, Hacker, do
They
it.
take 2 kills in the fight. They're going to take the game. It's 1-for-1 between Korea's Hack and North America's Team Solo Mid.
Most likely. This is
It's
the one.
Come on, Fonzie's not defending here.
I mean, hey, he's got an opportunity to just become more legendary
Prove
than
me
he
wrong.
already is right here. I mean, yeah, okay.
All right, so that was a pretty incredible game, Humanist. We had that long pause in the middle to really give us a chance to break it down in great detail, what we expected to
Look
have
at the
happen.
smiles.
But what I did not expect to have happen is just the strength, the consistency of that comeback from Hack. Once they started making those positive moves and starting to get back into the game, they never really let go again.
Yeah, I think maybe I underestimated Sense Play a little bit, and you know, any of these teams watching, I'm sure they're taking note that while maybe you start to get any sort of advantage, you really have to keep vision down across the map and respect this Flicker play coming out. It was really nice, and while it was actually a lot of Flicker making the plays early, then it felt like maybe he was falling behind. But that whole time, that's where Sky and Kestrel were farming, and they really pulled it together as a unit. It was beautiful to watch.
Absolutely. Well, we really enjoyed that series. We've got more coming up today at the first Vainglory World Championship. So let's hear from our analysts about, for example, that Crystal Glaive. I mean, I just don't know what was going on there, Scoundrel.
Yeah, I think a lot of us were perplexed too, Action Jackson. But first thing I want to touch on is level 1. The level 1 Lyra strategy where you go into lane, try and pressure, completely read by Hack. That Flicker just going, saying, I'm not actually going to try and impact lane. I'm going directly for the Lyra that turns up to impact the lane.
Yeah, it was like synchronized swimming almost, right? Like we saw them cross each other's paths. I mean, Lyra obviously didn't see Flicker, and then go back up to the lane. It was actually quite beautiful. Like they were painting or something. Pretty cute. Didn't work out well for TSM. But you got to give TSM some credit for the fact of having some like that emotional stability to come back. Like when you get kind of outplayed that hard in the very first few minutes of the game, sometimes it can put you in a weird spot. But they did kind of bring it back together, at least for a little bit.
And I guess the elephant in the room, or rather the giant saber tiger in the room that we need to talk about is the Crystal Power Glaive. Now it was Stormcrown into Shatterglass, and you guys were theorizing about what it's good for and potentially why it's sometimes probably just superseded by other picks.
So it's actually effective when there's one carry on the other team that you just have to kill, but you also need some backup from the rest of your team to finish off those kills. Crystal Glaive on his own does not bring enough damage. He brings a lot of damage. He can bring them down to 10% health. He can bring them down so low, but he can never finish the job. And with Gwen and Lyra, he just didn't have the backup that he needed. And the problem with the TSM team composition was they just had no way to prevent the damage coming out onto Best Chuck NA, and every single time that Hack took a team fight, they would stealth in with Flicker's ultimate, jump on Best Chuck, and it was over.
I really hate the Glaive build. So like, I'm just going to talk about it for a second. We talk about the fact that it can be burst, right? But you actually have to land all of your abilities, including your ultimate. You have to actually go over targets with your afterburn, not just afterburn out to punt someone. They don't get the same amount of damage output. If you were to replace Shatterglass with something like an Aftershock, even going something into BM late game and stack up defense, you're going to do more overall damage, but we could just see the damage wasn't there, the survivability wasn't there, and Von C just got melted every team fight.
We've got a little replay to show you. Let's have a little look here. It's about 13 minutes into the game. Guys, what's going on?
Well, I mean, this we're really just seeing kind of teams kind of sparring off, right? They're trying to figure out what is our condition, and we see Von C goes in, tries to get the afterburn, it ends up getting reflex, the stun doesn't go down, and he dies instantly. His afterburn didn't actually go over Sky to deal as much damage, it was more of a positional one. We talked a little bit about the build. I mean, at least if you have an Aftershock going the Crystal route, if you choose Crystal Glaive, which is highly risky. You're still going to get the proc damage on the afterburn hit. So a couple of things that they could have cleaned up there.
I feel like compositionally, TSM picked this glaive, Crystal Power, like Zekant said, better into a singular carry that you're trying to focus. But also, when you've got Von C on probably one of the most aggressive heroes as well, I mean, Glaive is hyper-aggressive in the way he likes to play. You've got Lyra and Gwen. Usually you want to be able to follow up Von C. You can't leave him left for dead in the middle of the team. That's why you have Gwen trying to go in there and get the killing blow, for instance. But you're going into this Kestrel, who we know even close long range is going to burst you. Skye, who's got this hyper mobility repositioning. And the fact then, there's obviously one single target that you're going to want to run in with Flicker to focus. I just feel like Hack's kind of had TSM sewn up for the most part.
Yeah, I actually think the team composition could have worked out if Von C didn't go with the Crystal Path. Because, as we said earlier, there was just no way that TSM was going to be able to soak up the damage that Hack was dishing out. If Von C built some sort of defense, he built some armor, he built some shield, he built some health, then Best Shock and A could have stayed alive long enough in those team fights to build up those breaking point stacks and do some serious damage.
So you feel that the biggest point here was that peeling for Gwen was more important than bursting someone on...
I actually don't even think that the composition TSM put together was bad. I think their build paths were reversed. Put CP on the Gwen, put Weapon on the Glaive. Glaive Weapon does really well into Skye through the jungle. You can actually stick to Skye because of Bright Bulwark. And late game, we talked about this. What does CP Gwen work so well into? Double carries that are on the back line trying to kite around. CP Gwen just spams her A ability, takes the damage down. Glaive goes in, finishes the target off. It just seems like TSM had the strategy reversed.
So the series is 1-1, so unlike earlier when I got it wrong, this is the first 1-1 series we've seen today on stream. We have an MVP for the match, and it's going to be Sense Play here for that Flicker. First person to bring Flicker to the Halcyon Fold and played it successfully.
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice to be able to see also Hack be successful on the Flicker, even though the early game didn't take off, didn't snowball. Most teams think that if Flicker doesn't get that early lead, you can't really come back. But they proved that even if you aren't thousands of gold ahead by minute 6 or 7, you can still secure the game.
Yeah, and I think they sort of played that submarine, I like to call it the submarine type build. You just throw everybody in through this stealth and then appear out of nowhere and blow someone
up.
Like
the last play to close out the game was really brilliant. They cleared all of the vision in the back of the jungle, repositioned themselves, and then TSM just didn't respect the vision clear. They thought maybe Hack was at the shop, maybe they weren't, but kind of lazy play to not flare that out and hopefully see ahead of time.
So we've actually got some standings coming up for you, which give you all of what we've seen on stream. There have been some things played off stream, however, that we will be able to update you on. I believe Gangstar's Sirius went 2-0 up over Infamous Legion off stream, and I believe the last time I saw Hammer's Velocity were 2-0 up over Red Canids. So I think they were 1-0 up and they were looking like they were going to take the series pretty cleanly 2-0. So those are the two games that you missed off stream. For the most part, you're seeing, though, it's pretty obvious Hammer's Velocity running away with Group D right now. Gangstar's Sirius looking good set to be in Group C. Looks like it's getting pretty even in Group B, however, and we are yet to see some play from Group A.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're just kind of getting a taste of just how strong the East Asia region is. I mean, Hack was the wild card team, right? They weren't the dominant East Asia team coming into the tournament. FlashX said many times throughout this past week that if a team takes this tournament and it's not East Asia, it's going to be a team that can copy some of their playstyles, match up their mechanics, and execute. And TSM struggled to do so.
Yeah, indeed. And Hammer's Velocity actually flying the NA flagship right now. Admittedly, they probably had one of the easier groups in sort of inverted commas. I think TSM definitely have, like we previously assumed to be the sort of the group of death, now replaced by Group A, which we're going to see next. But I think, yeah, definitely TSM still looking like they can qualify, but it made it a little bit harder for themselves off the back of that first best-of-2 series, which brings us nicely on to the next match, which is going to be my favorite team, which is Team Secret. I know I'm not allowed to be biased, but I am biased. One of my favorite teams, Team Secret, going up against Phoenix Armada. I know all the Team Secret guys very well, having spent so much time with them over in Europe. And they're going up against what most people have pegged to be the shoe-in for at least a finals place here at Worlds, which is Phoenix Armada. Previously Invincible Armada, obviously picked up by the Phoenix organization, with probably the popular opinion of the best player in the world, which is Druid.
Yeah, I mean, it's a strong lineup. We'll be able to talk to them a little bit more in just a minute, but when we look at Team Secret, I mean, This team has been on the top for a long time. They got a little bit of humble pie served to them during the summer championships, not quite able to close that out. They were still in the finals, though, so people have to be careful. It's not like Team Secret isn't bad now. It's like, oh, guys, they didn't win all the championships that have ever been introduced to Vainglory. They're still a top team. They're players that know the gravity of what they're up against now.
Absolutely.
And Palmatoro and Mowgli told us, during some of the interviews that they respect Phoenix Armada so much that they're thinking of different builds, they're thinking of different strategies, just specifically for these first games, and that's maturity. That shows that Team Secret's working hard.
Yeah, Team Secret traditionally, like we said, they are the back-to-back champions all the way up from last year, finally knocked off their pedestal by Snow Avalanche. But even then, Team Secret still made it to finals. They still made a really good series of it, and it was an unexpected result. Most people, assumed that it would be Team Secret a shoe-in there. And now, one of the star players of Team Secret, the player to watch for this series, is going to be Mowgli, known for his Finn. So that was kind of way back, Mowgli's Finn was kind of the cornerstone of every sort of Finn player's, I guess, idol. And, they'd look at Mowgli making these plays, and they'd be like, oh my God, that guy, insane. Unfortunately, we're not going to see, or I imagine, too much Finn during this championship. So unless it's sort of a surprise pick that Mowgli is planning, we might not get to see him on one of his favorites. But what do you guys think about Mowgli? I mean, he's been around for a while.
Yeah, Mowgli is an absolutely fantastic player. He is so versatile in his picks that even though his signature hero is that Finn, he has shown himself on every single roamer in Vainglory. And I'm very excited to see what he's had to pull out right now up against Phoenix Armada. Because Phoenix Armada, they're a team that you have to bring your best against. And Team Secret, they are ones that always have that back pocket pick.
Yeah, non-traditional roams too, which he seems to actually upset Gangstar Cerberus back in the summer championships by pulling out some Samuel roam back then. We've seen them do things that are a bit unique. It's hurt them sometimes just as much as it's helped them. But on the world stage, it's 2 games in the group stage. So a nice little sneaky pick that can take an opponent off guard is enough to get you 1 point on the board.
Well, Team Secret will have their secrets revealed because we've got a little video of them that we took earlier on.
My name is Kavalafar. I'm the laner for Team Secret. I'm playing with Palmatoro, who is the current jungler for our team, and Mowgli as a team captain and support. Mowgli likes to laugh, he likes to be crazy. And Palmatoro is like the shy guy in the corner, like the ninja waiting to attack. We've been together since the start, basically. Before the first big competition that came to Vainglory, which was the European autumn season, and we won it, and since then we become inseparable, and we are one of the only teams that has been together since the start of the game. We are a force to be reckoned with, no matter which team is in front of us. We never put our arms down till the game is actually over. So it means as long as we are in the game, it means that we can still kick some ass. Team Secret is one, if not the team that has the most titles in history of Vainglory. Even if people consider us as underdogs, we feel that we always have something on our sleeves, and nobody can underestimate the team that has the most titles in history of this game. My entire life, people have been dragging me down. They say that I can't do anything. And winning worlds means that basically I show them in the face and say, what you're saying basically means nothing, because look at me now and look at you. Knowing that you are the best in the world, I mean, we are 7 billion people, and saying that you are the best of something, even if not everyone does it, it feels special. It feels really something that not every people has the right to try for it. Team Secret coming to the finals of the Worlds, it's basically destiny. It's our Cinderella story. We're here to take it home. This is our house. To the opponent's team, I just have to say good luck, because nothing can stop us now.
Well, there you have it. Team Secret feeling quietly confident, but as ever, Kavalafar, very humble for the most part. And I think if EU have a hope, it's probably with either Team Secret or against Cerberus. I mean, Snow Avalanche have shown that they can perform, but seem to be on a little bit on the downside. But Team Secret have got that pedigree. You know, they've got that sort of continued dominance of the European region. And if there's anybody from Europe that can do it, Team Secret are the team.
I mean, they may not be high on my list to be able to make it through to future days in this tournament, but they are some of the most mature and some of the nicest guys I've ever met in the Vainglory scene. So it's a pleasure to see them here and putting it all out there for today's games.
Yeah, well, they have an opponent. And that
do.
opponent is Phoenix Armada, the team that is equivalent to many other Korean teams in esports, the sort of the feared team coming into this World Series. You know, they really are the team to beat this weekend. Detonation kind of up there as well, but if you're talking about the team that everybody's got on their mind with the star player that is Druid, you can see on your screen, this is the team.
They look even stronger now after the last series of TSM going 1-1 with Hack. All of a sudden now Phoenix Armada, the #1 seed coming out of East Asia, looks to take the tournament by storm. Mango, Druid, recently Willie coming on board from Ace. This was one of the other top teams in the East Asia region as well. So this is a powerhouse team. They've been practicing together for the last couple of weeks, really nailing down their synergy. And from scrim results, teams seem to be pretty unsure about what the long-term effects will be playing against these guys.
And if by any other reason we would have to choose anybody else, the player to watch is Druid, obviously Zekan.
Yeah, I mean, Druid, an absolutely stellar player. His signature, he plays Celeste as a signature hero, but his signature is really to get every last CS in the game, whether that be in his lane, in the jungle, in the enemy jungle, or wherever. He never misses. It's amazing.
Yeah, and I mean, Phoenix Armada have got this huge following. They've got this sort of real air of superiority around them. You know, we talked to them. They were somewhat humble, but when we said, you know, are you worried about playing Team Secret? They said no. They straight up said, no, we are just not worried about playing Team Secret here. And they have that confidence. The only team outside of the Korean region they were worried about was TSM. This is a team who look ready to take the finals by storm.
Yeah, I mean, they're ready to really prove to the world that they are the best team. They think they're the best team. They stand up, and it's not just saying it for motivation. They absolutely are convicted in that belief, and they want to prove it here today.
Absolutely. Well, we have a video for Phoenix Armada. We'll look at it right now.
저는 피닉스 아르마다에서 팀장을 맡고 있는 드루이드라고 합니다. 제 원래 팀은 처음에 무적함되었고요. 10월 1일에 팀 피닉스로부터 인수를 당해서 그 이후로 이제 피닉스 아르마다로 활동하고 있습니다. 일단 저는 저는 레인 역할을 맡고 있고요. 그 다음에 망고 선수는 정글 역할을 맡고 있고 윌리 선수는 로머 역할을 맡고 있습니다. 저 같은 경우에 별명이 파밍 머신이라고 불리고요. CS를 굉장히 잘 먹고 그 다음에 이제 망고 선수 같은 경우에는 굉장히 공격적으로 플레이를 잘해요. 세계적으로 제일 원탑으로 공격적으로 잘한다고 생각하기 때문에 처음에 정글 몬스터를 하나나 두 개만 뺏어 먹어도 거의 게임을 터뜨리는 그런 경향을 보여주고요. 그 다음에 윌리 선수 같은 경우에는 거의 이제 싸움을 할 때 보통 이제 딜러들을 굉장히 잘 지켜준다고 생각합니다. 월드 챔피언십 이전까지는 성적이 굉장히 좋았어요. VFL 시즌 3도 우승했고 그 다음에 2주 전에 있었던 VFL도 우승했었고요. 무적함대는 한국에서 거의 최고의 팀이었고요. 처음에 국제대회 인비테이셔널 때부터 VFL 시즌 3까지 거의 모든 대회를 참가를 했었고요. 그리고 거의 최상위 성적을 달성했었어요. 인비테이셔널 때는 우승, VFL 1 시즌 때는 4등을 했지만 VFL 2 시즌 때는 준우승, 그리고 VFL 시즌 3 우승, 그리고 CMEG 중국 대회 우승, E3 삼성갤럭시 인비테이셔널. 개인적으로는 굉장히 최고의 성적을 거뒀다고 생각합니다. 저희가 출전했던 대회는 모두 우승을 했고요. 준우승을 한 대회는 VIPL 2 시즌을 제외하고는 모두 우승했습니다. 그리고 미국에 오기 전까지도 굉장히 연습을 많이 했고요. 그 다음에 미국에 와서도 부트 캠프를 하면서도 거의 저희 집처럼 편안하게 연습하면서 지냈었던 것 같아요. 잠깐 다시 해야 되나? 표현이 좀 이상할 수도 있겠지만 중국의 만리장성 같은 느낌이라고 생각을 해요. 엄청 단단하면서도 견고한 그런 팀이라고 생각합니다.
Well, there we have it. Phoenix Armada, like a great war, everlasting and very strong. And I think that's probably a good way to phrase it. I mean, they genuinely have been keyed in as that team to potentially win the whole of the World Championships, only closely sort of contested there by Detonation, the team that we haven't had a chance yet to talk about because they haven't played on stream, but very important team as well. But Team Secret have got a bit of a job on their hands, to say the least. If they want to come out on top versus Phoenix Armada, they've got to do it, and it starts in the draft phase.
It does start in the draft phase here as we do kick off this game between these two teams, and it's so critical to actually get a comfortable draft. You have Team Secret knowing that Phoenix Armada has such a diverse selection they can go with. I wouldn't worry so much about trying to ban against them. You just get rid of what you don't want them to play and secure yourself something comfortable.
Well, the flicker comes out from Mowgli, instantaneously followed by the Adagio. Look at this draft phase, it's just thick and fast. No pauses held whatsoever.
And this could be the Ringo that we've heard about. So Team Secret pulling out a specific composition they've been working on. They want to try to make this the thing that takes Armada down, unique to them, and they've been doing this for a few days now. So Armada going with a little bit more of the traditional Sky and Kestrel.
Yeah, absolutely. Super quick here from these guys, and unfortunately our handover is going to have to be super quick as well. It's going to be going on to the Halcyon Fold. I'm going to give it over to AJ and Humanist.
Thank you very much, Scoundrel. Man, this is going to be an exciting game. Phoenix Armada and Team Secret are actually both teams with very comprehensive legacies as teams, right?
Definitely.
They've both won a ton of titles, but this is where it really matters. This is the title of titles at Worlds, and they need to get through groups first of all, of course, and their first opponents are each other. It couldn't be a better game to kick off this group.
Oh, this is going to be so good. I mean, everybody was talking about the group of death. When I saw these guys in the same group, I just knew whoever else was in there was going to have a really tough time. But here we are into the match. And this is the Ringo. You know, Fuji mentioned this is something they talked about.
Yeah, they actually specifically mentioned that they have this strategy. It's a bit of a glass cannon strategy in the sense that once you play it, it shatters, and maybe you won't be able to surprise people with it again and use it as effectively. But Team Secret, they have an advantage here, which is that they've practiced this so much, they should know what they're doing. Now look at this, Mowgli and Palmatoro already being aggressive. Willie has nowhere to go. He's still level 1. He can't even use Githian Wall to knock them away. Team Secret score first blood against Phoenix Armada.
Yeah, it's beautiful, and something we talked about earlier, Mowgli got a little contract on himself there, Jackson.
Ooh. Gotta love that. So talk to people about it. Talk to people about why this contract works on the Flicker.
Well, the thing is, Dragonlance, it hasn't been built by too many people, but I've come to call it the Jetpacks contract myself because this is one of the few players that was actually using it. But on Flicker, it works really well because you can get onto a target so incredibly easy before they know it. That's been applied. If once it's procced, they are so slow.
Mowgli needs to be careful. You saw Druid actually just hit level 2 as well. Mowgli trying to imitate the play that SensePlay made in game 1. Not the first play that he made, but the general, like, sit in the bush, come out, use your Fairy Dust, and then your root.
Mowgli with the second contract.
He got baited. Second, whoa.
It's happening.
Weird.
It is happening right now, Jackson.
I guess it's not an exclusivity contract.
Well, I mean, you look at it, what just happened here. Basically, Mowgli went up. He did die, but they don't get too much gold out of it. But the whole time, Palmatoro and Kvalifar were rotating through the jungle together, and they got that full clear, which is very nice.
Mowgli might try and go for this again. Willie does preempt it with the flare, and that kind of shuts down the play from Team Secret. We know that, generally speaking, with this comp, the plan is to have Kvalifar just be a total hyper carry, right? Like, they want to really ramp him up into the late game. The question is, are they going to be able to when they give away kills like the one that Mowgli did in the lane there?
I think they will be able to. Really, it's just Mowgli buying time for his team. He'd prefer not to die there, but it's just fine as long as the rest of his team is getting gold and resources out of the rest of the map. The question is, when you have a composition like this and you get later into the game, Kvalifar will undoubtedly be able to kill either Druid or Mango, but is the other carry actually getting damage onto Kvalifar? That's going to be the key to victory here.
So we were talking earlier on about farm and how Druid is kind of the king of it, right? Basically doesn't miss any. Kvalifar actually has been out farming him up until this point. With the waves as they currently stand, I believe after this one he will still be out farming Druid. So they really are putting emphasis on the Ringer. They really want to do that hyper carry, but here comes an active camoed Mango. They want to go for the fight. Mowgli, very low health, looking for Druid. Druid the first to fall. Willie might go down as well. Palmatoro got him for the attack. Kvalifar and him tag team to find it. Team Secret are 3-1 up right now. Humanist against fan favorites, perhaps favorites to win the tournament, Phoenix Armada.
You know, a lot of times we kind of maybe exaggerate and we say, well, with the Impale, if you miss it, everything goes the other way. This literally, if the Impale lands, Kvalifar dies, and Team Secret lose too. With a missed Impale, it goes the opposite way. And I think Team Secret actually a little bit lucky there in that fight.
Perhaps, but they certainly capitalized on it exactly the way they needed to, and they're sitting at about a 400, 500 gold lead as a result. Phoenix Armada, though, one thing I think it's definitely worth noting, again, we talked about this with Hack, is that East Asian teams, from what we've been hearing, tend to focus on the team fighting, helping out their laner, right? So perhaps with the jungle aggression coming out of Flicker and Adagio, they're struggling, and later on they'll be fine. Kvalifar, look at the damage here, as he does find that trade onto Mango. Doing a good job, keeping up in levels as well. 42 farm in under 4 minutes and 20 seconds on Kvalifar here.
Yeah, he's just doing a phenomenal job right now. One of the things, Jackson, is standing out for me on Phoenix Armada's builds right now is we're actually going to have the CP Kestrel with the Weapon Sky. A lot of times we'll see that flipped around the opposite way. I think it's going to work out okay for them, and I wonder if this is just a response to having the Flicker and maybe getting a little bit more research done, so to speak, right? You're having this Kestrel move across the map unseen.
Not to mention Flicker with 2 contracts is not building into tank items very quickly, and a CP Kestrel with a good active camo is going to be able to blow him up.
Well,
Flicker has to just get in your face, and that's an easy way to land one. So I see where Phoenix Armada is going with this. Do you think this is the best possible way they could be doing it?
Well, it's really tough to say. I mean, the CP Kestrel, I don't think has completely found the full foothold in the current meta, but I think there's definitely something to say. Like, one of the things is the burst potential is very high there.
That is absolutely true. Right now, Armada is grouping up towards the lane, starting to find some good push damage onto the turret. Mango does take 1 shot from it, has to back away. 1 shot, 1 kill, Mowgli.
Oh.
Gotta be careful here, buddy.
Mowgli saw that, just sidesteps it right there. And as you said, you know, getting a couple of these contracts.
Oh, damage.
Sets it back a little bit.
Druid, I mean, yes, he took a lot of damage there, but you got to talk about Mango, right? Like, he was splashing on Kvalifar and doing more damage to him than he was doing to Mowgli in front. I wonder almost if Mowgli should not have stood there and just let the base thing hit onto Kvalifar.
I mean, absolutely. with the CP Kestrel, that's what it's all about, just getting that that bounce through the back with those corner shots. But Kvalifar, look at the 71 last hits, approaching the 6-minute mark of this game here.
Mowgli's got 3 minion candies at this point, around 6 minutes in. Eating too much candy is not too good for you, but the minions certainly don't mind. They're not going to last long anyways. Perhaps Team Secret trying to push sometime soon. When would it be the best point for them to do that?
For Team Secret?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I don't think there's going to be like a minute mark necessarily, but it's about just continuously getting Kvalifar to that point where he's the hyper carry and waiting for any sort of like overextension where Kestrel, for example, move forward into that bush.
Oh,
very nice Githian
That
wall.
was a great Githian wall. So much AoE damage coming across. Palmator does get sniped as Mowgli tries to block but can't get there. Kvalifar kiting backwards, a great route out of Willy. Githian wall, Mowgli into the turret. That's an ace from Phoenix Armada, showing up in the 3 versus 3 just like we thought they could.
Oh boy. Well, the thing there, Mango, and there was about a half second of Mango being overextended, and that's what I was trying to talk about right there. But immediately he corrects his positioning, and Willy's in the front line. So look at that turret going down right there. Phoenix Armada getting so much out of that win. But the thing is, with Willy in the front line, if you walk into the bush, that's the easiest Githian wall of his life.
Willy did just fail in a roll over that wall, but does use the Impale to get across, finds the camp as well. Team Secret are on the hunt. They know they need to do something. That's a Hellfire Brew coming across, landing onto Druid. Kvalifar has had to back away, though, and Mowgli's taking a lot of damage on the front line. Fountain popped on the side of Phoenix. Mango just barely alive, not quite going to be able to get away, though, as Kvalifar hunts him down. Team Secret definitely not going to take those fight earlier on, and the turret's going down, rolling over. Willy and Druid might want to look for some more here, though. Willy thinking about going for the gold mine.
Willy gets
it! Actually finds the steal! That is bad news for Team Secret as Druid coming in here could look for more. What shot? No! Phoenix Armada, they get Kvalifar too! Palma finds a return onto Druid, but what a catastrophe for Team Secret.
A catastrophe, a disaster. I mean, that is everything going the way of Phoenix Armada. Team Secret's composition really starting to show some weaknesses here. He's going to miss that Impale. But the thing is, that's a 2v3 situation, and Team Secret getting the kill on Phoenix Armada, when you have that advantage, it felt like, okay, well, we're going to go ahead and get an objective. And I was going to point out, that's the most important thing they could do. But to give that away, it's just absolutely the worst thing you could do.
I want to talk to you some more about Mowgli and these minion candies, because at first it was like, okay, this is kind of cute. They maybe want to push up and use Kvalifar's high damage on turrets to get something early. Right now, they're definitely significantly on the back foot. Mowgli's just really popping him. You know, he just keeps buying candies. Is it worth it at this point? He's sunk a lot of gold.
Well, it's also with the hyper carry, if Kvalifar wants to rotate into the jungle, that means that there's a moment where Phoenix Armada can just shove the lane. And what Mowgli's been doing in these cases is he rotates up to the lane, and if he can mini candy it, it just buys it a little bit more time for Kvalifar to make that rotation and get back to lane.
All right, so let's talk about farm again, because Kvalifar, even with the 2 fights that just went so poorly, is still sitting at an incredible CS number, 104 at almost 9 minutes. Obviously, this is even more than Druid, but I think the key thing to notice here, for the viewers who might just be seeing that and going, whoa, is the fact that Palmator is actually sitting on 11 compared to Mango's 52. All the farm is going on to Kvalifar. There's no distribution here, so in total, Phoenix is still farming better.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing right there. It doesn't matter how much you have if the other team's still on the network.
All right, well, Kvalifar trying to maybe poke his head in, find some damage, but Druid with an insane Surrey Strike dives all the way into the back, picks up the kill. Palma might go down. Mowgli hit by the one-shot, one kill. Druid wants more. It's another ace for Phoenix Armada. You just can't fight them right now.
There's almost nothing they can do here. The positioning out of Armada is incredible. Team Secret feel like they need to get something done, and I think maybe the pinnacle of Team Secret feeling like they need to get something done is Kvalifar. He puts himself into this dangerous position, and what are you going to do? Yeah, you're going to get a heal out of the Adagio. You watch this Kvalifar, the ult puts him in there, but I think that getting wall was on accident right there. Kval getting chunked down between the Glimmer shots. That Fountain is forced down, nothing they can do.
Oh, well, this time Kvalifar is just massively out of position. I don't understand that one. Palmator already went down. Mowgli going to be falling to one-shot, one kill to pick it up. We're 10 minutes in. Kvalifar has insane farm, but Phoenix Armada are knocking on the Vein Crystal of Team Secret Humanist. This could practically be game. Look at how quickly they're chunking this down. We still don't even have the respawn from Mowgli, but Phoenix Armada, they're a disciplined team. They're going to be backing away, waiting for the best possible opportunity to end things.
Wow, this is such a scary game for Team Secret. To essentially be almost game over 10 minutes in right now, it feels real bad, man, if you're a Team Secret fan.
Not to mention, I mean, Team Secret, they literally said this is a set-piece, 3-hero composition we definitely want to play, that we've been practicing, that we've prepared for this match, and it's getting shut down. That can't feel good. I know they've got backup plans, they've got other ideas, but this is what they wanted to set the pace with. Kvalifar is going to be able to zone out Druid and Mango a little bit, but in the long run, if Mowgli gets caught like this, I don't see Team Secret doing anything here. Without Flicker, can they even defend?
I don't think so. I mean, that was their fountain. Kvalifar can barely get in range to do anything. He went for the tornado trigger here.
Oh, he's trying to maybe do some damage. Willie is actually getting taken quite low, but the one-shot, one kill not going to land. Hellfire Brew, don't lock yourself in right now. That's a scary proposition. Willie, I mean, the Githian wall.
Thou shalt not Hellfire Brew.
You know, I haven't seen that in competitive, from what I can recall, since the hero spotlight of Lance and like the teaser videos of Lance. No one does that.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, it's a nice play, and obviously, you're going to have the best teams in the world here, so they should be making these sorts of plays.
Absolutely. And look at this Willie. How disciplined is it to buy a contraption when you're this far ahead? You know that maybe getting ambushed is the only way Team Secret comes back into this game. You don't buy damage, you don't buy crystal power to get longer CC, you buy vision.
Yeah, definitely. No, you want to just continuously push this advantage, and of course, it might make sense to build more damage, like you said, but just controlling the map is really everything, and against this Flicker, it's exactly what they need here.
All right, well, Team Secret, they've used the Moon Cloak. I don't think they know entirely where Phoenix are, however, because Willie has had such strong control of the vision. I like the fact that Team Secret pulled the trigger and said, okay, let's try this, even though we don't know, because we need to do something. But right now, I mean, Phoenix, they're just rolling over the game.
I mean, it's a 90-second cooldown that you don't get anything off of. That is such a huge waste right now. What is Team Secret supposed to do? You have to get Kvalifar onto a key target, but if he's in range to attack, he's in range to be impaled or just absolutely blown up.
Phoenix Armada, they are marching into Team Secret's base right now. They're thinking about pushing all the way. You can see a good amount of splash damage going on to Kvalifar. One shot, one kill. Actually going to connect with Mowgli as he tries to jump forwards. A Fountain keeping both teams fairly healthy. They're just going to back away for a little bit. Mango with some good glimmer shots. Find some nice damage onto the turret as well. But this time, at least, Team Secret played cautiously enough, played conservatively enough to stay in it.
I have never seen Team Secret be this far on the back foot. Literally in any match I've ever seen them play, I have never seen a team beat them this handedly in the first 13 minutes of a game.
I mean, it really speaks to the caliber of Phoenix, but here comes another fight as Mowgli tries to run forward. He's slowed everyone up, but Kvalifar actually is able to survive just for a little bit longer. Mango, can Palmator take him down? there's no farm on Palmator. He doesn't have any items. He can't do the damage unless he can just
can he do it? Oh, Palma!
Oh, Mango, he gets knocked out. He might be able to turn it. Oh. This, I mean, it was hard to control myself there, Humanist, because that fight could have spelled the end for Team Secret. It also could have spelled the comeback, but just barely, Phoenix kept things at even.
I mean, yeah, you're saying Palmator doesn't have that much gold. The truth is, a lot of the last hits have gone over to K-Volithar, but when K-Vol was rotating through the jungle, a lot of times there was Palma that was following him around, so he does have a bit of gold. Having the Shatter Glass, he's got his Blazing Salvo up. If they leave this Adagio alone, he still can put out decent damage, but there's a nice verse coming through here. We see all of Phoenix moving in. That missed impale is a big deal. The verse coming out immediately, and they just chunk through that sky right there. Of course, K-Volithar getting melted down, and Mowgli will be second to fall, but look at Palma. That one shot, maybe not quite red right there, but Willie goes down, underestimating, maybe like Jackson, the damage coming out of this Adagio.
Certainly. I mean, I think Palmator does have the ability to amp up his damage, obviously, so he can be hitting you 1 second and you're like, okay, I can deal with this. And then a second later, after Ringo's dead and he's buffing himself instead of the Ringo, you're like, oh, I totally did not realize.
Wait a second there.
Right? So you definitely have to be careful. The Flare, I believe, does not catch Team Secret here. They might be able to find the flank. K-Volithar, he's looking for Druid. Good Surrey strike backwards. Mowgli, he gets impaled. He gets blown up. K-Volithar trying to find the damage. Githian walled right back into the fight, but that's exactly maybe where he wants to be. He picks up Mayo, he picks up Game. He's looking for Willie. K-Volithar, the ace. Team Secret, how are they holding on right now?
Because they're three-time European champions right here. You don't go to sleep on a team like this. I have never seen them this far behind, and it's beautiful to see a team on the back foot turn around a fight. Just beautiful to watch. And this is the thing, right? They might have all of their turrets but one taken away from themselves. But the thing is, you win a fight, that is just money in the bank waiting to be taken right back.
I mean, Team Secret, they were massively behind. Now they're like 2,000 gold behind. And at 15.5 minutes, it's arguable that maybe that doesn't matter so much. Look at this fight, though. Look at K-Volithar and how he stutter steps and plays perfectly at the end.
Oh, it is absolutely beautiful. He got onto the key targets here. And you know that Githian wall...
I didn't see that the first time.
Yeah. Didn't see that Githian?
No. Well, no, I didn't see that it managed to actually knock K-Volithar out of the one-shot, one-kill.
Yeah, I mean...
That's huge.
That's one of the... If you're repositioning people, your communication has to be absolutely on point there. I think Druid did a really good job of Surrey striking around that fight. He did a really good job.
All right, Team Secret, they're running in. They can't let this Kraken go across. Mowgli taking a lot of damage, but he's stopping the retreat from Phoenix.
My
That's
goodness!
The first kill for Team Secret. They're looking for more. Willie, he needs to try and just protect Druid right now. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Mowgli, he's coming in from the flank. Druid doesn't realize. Oh, but he is going to be able to back away there. K-Volithar picks up 2 kills. Phoenix Armada do not give over the ace. It's still probably a Kraken.
There's a big wave marching down the lane, but this looks like it's Kraken territory here.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be the Kraken. They're going to be able to go back and deal with the wave. Druid, I mean, you don't try and steal this, right? That would be insane. So things really looking up for Team Secret.
As he
don't
boots
try
in.
and steal
As he
this,
boots
right?
in,
Okay.
Jackson.
Okay. Let's calm down. Let's refocus.
All right. Oh, well, I love that Druid went for the play there, because essentially if he steals it, it's almost a game over right there. But I mean, look at there are lane minions in the base right now that they actually have to deal with.
I'm curious what the turret's health is at, to be honest, because that is a big wave. Palmator should be able to deal with it, though. Phoenix Armada, they're regrouping. They're thinking about how they're going to deal with this. They should, I imagine, because of Palmator's positioning, be able to take Kraken for free. You got to question maybe K-Volithar and Mowgli be in this bowl.
As long as they're not in range to be engaged upon, I think they're going to be quite all right here. But like you said, this Kraken is going to get burned down. That's going to be blocked off, so no burn damage coming through.
All right, Palmator is starting to make his way back towards Team Secret. Maybe go for the regroup. There is a 1,000 gold difference between these two teams right now. Team Secret has been able to hold on. You know, admittedly, we were talking about hypercarry Ringo, and I think a lot of people think of Ringo as like this especially early game focused hero. When you've got this much support and you have that much like steroid on your kit, it's possible for him to just deal some serious DPS in the late game.
Oh, definitely. I totally agree with you on that. I think it's one of the things that people kind of get pigeonholed into thinking that, oh, this is an early game hero. If it gets past this point, they're not going to have enough damage. A lot of times, like Saw, well, if he doesn't take a turret down in the first 5 minutes, then you're going to lose the game. I don't think that's the case with a lot of heroes, and Ringo, exactly as you said, with enough farm and the right positioning engagement, can get a lot done.
One shot, one kill has been burned from Mango. He's Crystal Power with a little bit of cooldown acceleration, so it's only about a 25-second cooldown. Palma him up. setting something up here. You see Willie's just constantly throwing out those flares, knows that Mooncloak has been the reason why Team Secret has been able to make a few of the plays they have so far.
Absolutely.
Does not want to give that away.
No, he doesn't, and I think this is almost like prime example of how powerful an ability Mooncloak is. To get your whole team on top of a target and blow that one target up, that's exactly what Hypercarry Ringo wants to do. So it's beautiful to watch right there. And to be that far behind, it really makes a great case for this pick.
All right, right now Phoenix Armada is forcing the movements of Team Secret a little bit, though. We've got to remember, Team Secret only has one turret left in their base. So if Phoenix Armada make any movement towards the lane at all, Team Secret has to be like, okay, we respect you. We're gonna back up, right? So this all being said, like Team Secret's recent success in fights being said, they do have to be just very careful about where they move, when they move there, how much they commit. Mooncloak burned with no effect. Druid trying to get some poke, can't quite do it. This is, I mean, this is ridiculously tense, Humanist. It sets the pace of the whole group too, because Phoenix Armada absolutely, in a lot of people's, on paper, they're favorites. Easy favorites coming in.
I mean, on paper and spoken word, a lot of people favoring this team.
All right, Team Secret, they did throw out the Hellfire Brew there. You find a bit of a burn onto Willie. That's the root on Kvalifar. He's got to be careful. Githian wall stun as well. Mowgli, running point, does get a lot of interruption down and doesn't quite die. One shot, one kill, doesn't connect with anyone. Palma, he's going for the burst. Kvalifar is untouched still. He wants to find some kills. Fountain popped, but it is 1 versus 3 right now. I don't think he can do this.
GG.
It's a triple kill. Phoenix Armada, after 2 very disastrous fights, just bounced right on back. They hardly even took damage in the fight. They're going to be taking down Team Secret in game 1.
I mean, it's almost the story of this game. If Willie lands an Impale, they win the fight. If he misses it, it goes the other way. I think the whole team, everyone watching right now, you got to give huge credit to this Lance right now. He got in there. He made it was the Impale into the Githian wall, and of course Mowgli does everything he can to frontline for his team, but it's just not enough.
Kvalifar needs to be doing damage whilst Mowgli is frontlining.
Exactly.
Like, you can't wait until Mowgli has bought you enough time to not die during their CC. That's just not going to happen. And Palmator, like we said, in a fight that late into the game, with that little farm and little gold, what are you going to do?
Yeah, well, I mean, he tried to just be that kind of buffer tool, throw out that verse, and pray that Kvalifar is actually going to find that damage. It looked like maybe Kval kind of hesitated there, thinking, do I try to chunk Willie down and take him out, or do I get past him and get onto a carry? And on the other side, Phoenix were like, yeah, we're going to kill this Flicker, and then we're going to go from there.
Honestly, both teams had to make some very tough decisions in their play towards the end of that game. I'm very curious to see if our analysts think maybe it could have gone the other way with just a few tweaks, or whether or not Phoenix Armada always was going to take that one after they managed to just stabilize a little bit. Let's pass it back onto our analyst desk with Scoundrel, Fuji, and Zekan.
Yeah, Zekan, how you doing, Zekan?
Yeah, I've changed quite a lot over the last couple of minutes. It's an impressive transformation.
Yeah, actually, we've replaced Zekan with Sona, because Sona, unfortunately, isn't ill, and Zekan is ill, unfortunately. He's had to go home. He's got a bit of a cough, feeling a little bit under the weather. So replacing with kind of a guy who's a little bit second-rate, I guess, but the budget is tight.
I'm going to admit I'm not as good as Zekent. Okay.
But the budget is tight. You know, this is the only guy we could afford, really. Anyway, that was a crazy game. Myself and Sona kind of a little bit worn out. We were basically singing EU's praises all the way up until that last sort of team fight. But, I mean, Fuji, I guess we answered the question the casters asked us. Were Phoenix Armada always going to win that, or was Team Secret looking like they could potentially take it away?
I mean, this was Team Secret's. We were going to try to take a game off of Armada's composition, and you saw that, like, Armada got a pretty decent lead in the early game, started pushing, but they started disrespecting Ringo's potential for damage and got way too close. Like, Druid was Suri striking in towards Ringo. Kesha was getting far too close to Ringo. Kvalifar blew everyone up in every of those mid-game team fights, and then all of a sudden Phoenix made a drastic team fight change. They said, we're going to stay at max range, we're going to wait for the Impale to land, and then we're actually going to take the team fight.
Got a little bit of a replay Sona here. What is going on? This is the game-winning play.
Yeah, so really, Mowgli's trying to defend his team here. Palmer has a very well-placed verse, but Willie continually locks up that Ringo towards the back line. Palmer can't get the damage down, and because Kvalifar is caught out, because Mowgli's so low at the start of the fight, they're just able to take them out so quickly.
I mean, Willie had so many incredible Githian walls.
Oh, they were beautiful.
Like, I mean, we should just start calling him Wally. What do you think?
Yeah, I like it, Wally.
Wally.
I think that the major thing there was that, like, I think Sona picked up on it nicely. The Willie was just soaking damage for Kvalifar. Now, you use the flicker to basically deliver Kavalifar to that backline, and they got it to work several times, but the major thing that Fuji picked up on, which I think is something that we were all kind of watching as it happened, as it transpired, they realized that that was the case. Phoenix Armada changed their approach to a team fight. Flares consistently going out, time and time again, not wanting to get caught off guard by that Flicker ultimate. And you saw that. He tried to use the Flicker ultimate, he got caught out by the flare, and then they just had nothing left, and then eventually kind of just soaked up Team Secret's tactic and threw it in the bin.
It comes back to something Action Jackson said about halfway through the cast as well. When Phoenix Armada looked like they were just going to win, he was like, oh, look at that, that's good support play. He's picked up the contraption. He's going to be able to use that to spot out the Mooncloaks. And because they had that later game, he could buy flares on top of that. And it meant whenever you had Will-O-Wisp coming out from the Flicker, or whenever he used the Mooncloak, it was so easy for Phoenix Armada just to say, okay, we'll wait for 5 seconds, and then we can re-engage in a minute.
I would go far enough to say that I do think Team Secret could have taken that game had they had just tweaked a few things. They all got caught in lane early, which threw away the early lead, and then they weren't farming enough on Ringo. So we're going to have to see, can they turn this back around in a mental state?
I think the biggest thing that we both talked about at the start there was that they're playing a hyper carry composition. They're trying to duel in the jungle 24/7. They could have just been funneling that farm onto Ringo and then got him to that sort of late game stage very quickly. But anyway, into the next draft phase here, Team Secret, Phoenix Armada. Team Secret are going to be A-side. They're going to ban out the Kestrel straight away. We'll have to see what they get the response from Phoenix Armada. I guess, do we see a Lyra ban here?
I think Lyra makes the most sense. Kestrel is one of those bans where if you think the enemy team can play it well, you have to get it off. But if you think you can beat the enemy team with it, it's fine to leave it open. Kestrel actually has quite a low win percentage today out of how strong she is, just because people are leaving her up when they know they can win the fights anyway.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of teams, I kind of poked fun at Zeke for it earlier, but a lot of teams seem to have it sewn up, and they're going to kind of cut the head off the snake here at the Team Secret composition that they ran, but it does leave that Lyra open immediately for Mowgli. We know he's incredibly gifted, and it's going to be an immediate response of Lance. What do you think will go here as well? Anything you could predict be picking up by Phoenix Armada?
Well, I don't think I could have predicted letting Lyra go through, honestly. I mean, Phoenix has said they really understand the power and the strength of this pick, so I would have to imagine they have something very specific in mind to go into the Lyra. Celeste comes through, we've seen this before, but at the same time, Team Secret could easily pick up the Black Feather, put him in lane here, put a lot of pressure on the Celeste, and the best thing you have to support you in the lane is that Lyra, which makes the laning phase for Black Feather so much easier. So really risky draft by Armada.
I think it's a bit of confidence from Armada as well, because they know that they are more adept at playing that 3v3 lane early on. They're saying, okay, we'll give you the Lyra, we'll let you have a bit of lane pressure, but we know if you make a single mistake, we're going to be able to capitalize on it. It is the Black Feather lock-in as well, as you said, Fuji.
And we know that Kavalifar takes Black Feather in lane quite frequently. He's pretty adept with that, and it is going to be probably Palmatoro taking that Sky into the jungle here. It's something that he does quite frequently. How are you thinking about this composition from Team Secret, Fuji?
I love this composition. I mean, you can go Weapon Power Black Feather, CP Black Feather, both fare extremely well into Celeste as a carry. Even Druid on this Celeste, but Phoenix Armada has been known to move Celeste, I was going to say into the jungle, but with the quick glaive pickup, I don't know. I mean, we saw TSM do the glaive thing earlier. I don't think it's going to be CP glaive. So
I hope it's not, in all honesty. That's something I don't want to adapt into the world's meta.
Guys, very quickly, I've got to hand it over to the casters. It's going to be AJ and Humanist. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This should be an interesting game, actually. I mean, the Lyra, obviously, again, surprising to make it through, but actually what I'm really curious about is this Black Feather Sky pairing from Team Secret, because although Excounter was mentioning that it could very well be Kavalifar in lane on the Black Feather, historically he's been a very... he's really liked playing Sky too. So, okay, it is going to be Black Feather.
Yeah, it's going to be Black Feather going the way of Kavalifar. And Secret's one of those teams where they can actually, historically, they have swapped this, the same hero in and out from lane to jungle and done it almost better than anyone. Let's see if this has the same effect that their Glaive Sky combos of past have had.
Do we think that this is going to be a weapon power Black Feather, or might it possibly be... Oh, that was interesting. Both teams just came up and minion candied the wave straight away.
It's pretty funny. But it's Mowgli just wanting to actually pressure as much as possible here, because if they can get a nice early clear, that means they're going to get to the shop, and you know that Glaive Lance are going to have that huge power as far as that early game combo. So maybe that's what they were looking to accomplish then.
The preparation from these teams is just insane, isn't it, Humanist? I mean, that looked practically choreographed. They walk up, minion candy, maybe a few CS go the way of the Druid, and then he knows Lyra's coming, so he backs away. Lyra does make her way up there, but we do have a fight developing. Jungle, perhaps Team Secret can find something here. Some good damage onto Willy, at the very least, is going to come across from Palmatoro. Druid is making his way down too.
Yep.
Just looking for the jungle farm.
Nice damage there. And ultimately, that's the kind of damage that Secret want to put out just to kind of negate an invasion out of Phoenix. If you can drop them down to 60% health or something, and that's not like you're going to go ahead and invade yourself, but it means that if they invade, it's going to be much more dangerous for them.
Absolutely. Here comes the Impale. Look at the Afterburn. Look at the timing. Everything's staggered just perfectly for Kvalifar to not even have a chance to blink. Phoenix Armada picking up the first kill in this game, too.
Yeah, that was beautiful to watch right there. That was Mango boots before he even leaves the bush right into the Afterburn. And obviously these guys are very clear communication right now. They knew exactly what they wanted to achieve.
Look at that, Druid using Core Collapse to farm a little bit early on here. Druid, I mean, really, is spectacular at farm. Cannot be understated. Perhaps last game, again, in contrast with Kvalifar, looked like less, but you gotta remember, Kvalifar was taking everything that game. Phoenix, they're doing a good job of finding opportunities to rotate around the map, stick together, avoid being caught out. Does Team Secret maybe have a way of finding something early on?
I really don't think so. No, the early game power is to Phoenix here, and then it's kind of scary to say that because you have a Lyra on your team, and then they also have the late game in the Celeste. Now you look at the late game, the Sky, the Blackfeather, they can get work done, but not if they're shut down early here. I think it's almost like a problem from Mowgli to not have vision or not be in the perfect position to scout out the movement up to lane coming out of Phoenix. You cannot get Afterburn or Impaled by surprise.
Well, that's going to be the Impale. Kvalifar also Afterburn back. It was, I mean, that was exactly what just happened. Deja vu for Kvalifar as he gets picked off yet again. Team Secret struggling in the lane so far in Game 2.
Yeah, you just can't have that happen. Mowgli, he's sitting on flares, has the sigil, really needs to abuse the power of this Lyra, and maybe just some slight misplays that they can correct moving forward here.
Ooh, that was close. Good core collapse from Druid, gets him back. Willie trying to run away too, but Palmatoro has the damage, I would imagine, to pick up this kill. It is going to be the first of the game for Team Secret. They're on the board.
Yeah, they get the nice kill there, but it's like almost perfectly in the rhythm of the game for Phoenix. This is something like I like to call the rhythm of the game is Druid moves over, needed some healing. The mid was coming up. Mango was going to take it anyway, but Mango gives it to Druid. So suddenly Druid doesn't need to go back to base. He's got the healing, gets a little extra gold in his coffers, and is right back into the lane. It's actually a really wonderful rotation out of them.
Man, look, I know I talked about it before. Hang on a second, though. Kvalifar knocked back yet again. Does have a reflex block, but didn't actually need it there as the core collapse did not land. Mango taking a lot of damage on the return, but Palma can't quite make his way safely into the mix there. Doesn't find a return kill.
Phoenix has done such a good job to posture and control these left and right mustache bushes, as we call them. Look at that Impale, Jackson.
Wow, Willie finds two. He also gets a two-man Githian wall, but this time there's not backup. Druid's out of energy. Mango too low on health to really commit. We did see one Helio catch Kvalifar there, I believe, so he gets chunked out. Imperial Sigil forced from Mowgli. Phoenix Armada definitely dictating the pace.
Yeah, they really are. And Willie, I mean, he's not even looking to get the kill. He's just flexing on Team Secret right now and letting them know they have to spend so much focus just trying to keep Blackfeather alive, keep him farming right now. He's 26 last hits to the 48 of Celeste right here. This is going to be a really tough game for Kvalifar moving forward into the early mid game.
It absolutely is, and if you look at how things are shaping up overall, this has led, all this aggressive play and control has led to almost a 2,000-ish gold lead, 1.6 I believe it was a second ago. So Phoenix Armada, they're doing a great job. They actually picked up a minion mine too, extending that further. It's going to be a challenge, I think, for Team Secret to necessarily weather the storm in this game too.
Yeah, they have to weather the storm, but the point I'm trying to make is that Mowgli has to get control of this right mustache bush. He has to know when Mango and Willie are making the rotations up there. He's flaring it out, but he's never been able to actually physically stand there. Once Lyra gets that forward positioning, it's really hard to take it away from her, but he hasn't. And that's just credit to what Phoenix has been able to do thus far. It's really tough once you have the Lance and Glaive in position. And if Mowgli, he's just slightly behind in his rotations, he's never actually going to get there.
That is a very good point. Druid picking up a broken myth already, around 5.5 minutes into the game, with an energy battery, kinetic shield, and boost. So he is sitting quite pretty right now. Kavalifar's got to be careful. That's going to be the reflex block coming across this time. He does block that Impale, that initial ground control out of Phoenix Armada. You can see Team Secret trying to kind of mimic Team Phoenix's style here. They're rotating as three. They're spending a lot of time as a group in the lane. Kavalifar knocked back, though. Githian wall into the wall. He can't do enough by himself. We needed Palmatoro to show up a little bit quicker there.
Yeah, I don't even know that it's necessarily Palma's fault for being too late. He needs to also be farming his jungle, getting his levels on the sky. So it's a real problem what's happening here in the lane. And not only, I don't know if you took note of that, but Willie had a fountain before that engagement happened. Mowgli did not and still does not have a fountain. So this Lyra, while she has the Sigil Healer team up, it's just not, it's going to pale in comparison to what Phoenix can do. They're still sitting on this fountain.
I'm starting to really get a feel for maybe what Mowgli's going for with these minion candies. At first, it wasn't like the thing that I had to focus on just because of the way last game went. Oh, I've got to focus on this now, though. Kavalifar, he's getting stuck in bad situations again and again. Did have the reflex block, but he's in a very dicey position. Can he get out of this one? Finds the shield. He got the healing camp, so it might be enough to get him just a little bit further away. Can Mowgli back him up, perhaps? It doesn't look like it. Mowgli's on the other side of the map.
Oh, man.
4th kill for Phoenix Armada. Let's talk about these minion candies real quick, though, because I would have expected them to be used maybe a bit more on the aggressive side of things when Ringo was doing well last game, for example. But actually, even with like half or less than half of a minion wave, Mowgli popped it there to stop Armada from snowballing.
Yeah, no, it's exactly the two ways you want to use it, either offensively or defensively. And obviously, Mowgli is putting some pretty good emphasis on this minion candy. And we don't see it picked up too much, so it's nice to see an item like that coming out here at Worlds.
All right, so let's take stock again. You can see Phoenix Armada has increased the gap between them and Team Secret here with 4 kills to 1 now and 15, almost 15,500 gold to around 13. Kavalifar, look at the damage he's taking. Mango with that weapon power bursting him down.
Oh
Solar Storm not quite enough though. Druid doesn't find the snipe. This does force Team Secret into an awkward position though. Can they defend properly here?
Well, Kaval's gonna go ahead and port back. Yeah, right within vision there. So it's a tough call, and they go right away.
Yeah, Mango sees that as a great opportunity to maybe find Palmatoro, but the heal coming out from Mowgli stops too much of a commitment there. Druid finding some good siege damage onto the turret. It's not going to be enough to take it just yet, though.
I feel so bad right now for Kavalifar as a lane. I mean, he switched into the jungle. Palma has gone up, and I think this is a smart call for them. But, I mean, the guy that was laning at the beginning of this game has 35 last hits, 8 minutes into the game, up against a Celeste with 96 of her own. I think this is just so hard. And we saw them pinned into their base, and they managed to come back. So this is a team that definitely can do it, but it's going to be very hard for them.
Again, I mean, talking about regional differences, Europe known for those longer games. Sometimes, you know, back in older metas, it worked very well for them. Maybe in this one, we have yet to see if it will continue to. But Team Secret, I think they showed that ability to just be tenacious in the last game. Resilient against Phoenix Armada's aggression. Phoenix this time around have this more substantial, quick edge and really have shut down the laners.
Oh my goodness!
That's a lot of damage. Druid might be looking for a Solar Storm sometime soon. He's having a lot of discipline to hold it right now. Maybe wants to pull 5 Broken Myth stacks. Palmatoro, can he get away? A Helio finds it. That's a Solar Storm. Just connects with 1 or 2 stars on the Kavalifar.
Oh, they're going to go for it!
Helio finds it. Kavalifar just barely able to get out of there. It's 2 quick kills, a turret, and maybe more for Phoenix Armada.
Yeah, Phoenix Armada are in complete control of this game from A to Z. The only kind of shining light right now for Team Secret is that Palmatoro has a Broken Myth. His boots are ready to be activated if he gets into an engagement. Right now, it's just so tough for them. Like, any movement they make out across the map, like, they're going to have to flare every single bush. You have to imagine that Phoenix could be jumping out at any moment for an engagement here.
And that's why Mowgli has 5 flares in his inventory. He knows that's super important. I'm sure he'd like some proper items right now, but he just can't afford to do it. Maybe a contraption is worth investing into. I mean, what do you think here? Should Mowgli be going for that?
Well, I mean, he could go for a contraption. It's really tough to say. I mean, there's a lot of items that he wants this game, and I don't know if that's high enough up on the priority list here.
Fair play, but you can see an Aegis is going to be high on the list for Kavalifar. He hasn't even finished 1 final tier offensive item.
Well, he can't afford to. I mean, you can get in and do a little bit of poking, but Celeste is outranging him. Part of that, Jackson, is due to the level disadvantage. Celeste hit level 8, so to have the maxed out Helios, she gets that extra range. It's very similar to what Blackfeather's looking for, but he's still sitting in level 7.
I really feel as though maybe Crystal Power Blackfeather would have made sense here. It's a great choice into long-range mages because you can actually slow them down and get a shield against their poke with your on point. So perhaps not something Team Secret was thinking about, or maybe they just really want to play super late. They know Kavalifar is going to fall behind and they can come back. Willie Does have to be careful about being baited in by Palmatora, but here comes Mango and Druid. Some good damage already. Cavalifar just running right onto Druid here. That's a Rose offensive backwards, but look at the AoE damage. Druid is untouched, even though Cavalifar found him early on. Solar Storm tags K-Vol, picks up the kill. On the other side of the fight, Palmatora goes down already. Mowgli's taken out too. It's 9 kills to 1. Phoenix Armada looking very dominant in game 2. Team Secret, they almost came back last game, but this time I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different story. Last game, the team was behind, but they had one player that had all the items that he actually needed. Right now, the whole team is a little bit behind.
Infusion's coming out from Team Secret. They know that this is do or die. Mowgli jumping forward with that Bright Bulwark. Cavalifar wants something, but he just doesn't have any damage. It's all up to Palmatora to actually find the kills here. Does get some good poke on the Willy, but with Cavalifar chunked out like that, maybe Team Secret just decides to back away, try and make that Hail Mary play like they did last game.
I feel like this is their moment to find it. If they had no, I mean, they didn't have their own fountain up, but they have the healing out of Lyra. They probably didn't know the fountain from Phoenix was on cooldown right there.
Biggest problem for me is War Tread's done on Willy, not on Mowgli. Druid even has his own boots off cooldown at that point. How do you catch up? You know, it's so difficult. There's so many things you have to consider. Team Secret are behind in basically every single element of this game. Cavalifar does need to try and get out.
Nice play, K.
Was pretty good there. Doesn't have to use his reflex block or Aegis as it now is. Willy could be.
Willy literally is walking in 1v3 and doesn't have fear right now. That's how far ahead they are.
I mean, they can afford to be. They are truly that far ahead in gold. I mean, they're almost, well, they now are 10,000 gold ahead. Mowgli knocked back into the fight. He's staying alive for just a little bit longer, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Palmatora trying to jump in, finds 3 people with death from above, but it is all down to him. I don't think he's going to be able to 1 versus 3 here, not with Mango able to just save that afterburn for the Surrey strike. It's another ace for Phoenix Armada. Humanist, I think this is game. Phoenix Armada likely right now to be taking the 2-0 win over Team Secret.
I mean, honestly, right now, Druid has more last hits than I usually have at 20 minutes. He has everything that he needs right here. It's just a stellar performance, to say the least, coming out of this team. Last stand here.
It's not going to be enough.
No, it is nothing.
Phoenix Armada take down Team Secret 2 games in a row. Game 1, admittedly, I'm sure was a lot closer than many of the fans thought it would be. It was a lot closer than I thought it would be, and it was a lot closer to coming back for Team Secret than I'm sure maybe even they thought at certain points during the game. But Phoenix Armada, their experience really showing through there. Their just mechanical skill, super strong. East Asia is a region you just have to fear.
You have to fear. I think respect for them definitely, and I don't know about fear getting in there. Like, if you have to be able to make aggressive plays a lot of times. You know, if you get in there, even if you're behind, if you make that aggressive play, you can win these fights. But congratulations right there, Phoenix, dominating Team Secret right here. Obviously one of the best teams in Europe.
Very strong stuff from our first series of Group A. We're hopefully going to see a little bit more of that later on today. At the very least, we'll have updates for you from the second stream. But with some updates on how this shapes up the group and how this affects the tournament as a whole, we're going to be passing it back to the analyst desk with Excoundrel.
Thank you very much, guys. Wonderful job as usual. I'm again joined by Fuji and Sona. Glad to have you here. My heart is kind of dying a little bit. I mean, EU, they really got my hopes up in that first game, and then Phoenix Armada rose from the ashes, grabbed my heart in its talons, and then ripped it up. Unfortunately, they just absolutely dominated that second game, and I think the one big talking point that we all have is that Black Feather lane, 39 CS to 109 of Druid, kind of plays a sort of, it speaks for itself, really. I mean, I was going to think of a way of phrasing it, but I can't actually say anything because it speaks for itself.
Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't kind of play to the story. It is the story. Like, we talk a lot about the ability for Blackfeather to do so well in the Celestin lane, but Phoenix Armada, they bring this new type of meta to the world stage, where it's basically you don't worry so much about the macro game from a jungler perspective. You worry about putting the pressure to the enemy laner and forcing the other team to constantly be in a state of reaction.
So very well having Blackfeather versus Celeste, but when it's Blackfeather versus the rest of the team and Celeste, you're never really going to get that position where you can farm up nicely. We've got a replay for you guys. Sona will help me to go through it. What's going on here, buddy?
So as we can see, Willy's just basically 1v3ing. This is something that he was able to do at this point because he was so far ahead. Mango then joins the fight, and if you look at the AoE damage coming out from the Helios, this is Druid positioning perfectly towards the bottom of the fight. Team Secret have no ability to get onto that backline, and Druid knows he doesn't need to be near the rest of his team to actually impact the fight. He's so far away, he's got that rank 5, the overdriven Helios, and it doesn't matter how far away he is from his team, he's able to impact the fight anyway.
And I'd have to say, I don't really agree with going the BM first for Palmatoro. When you have the Glaive and the Lance constantly in your face, chasing your team, you have no slow. You have no way to protect Blackfeather to slow them down.
Are you saying Frostburn first, Fuji?
I didn't specifically say
I feel there was a Frostburn
feel like
first
this
coming
might
out.
have been Fuji saying
AJ is
Frostburn
actually
first.
tilted off his chair over there.
I do think the utility from Frostburn, you pick up Frostburn, you pick up a couple of Crystal Bits, you already increase the slow, and you give your Blackfeather some area to work with. But we just didn't see that kind of transition.
Can someone clip this moment for us, please? Because every time he says it's bad, we're just going to play it back to him and be like, Fuji, you said it at Worlds. It has to be correct.
I said it. So it has to be correct, right? No, it's just, I really think that Phoenix's game is just another level right now. Armada's just putting every effort forward, and Team Secret just couldn't decide what they needed to do to make it work.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of Phoenix Armada, the MVP for that series is going to be Willie. He obviously showed he is just a ridiculous Lance player. Sona pointed out in the first game, and also we've seen in the second game, his Githian walls were just ridiculous. I mean, this guy, mechanical gods, the Eastern Asian players, and, well, Phoenix Armada from Korea have shown that they are fully representing that brand.
I think he just really exemplifies them as a team as well. As soon as you make a mistake playing into them, Willie's going to be on your face. He's got that route down. He's going to get those Githian walls out as well. And it's going to be impossible. You okay there, Excalibur? It's going to be impossible for you to deal with him at all. And that's exactly what Phoenix Armada are like. Like, as soon as you miss a death from above, as soon as you misplace Bright Bulwark, as soon as you arcane passage into the wrong position, you're dead. There's no escape from them.
And the beauty of seeing teams that really know the complete expandability of their skill set is when they were behind in game one, they changed the style.
Yeah.
They played defensively. They played a poke game. When they were ahead in game two, Willie reminded Team Secret every single time he could by being there alone, saying, hey, I'm just the one guy. My rest of my team's coming. I'm just going to keep knocking you around, do some damage out. It must feel pretty defeating for Secret to not even be able to deal with the one roam player.
Yeah, I mean, that first game showed us what Team Secret could do and given the opportunity, but even their best efforts were countered mid-game by Phoenix Armada, the team that is able to adapt on the fly. Obviously, their sort of decision-making processes and tactics are not static. They are fluid, and we saw that in that first game. And like you said, Willie basically single-handedly provided that shield wall and said, well, I'm just going to sit here. You can deal damage to me. And I think Team Secret probably through their heads were going, do we kill him? Do we actually pull the trigger here? And then when they decided to, the rest of Phoenix Armada were in there, suddenly backing him up, and, well, they just ran away with the game.
That they did, and I'm actually really worried for every other team here at Worlds at the moment. I know that sounds a little bit comprehensive, but you look at TSM earlier on, probably the main challenges to Phoenix Armada before we got into Worlds, they were only able to 1-on-1v Hack, and Hack are the second best team out of that region. If you can only 1v1 Hack, how are you going to beat Phoenix Armada, who on the world stage can adapt to any meta you throw at them?
I completely agree. Phoenix Armada really living up to the hype here at the Vainglory World Championships. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, but when we come back, we've got 4 more series, I think, on the cards. So stick around. It's going to be a great afternoon.
Covering something up, then potentially you can lower the size. There's a number of things you can do with customization. But from now on, Twitch Weekly will have captions. We also announced that TwitchCon and the Kappa Theater are going to have captions as well. And there's a ton more information on blog.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Desk. I'm Scoundrel. I'm joined by Fuji and Sona. And we're now into the do-or-die stages of today's games. It is the elimination games, for most of them anyway. We're going to have a couple of series, 4 series, I think, going on the rest of this afternoon. And the first that we'll be getting into is going to be between Snow, Avalanche, and Gangstar's Sirius. Now, Snow need to go 2-0 versus Gangstar's Sirius, or they are out of the World Championships. That is the big thing that everyone needs to be aware of. These Cinderella players, the Cinderella story from Challenger to Summer Live Championship winners, could be on the verge of exiting on the first day.
And if losing has been the strategy so far to gain the knowledge, this is where that strategy has to stop. You're done gaining knowledge. You have to win. It cannot be more important than this moment.
I mean, Snow Avalanche just need to take a leaf out of Hammer's Velocities book, really, don't they? They seem to be able to lose all the rest of the time and then come to Live Championships and go 4-0. That's exactly what Snow Avalanche needs to do.
They have. They've been losing the entire time, and now they've been losing at Live Championships as well. So. Anyway, we've got the team up here. It's Snow Avalanche, it's Kentasik, Bastion, and Voldemar. You guys will know them very well. They are not to be reckoned with, however. You know, you cannot underestimate them. They could come back and completely sweep Gangstar's Sirius here. We've seen them do it before. You mean you just need to flick that switch, especially on Voldemar. I feel like Voldemar is the player that you need to really be making sure you're looking at and saying, well, if he performs, then I think the whole team performs. But he was the player to watch last time. We've switched up a little bit, though, this time, guys. We're going to go for Bastion on Rome, and his signature hero is apparently Alpha. I doubt that.
Yeah, it's not Alpha. He's known to play a lot of Lance. He used to like Finn quite a lot as well. He's a very good Lyra player. So if I were to pick a specific signature hero for him, I'd probably say it was his Finn, just from a couple of patches ago. But now he's probably more of a Lyra player, as you would expect amongst most Romans at the moment. Very strong. And I think this is more demonstrating how Rome impacts the game at the moment.
Yeah.
You have to be a strong Roamer. We saw, Mowgli in that last tournament, last series, almost won the game for Team Secret just by having those aggressive players on the Rome position.
Yeah, we saw just how much Willie actually came in and made a difference. We talk about Avalanche, and this team has been through a lot. They haven't had the strongest season. They've got some personal things going on that's made it a difficult journey for them to get here. But when they finally get to the stage, this is one of those players that seems to always be solid. Bastion seems to always have this moment where he's able to just stay calm no matter what happens. And when we ask him those questions, like, how do you guys feel? Are you going to win? He's always just like, yeah, pretty easy.
He's the shot caller. He's the guy that gels that team together and makes sure they're doing exactly what they need to be doing. I think they've learned a lot from that last series that they had. Hopefully come into this series, because you're going up against Gangstar's Sirius. Now, Gangstar's Sirius, team from NA, they are the NA branch of the Gangstar's brand, and they have been performing quite well throughout the seasons. Obviously, they were the Split 2 Autumn winners, I believe. That's why they are here competing. Have a look at the team on screen just now. Old School, everybody knows Old School, one of the most famous laners in the world, you have to say. I think at one point it was the guy who had 2 Vainglorious gold accounts, had put that much time in. He really was just sort of up there at the top level status, and obviously wrecked there, the self-proclaimed best Rome in the world.
And Zelciar's doing the little photo
just hanging out.
Oh, he's just hanging out in the
background.
Just
that's what he does sometimes with Gangstar Sirius. He's always there. He's always a threat, waiting to pounce.
Never quite know. This team mechanically has been akin to a lot of the East Asian teams. We talk about who are the threats in this tournament. TSM comes up first for NA. We saw them play today, perhaps not as strong as we had thought. But then Sirius comes to the table. It's all about mechanics for these guys. It's all about making those team fight plays. They just really need to bring it together on the shot call and the decision making.
Absolutely. Player to watch is going to be Status this time round. Signature hero is Glaive. I think everyone can agree with that. That is something that has been in Status's arsenal for quite a long time. And he's very dominant in the jungle, makes decisive plays. Is that what we're expecting to see this time around for Sirius?
Yeah, I mean, I think Status is the player to watch simply just because we know Rekt is going to be spending a lot of time trying to help Old School in the lane, trying to make sure they keep the pressure on. And a lot of the things we've noticed today is what the jungler decides to do really sets the tone. Is it the invade hyper level strategy, or is it the rotate up and push strategy? Whatever Status decides is good with his team could potentially win them this game or lose it. So I think a lot's on his shoulders.
I think there's a huge amount in this game, and it's perhaps the first game really at Worlds that we have seen emotions have as much an effect as they can do. Because you look at Gangstar Sirius, they have an incredibly strong lineup, but they are very emotional players, especially Old School. He is known, if he starts to fall behind, to continue to die and die. And it's exactly the same with Voldemar on the other side. You know, he will push up past those mustache bushes. He will get caught out time and time again. Gangstar's on the emotional high because they went 2-0 over Infamous Legion earlier on. Snow had that epic second game in their series, but they will be feeling a little bit downtrodden by Infamous Legion earlier on.
Well, Gangstar Sirius have a video. Now we're going to show it to you.
Gangstar Sirius formed when me and Old School were planning on leaving our old organization, and Gangstars offered to pick us up. And then Rect was already planning on leaving as well, so we ended up just teaming together. I am the jungler for Gangstar Sirius. Old School is the laner, and Rect is the support. It's been really good with Rect as our new roam. He's a really innovative roam. Like, he started the stacking like armors and shields when he plays certain supports. He's really good on like the heroes that he does play. So like his Lance is like regarded as one of the best in the world. So is his Finn, and his Lyra are just as good. Rect has a really chill personality, just a great person to be around and talk to. It's been just a really good experience with him as my teammate. Old School brings to the table like a pretty deep hero pool. He's always been pretty consistent with the CS. When he gets ahead of like an enemy laner, then it's pretty much like a steamroll through there. Like, School will just carry us to victory. He's loud, he's mischievous. He's like that kid that you just want to be friends with. We're feeling pretty confident coming into Worlds. We had really great momentum after both splits of autumn because Gangstar Sirius had a pretty easy run into being able to get to Worlds. I think we only lost one series. Other than that, we haven't had too much problems with any of the other teams in North America right now. I think things that we do perfectly is just like playing our individual heroes to the best of our abilities. Mechanically, we're one of the best at this tournament. One thing that might trip us up is just like our drafts. Sometimes if we get surprised, we don't respond to it very well. So I think as long as we're prepared, you know, just play the heroes that we know, play good drafts, we should be able to win. I know all the teams at this point are really, really strong. They're the best teams in the world, and no team is going to be easy to beat. But I want to win for North America, for the title of being the best team in the world. Rect and Old School both deserve a championship, and all our practice sessions, our Evil 8 matches, the sleepless nights, the draft preparations all led us to this. We didn't come this far to lose. Gangstar Sirius is going to be your world champions.
Well, there you heard from Status. Gangstar Sirius feeling quietly confident, wants to represent North America the best he can. And North America have had a pretty darn good showing at Worlds so far, you know, for the what proclaimed as most Eastern Asian teams saying the second best region at Worlds. They've been having a fantastic performance. They went 2-0 up against Infamous Legion, which means, as we said, if Snow Avalanche go 0-2 or even just 1-1 here, that will be them out of Worlds. We're into draft phase, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a slower ban phase than we're usually seeing. They're really taking their time to think about it, Snow Avalanche. Not
a race, particularly, to get your picks in, but some teams like to do it quick, so the other team doesn't have as much time to think and deliberate. Some of the critiques we've given Sirius in the past is they can have a pretty predictable draft phase. They don't particularly go for off-meta things. They kind of stick to a certain mold. So Avalanche kind of being sometimes the unpredictable team. If somebody was going to take a game off of Gangstars, this could happen right here in draft.
Self-proclaimed weakness. Oh, Lyra straight through, but Kestrel is up as well. Self-proclaimed weakness of Gangstar Sirius is they don't adapt well. Like you said, they aren't very good at adapting to the draft phase.
Speaking of adaptation, though, Gangstar Sirius obviously watched Snow's games earlier on today. They saw that Samuel was picked up both games by Kentasik. They banned it out straight away. And because they left the Lyra and the Kestrel on the cards, Snow Avalanche can only pick one of those. It means that you get the Kestrel on Sirius.
Kestrel Adagio round for Gangstar Sirius here. How are you feeling about this early portion of the draft phase? What are you expecting to see the response from Snow Avalanche?
Well, I would like to see Avalanche pick something that has some sort of zone control. We haven't really seen them use a lot of mage picks. If they were going to use Scarf, now is not a bad time to pull this out. We've seen Weldemar actually use this to some great effect before.
As you say, you have Voldemort really known for his scarf. I think Celeste is also on the cards here. He was known as the best Celeste EU, so I would not be surprised if that is the pick. But with the Flicker lock in here as well, I mean, Snow Avalanche really open up their options for their final picks.
And it's going to be Glaive locked in here. I wasn't expecting the Scarf. They did say they were never going to pick Scarf at Worlds, so unless there was just like a sort of a mind game for our part.
Well, I mean, Glaive coming in does probably mean we're going to see Lyra in that lane, providing the Crystal Path. The Arden comes in to protect the Adagio, protect the Kestrel, so I think Avalanche is going to have a little bit of a hard time with the mid to late game.
Quick predictions.
Snow Avalanche.
Gangstar Sirius.
Snow Avalanche going to hand it to the casters. AG. Oh, it's actually short. It's actually Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon this time round. Got a little bit ahead of myself. Hand it over to those guys.
Wow, I don't know how to respond to that one. I had a whole setup and everything, but thanks so much there, guys, at the desk. Forecourt and Bacon. We're going to be bringing you the next few series here, but 2-0 either way. Somebody goes home, and they cut their run short.
Yeah, it's going to be a really rough go of it for one of these two teams. It's the first elimination matchup of Worlds, and, well, again, one of these teams, unfortunately, has to go home after this.
All right, so Snow Avalanche, not exactly great Evo 8 Autumn results. We talked to them. They said a lot of stuff that they were trying to do was just kind of testing, and, well, it didn't actually work out up against Infamous, who they were very confident on. But up against Sirius, they kind of quoted a little bit more of a 50-50 going forward. They are putting a lot of respect here to the guys who worked very hard for NA to be here.
Yeah, but the Gangstars organization getting both of those teams into the Worlds, but Sirius has been consistently performing very well. A lot of teams, I was looking at some of the bracket challenges getting posted around on social media, and a lot of people had Gangstar Sirius in that #1 spot, even over Phoenix Armada and Team Solo Mid.
Well, there's a lot of teams definitely quoting the Koreans as strong, but with that flicker into this one as well, the 1.24 quote meta, we've had some discussions with the previous casters. What is meta when you have all these regions coming forward? Bastion on this flicker, there's a lot of strength behind this hero coming into it. We'll have to see him and Kentusik if they can make some good, successful invades.
Yeah, that was one of the things I was very happy about, was to see the Lance ban, but right now Bastion going to be looking to make a little bit of a play there, just getting some damage down onto Rect. But Bastion on the Lance was something that for months I've been saying I really want to see him move away from. It's just them as a team, they don't compositionally generally play well with the Lance. So moving away from it here in this series, going onto this flicker, I think this does fit their style a little bit more.
Rect in this lane has been babysitting pretty heavily up against Old School, and they have gotten their licks in up against Bastion on that flicker. This also means, Waldemar, he's in that lane Lyra. We had a few chats about that, but laning Lyra very likely to be going into some CP heavy alternating current, but we'll see if they have a secret plan on that one later. 3v1, perhaps 2v1 here, but they don't know Kentusik is actually in the bush. They did throw out that flare just a little bit off to the side. Rect leaves, and that's Kentusik coming out. He is going to be throwing down that afterburn. Status in trouble. Rect, he made a U-turn. He came on back to the fight, and now those glimmer shots, they will take their toll. No kills yet, but definitely some action.
Yeah, definitely a very smart play by Kentusik, having the patience to wait in that shop rush and wait for an opportunity to go in, almost getting himself the first kill of the game. And this shows the comfort that Snow Avalanche have with Kentusik. There they go into the lane.
Yeah, Rect getting just kind of thrown way away from his teammates. Has the Vanguard, but it's going to come out just way too late. Really nice separation tactics there from Avalanche to get themselves that first kill.
Great job there. And again, Kentusik in the jungle, this is someone that they trust fully to be on his own in the jungle. We've heard Bastion say he feels that Kentusik can 1v1 anyone in the jungle, and they're getting a chance to show it here. A beautiful gank coming out from Kentusik on this Glaive.
And that's the 1-2 punch we're going to be looking for again and again. Status, though, he will at least take home Flicker. Here comes Rect now, back into it as well. Blood for Blood trying to get up to Status. He does have that shield there as well, but Waldemar, he is no joke right now. He does have that attack speed to the double crystal there as well, and we've split up Gangstars again. And, Status, he's not really interested in the fight. Will he actually get the Trin? He does not. Kentusik will steal that one away. Status is on his last legs out here.
And that's going to be one more afterburn, or even just some damage from Flicker will get that kill finalized. 3-1 for Snow Avalanche, fighting for their lives.
It's a good start for them, and as the analyst desk did say, this could actually be really great for the mindset, the momentum, lift the spirits to those losses from Infamous Legion just a bit earlier on. But Waldemar, he's no joke. He's just going straight into the crystal bits. He's going to be setting up for some pretty powerful buys, but it's going to delay him just a little bit to get into them.
Bastion just going to be trying to be a nuisance in the enemy jungle, setting things up for Kentusik to come in.
Yeah, Rekt is going to try to his best. Does not happen. That is not going to be a steal or at least a reclaim there from Gankstars. So it's damage is done. Snow, they got what they needed. They're going to exit out here. They're going to maintain a little bit of a gold lead, but Bastion, if I saw a Flicker in this game, I would have expected that Flicker to be on the opposite side, but Bastion claimed it first.
And just in more evidence of a lane focus. Oh, Bastion, though, taking a lot of damage.
Well, it is a lane focus as everyone comes up to brawl, but Kentusik doesn't really get much from the aftershock or the afterburn. Bastion has already now made his exit. Waldemar has already thrown down the heals as well, and we're going to capitalize with Gankstars picking up their second kill. They're not even done yet. Old School just throwing all the attacks there on top of Bastion as he wants, and Old School on Adagio is definitely like a bit of an Old School pick. It's definitely a favorite of his.
Yeah, the Adagio, the Celeste, those are his two most comfort picks that we see him on, but great moves there from Gankstars, recognizing that obviously with a glaive and a flicker, you're going to be wanting to put so much pressure on the lane. We even saw minion candies get picked up by Bastion there, which was what I was going to touch on before that fight happened, and it gets used here, but not really to much effect because of that stop that Gankstars had in the lane.
So just really quietly, Bastion did die to that one, 3-3, and so with Kentusik coming up to lane, Old School and Rekt, they're just going to shrug it off. No problem, they can handle this. They did have Status actually make the rotation up. He's level 6. We don't have an ult on the side of Avalanche quite yet, but Status has the one shot, and he used it, and that's why Bastion is dead in the water.
First item completed now for Old School, gets that alternating current. That's going to be a bit of a power spike for the Adagio, but is it enough?
Yeah, alternating current and a fountain. Where's Rekt when you need him? He's not going to be anywhere close. That's going to be a nice pickup here from Snow as they are going to take kill lead and tied up gold. They didn't really care about that pickup.
Yeah, not at all. And Waldemar, he's going to be very close and grabs his own right there. The minion mine's going to start getting grabbed here as both sides now have their own. So it's going to be a very, very interesting mid-game. This is kind of where Flicker, I feel, falls off a little bit in the mid-game, and then he comes back again in the late game. But there he goes again.
Yeah, there's just nowhere for Rekt to go. He's going to eat a ton of damage, but Status is there with that Kestrel. The Glimmer shots on point, and the one shot going to get eaten up there by Waldemar, making sure that he doesn't dodge it. Otherwise, Bash could have actually been in some trouble there. But for now, they just reset a little bit, back to farming. Bastion's still very aggressive with his positioning when he does have that shadow trigger.
Yeah, and one of the great things about playing Flicker, when you get that movement speed, you can use it to just run around and look for scout traps that your opponents have been putting down. Force them to waste gold, having to constantly put down these traps and just immediately popping them. There was no effect gained from that scout trap. It's just gone right away. That's just 50 gold wasted.
Yeah, it's, well, it adds up over time.
Yeah,
it might not actually be like, a difference in the gold above, but wow, all right, that's going to be a difference as Rekt came in, helped finish him off. Kentusik to die as well. Double kill. Goes over to Old School, goes over to Status even. Old School there just for the assist. But, the Kestrel was cited as a very strong pick this weekend, and she is starting to finally correct a little bit of that win-loss ratio.
Yeah, Bastion having to spend so much time in the lane, it's almost negating a little bit of that effectiveness of Flicker because they know where Bastion is. They don't have that element of surprise of where's the Flicker going to show up on your map. He's in the lane the entire time, and so when Gankstars move up, they can find these fights.
All right, so they're going to go in with those shadows and Waldemar and portals. It's going to be good. Kentusik puts him up against the wall. That's already done for Adagio and Status. He's on the retreat here. Rekt is going to be leading that exit, and Bash, he just can't really get in front of anything. If there's a one-shot, he's going to go down, but that is just still all honky-dory here for Waldemar. He's going to be chasing in. He should be able to pick up Rekt. They've split the team again here from Gankstars. One left, one right. This will be survived by Status. However, but with no map positioning here into the mid, Goldminer started up.
And just the numbers game getting the better of Gankstars there. It was 3-on-2. Very easy pickup on that first kill for Snow. They're going to go ahead and grab themselves the gold mine as well. One shot coming through a bit too late. Bash is invisible, but he's in the bush with a scout trap.
Status, however, is going to be taking a lot of damage. Old School, though, with the verse, will actually hit 2, but perhaps even actually all 3, but it's not enough for a kill. That will be 2 more kills over to Avalanche, and Rekt is going to be left holding the bag here for this lane. That is a decent push that is forming up, though.
And again, numbers. 3-on-2, you don't want to go looking for that fight. And now Avalanche, they're going to just dive.
And there's nowhere for Rekt to go. He can't shield anyone. He can't actually use the blood for blood. Is Kentusik going to let him live? He's going to try with the blood song, but he doesn't actually seem to connect. So right for now, Rekt still down to his last legs. Waldemar too greedy on that one. The turret will drop. I'm I'm not entirely too sure Waldemar needed to try to chase that one down. Kentusik, he's on the retreat here as well. I don't think Status can bring him down this close to the turret, but if Kentusik keeps eating these glimmer shots, it's a different story.
How much damage are Gangsters going to be able to answer on this turret? Bash is back here as well to help defend it, but this turret's going down quick.
And Kentusik, he's going to have to just, exit left at this point. The turret, it's done. So, 1 for 1, blow for blow, cash for cash right there. Not a huge difference either way.
Yeah, not really. It's sitting about 19.4 for both sides in terms of the gold, but looks like Avalanche is looking for a fight. Gauntlet!
Gangstar's infused out there, ready to roll right here, but that's going to be Portal in from that Gauntlet. Old School still alive. He's going to get, well, at least a shield for a little bit, but it looks like that's all she wrote for the team. They did trade out Bastion, but it will be that ace, and Snow Avalanche are taking control.
Beautiful fight from Avalanche, able to get in after that Gauntlet did land a couple of stuns. They jumped immediately onto Status. Old School was taken extremely low as well, couldn't really be as involved as he wants to be, and then Status going down early. It's one of the trends we always see with the Kestrel. We're going to get a look at this replay. You can see here the infusions, like you mentioned, just not being able to be used. A huge glimmer shot, but it just wasn't enough. There's so much healing coming out from Snow that they're able to chase down these kills.
It looked like Bastion got some immense value with that Fairy Dust.
Yeah.
You're just right in the middle of everyone, 70% slow at max level. It's insane. It's a little hard to deal with, and all clumped up like that. It was a really good capitalization, and Snow, again, just as you said, Bastion, he can just use the Shadow, just gets that movement speed, and checks out a lot of scout traps, and there's very little placement in and around the mid area. He's been on top of it.
And I really want to point out the build from Kentusik. Tension Bow with a Sorrow Blade, his damage is immense when he jumps in, and that's one of their keys. They're just jumping right onto Status and Old School. Old School does have a little bit of armor now with that tier 1, but there's no armor for Status, and that's why we saw just how quickly they melted in that last fight.
Glass cannon, but here we go. It's just going to be surprise right here. And again, the Fairy Dust just doing immense amounts of work. Gangstars are dead in the water, and wrecked. He's going to take a dirt nap here in just a moment. That will be the back-to-back ace as Avalanche are just cleaning up at this point. 14 kills. They've doubled the kills now. Ace going through. They're going to clean up jungle, pick up a turret, and that's just going to put them that farther ahead.
That's the power of the Flicker ultimate being used to perfection with no vision because, again, it's been cleared out so effectively by Bastion. It just allows them to get themselves into the exact position they want. The Kestrel is not able to set up. There's just no real chance for Gangstars in a situation like that.
One shot, it's going to go out. Waldemar actually just clips him there in the book and takes 600 damage for it, but immense gold payout is protected. Snow Avalanche pull ahead about 3,000 gold here, Bacon, and that's third item now here at the 11-minute mark for Waldemar.
Looking very good for Snow Avalanche and their chances of staying alive. Their dreams will continue if they can hold this lead and close the game out. But looking at the item builds coming out from Gangstars, again, just very heavily into the offense. There really isn't any defense. And we talked to some of the teams. We heard a couple of them say, we don't even build defense because it's all about positioning. And while that is true, against the Flicker, you can't really have as much positioning as you would normally like to because of that ultimate, because of the ability to sneak around. And we've seen it time and time again, and this is one of those games where I feel like Gangstars need some of that defense.
All right, well, that will at least connect right there. Bastion, though, it's not going to be too worse for wear. Has a metal jacket. No Atlas here needed. Nope, just need to tank up everything there from Status and just let Old School get dealt with there by Waldemar. I mean, when it comes to the lane carries, if you look at the farm, it's great. Old School 121 to the 110, but Waldemar 3 item? Yeah, he's bringing the pain. So let's see what happens here. We got the gauntlet already down, but Old School is just so low. 10%, he will live. We lose out the Kestrel. There goes the Lyra. And with that versus the Judgment, it looks like it will be enough just to keep everyone else alive and healthy, but Status just got absolutely chunked.
Kentusik, again, with that afterburn in, if he doesn't see it coming, you can't block it. And Status just has, or Kentusik has so much damage against Status's Kestrel. He's just popping him immediately. That time, at least Gangstars was able to get the return kill onto Waldemar so that they didn't really lose out much from the fight. But these engagements from Snow are just looking so crisp.
15-8, and we're going to have that Kraken appearing here in about 90 seconds or so. It's going to be weighing down on the minds of everyone here. We do actually have infusions on a few of the carries here. Waldemar and Kentusik did have infusions for that fight. Status just has his there as well, and yes, that is a tornado trigger.
That's what I was going to say. When I saw the lucky coin, I was assuming it would just be a Tyrant's monocle, but Kentusik grabbing that attack speed and getting himself a little bit of crit. But it's all about just being able to build up those Bloodsong stacks and just have massive burst. That's all that Kentusik really wants, is the huge amounts of burst damage that he's been able to just pop members of Gangstars with.
And especially if Bastion here, he's just clearing out all the vision that he can, and if he can get the team right up, 2 to 3 of them all stacked up, they're not going to go anywhere with the Fairy Dust, and Kentusik is just going to have a little bit more of a heyday right there. So another gold miner, probably the last one of the game, not stolen, 0 for 3 on the one-shots, and this is, I almost want to say that Status has kind of fallen off, but he's 7 and 5. He has the most kills, but also well, not the most deaths. Old School is actually holding that title, but it's still feeling like they're starting to become ineffective up against Avalanche.
Yeah, and I think a big reason for this is the lack of vision control. There isn't a contraption coming up for Rekt, whereas Bash has one. They're putting down so much vision and denying vision at the same time from Gangstars. It's very curious to me that you're seeing a game against the Flicker. Here they go. They're going to get spotted, but is it too late?
Yeah, Waldemar is going to have to try to play some catch-up on this one. Not the cleanest engage. Bastion already down under half, and with that gauntlet there, but again, it doesn't matter. The Lyra, she's doing the damage. Kentusik has that burst. It's dead in the water here for Status, but they have traded out once again for Waldemar. Now Old School and Rekt, they're going to be on the hunt. Kentusik and Bastion are just not healthy enough to continue a fight. Rekt might be able to catch up a little bit here, but at the same time, is there any kill potential here, Bacon?
I don't think so, especially because Bastion just ducked down a little bit to the shop, grabbed himself a pair of War Treads, so they will be able to motor out of this if they need to, or if they decide to re-engage, which is another option, as the jungle is going to get started up here. Looks like they may want to try and go for this.
I think he's just trying to be a little bit more of an annoyance at this point. Waldemar is back up. When it comes to a fight, Waldemar has very little distance to cover compared to that of Status. Yeah, he has the one-shot, one kill, but so far they have not really been finding their targets, and that is just going to be a Gangstars. They disappear. Waldemar, though, he's going to be the one to engage. Old School is a little bit more off to the side. They might have to just be happy here with Rekt, and he is a tanky guy at this point. He has some good armor, some good health. It's not enough, though, to live through it. Waldemar's already used up the portals. His escape is basically trying to hoof it here, and we've already used the treads from Bastion, but Gangstars, they say that's enough. We can't actually do this, but Bastion is thinking maybe we can sneak up on him.
Yeah, they know they have vision control. They know they've been denying the vision across the board for Gangstars, and they're going to say, hey, we have vision of the jungle. We know where they are. We're just going to start with this Kraken, and we're very confident that we can take this before Gangstars get here. But here they come. There's a chance for a steal.
Status, he's just going to start throwing up the glimmers. Kraken is also just going to go over to Avalanche. Not a steal yet. Old School is going to get the damage. Kentusik is going to drop. Waldemar is going to have to eat the one-shot, and Status is out for blood. The portal, no, he's going to re-engage, and he brings down the Kestrel instead. Old School is now going to try to catch up, and the fire is good. The ace will go to Sirius, but they have to deal with the Kraken now pushing down lane.
Yeah, and it's just the Arden and the Adagio left to deal with this. Adagio is going to have a lot of damage onto the Kraken. Rekt, not so much, but I just feel like they're going to lose one turret here, but it should only be one turret.
So it's not going to be the end of the world. One turret, it is the choke, but they still got 2 more to fall back on. And when it comes to the cash, after this infusion is happening here for Gangstars, we're pretty much back to neck and neck.
Yeah, it's still a very, very close game that can go either way. Only one turret is destroyed for Gangstars at this point, so they do have a lot of work to do. But as we've seen already today, all it takes is one good fight late, and you can take 4 turrets plus in one push. So there it is, that one turret going down before Kraken will fall. There's the 500 gold going over to Gangstars. They pick up another set of tier 3 items across the board.
Yeah, so it's almost neck and neck. About another 1,000, 1,300 or so between them. Here's the infusions that we're looking for. Crystal, got that weapon picked up here from Kentusik. Status has already popped out his from home as well. And now Status, he's putting the Crystal bit in with that weapon power.
That's going to be... He's had the Crystal bit actually all game. and it's just been that little bit of extra duration on the active camo. But here comes the flicker ult. They're going to be charging in.
Well, Bastion, he was actually caught. Contusik gets denied with that gauntlet. We have the burst there as well. Not a lot of places that you can hide here from Gangstars, and they're going to pick up one. They're looking for the second. Waldemar trying to go toe-to-toe, does not get it this time, and Gangstars will get the ace again.
This has just been a problem for Snow all day, is closing out games. We saw them have a lead in their first series against Infamous Legion and just not able to close it out. They had a nice lead here, not able to close it out. That last fight, Bash got a little bit too antsy, went in well before the rest of his team, as we're going to see here. He's way far up, and then that gauntlet, absolutely beautiful, denying Contusik the afterburn that he was looking for.
Contusik got stunned again.
Yeah, he got stunned twice. It was the verse and the gauntlet that stunned up Contusik, and just really smart play from Status, getting out onto the backside in order to get those Glimmer shots coming through. Beautiful fight from Gangstars, and a bit of a mistake there from Snow.
All right, so the kills are still in advantage here of Avalanche, but when it comes to that cash, it is now pretty firm 3,000, 2,000, okay, for Gangstars, as they are just, they're just trying to take control of the mid. They are clearing out a lot of the vision. They are putting down their own flares. They got those scout traps now ready to go, and as long as they know where Bastion's coming from, it turns out they can counter it.
Yeah, absolutely, and well, Waldemar going to be eating a little bit of damage there, but Bastion is, again, they're ready. They have the ultimate up. They have everything ready to go, but Bastion is kind of on his own. This is not good first go.
Well, he used the treads and got stunned immediately, but Waldemar's now going to be here, and Old School just says, nope, that's going to be a verse. 1 kill in 2. This leaves Contusik into a 1v3, but it will not be. That will be 3 aces in a row. I really want to play cards with these guys one day, but Gangstars, they don't even need a Kraken. They are just confident enough that they can end right here, right now.
30-second death timers, why not? This is game 1 going to Gangstars, and as a result, it does mean that they will be moving on to day 2, and Snow Avalanche, well, their dreams of worlds have been dashed, as they have no longer a mathematical chance of moving on to day 2. Very unfortunate for them, and you can just see, yeah, they look very distraught.
All right, well, at the same time, I'm looking up at any kind of emotion at a Rect, but he's still that cool as a cucumber kind of guy.
Well, I mean, they said they're here to win the championship. Just getting out of groups is not enough for them, so they're not going to be really showing too much emotion yet.
All right, so Lance was banned out, Samuel banned out. We'll have to see what game number 2 here will actually produce, but the Lance ban up against Gangstar didn't really seem to phase him too much.
Yeah, no, not really. The Lance has been a big pick for Status in the jungle, one of the few players that we see actually playing it as a jungler still, but just switched over to that Kestrel and had himself a pretty solid game.
Yeah, we have really high hopes here for Kestrel overall, and it's been, again, a bit of a rocky win-loss, but chalk another win up here for this one, and yeah, it just could really go either way for the last game, but as you said, mathematical chance, like, is there really going to be a lot of heart in it here from Snow?
Yeah, that's the question. I think there is. There definitely is, because they are a very prideful team still, and they want to at least get a point out of this. I don't think they're going to go down without a fight, and there's still an importance to it in the sense, actually, I believe Gangstars is guaranteed first in the groups now with that 3rd point, but
I'm still going to go with Pride.
Well, yeah, Pride is a big one, and both teams really very prideful teams. So,
all right, so some proud individuals over to the Analyst desk. We'll have to see what they say, and then we'll be right back here to us in a bit.
Thank you very much, Forecourt. That was a tough game for Snow Avalanche, and to be honest, it's been a tough World Series for Avalanche too as well. Guys, I mean, they looked like they had the upper hand. Where did it all start to go wrong?
Well, they did have the upper hand. I mean, mostly Sirius was giving them a lot of those advantages. I would almost argue for free. Like, they were grouping up against the kind of AoE composition that was coming out of Avalanche, just always sticking on top together, playing these kind of scrappy, unorganized team fights. And it's kind of the question we always have about Sirius. It's like, we know mechanically you're proficient, but where's your decision-making? Where are the shot calls leading you? And for the first half, maybe 60 to 70% of the game, it was leading them to death after death after death. But Avalanche might have gotten a little too cocky there towards the end of the game.
Yeah, definitely. I think the thing was, as you say, Sirius always misplayed the team fights, and it's not a good indicator for them further on in the tournament as well, because you look at their group, they've had a relatively easy group, in all honesty. Infamous Legion are a strong team, but not at the level of Phoenix Armada or TSM or Team Secret. and Team Snow, Avalanche have put up good performances against the caliber of opponent they're facing, but not to the degree that we'd expect them to be able to get any further in the tournament. So if you look at it from just a purely objective point of view, the winner of this group and the second place in this group are probably the underdogs when they get into their quarterfinals.
Yeah, this was a tough group all round, and it's heartbreaking for Snow Avalanche off the back of all that hardship that they've had to go through to get to this position and not make it any further. But that, that's competition in a nutshell. You can't isolate this from anything else. And Snow Avalanche, after that loss, even if they win the next one, there's no way they end up qualifying just because of Infamous Legion taking that 2 over them earlier on, and it's going to be tough for them to go into this next game. I mean, they've got that pride behind them. They are proud players, like we said. They've got the representing Europe, representing Russia as well. They can probably come back and show us an excellent game, but it means nothing now.
Let's have a quick look at this replay. So this is the Mooncloak in. We're going to see a lot of the AoE, but the superb gauntlet. You have to just bring the attention to how well placed that gauntlet was. It stopped Kentisik getting in, and then the Arcane Passage actually allows Gangstars a lot more mobility than it allows Snow Avalanche in the fight.
We talked about this, the ultimate from Adam was fantastic, the gauntlet, like we said. I mean, Rekt placed that perfectly, but the Arcane Passage just allowed all of this mobility to chase down the rest of Snow Avalanche, and I just feel like at this point you notice just more and more that Avalanche are getting more and more desperate to make these plays work for them, replicate what they'd done in the early game with that glaive with the tornado trigger, and it just didn't seem to come to fruition.
It didn't. I mean, Bastion was there a little too early as well. His team wasn't quite ready. So you could tell once Bastion got engaged on so hard, his team's response was instant. We're going to use all of our abilities to try to peel, try to do damage. And that's not what you want to do. Like, just because your ability is available doesn't mean you have to use it. There's a good time and a bad time. And when you blow everything right at the gate, all of a sudden the sustained damage from the Kestrel and the Adagio ends up being too overwhelming for you to be able to handle.
I just want to bring attention as well. It sounds like we're being quite negative on the analyst desk at the moment, saying it's been really difficult for Snow, Gangstar Sirius aren't playing as well as they could have done. We're being as objective as we can. You have to look at it from how we're going to get into the next games. And just bringing back to that point, I think Rekt here, he never built Contraption in that game. And when you're playing into a Flicker, you look at it, Phoenix Armada, when they were playing into Team Secret, they said, Contraption basically first item on our Roma, because we know we need to get that vision awareness. Gangstar's here, one, because Snow made an engage they shouldn't have made, rather than
multiple engages.
Yeah, multiple engages they shouldn't have made, rather than actually outplaying their opposition. And I worry for them going into the next couple of days that you have to be able to outplay your opposition, even if it's mentally, to be able to win these games.
I think the theory behind the Flicker picks are good. I think the idea of delivering a high burst damage hero right to the back line without being seen, it seems great in theory. But then you've got the flares that come into it, contraptions when they eventually come up as well. And it's difficult to ever make Flicker work once you get this amount of gold and the Romas stack up, contraptions and flares are flowing easily. It is difficult to make Flicker work against the best teams, because the whole point of Flicker is to utilize that invisibility, to utilize the surprise factor. But when Vision is just so good at this level, that surprise factor just so slowly becomes less and less relevant.
Well, it's taking an advantage and actually extending it, right?
Yeah.
So when you get early game, mid game leads with Flicker, you can't just keep rotating your jungle, rotating middle map objectives, and rinse and repeat, reset, wait for Kraken. You need to move the line of scrimmage closer and closer to the opponent's base, so they don't have the ability to come out and lay down scout traps. They don't have the ability to come out and clear your vision. You maintain map control, and when 15 minutes hits, a Kraken push can end the game just because you're so much further ahead on golden items.
And we see this with the way that the Eastern Asian teams control the pace of the game going towards 15 minutes. They have the wave pushing towards a turret. They take a team fight, they take the turret, they take another turret, they control that wave, they steal all of the jungle, they have all that vision control set down. And especially you saw with Druid versus Team Secret, a prime example. Kavalafar forced to go into the jungle because Phoenix Armada just pushing everything up towards their side of the map, and 39 CS to 100, Kavalafar was starved.
I'm just coming back to the point about Flicker and how teams are playing into it. I think there are two main heroes at Worlds that teams are aware of just all of the time, Kestrel and Flicker. Kestrel is slightly unbalanced at the moment. In the right hand, she can just 1v3, and Flicker is so new that everyone thinks we need to know how to deal with this hero. So when we see Kestrel picks and when we see Flicker picks, it's because the enemy team has allowed it to get through, and they always have a way to deal with it. Teams are always going to strategically play to their strengths. And if they give you Kestrel, you have to wonder what they're going to do to beat you out on that.
And it requires players to be a little bit more disciplined and mature in the early game. Like laners that would maybe normally not buy vision for their own lane bush when you're up against a flicker, you need to pick up a scout trap every time you go back, help out your roam, drop the scout in the bush. If Flicker pops it, you know where he's at. That's half the battle with Flicker, is just knowing. And we saw a little bit of laziness early game with Old School kind of just walking through his lane bush, maybe just hoping Flicker wasn't there. That's not good enough. You have to really be purposeful about the strategies you employ. What I did like to see, though, out of Sirius, was they didn't give up. After being that far behind, especially on a world stage, it can be really easy to just kind of tilt a little bit, get really frustrated, really flustered, and then just let the other team walk over. But every single time they had a chance, even when it looked like they were about to lose team fights, we saw Old School and Rekt putting everything they could out there, and they ended up clawing back in the couple of team fights they needed to.
So I think looking forward now, we know Sirius are going through as the first seed from this group. We know that Infamous Legion are now going through as the second seed. Sirius now have tough competition going forwards, and a lot of that tough competition is coming from the Eastern Asian region, the region that we know excel at team fighting, mechanical coordination. We noticed during the game that's something that in most parts Sirius were lacking. You know, you were one of the first to admit it. They were saying their team fights are just not good right now. And I mean, going up against these Eastern Asian teams who are just incredibly good at team fighting, where does Sirius even have a hope?
It's just shake the nerves off, right? Like, we see the mechanics are there. We see that when they were actually able to team fight and not die in, like, a half second, that they were able to, like, maneuver, split up, send Adagio one way, send Kestrel the other. Don't all stand in the Imperial Sigil. Don't stand in the Blood Song, right? We have all these abilities coming out, all this AoE. When they finally started splitting up a little bit, they calmed down. We could tell they were trying to retake control. So it's there. Yeah. They've got it. They just have to be able to execute it every single time it matters.
And Sona, Fuji was talking about the early game mistakes that some of Sirius was making, you know, not respecting the flicker. For teams that we've seen prioritize early games so heavily, like Phoenix Armada, like Detonation, is this something Sirius are going to have to go back and just review and make sure that they are really tightening up the early game against these Eastern Asian teams?
Oh, definitely. Like, we're talking about picking into Flicker. You need a scout trap in the bush, or you need a flare. You've got to do that against any team here, in my opinion. Getting an early scout trap puts you back 50 gold. 50 gold is better than giving up your life and giving up the turret, because the entire three-man squad is there. Just get it in any matchup, put it in that bush, get yourself no Halcyon potions, stay safe to start off, and farm behind the turret. The problem is, like, NA's always been really good early game, EU's always been really good late game. East Asia and Southeast Asia are good the entire game.
Good at everything,
like, you make a mistake at any point, you're going to lose, because they are so good at grabbing a game and taking that advantage and then winning it out from there.
I'll tell you what, guys, if I can, I'm going to try and get the standings up, because we can talk through what we know has happened so far on the group stages. Obviously, it can get quite confusing. We're round robin, threes in every single group. We know in this group, the Gangstar Sirius group, we know that they are now first seed. We know that Infamous Legion are second. And we know that...
Velocity.
No, we know that Snow Avalanche have gone home. We know that in Group D, that Velocity are first seed. We have a decider match after this between Hunters and Red Candidates for the second seed and who goes home. That's a straight-up elimination match again. Other groups are getting a little bit more complex, however, especially TSM's group, now that we've got that draw in place.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at Cerberus coming into this, I'm sure they were assuming TSM could take the 2-0, so Cerberus was probably brainstorming very hard about how do we take Hack down. We think TSM's the biggest competition, but the 1-1 opens a lot of doors of opportunity. So the amount of energy these teams kind of coming into each of these group stage games are going to be really critical. Cerberus going up against them later will definitely be an interesting match to watch, but they can calm down just a little. Not a lot, but just a little, because it is not the 2-0 we did see go through so many groups today.
Absolutely. Well, I believe we're very soon getting into the draft phase of this next game. Sorry about the hold-up. I think we had some audio issues or whatever, technical issues going on in stage. So that kind of thing happens, you know, we've got to make sure that we work through it. What are we expecting to see for this next draft phase? Because I think I'd be disingenuous to say that there might not be a slightly odd strategy coming out from Snow Avalanche now. They could now just throw caution to the wind and say, well, if we've got something that we want to try, we might as well try it now.
I think that, talking about Snow Avalanche, they are more likely to be a little bit laissez-faire in the way they pick, because they know that this game isn't as vital as perhaps some of the other games. They are still playing for pride, so I think they'll still look towards power picks, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a 3 carry with a Samuel Roam or something like that, just to allow themselves a little bit more freedom. Sirius, I think, keep it safe, keep it simple, play a composition you played before, don't give anything away to any other teams that are watching, and it's a pretty easy draft phase for them, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
And do you think just
Hey.
finally agreeing on something?
EU and NA
new
agreeing on something.
I mean, I do want to see someone from EU, especially I think maybe Gangstars Cerberus now, even though they have got an NA team captain. Gangstars Cerberus, you know, they could come to the rescue of EU maybe.
They're going to have to.
Secret can still do it.
Secret can still do it, but who they're going to play next is Detonation, right? And that's another team who, depending on what happens with Phoenix Armada, we could see another potential 3-way tie in that group. But Detonation have been coined as, again, another team that essentially could single-handedly win the entire thing. So I think Team Secret have got a bit more of a work on their hands to push themselves through the group stages. Into the draft phase, ladies and gentlemen, finally on our way. It is going to be Gangstars Sirius on Team A. Snow Avalanche will be swapping over to Team B.
Yeah, I think this is pretty standard for Gangstars Sirius. Ban out the Kestrel, Lyra gets banned immediately by Snow Avalanche, so typical bans, and it actually a Lance pick straight away from Old School, so looking towards perhaps being a little bit more aggressive in that early game with the Roam.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit more of a draft strategy I would have predicted from Sirius. Before banning the Samuel, a little bit strange. Giving the Lyra power pick over is pretty rough because she is a flex pick. She can go to lane, she can go to Roam, so there's a lot of things you have to decide as a team there. But the Lance first pick, a lot of things are now open for Sirius to figure out what they want to do.
And we saw in our video of Gangstars Sirius, Rekt, commonly thought of as one of the best lances in the world, so you're going to see him on one of his best picks.
You say commonly thought of. Amongst the Gangstars members, he is thought of as one of the best lances in the world.
Actually, they did say, Status did say himself that most people would say he's got one of the higher-end lances, you know. I mean, then again, every player here is probably one of the higher-end players, so this is the world's. It's going to be Blackfeather and Adagio rounding out Gangstars Sirius, and Snow Avalanche with the Gwen and Catherine. What do you think rounds this out nicely for them?
I definitely think they need something else that can also help either protect the Gwen or keep Blackfeather away from her. Like, this is something where you're going to have, if the Alpha comes through, this is one of those picks. We haven't seen a lot. It hasn't been mentioned quite frequently, but it does have a second life. Alpha can come back. She can be the distraction. We've seen some picks come through today on certain people where they do just do that. They distract.
CP Alpha or CP Gwen?
I really like to see Weapon Power Alpha and CP Gwen here because I think a Weapon Power Alpha gives you a bit more distractibility and the CP Gwen just gives you that straight up burst damage.
I'd actually reverse it.
Oh, we're going to reverse it.
Yeah, I think the Weapon Power Gwen into the Blackfeather is a little bit easier to pull a victory off with.
Yeah, I'm actually probably on board with that, just because I've always thought CP Gwen's better against double ranged, against high poke. So anyway, we're going to run through. It is going to be Forecourt and Tasty Bacon. Take it away, gentlemen.
Oh man, higher end players, maybe higher end casters here, but Forecourt and Bacon have now into the second match between them. Rekt, Old School, and Status, their spirits are high. I'm not entirely too sure I can vouch here for Snow Bacon because that's an alpha, and almost nobody told us that they were going to run an alpha here.
Yeah, alpha was actually one of the heroes. I've heard some teams say that they didn't think an alpha would be played at all this weekend. But, you know, again, a game that isn't going to impact the standings. It's just for pride or for, you know, just get something out there, see what works, and look forward to next season maybe. This is just something that Kentusik wanted to play, and, well, I think I don't think anyone is really going to argue with letting Kentusik play whatever he wants to play right now.
This is like the highest tier testing ground that you can probably ask for. I wanted to say, you know, coming into this, Snow Avalanche is going to take a page out of the Infamous book, right? If you do have that CP Gwen, that is something that, you know, they had trouble with a little bit earlier on, and then I personally think they just kind of threw it away with the Alpha.
Well, we'll see what they do decide to do. Is Bash is going to get that stun up, get a stack of armor and shield there. Good to see those getting thrown out as quickly and often as possible. But right now, big engagement from Gangstars is going to net the first blood.
Power of the Lance, man. You cannot give Status or Rekt, really. You know, they said higher end, but I call Rekt the best roaming Lance we got here in NA. Now here he is at the World. Perhaps we'll get to see him prove that later on, but Status is no joke with this one. NA has a really, really good time with Lance picks, especially in that jungle, and so far they are bringing the pain.
And they're looking for another engagement here. Bashin is going to be taking a lot of damage and will be going down. Rekt actually picking up that kill. And you can see Snow, they don't even want to engage on that, even 2-on-2 with a little bit of damage already down.
It's going to be too much. I mean, Status has that double weapon. Rekt was there as well. Now, Old School in lane. On this Blackfeather, I'm going to posit a theory here. This is not a double weapon comp.
It very well shouldn't be. The Crystal Power Blackfeather, we actually heard numerous teams say that they feel like that is just as strong as anything else, like just as strong as a Kestrel, just as strong as Flicker. Like, people were saying that that is an extremely powerful build. We'll see if it does come out here. That's a lot of damage.
It is, but the Skedaddle was really just enough there to keep Waldemar still mobile from there. But Old School, if he is going to go into the Crystal, it's a really good hero to kind of trade with, right? You get that shield from the on point, and you really take nothing for it. And Status, I mean, he's just going to be his normal self. If you do watch the NA, he invades. He's aggressive. He loves to do this, especially with the Lance. The jungle clear time is immense, and if he takes that 6 sins into... and there's the Crystal. If he does take that into a tension bow, it's just going to be death for breakfast here.
Yeah, and it very much looks like it's going to be a tension bow at this point. Old Rekt and Status are going to be finding themselves another kill up in the lane. Oh, the Gwen again using that Skedaddle in order to stay alive, but it's such a big chunk of damage. And you know, the Lance, I'm always very critical of Lance.
Yes, you are.
But there's only about 2 teams in all of North America that have a positive win ratio with Lance. One of them is Gangstars.
Yes. Again, I kind of championed them for that Lance play. We saw Willie a little bit earlier on, Phoenix Armada. Wow. Kind of questioning who's the best in the world in my mind a little bit after that play. But again, you know, 3-0, serious. Their spirits are high. They got that lead. Status is just setting up shop here, right? He has a 10th there in that middle bush, and he does not leave this side of the fold.
Yeah, he's going to be just constantly stealing away this jungle, and it allows Old School to come and farm their side of the jungle. K2sik trying to make something happen, you know, saying, okay, my jungle is gone. I need to get into the enemy jungle, but when you end up running into your opposing laner and roamer there, not going to work out well for you.
You got control alt deleted right there. But okay, Bastion, he's going to at least keep some of the farm here on their side for him, but that's going to be a tension bow for Waldemar. Will that matter? The Skedaddle's on cooldown, basically, is going to keep him still alive. Status baked. I mean, how many more shots are we going to take at this guy?
Yeah, I mean, every single one he hits does almost half of Gwen's health. Old School could be in some trouble here, but is going to be just running into where they know that Status is just moving. And now they have themselves a potential fight.
Old School over the wall, just trying to help out with that on-point. Status going to come down low. Good get in. Rekt, however, can't really get that heal going. Instead, it's going to land on top of Old School, but they have overstayed their welcome here on the side. And now Waldemar, he's going to skedaddle forward. He knows that there's nobody here to nail him down, and that's going to be now as well K2sik joining that fray, but he cannot dive. Doesn't matter. Waldemar has that shut down. And, well, Snow Avalanche, some signs of life from them.
Yeah, signs of life here, and I mean, they've looked strong in the early game. This has kind of been the trend. 3 of the 4 games that they have now played here on the main stage have looked very strong in the early goings. So getting a look at this fight, just Rekt taking a little bit too much damage. Old School not able to get over the wall, doesn't have that ultimate yet, so it's kind of a 3-on-2 for a good portion of that fight. And once Status goes down, it's just an easy chase. Finishing off that one with the Buckshot Bonanza to get the slow and finishing off that final kill.
If Status had actually landed his Impale right there, might have been a bit of a different story. Has that tension build there as well, but we also got the first pick up there from Old School. We got that Fountain here on, well, at least one side. Bastion is either not going for it or he's really behind when it comes to putting it all together. But Fountain versus Non, that's definitely going to be a bit of an advantage for the team fights going forward here for Gangstars.
Absolutely an advantage for Gangstars. And Bastion, like you said, not really terribly close to finishing that Fountain.
Oh.
Status not going to get the Impale, actually got stunned up anyway. But the Githian Wall will connect with a stun, and Waldemar is going to have to be running for the hills.
It's just Waldemar cannot really take 2 steps past this turret. Status Bake is actually just going to bridge that gap. He doesn't hit and is going to take quite the hit himself. But with that Aces High getting tanked up by Rekt, not really a kill potential here from Avalanche. Waldemar's still trying to get as many last hits as he can, but Gangstars now just going to look to rotate and take away this trend, and looks like they should be able to get it pretty free and clear here.
Yeah, K2sik did get back to his team. He was at risk of getting caught out a little bit there, but was able to just skirt around the bottom side of the jungle and rejoin his teammates. So he is going for that Aftershock, which is just a really effective alpha build. It's all about that burst, jumping in, just doing a ton of damage. And of course, once you have that termination protocol, you can really cause some havoc. But Aftershock completed, we could see a little bit more aggression coming out of K2sik and trying to contest his jungle.
if he can get those stacks up reasonably high, and then he can just have, a termination protocol or that initiative getting into it, that could actually add up very nicely. Status and Waldemar just kind of playing off to the side there. Kentusik is now looking for that engage, but he does not land it. Instead, he's going to now have to reboot. Rec coming in there, Status as well. Old School is just kind of biding his time there. In the back, has that Rose Offensive ready to go, and, well, there we go. Finally, that Fountain does come out. Rect and Status, they turn immediately around. They say, we can still fight this, but they're not finding any targets here.
Yeah, but they are, because of that Fountain coming out, Snow didn't want to continue that engagement, and now Waldemar, again, going to be having to run for his life.
Ooh.
Very nice moves to dodge out these impales, but just not enough to turn the fight around.
If Snow actually do bring this one into a win, it's literally just because Waldemar can't get nailed down here. Status has not landed those impales.
And, well, when he was landing the impales, they were getting skedaddled almost immediately. Waldemar's play on this Gwen has been extremely impressive.
To me, that means he hasn't landed it. Sure, the damage is there, but it's all about the stun. It's all about that root. Root into the stun combo up against the wall.
Landed. I mean, that's
got a
what
point.
really matters.
You got a point, my friend. You got a point. So Status, he's going to be ramping up more of that weapon. Which way will Kentusik go? It'll be a little bit more tanky, a little bit more damagey, because if he is going to be jumping in, especially if he wants to just kind of blow himself up there for some massive damage numbers, he will need to survive a little bit.
Yeah, need to survive a little bit and get yourself into a position where the explosion is going to, A, deal damage to your opponents, unlike that one that we saw there, and B, not leave you completely isolated from the rest of your team. Like, the timing of using that ultimate is incredibly important. It's not just once you get low, you just pop it, where sometimes you do have to do that, but it's when you use it and where you are when you use it are also extremely important.
Okay, well, we're going to find Kentusik immediately. That's going to be some big damage now going in. And Waldemar, you're not going to live through this one. He will absolutely not. Now Kentusik, he's going to just try to overload, and, well, all right, he does, but unfortunately very little follow-up with Waldemar already dead in the water. Bastion is going to get the stun. He had that Storm Guard up, but that's about as far as he's going to get. Gangstars take another ace between the two games.
And another ace, and this should be a lot of damage onto this first turret as well. Gangstar Series looking to have a perfect run through the group stage right now, as they have themselves a 7-3 kill lead and just about a 3,000 gold lead as well here in this game.
During our interviews, some of the teams a little bit more 50-50 on some of their opponents, but Gangstars, they did not hesitate. They said it's going to be 4-0. They're not even worried about the group stage. They are already planning ahead to take on some more fearsome opponents in their eyes. And, wow, if they do bring it out 4-0, their predictions are right on track.
Yeah, well, and I know they're definitely going to be happy with a 4-0 result if they can close this one out. But again, Snow Avalanche, you cannot count them out at any point. They are still a team that is, again, wants to fight, wants to get that point, does not want to be swept out of Worlds. And so you have to be careful. Gwen, late game, is a powerhouse.
Yeah, but she, it kind of feels weird to say, but she feels behind. She's really not. She's a 91 farm there to the 103. It's really not that big a difference, but Waldemar has also survived very well early on. Bastion perhaps is about to become the next casualty, but it's going to be enough at least for him to live to burn to death. Old School now into the back. He's looking for the next on-point shield, but Kentusik, he needs to land the damage. He's only going to tickle Wreck there, and now just too far from home. He himself will die in an isolated death, and the continuous push will continue here for Gangstars.
That's one of the situations I'm talking about where, the ultimate, it's great to use it, but you put him in a position where he's just going to get taken down immediately after. There wasn't much of a chance to get a kill, so he should have, once he used it, I don't disagree with him using it there, but then trying to chase in, using that, using the abilities to get closer to the opponents in that situation is just not the right call. I feel like if he had just gone backwards, may have been able to get the reboot and then stayed alive.
I don't think Waldemar really has a good target for him to try to 1v1. It's either going to be Status and that immense burst damage from the Impale, the Githian stun perhaps to follow it up. If you miss time to scan out even just a little bit, you're going to find yourself in the losing trade there. But Old School is now, he's hitting 300 damage numbers in counting. He has that broken myth. His damage is just going to go up and up and up. And if the fight goes on long enough and just surprise on point and you just lose out the rest of your health, that's going to be a signature going forward into this one.
Well, looks like they have an opportunity. No, they're not going to go jumping in onto Waldemar. Thought they might have tried it, but instead just going to be continuing to put pressure on this lane. To get a little bit of chip damage on this second turret as we get a little bit closer to Kraken, about 3 minutes away now before that objective, but
Status.
there goes Status, so aggressive.
I mean, I think he was really trying to bait out the skedaddle there, but again, there's no good 1v1 target here for Waldemar. Status literally just walked up to him, rolled up to him a little bit even, and just had free shots all day. Waldemar down under half. Kentusik is going to be sharing some of that damage. You see the on point? It's absolutely massive. That's what they're calling him. The best trades that you can do, and he's also a mage hunter at this point.
And well, he's going to be hunting down Waldemar. Not quite a mage, but still gets that kill. And now the turret, I mean, it should be going down here. You can see Old School still just harassing Kentusik. Does have the reboot available, is going to use that termination protocol. This could be troublesome.
Oh, so very little damage, unfortunately. Again, Kentusik is just not having his day. He's 0-4, and that could have been a really awesome kind of turning point right there. But unfortunately, what, 2 to 250 damage. Not enough to bring these guys down.
Yeah, only has the Aftershock as the completed tier 3, still trying to get up to that Broken Myth. That will help out a lot, but is it too little too late? Rekt is going to be taking a lot of damage here, uses that Verse of Judgment, is going to get the double stun and get out.
No way, Old School is just going to come in and says, hello, double kill with the Rose Offensive. Rekt, I thought perhaps was actually going to be in the 4th kill right there, but no, cool as a cucumber, this guy.
Yeah, that is just not fair. Getting an opponent that low in a situation like this, like you just want kills just as almost a consolation prize even at this point, but getting denied at every turn by Gangstar Sirius.
The squishy nature here of Snow is really kind of becoming that disadvantage. Old School, just massive numbers. Status Baked has kind of been running the show in the jungle from minute 1, and now they can't even pick off Rekt. He had enough survivability, enough tankiness with that roam roll, and it's looking from bad to worse here from Snow.
Absolutely, and you're talking about Kentusik being a little bit behind, does get that Broken Myth now, so we'll at least have a little bit more damage potential, but like you mentioned, 0-4, and you look at the CS numbers, 31 to the 76 of Status, being more than doubled up.
Well, all right, let's add some true damage here into the fray as Rekt has himself that crown. He's basically as good as he can get at this point. He's miles ahead of Bastion when it comes to the builds. Bastion had to opt into the armor simply because of the threat of Status. And now Rekt, I mean, he's basically had the quintessential. He's had the fountain. He got it first. He's had that crucible by the time Bastion got the fountain. Now Bastion with the crucible. He's up against treads and even some more armor and that crown. So if you want to look at somebody, look at the difference there between the rooms.
Yeah, that really shows a large part of the story. And I mean, even just looking at the boots, it's one of the few things that I've started to pick up on. If you really want to know if a team, how far ahead a team is, you look at their boots. All tier 1s for Snow as another fight is breaking out.
Tier 1s, well, we'll have to see if they motor on out for the retreat, because Status is not giving Waldemar that opportunity. You have that roam. It's good enough. The pressure is there. Rekt will catch Kentusik. Stunned up. Status is just going to put him into that reboot, and look at Old School just dueling out Bastion here into the side. Doesn't even need the on point to hit. Kentusik will use that second life into a triple kill. The ace, and this just could be the game, set, match, Bacon.
Yeah, the respawns will come through in time, but I just don't know if that's even going to be enough. And Waldemar is up, but the crystal turrets are down, and there goes the crystal. Gangstar Sirius, the first team to get through the group stage, and the first team to do it with a perfect record.
4-0, ladies and gentlemen. These guys are no joke. They are here to win, and as they continue on their journey, we'll have to see if their predictions into that finals will actually come true. And we'll have to see how many viewers out there actually true with that bracket challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like there may be a few brackets that already got upset with Snow Avalanche not winning here. There was a lot of people that thought they would really step up. They are a team that Snow has been in the finals of every single live event that they have been at. And this will now be the first time that that is not the case.
So it is unfortunate, but somebody does have to go home, 1 per group, and with these elimination matches, we know that our first casualty, there is blood in the snow. Snow Avalanche is out of Worlds.
And very unfortunate, as you can see there. Again, just, I mean, it's rough. It's no one wants to be eliminated on day 1. No one wants to be the first team to be eliminated, but it has to go to someone, and it's very unfortunate to see the summer champions from Europe having to take that not so honorary honor.
Well, they did go from challenger to champion. just couldn't quite extend their run from there. But either way, there are more matches to do. We have another elimination as Hammer's Velocity has done some fantastic work. And we're going to find out who else in their group will join them in this next matchup. But for now, we're going to throw it back to the Giants and Fuji over at the Analyst desk.
Hey, that's a bit harsh on Fuji. Fuji is a perfectly average 5'11" male. So you unfortunately put next to two giants.
We should just get you a box like we got Rome at the last
just
live
stand
championship.
like this the rest of the time.
On
right?
tiptoes, you look all right. So
I look all right.
Okay. Anyway, that is Gangstar Sirius taking the top of their group. They all go through with, I believe, Infamous Legion taking that second seed. That's great performances from Gangstar Sirius, though, taking the top, that first seed over Infamous Legion, which I think most people in their pick'ems would have said they expected Infamous Legion to take the first seed in the group. Well, Gangstar Sirius have proven everybody wrong, showing how strong NA are as a region.
I mean, I had Sirius taking first
Of course
in the group.
you did.
But I didn't quite think it was going to be such a clean take, right? I actually thought, especially after seeing Infamous Legion play today against Avalanche, that Sirius and Legion perhaps would have had some scrapes, maybe a 1-1 similar to the TSM and Hack scenario. But they took the 2-0 clean there, took the 2-0 here as well. So feeling pretty good if you're Gangstar Sirius right about now.
I'm actually really happy. So yesterday we had a discussion saying that we should have a forfeit for the caster that has the worst predictions at the end of the week. I'm glad we never actually went through with that because I'm pretty sure my predictions have been 100% wrong thus far.
I believe that's starting tomorrow.
Oh, is that starting tomorrow?
So we could be just starting that off tomorrow. So don't count your blessings just yet, Sona, because we could still throw you into the fountain. Anyway, that's obviously the wrap-up of this group. We are going to be moving on to the elimination matches on other groups. I think the next elimination match that we will have coming your way is Hunters versus Red Candids. I think that's going to be because Hammer's Velocity are already through. Yeah. Hammer's Velocity, another NA team. They are top of the group at 4-0. And now it is basically another situation where you've got 0-2, 0-2. The winner takes all. If we have a draw, if it's a 1-1, we'll go to a tiebreaker again between these two, which I think will just be another best of 2 series. So
I believe it's best of 3.
Yeah,
you
a
can't
best of
really
3
break
to
a tie with a best of 2.
But then I thought that might also go down to a 1v1. But we'll get into the details if it gets to that stage. Right now, we've got a best of 2 between these two teams. Fuji, looking forward to this. This is going to be Hunters, the team that was really hyped up from China, and going against arguably probably the underdogs of the group.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that when we look at Red Candids, like they come in, they're so strong in South America. They do so much work there, but the competition, and this is what they tell us, it's just not up to par for them to be really able to practice. So when they come to the international stage, they have a better understanding of even where their own skill sets are at. And then we see them here on your screen. Urameshi actually had a lot of VIPL experience earlier this year, brings back some of that international taste, if you will. And then Maracek, he actually does the same thing, right? He was there with him. So they really, kind of this new player, Farah, coming onto the board is going to be a little bit of that question. Can those first game nerves that they lost, can they bring that back and really put Hunters on the back foot?
Absolutely. Now, these guys are the pride of South America, not just Brazil, but every country from the South American region are behind them. They are, like you said, the South American champions. They've had a lot of practice in that region, but haven't really been exposed on an international level apart from those VIPL stages, which they said themselves, the nerves really got to them.
They're going to, though. It's a massive event. You're playing against the best teams of the world. It's the same as Worlds, though. Like, if you let the nerves get to you on those sorts of events, you're going to have the same experience here. And it's about how they control that, how they channel that nervous energy into being able to use their reflex box better, use the fountains better, position better. It's all about how they channel the extra energy they have from being on such a big stage.
Absolutely. We've got a player to watch. It is Jesuino Ferrer. He will be obviously on your screen. Thanks, I tried. Obviously, he's kind of the captain of the team. When we did all the conversations with Red Candids, they were saying, he was the guy that was the vocalist. He was, talking to us about their particular playstyle and strategies. How, honestly, they are just honored to be here. I think that's a nice mentality to have. If you're coming in as a strict underdogs, they're
taking selfies.
They're taking selfies. Exactly. They are so excited to be at Worlds representing South America. If they made it through the group stages, it's a bonus. It's a blessing to be in that situation. For the most part, they came in and said to us in that interview, and they said, I can't, you guys are the guys we watch every week. You guys are the faces of Vainglory, and it's amazing that we're even here. Not to me specifically, mainly as a humanist. But
and brushing his shoulders up.
But honestly, it was really sort of heartwarming to see them react that way. And they're just such a lovely team to sort of watch and talk. And we've got a video just so you guys can get that same feeling too.
So It showed just we know Farah having a Finn main.
Yeah, I
jungle,
know.
which is
I am Mirotic and I am from Red Canids. I am the jungler and Jizuino Farah is the roam and Ramesh Yusuke is the laner. We matched each other in ranked queuing, so we started playing together and we made it a team. We got some good synergy and because we have been playing together for some good time, so that's our strongest point. I started playing competitive with Ramesh and Jizuino. He came like 6 months ago. One of our members, he left, so we had to find another player, so we got Jizuino. We have been winning all the championships of our region, but we are here to prove that South America has something that people didn't see it yet. In South America, we had VGM, it's Vainglory Masters. It's the main championship of South America, and it was 64 teams. It's not like NA, but we have like 4 championships per season. We have lost 1 championship for VGM. To qualify for Worlds, we had to beat TSL. It was one team of South America. They were pretty good. We take advantage of bad positioning and we can get a lot of pickoffs, so we can grow over those pickoffs. We are going to play very aggressive and try to win the game a bit fast.
There you have it, a little insight into the team from South America. You know, they were talking to us before we get onto the Hunters team again. They were talking to us just before in the interview stages, and they said, you know, we haven't had the chance to scrim anybody. We haven't had the chance really to play at a super professional level. We play in solo queue as a team queue. People dodge us because in our region we are just the best.
Happens to me as well,
obviously. And and they said that the first time they've come to Worlds, they're actually scrimming these top level teams, and they're learning so much as they go along. And I think this is just a huge experience for them. And I'm really sort of hopeful that we get to see them play against Hunters who, you know, I think actually I've been slightly underwhelmed by what Hunters have brought to the table so far. You know, I was expecting a bit more of a fight against Hammers Velocity, and Hunters, you know, as a team, one of the most well-known teams in Vainglory worldwide, I was a little underwhelmed with their performances earlier on today. You know, they've got to really step it up, I think, to solidify a potential exit from this group.
You know, I feel like Hunter's performance against Velocity is pretty much exactly how I had imagined it coming to fruition. Simply just because this, yes, is Hunter's, but for them to get all their players from China to the United States was not the easiest task for them. Babala is in the Hunters Guild. He's been around for a while, but he's not typically the person they've played with. And then we talk about Revenger X. He is completely new to the squad, being in the lane, new to tournament play. So coming into Worlds, being on the stage, the nerves, the ability for Queen to hold all of this together, it's a lot of pressure. And Velocity was one of those teams that's just been here, done that, kind of easy street for them.
Speaking of that, we've got to look out for Revenger X this series. I think one of the big things that Queen talked about in when we were chatting to the teams, she said that actually I wanted to make sure that Revenger X got more comfortable. He could then eventually take over the leading, the shot calling position from me, and then that leads me to do my thing during a game. So maybe we've had a little bit of time now for Revenger X to settle down, get to a true laning potential that he can reach, and you know, maybe this is the sort of series where he steps up and really performs for Hunters.
And all you have to do is look back at the Velocity series as well. First game was a pretty one-sided matchup. The second game, you could see Hunters were really stepping into their roles, understanding exactly how they needed to play. They still weren't able to take down Velocity, but I would not be surprised if they put up a good fight against Red Canids.
Absolutely. We're into the draft phase, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Hunters banning Lance, who's seen a lot of bans so far today, and it's going to be Lyra as the second ban, leaving open Kestrel. I know Hunters do like to take that, as most people do on that first rotation, first pick.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is Hunters is banned Lance every single time they've been on the main stage. So, you know, 3 for 3. This is obviously a pick they don't want to play nor want to go against. They do get the Kestrel, very, very strong pickup. So as you go into Red Canids as Hunters, like, this is such an important matchup. We kind of got to see exactly how strong Group D was. This is going to define it in the draft strategy. Flicker comes through.
Yeah, as we were talking about a few minutes ago, if you're going to give up the Kestrel by banning out the Lyra or banning out someone else as your second rotation, you need to have a composition into it. Red Canids will know that Kestrel was going to be picked, or they have to at least have a 99% certainty of it. So I'm not going to be surprised by them playing something like a Flicker, a very aggressive jungler, and then a laner who can do a huge amount of burst damage.
Yeah, well, this is a nice composition to start rounding things up, I would say. Flicker and Koshka, exactly what you want to pair a Flicker with, you know, definitely for that early aggression as well, and against the Kestrel. Fuji, how are you liking this draft phase?
I would love if Hunters threw Rhyme in right now. I'm just going to toss it out there.
No, I agree.
We see the Kestrel, we see the Catherine. Hunters has played Rhyme in the past to great success in tournaments before. It's the thing to stop Flicker. It's the thing to stop Koshka. They don't quite do it. They bring the Black Feather through. Doesn't quite have the same kind of survivability, but the good thing is he is mobile, so whatever Canids does in this composition with, Blackfeather should be able to get through to him, at least if he blocks the Koshka.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vox has been picked up. The first time we're seeing Vox today, adding another hero to the tally that we have seen spread across the team pickups. And a lot of people said they weren't expecting to see Vox, but we're going to see Red Canids bring this one through. High bursty, compare it with Flicker. What are you thinking, Fuji?
I really like the kind of innovative style of the draft coming from Red Canids. I think I'm going to give it to them. I feel like they're confident.
Absolutely, Duke.
I probably think Hunters have it, in all honesty.
Cool, I've got to stop you there because we're going to hand over to Forecourt and Bacon. Take it away.
Well, it seems that the gank squad's going to be activated here for Red Canids because Koshka coming into that, Vox on top, but it's going to be, I think, really Koshka, Flicker. We're going to have to keep our eyes on these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. They said they want to play aggressive. They drafted themselves a composition that can play extremely aggressive, especially in the jungle. We'll see how well they're able to do against that Kestrel because it is going to be Revenger X with the Black Feather going up to the lane.
So I do believe, Bacon, you're the numbers guy here. Queen is at 100% played right now on this Catherine.
I believe so.
So, I mean, that's at least a good thing going here for Hunters. But, you know, Kestrel coming into this one early on, it's really, if it's not going to be a ban, I have to assume it will be that pick. But this now leaves me a question. Will Babala go into the Crystal after this bit and finish it off? This will be a weapon Revenger X? Or are we going to see a double Crystal, double weapon? What do you think?
I would expect to see it be a weapon Kestrel with a Crystal Black Feather. But, you know, that's something that we've heard from a few teams. And see if it translated over to the other regions. But right now, Queen going to be taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, that slow is just no joke. And Queen, she does have the boots, and it looks like she might just be able to outpace Mirachik at this point. But now Babala is really kind of left behind, and he doesn't get the trade. Justino Farah will actually survive.
Yeah, Justino was dropped very, very low, but still survived, did not give a kill back over. And nice movements here from Mirachik to go ahead and grab away the Hunter's jungle.
And there's not much that Queen's going to be able to do about it now that she's sort of late to the party. But Revenger X is holding down lane, and with that Crystal now actually accruing here for Babala, we actually could see the reverse of what you thought.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's so many possibilities that you could do. You could have double Crystal, double weapon, or the Kestrel Crystal, or the Black Feather's Crystal. But right now, it's going to be Vox taking a lot of damage, but able to return a lot too. And with the help of Justino, they're going to be able to find that kill.
I thought that actually might be a 1v1 trade. Justino Ferry, he was looking to get into right behind Revenger X, but Revenger just saw an opportunity, jumped on top of Urameshi, but by the end of it, it will still be the second kill. Red Canids' early aggression is definitely an MO that they did not lie to us about.
Yeah, not at all. They are coming in fast and furious looking for these kills. They've got 2 of them in 2 minutes. If they can keep that kind of pace up, you got to give them a favor to win this one.
All right, so Mirachik here into the jungle, still going to be a little bit more aggressive. It has taken away at least 2, if not 3 camps by now. And 2 kills up, that has put Red Canids here firmly in the gold. And it still could really go either way for Revenger, but he does have that weapon blade to go with it now. We'll keep our eye on Babala, but on the other side, Mirachik, where do you think he's going to go with the Crystal?
Most likely into a Shatterglass. We saw Von C play the Koshka earlier. Queen is going to fall. We did see the Koshka earlier from Von C on Team Slimid. Went for a double Shatterglass build. That's a little bit more unconventional, yeah. But I don't know if we'll quite see that come out from Red Canids, but I definitely expect it to be a Shatterglass first item.
So Jesuino Farah here, he did actually start off with that Iron Guard as well. I was curious after they picked up that Flicker, because they said that Flicker very strong down in South America. They had a lot of confidence with this pick. I was curious to see if we were going to see a Dragon Blood, but it was only that Iron Guard by the end of it. 3.5 minutes in, he's already got that Life Spring ready to go, so he's well on track to pick up, you know, that 4.5 to 5 minute fountain.
Yeah, and I was very curious as to how this game would start because we didn't get to see Red Cannons as they played on the secondary stream. And so we didn't really get to watch them. We saw, obviously, Hunters against Velocity, like they mentioned on the desk. First game was very lopsided in favor of Velocity. Second game, Hunters looked to be getting a little bit of, footing underneath them and looked a lot stronger, but were unable to pick up the victory. I don't know how that matchup against Velocity went for Red Cannons, but obviously it was another 0-2 in favor of Velocity. That's why they are going through the group stage and why we have this matchup here to determine who else will get out of this group or if we're going to have one of those tiebreakers.
All right, so everyone here from Hunters now gathered up into the lane, but you saw a lot of hesitation while we were going on a little bit about that. The lane was staying fairly far back. They weren't really allowing Jesuino Farah to make anything happen, even to the jungle. Babala, just able to come in, saw some danger, just made that exit. They clustered up, and this is leaving Red Cannons just to kind of run all over the place right now.
Does look like Revenger is going to be going for the weapon Black Feather, as Mirachik is going to be finding Babylon. That's so much damage.
Yeah, Mirachik is not going to be out of the woodworks here yet, but you can see that Babylon is still using the power of those Glimmer shots. Is going to survive it through. No kills on either side, but some really fancy moves out of the Koshka.
Yeah, absolutely. Using that movement speed to great effect in order to dodge out those Glimmer shots. No kills going over, but jungle's going to be stolen away. We'll see if Red Cannons can get anything out of their opponent's jungle. I did want to point out that Revenger X has been doing a great job in the lane, keeping up with the CS of Urameshi. He actually had a lead for a good bit. Urameshi just did a really nice job of closing that gap just in the last minute or so.
Do you think we're going to see something of similar early builds here? Because they are sort of making the same angles.
It looks very similar on both sides. A little bit more defense being picked up early on from Hunters, but aside from that, it's looking to be very similar starts for both of the carries on both teams.
All right, so gold, not really a huge amount between them, about 500-600 or so in terms of the last hits. If you look at the jungles, again, very similar, but Mirachik kind of taking a bit more of a lead as time goes on. 39 creeps and counting, but as you did mention, into the lane, it's pretty much dead even. So a lot of the wild card here is Jesuino Farah. If he can make something happen here, you can see a wild swing both sides.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of damage being dished out with those Resonance bounces. Revenger X is the target, taking a lot. Is he going to go down here, though? Queen trying to make something happen.
No, but Queen's just going to pay for it there. Mirachik coming in. The bounce is enough to get the long-range snipe. And with that, it's going to be the A's. There goes that turret on top of things. We have more than enough meat to tank this out. And 6 kills in counting. South America's showing up strong.
And keeping that kill per minute pace going strong as they pick up 3 of them in rapid succession, getting that first turret. And just look at this engagement, just the instant decision to go in. They get some good damage on Revenger X. He actually gets out of this one, but Queen goes a little bit too far forward. The rest of Red Cannons come in as a unit and recognize that they have the opportunity to make that play happen, and just very decisive movements, taking advantage of, wow.
Goodbye. Queen down, Babala down there as well. Revenger X hugging that turret for dear life. And okay, that's not what we expected to come into, but 8-0, that just adds more fire, more flame to the fire here as Red Cannons is now just picking up some items. And look at this, 7 minutes in, that's a Sorrow Blade. We got that fountain and some cooldown coming up for Jesuino, so perhaps a contraption in the works.
Yeah, tier 3 items completed across the board for all 3 members of Red Cannons. It is that Shatterglass first for the Koshka. I'm going to be really curious to see what the second item is. I feel like that kind of gives you a very good idea of where they're going to be going in terms of just what they want to do out of this game. Are they going to try and end it early like they've said, or is it going to be a little bit more damage picked up to build into towards the late game?
So during the replay, it looks like Jesuino Farah there was able to use the Moon Cloak there. Mirachik has Yummy Catnip Frenzy there on cooldown as well. So it looks like it was a really nice capitalization on a kill. It's a good attempt there for that steal, but immense gold payout secured here as Red Canids is now up 4,000 gold. And as you said, a kill a minute as well. These guys are just hustling.
Nice movement there from Jesuino Farah to jump in front of that one shot as soon as he saw it to ensure that there would not be a steal on that gold mine. The gold goes over to Red Canids. They've got themselves a 4,000 gold lead now, 8 minutes in. They are looking very strong to start this game off.
Yeah, I'm definitely going with Contraption as the next item here from both sides. We don't really have too much that Contraption, Crucible can really help out for. I mean, maybe Mirachik at best, but you know, I think a reflex block for the carries would be about all you need.
Yeah, really the only, I mean, the Crucible would definitely help for blocking the Blast Tremor, but that hasn't really been an issue for them just yet, as Queen is only now hitting level 6. So we'll see if that can be a game changer for Hunters.
All right, so looking for a little bit of poke, maybe not. Urameshi is going to be making that exit. Jesuino Farah there just to catch up, but that cloak, I mean, that shadow, it's absolutely devastating to play against. We still don't really have a lot of flares here. Queen is kind of coming up empty on that one. It doesn't have the flare gun there either, but that's the silent. Does actually look like it did a little bit of work, but it's not enough to keep the Kestrel going. And now Queen, she's going to be on the run. Urameshi will actually have the damage, and Revenger X, he's not going to make the same mistake twice. No resonance there to catch him up, and this will now be, so far, a perfect game from Red Canids.
Yeah, second turret going down as well is going to put another good chunk of gold into their pockets, and this lead is just really starting to grow out of control already, just 9.5 minutes in.
I'm not entirely too sure Hunters is used to the level of aggression. I mean, it was almost like from minute 1, they just clear out jungle, they go in, they look for it, and Flicker has been really a big enabler for that here at Worlds.
Absolutely. I've been very impressed with this level of aggression, and not just the aggression, but the accuracy in this aggression. You know, some of the other teams, we talk about the uncontrolled aggression early on, where you never really know if it's going to work out. They are very controlled in this aggression. They are taking fights where they know that they can win. And you know, there was one time where Jesuino Farah was very close to falling, and since then, their health bars have not been terribly low at all.
Using that contraption, that nice shiny new contraption very well here, and setting up a lot of possible ganks. So not only are we going to have sort of that cloak danger that Hunters have to deal with, but now already with this vision, I mean, Mirachik can come over a wall with the Yummy Catnip Frenzy, can pounce through it there as well. As long as that vision is there, the damage will flow.
And we thought it was going to be a contraption coming out of Queen on Hunters. It's actually a Storm Crown that she's building towards.
Huh.
It's,
all right.
I mean, they're trying to get that little bit of extra damage that they need in order to turn a fight in their favor, but like we've been talking about, anytime there's a flicker, the vision game is so important. You know, we heard Fuji talking about the fact that you always want to be moving that line of scrimmage up further. That's exactly what Red Canids are doing here. They are playing a flicker game almost flawlessly. Well, actually, it's literally flawlessly, as they have not given up a death or anything of the sort.
10 kills to 0. We got 2 turrets up at this point. Multiple just steals here into the jungle, and even with this trend, it's not safe. It will actually go over to blue this round. Hunters will secure that gold, but you said it, the line of scrimmage is moving up. We're sealing off access here from Hunters, and the closer they are to that choke point turret, you're always going to know where they are.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nowhere for Hunters to try and sneak out and get into a flanking position or anything of the sort against Red Canids. The one shot's going to come through just to check and try and find, you know, where anyone is really, see if they're doing a gold miner. But there you can see it laid out before you, the vision control. That is all red scout traps across the map.
This is almost game 1 on a platter at this point, because you're several thousand gold up, massive vision advantage going over here, and Hunters, they're still struggling for that first kill. Queen trying to just wrestle a bit more control over to her side, but again, with no flare gun, no contraption, it's very dangerous just to leave that choke point turret, and this is exactly why. Jesuino comes on in. Revenger X, great stun there coming out from Bavala, but it's not enough to keep that laner alive. Now Queen is going to be coming down low. Mirachik able to just look for the damage, has the Yummy Catnip Frenzy, dies during it, and we've already lost out the second. All of a sudden, Red Canids maybe bit off a bit too much that they could chew.
Big turnaround from Hunters. Babala, the key to that, got 2 massive active camo stuns during that fight, as we're about to see here. The first one comes up as he sets this up very early on. A beautiful stun, and we're coming out right there. Triple stun. And then as they continue this chase, another one set up, a double stun as he comes back in. Phenomenal play from Babylon.
I'm really actually surprised that Queen did not drop during that one as well, but because she didn't, the Mirachik, he was just kind of like, oh, okay, I got to switch targets. But by then, the damage is already there, and if they had focused down, the Kestrel might have been a very different story, but that's, a really good way to put 3 kills up there for Hunters.
And Mirachik did go for the defensive item as the second item here, building into that Aegis. We'll see this third one could be another Shattered Glass, could be, I would expect something more along the lines of a Broken Myth at this point to try
That'd be the safe bet.
Because the early game has passed. They don't, especially after losing that ace there, I think that may have put a little bit of worry into their minds of being able to close the game out as early as they would want to. And getting that Broken Myth is just a very strong item for going further into the game.
Well, Urameshi is really just grooving on some sweet tunes. 3 items at the 13-minute mark. That's really impressive here, especially, Vox, first time. Mooncloak's going to go out. Yet they did not hit that trap, and the silence is there as well. Babala is the big target. No real opportunity there for Kester to strut her stuff, but now Revenger X 3v1. Can he even bring down anybody? The enemy Catnip Frenzy is going to lock him up, and Red Cannons put him down. Queen, the only one to survive, and again, that's what, that was kind of reflects a little bit earlier. If they had focused Babala, might have been a very different story. This time they learned from it, and they just went straight for the Kestrel.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, they know that that's the big threat. Obviously, with the Blackfeather can be extremely powerful later on, but went extremely tanky after getting that breaking point. I went for the Atlas Pauldron and the Aegis, so he's not much of a damage threat and isn't as survivable as he would be with that Serpent's Mask completed. Once that is completed, then this could change once again because that Blackfeather will become a massive threat, but you still just want to look for the kill onto Kestrel first, no matter what, because Kestrel will always be easier to kill than the Blackfeather will be because of that tankiness.
And she's not weapons, so there's absolutely no chance once she gets jumped on that we're going to see those active camos coming out either, Bacon. So 13-3, I mean, Hunter's picking up those 3. It was a breath of fresh air for them, but they still had a mountain of work to do. And unfortunately, this just kind of puts them right back down to that level where it's starting to look a little more one-sided again.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, next fight is going to be about to happen right now. Nice ultimate. They are looking for a fight. The traps are going to spot them, though.
Yeah, Babala, again, he's going to be the one to jump into the back, and Jesuito Farah is there as well, just slowing him up. Mirachik able to jump on her face. Queen is trying her best. They will get 1 kill out of this, but Jesuito Farah, he's going to be taking hits here from Revenger. That was a massive execute going through. Mirachik all of a sudden now just thinking, all right, I can do math here. 2v1, not so good. He's going to try to just extend this out to avoid the ace, but I mean, with this catch-up, it's not happening.
You do not get away from a Blackfeather. There's just too much slow and chase potential with that kit, and that's one of the downsides. If you can't get the quick kill onto Babala to then turn your attention onto Revenger, you're going to end up losing out the fight because those stacks on the breaking point are very, very strong. We're going to see here, they try and jump in, but they're spotted the entire way. A nice stun off the bat, a really good Blast Tremor coming out as well. Babala does go down, but by this point, there's already 7 stacks built up on this breaking point. But watch as this fight continues and just how much he gets built up here by the end. That's actually not showing the breaking point stacks that are from the replay because he was at 14 during that fight.
Still, 700 damage is 700 damage there, Bacon, and that was a really nice response. So Hunters get some kills, get killed. Now they got some kills again. So they are proving, even though they are this far behind, 5,000 and counting, this will be hopefully a really good push for them. All 3 up with a Kraken now coming down on top of the Red Cannons. They will get some footing back into it, but now is Red Cannons getting outplayed? Are they too aggressive? Is that actually now becoming a negative?
I really don't think so. I think it was just a bad spot to take the fight because of those scout traps. Like, there was Vision Down. Queen with that contraption is really being able to counter this flicker now. There's going to be that ult again, but once again, if they try and engage, they're going to get spotted. So the vision has come around for Hunters, and that is what's been really able to turn this game around.
The sieging opportunities here between Revenger X there and Babala, especially with the front line of the Kraken. 2 turrets for it, so I will say that this Kraken was definitely a success. That's a lot of gold back into their pocket. There's still going to be a little bit more work to be done here, but Hunters is starting to claw their way back up.
Yeah, and I want to see that same shot we had earlier of the pan over the fold, because now it looks completely different. Before, it was red scout traps all over the place. You can see on the mini-map.
Yeah,
it is now blue dots everywhere. Queen, once she got this contraption, this game has completely flipped on its head.
So they might have actually been able to reach that tipping point, early on aggression comps. You said it early, yeah, you did say it early on, with that Koshka, right? She was able to jump, use the flicker, they were able to get the kills, but that could actually be days of old now. So 14-6, Red Cannon's still holding on to as much advantage as they can, but Hunters, they are far from being bottled up now.
The flicker ult used, they're going to get spotted coming in, but they are going to be able to now look for a fight here if they want it.
Babala just nowhere near this fight. Kind of thought this was going to take a little bit of a different turn, and it might have actually been a little bit more of an aggressive Mooncloak, but it's going to be up in 30 seconds here. Jesuino Farah rocking a little bit of cooldown reduction means that they will be able to try again, but it is much harder to find that entrance, and they might not even get that opportunity. Queen has finally caught up. Urameshi is now trying to get into the back. We got Flicker there to peel, but it's not going to be enough. That is a dead Vox. Mirachik now is just going to be eating damage, and the one shot puts her down. This could actually be a win with 8 kills to 14.
And it is looking very good for Hunters. Now again, once they can spot their opponents, when they see them coming in, Babala is able to set up. That time, it wasn't even the setup. They just had so much poke and chase that the Vox was below half health before they even tried to engage onto that fight. It is just so strong coming out of Revenger X. The amount of chase potential, once he gets that on point, if he has that the dash in, leaves that trail behind that allows the entire team to then have their movement speed increased. That's what's winning this game now for Hunters in the late game.
Yeah, their engage has actually become extraordinary, and a lot of the magic is kind of taken away when you can see your opponents coming. We saw this with Snow a little bit early on. Perhaps we are going to see it here as Jesuino Ferry finds 2 at that tree, and not really going to be able to do too much else about it, but blue everywhere, those scout traps everywhere. Mooncloak, nope. Urameshi, he's going to run right into that one shot. Does kind of get preempted out of it. Mirachik, he's trying to jump into Revenger X, but Revenger does not care. He's just going to stick into the back line. Yummy Catnip Frenzy, there's no Crucible here, remember, but he's still going to live long enough to get some massive damage done. Queen, however, is going to be the next target, and Babala is on the run. He's not going to get away. Red Cannons have finally taken to their former glory.
Numbers over vision is what we just learned from that fight. Babala was so far away from the rest of the team. I actually almost feel like throwing out that one shot may have been what tipped off Red Cannons to the fact that he was not that close because of the angle it came from.
Right. Yeah.
They immediately jump in after that one shot came down. They go all in on the Revenger X, knowing that Babala is too far away to have as much of an impact as he wants. Get that kill, and a beautiful timed fountain there coming out from Red Cannons to enable them to get as much healing as possible and be able to finish off that ace.
I was on the verge of saying that Mirachik actually is just bit off too much that she could chew at that point, but the Koshka did survive, and now with the Kraken pushing through here for Red Cannons, it's 2 turrets between them and game number 1, and you can see once more Hunters, they're just unfortunately bottled up here in their base. We're starting to put down some of the scout traps. As much damage as we can get, they will definitely take, because this Kraken is a big threat to end this game. Here comes the Mooncloak here, Bacon, but they will land on top of at least a few of these traps. They're going to find Queen, but that's a silence, not really a 1-2 punch here from Cannons, and now Jesuino, he's actually going to be coming down low. He has now popped out the fountain. Revenger on the front line. He's going to be dropping here as well, but Jesuino can't actually turn it around. The fountain is good to keep Revenger up, and the damage into the back line. Reds are going to get ace. The triple kill is there, and they will race this Kraken for a win.
It is 2 on Kraken. This is going to be insane. Who is going to have the speed? Kraken is already on the last turret, though I don't think they have the ability to win this.
All right, so that's going to be 2 more auto attacks, maybe 3 on that, plus a full Crystal. He's a very slow auto attacker. You can't say the same for Revenger, but they do have to go through this shield. Queen is going to try
There's
to take
not much
it up.
damage for Revenger. They're really relying on the Storm Guard. This is going to be incredibly close. The turret is finally down. They are on to the Crystal. Who is going to get this one? Will it be Kraken? They are going to win this. They have the damage. Hunters take game 1.
All you need is a Storm Guard sometimes, Bacon.
Oh, man. What a finish.
They are not happy about that one.
How could you be?
Like, what just happened?
How can you be happy about that? That was an incredible finish. What a gutsy call from
smile.
Hunters to go for that. I mean, Revenger X did not have damage on this Black Feather. He was in
some.
the team fights. It's all reliant on the breaking point. You don't get breaking point stacks off of structures. A lot of that damage was coming from the true damage on the Storm Guard banner, not even the Storm Crown. But they knew the damages, they knew how much time they had, and they made probably the gutsiest call I've seen all day today and get the victory.
I feel like they would have had the damage to defend, but if you're not confident and there's a Kraken on your base, just hoof it. Just go on over, tempt fate, and Hunters get themselves a win. As I said, the Red Can is kind of shaking their head at there. Revenger X had a little bit of a smile on the end of it, and he had just enough damage. A very back and forth game, but again, the kills from the early were way more than negated by the end, and it was something to go, 11-15 by the end of it? The 11-1.
Yeah, and I mean, we heard them talking about how, Queen said they want to get comfortable with that shot calling to then transfer it up to the laner, and you got to wonder which one of them made that call. I think that smile at the end,
were both right there,
that looked to show who made that decision. I think it was Revenger X.
It was 11-18.
Beautiful game. I mean, what a turnaround from Hunters. They were so far behind. Again, once that contraption came out, they were able to get the vision. They just waited long enough to be able to start winning fights. Then Red brought it right back, got themselves a couple of fights, and what a phenomenal game.
Number-wise, on paper, if you showed me this just on a blank template, I would have said that there's no way that Hunters would have won this. But, tenacious, and they did it. So we still have one more to go, so we're going to throw it back to the Analyst to get it rolling. And, guys, what an amazing match.
What an amazing match indeed, Forecourt. Welcome back to the Analyst desk. We do have Fuji and Budget Zekent here on the desk, so thank you very much for joining me. We are going to be looking at this game again and going into another game with a best of two. Now, if Red Canids can win, they tie it up, we go to a tiebreaker. If they lose, they are out of Worlds. The pride of South America, the pride of Brazil, could potentially be leaving at this stage, just like we saw Snow Avalanche did. So, I mean, the pressure's going to be on right now. I saw you two during this game. It was like a tug of war between, Red Canids and Hunters. Hunters over here and Red Canids just like, between you, just like, oh no, they're winning. Oh no, they're losing. And then finally, Sona with his smug little grin was like, ah.
It was never in doubt, man. It was never in doubt. It was always going to be Hunters.
Race against Kraken.
Always going to be Hunters. I don't understand where the doubt was, in Fuji.
Comes back on.
Hey.
Yeah, there we go. It has now come back on. We were actually just miming during that time, Anyway,
Memeing, I believe, is the phrase.
I cursed it last time. Anyway, we've got a replay coming your way from that game. You guys can break it down for me.
Oh, well, I mean, at this point in the game, you just let Kraken get to the turrets. You don't go in and fight yet before Kraken gets there. And you see that they're constantly getting stunned up in the active camo. And then the biggest mistake they could possibly make right after this is continuing to attack Catherine when she puts her bubble up. Just leave. Stop attacking her. You're killing yourself. This is something that you can't afford to do. You don't have to make crazy impressive plays when the Kraken's pushing. You just let the Kraken go onto the turret. You kind of fight a little bit, back up a little bit, but overcommitting early there is a mistake we see a lot of teams that don't have great competitive play make.
And also, they were playing against the Black Feather with a breaking point. They were playing these big, elongated team fights, which their composition didn't really play into the value of. Obviously, you did have the Vox coming through, but Koshka not really supposed to be this sort of elongated over and over team fight type hero. So honestly, I think Red Canids should have done exactly what Fuji suggested. You've got the Kraken doing the work for you, force them to put their attention on Kraken, and then they don't put their attention on you. And sure.
I feel it was something that came out in both of the teams in the game, in all honesty, that the team fights were very miscoordinated. We saw it from Gangstar Sirius earlier today. Some of these guys, perhaps it's nerves, perhaps it's just being on the world stage, but the shot calling in team fights and the ability to position yourself correctly, most people are making the mistake straight away and then realize it and try and spread out and try and correct the team fight. But when you get caught out by a Black Feather and by a CP Kestrel especially, and you're all clumped up in a group, you're just going to die.
Anyway, we've got the groups to have a look at now, ladies and gentlemen, so we can see kind of a visual representation of what's going on. You can see Phoenix Armada has already gone from Group A as the first seed. We're going to have a elimination match between Team Secret and Detonation Gaming later on. You can see in the Group B, Hack are actually 2 points up, and it's 1-1 between Team Solo Mid and Gangstar's Cerberus.
That's really exciting, because that means Hack drew with Gangstar's Cerberus in a 1-on-1, and Team Solo Mid and Cerberus really have the opportunity to fight out to see who gets through in that group. If they draw, we're going to have a 3-way tie.
Yes, it's going to have to be a 2-0 to make sure it's deciding either way. This is going to be pretty insane going in Group B. Group C, you can already see that's what we basically found out last series. That will be Gangstar's Sirius as the first seed, Infamous Legion going through as second. And Group D is currently what we're fighting over right now. Hammerless Velocity already gone through, having won both of their matches 2-0. Red Cannons need to win this to keep themselves even in with a chance of surviving in Worlds.
We still have 5 teams who can be involved in tiebreakers. This is amazing. I'm so, I love round robin because single elimination or double elimination allows you have a lower bracket and you get more games, but round robin gives you this opportunity to be surprised by extra games of Vainglory, and it just makes me so excited to know that we might have more Vainglory.
Look at his little face. He's like this. Anyway, we're into the draft phase, and we're going to see Red Cannons on Team A, Hunters on Team B. Where are we going to go with this? Are you seeing any extra bans or change in ban strategy coming out for these guys?
I don't think it was the draft phase that should really ruffle Cannon's feathers. I mean, Red Cannons actually, I think, had the superior draft. They actually just played the game poorly. They got caught out too confident. We're running into active camo traps. These are things you just can't do on the world stage. So they need to stay confident in their draft phase, pick up whatever they think. Banning the Black Feather here, for example, Black Feather was actually not a concern for the entire game until a mistake was made by Red Cannons that allowed him to pick up some bounties and start snowballing in the other direction.
Lance remaining that 100% ban. They just don't want to play against it, do Hunters, and it's going to be an immediate lock-in for Kestrel for Red Cannons. And now Hunters have, again, Lyra is up. That seems to be the pick that they're going to be transitioning towards. They've got a pretty good rotation on this pick phase right now.
Yeah, I think you pick Lyra and then you pick something relatively safe. Sky makes a lot of sense. You can pick someone here who can either be jungle or lane, and then you can react to what Candids decides to choose next.
Best way to play B-side, in my opinion, gives you that flexibility. Then you're going to see this next rotation. What do you want to see fill out with the Kestrel here? What will make a really solid composition for Candids, given what they've seen here on this B-side pick?
Well, A-side is always, you have to play a little bit safer in your draft scenarios most of the time because you don't get the last counter pick. Yeah. So you want to generally do something that's a little safer, has either poke potential or the ability to kite around the sky. You're not going to be able to dive in very hard against Bright Bulwark with anything. That's going to stop a lot of aggression. Suri Strike will reposition Sky away. So going anything like an Ozo, a Glaive is going to be really risky. They do go kind of for the double poke here. This means that Hunters is now open up. If I was them, I'd heavily consider a CP Gwen, Lyra in the roam position. You get yourself a weapon power Sky. You now have a triple poke composition that really shows Red Cannons back. They don't go for that. They go for the Koshka. So they got their own strategies. It's not my team, my strategy. Just throwing some ideas out there.
Well, thank goodness it's not your team, Fuji. That's all I'm going to say.
Right, if it was his team, they would have already qualified. So.
Oh, no, you mean they'd already been knocked out? Oh. Anyway, we love you really, Fuji. Quick predictions before I hand to casters.
I actually like the composition coming from Red Cannons.
I think Hunters.
Well, again, the same compositions, the same picks. Take it away, you guys, on the caster desk.
Now, this feels like a little bit more of a repeat. Yesterday, when we talked to Hunters, they said Babala can play an amazing Koshka, and Playoff Beard jumped up for joy. And now, today, so much Koshka has been played, I can just imagine him dancing out there somewhere. But Babala on Koshka could be actually the winning ticket here for Hunters.
It very well could be. Or Queen on Lyra. This was another pick that she's been playing a lot of. With this and the Catherine, those are by far and above her 2 most played heroes. So I'm excited to get to see her on this Lyra that has actually been hyped up quite a bit from this Hunters team. But we are going to be getting that the Flicker once again. We'll see if they can make those early aggressive plays.
Yeah, and Revenger X, he's going to have to deal with Uramashi and Jesuino, and that should be the first blood. Easy peasy right there. That vision is going to have to be something that Hunters will have to keep in mind. But, Queen, she already has, a little bit of scouting now out with that flare. But Queen and that Bulwark, that could actually be something of a little bit more of a stop up here for Jesuino.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you know that they're coming in, just throw down that Bulwark, slow them up, give yourself a little bit more time to react to that engagement. But again, vision is going to be absolutely crucial. That was the turning point in game number 1 for me, where Hunters began to bring the game back, was once they were able to start getting those scout traps down and start knowing where Red Canids were coming from.
All right, so Jesuino Farah once more. Iron Guard contract seems to be a favorite here of his. Will find Queen, does have the bulwark right there, but she's already outused that Imperial Sigil. She was just healing up moments ago, and it's still actually on cooldown another 3 seconds. So if we had pressed the advantage, I don't think they actually saw the heal going through. There it is again. So again, you have these windows of opportunity, and Jesuino, he knows what he can try to push with this hero, and worked out great early game 1. We'll have to see if we can have a repeat.
Yeah, there is going to be a good deal of sustain for both sides with the Adagio and the Lyra, and so it'll be interesting to see what side is able to get an advantage up here in this lane, or if it is going to just purely come down to those junglers.
All right, so Urameshi here in lane. Obviously, well, I mean, I think it's expected that alternating current will be for him here fairly soon, but at the same time, Revenger, it's going to be a weapon sky, so we have a little bit of dancing around available here.
Most likely a weapon sky, and maybe not. 2 crystal bits picked up. This could be our double crystal, but right now, a ton of damage using those crystal bits to get a kill, but it's 1 for 1. Hunters have now picked up a second kill. Are they going to get this third?
You're not going to be running away from that sky. No way, Jose, right there. That's going to be the heroes' 3 kills for only the 1, but they did not get the ace. Miracek actually was able to get up just in time, a little bit too early on, but still 2 minutes in to sweep the 3 kills. It took them way longer in the last round, and Red Canids are almost shut down from the get-go.
They were down by about 11 kills before they got their first kills on the board in game number 1. But right now, able to have a much stronger start here. And this double crystal, I think, is going to be really interesting to see if they can make it work. It's just all about a lot of burst damage coming from them, and well, it's a relatively squishy composition that they're up against. I think it can work out very well for them.
The Queen with the sustain, we got very likely a contraption here in the works as well as a bulwark, and Revenger, Babala, like all they have to do is just target down one person using the sustain. Just let them come to them. If Jesuino gets noticed, you just put a forward barrage in his face, right? If you find out anybody else, you got a Yummy Catnip Frenzy ready to go, and that's kind of a really cool counter system.
That's one of the things I really like about Sky with Koshka is, when Death from Above comes out, it forces teams to split. Look at that burst.
That was Sona yelping. The burst was real. Urameshi, he just did not see that coming.
Not at all. I mean, you kind of have to know that there's an opportunity for it to happen, but you expect the surprise damage to come out of Red Canids with this composition. It's always the flicker that makes the surprise appearance, but that time just not ready for the Koshka to jump onto him, and forward barrage from Revenger was more than enough damage.
So Fuji was saying, go for the triple poke, right? Get that CP Gwen. But at the same time, I think every time that we look for these engages, as long as we have something of an idea of where the Red Canids are, you kite backwards. You have Queen with the movement speed, right? That AoE, the sustain, the bulwark, and Revenger X is just going to have those forward barrages. That puts a big damper on Jesuino in his engages.
I do want to look at Babala's build, starting with that Pierce. Very likely means it will be the Broken Myth first item, as opposed to the Shatterglass that we've seen on the other Koshkas. So a little bit of a difference in the build path, at least, for this hero.
Well, at least it's not weapon.
Yeah.
That could have been really something turning its...
I don't think you play a weapon Koshka when you're on the verge of qualifying for day 2 of the World Championship.
You said the same thing about Weapon Samuel from Von C back in the day.
But that was when they were already qualified for Worlds.
Fair enough.
To be fair.
Babala's just kind of getting a bit of a warm reception here. Canids does take her down about half, but we do again have that sustain. So no problem, back up to par, and we have a reflex block now for the Koshka. So if she is going to be going deep, does realize that we're going to have those active camos. We have potentially the Versa Judgment there as well. That's a lot of power now defensively there for the Koshka.
Yeah, I would expect it to remain individual reflex blocks. The Crucible is really nice for the Versa Judgment, but when that's really your main concern is the Versa Judgment, you can let your carries kind of deal with their own reflex blocking, and it will allow Queen to then build into the vision even earlier than you might otherwise with a Adagio on the fold.
The next item then?
I would like to see it be the next item. I don't know if it will be, just because we saw how delayed it was in game number 1.
That's a level 7 infusion coming out. Babala is not messing around. We don't need a tier 3. We just need an infusion, and that could actually be a little bit more of an unexpected pickup here from Hunters. So if Canids don't notice it and they go for a fight, might regret it.
Nothing's going to happen off that, but I really like that walking past the gold miner and just using a twirly death just to get the extra movement speed to get up into the lane a little bit faster. The
They
little
take a hit for it.
Yeah, but it's still, by the time you get up to the lane, even with the extra movement speed, that you've healed up that health just from passive healing. So it's small little plays like that. You know, if they had found something off of it, would have been actually really important.
Poor little Flicker. He just can't walk up to Revenger X. He really wants to. He really does. But now he's already used the Fairy Dust and just kind of baiting out the Bulwark, it feels like. Is there going to be an engage here? I mean, Red Canids, they don't have that Versa Judgment. We don't have the Mooncloak here either. So I would expect them to be biding their time, but I just don't see them finding an angle here.
Yeah, Hunters really want to try and make something happen because of that infusion being picked up. If they go another 2.5 minutes, then that infusion kind of goes by the wayside. 500 gold not really put to use. And especially this early on, like 500 gold is important. Obviously later on in the game it becomes almost negligible, but right now that can be key.
All right, so we got the verse. It's ready to go. Mooncloak's now online here for Jesuino, but level 8 for Babala and counting. The experience has definitely gone over to Hunters. They're definitely leading in the levels, leading in their progression into the next one there as well, and that's going to be the first item pickup here from Revenger on top of things. So it does look like Queen. She's actually picked up that flare gun, and this should be all the ingredients for a really good setup here from Hunters, but that's the Yummy Catnip Frenzy and the portals already used and nothing to get for it.
Yeah, really nice block from Urameshi. Both of the carries on the side of Red Cannons got very early reflex blocks, knowing that there was going to be this Yummy Catnip Frenzy coming out from Babala. So a great job to block out that ultimate and make sure that there wasn't an engagement onto them.
Uh-oh, is Flicker just in the wrong neighborhood here? That death from above really just kind of curbing where he can go. A very defensive verse of Judgment there from Urameshi Yusuke, but all right, we will just once again reset.
Yeah, so not really much able to happen as a result of the early infusion getting picked up there. It did allow Babala to have a little bit of quicker farm speed, and they did get that gold mine. So it's not a complete waste of 500 gold, but there is going to be that Broken Myth, double Broken Myth completed for the side of Hunters.
All the Pierce. So do you think that these reflex blocks are going to get hit into the Aegis Toot Sweet?
I don't know how early they're actually going to rush it into the Aegis yet. It's obviously you do want that shield in order to decrease the damage coming out from Hunters, but they still want to get their own damage built up as well. I think we may see 2 offensive items and then the Aegis complete.
It feels a little late, but we did actually just get Mirachik into that tier 3. Has that Sorrow Blade almost at the 9-minute mark, but again, went a little bit more defensive. Has had that 6 sins there for a while as well. So again, it's everybody's biding their time. There is going to be a boiling point that they just end up fighting, but there's always a little bit more to grab. Perhaps Queen going a bit too far forward is the key. Uses out the portals, gets to safety. We have the death from above there as well to stop the engage from Red Canids, and they are just kind of out there twiddling their thumbs at this point.
Yeah, Red Canids not able to play the style that they want to, not able to be hyper aggressive, not really finding an opportunity to catch someone out of position. Cool. And there they go, jumping on in.
And Rameshi, he's still holding on to that reflex block. He did not panic. Use it right there. Mirachik has his back up there as well, but again, even throwing out a few of these ults every now and then, nothing has come of it. Now we do got a Mooncloak. We're out hunting, looking for a Koshka, but Urameshi, he's the only one really going to be in lane. Will he actually save out the farm? He was going to get one, but that's it. The Mooncloak. Could this be a 1v1? Babala is really looking for it. Urameshi is here though, and well, finally, a kill happens at the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, that was not going to be a 1v1 at any point, as Urameshi was right there. So they do manage to get the kill, but they lose out on a turret.
Yep.
That's a trade in favor of Hunters.
Yeah, 2v1 in the jungle, but the better trade going to the 2v1 up in lane. So Hunters not a problem. They pick up that gold. Easy peasy. Jesuino Farah is really going to look for a bit of aggression here. You throw down that root, you're inside that turret range, you're going to get targeted down. Queen, no problem. She's going to be here on top of the sigil. Another root to be thrown out, but that is it for the aggression from Red Canids. They will take a celebratory treant. That's about it.
Yeah, the siege can be very difficult for both sides. Both teams do have pretty strong wave clear. Between the Sky, of course, being able to throw down Death from Above pretty much at will by the time the end game rolls around.
Yeah,
and then, of
seconds.
course, the Glimmer shots, not the best with a weapon Kestrel, but they still have plenty of damage to clear out the minions on the side of Red Cannons. So this is going to be a much more... this game's going to be decided much more on team fights, I feel. and just trying to find an opportunity. That's what Red Cannons is looking for here.
And Jesuino, he's going to be on that forefront. Revenger X is going to dance away. Does have the forward barrage. Again, the kiting is going to be good. Queen is up there in their face, and Mirachik is going to be coming down so low. We do got that first double stun. That's the Koshka now far from her home, and no help to be had there as Hunters.
Low.
Oh, Jesuino, he doesn't get hit. He's actually in, but he gets snared up. Urameshi too far forward. The one shot will not get revenge. Queen's not done yet. Jesuino is the next target, and even with those curveballs being thrown forward, it's still not enough. Mirachik, my goodness, a very bold back right there, but it does look like we will end up at a 1-for-1, but now pushing forward. Hunters could be looking for some damage, but nope, they're done. They're just going to go off into the jungle.
Yeah, the opponents were going to be coming back right away because they weren't killed. They were able to recall. That was such a ridiculous fight. There was so little HP left on the side of Red Cannons, but Revenger X just unable to get back into the fight in order to find the kills, and that's going to be a key for them. It was a really, really nice death from above to start that fight off, which is the entire reason why they were even taken down so low and why that fight was so close. And so Revenger X, that's going to be the key, I think, to this game, is those death from aboves, trying to split up the side of Red Cannons so that there is a clear target for Babala to try and jump on.
Well, Queen is doing well enough this game. I mean, they're up in gold. This time last round they were down about 5K, but now they're up about 2.5. Queen is looking for that Crucible. Once she gets it, things like the Verse of Judgment are actually going to be things of the past here for Red Cannons. But now you can see Babala, he's going to be jumping forward. That's going to be the root. Oh, that was massive. Revenger X just going to go down. He's going to take a bit of a dirt nap there as Urameshi Yusuke is looking for just the 1v1. Babala right into not quite the one shot. I actually thought that was going to be a kill, but the root is going to be good. And Jesuino, all right, not getting the kill. It looks like Urameshi burned her down. But now Queen is the only one still left standing, and that gold lead has definitely lessened.
How about another fight in this series getting turned around due to an active camo? It's a weapon kestrel this time, so you know the active camo fields don't last as long. It's a little bit harder to get those kinds of plays, but another massive team stun coming out from Mirachik this time in order to turn that fight in favor of Red Cannons.
That was the crits, the damage, the stuns. You know, Hunter's not expecting to lose control that quickly. The road one's actually to jump. It was Babala over the wall there with the pounce to start it all off, but did not work out. So only 11 kills, not quite the kill a minute we were looking for in the last one. The bloodthirst is definitely abated a little bit, but still respectable at 6-5. Still anybody's game at this point. We are going to get the Kraken spawning here, 60 seconds, and there's that Crucible here from Queen.
And Crucible completed, so the Verse of Judgment should not be an issue anymore. They should be able to then use their own reflex blocks just for extra barrier. I do also want to point out, looking back over on the side of Red Cannons, 2 offensive items for both carries, now building into those Aegises. So just as predicted there, but Queen's looking for a fight.
Yeah, that's an aggressive portal, but not really too much found out of it. The death from above does actually bring Urameshi down to about half, maybe a little bit less. The Mooncloak is there, and Jesuino, he's looking for a re-engage angle, but it's really only just Mirachik that's not accounted for at this point. Jesuino's still very confident there in that front line. He's going to be taking a little bit of poke. Babala is there, and now slowed up. Does the Koshka actually have an emergency plan? Looks like there's just going to be enough support here from Hunters to keep on going, and I'm not entirely too sure Red Cannons will win this war of attrition.
They really won't, and I'm really loving what Queen is doing here. Whenever a fight even starts to break out, even if it's just poking, puts down a couple of scout traps for that fight, and it's working out wonders for them. They're going to be able to find possibly a kill.
Oh, the death from above actually does put him into that kill territory, but the death from the Yummy Catnip Frenzy bringing down the Adagio low enough to put him into the ground before that verse does hit. That's a great 2 kills there for Hunters. And again, the war of attrition, the sustain very heavily, I think, goes over to Queen with that Imperial Sigil just healing up everyone. And Red Cannons really needed to make that retreat way earlier.
Yeah, they absolutely did. It's once you realize that you're not going to be able to get that immediate burst, you know, you lose out kind of on the positioning, especially with a Kestrel. You really do need to start kind of backing off a little bit. You didn't have the ultimates available that you wanted with the the invisibility that Flicker can provide you. They did have the Verse of Judgment, but it never even actually got to go off as Urameshi was taken down before he was able to get that burst.
All right, so 7 kills, 6, and again, a little bit more of a gold lead going to Hunters. We did just check to the Kraken with the one shot there from Mirachik, but of course, you can see nobody really giving the Kraken time of day. A lot of traps, though. Again, Queen just kind of blown through all of her charges here, just making sure that they can't get snuck upon.
Yeah, she is making sure to hold on to one charge and has flares in the inventory as well, so that they always know where the opponents are. And again, that's such a key with Flicker. Is going to just be retreating here with the rest of Red Cannons. And this is one of the things that I have as a big question mark for Red Cannons is, can they play well in the later stages of the game? We knew they were very, very confident in their early game. It showed that they were very confident in their early game, but now that their early game was kind of stunted a bit, can they still manage to have a strong late game and turn this back in their favor?
One shot once more, just going to go a bit wide and just continually pushing up against Red Cannons. Almost feels like game number 1, just with the teams reverse. Hunters is trying to just bottleneck Red Cannons at this point, and if you bottleneck them, it's just like you can just retreat to this minefield. Yeah. Like, if you push up and retreat, there's no way you're ever going to get jumped on.
Oh,
here.
Just be careful.
Just we know. All right, are you too far from home, my friend? We do got that bulwark out. He's down to about half. Another flare and a few more forward barrage hits there from Revenger X. We did use out the portals there as well from Queen. So the portals are down, but 20 seconds is not really a big window, so we'll have to see if Red can do it right here. Jesuino is going to get into that back, but the forward barrage actually going backward. That's rather huge. And Flicker, he has now split up the team. He is still alive. There we go. He's finally going to drop Uramesh. He is going to get the stun, but now it's into a 2v1. Revenger X danced all the way around that fight, got into that ace, and this could be a massive push for Hunters.
Revenger X made a great play during that fight. The Verse of Judgment was coming out. A really timely Suri strike got him just outside of the range of it, did not take this burst, did not get stunned, and was able to then finish off that ace. We're going to get another look at this whole fight here. You can see, was just very low at the start of this. A nice Jimmy Captain Frenzy gets the stun onto Urameshi, does not allow the Adagio to really get much damage done out. Doesn't get that sustain either. There's that Suri strike, just narrowly getting out of the Verse of Judgment and allowing Hunters to pick up the ace. They get themselves another turret, as that tier 3 turret, the choke point turret, has been destroyed.
And there's the one shot again, just making sure that the Kraken is there with all of her health. And 10 kills up now, 4,000 gold. Hunters, if they take this 2-0, we are going to be saying goodbye to South America.
It's, again, unfortunately, one of these two teams will not be able to make it out of this group, but Hunters, they have the edge. They have that first game victory. Now they have the lead here in game number 2. This is far from a done deal, though. There is still very much a chance, but the portal's in.
And we have some Shattered Glasses here from Hunters as well. Their damage output just went right up as Revenger X cannot sleep on this one. Adagio is going to be the first to fall, and Jesuino Farah is not going to be long for this world. This leaves Mirachik holding the peg, and 3v1, you might be Castrol, but you can't win it out. Not this round. That is a Hunters ace, and Kraken, the game, like there's a lot of opportunity here, but Hunters look like they're going for the kill.
Yeah, they have 20 seconds plus on all 3 death timers. With a wave of ace buff minions, they're going to come in. They're looking for the end. They're looking for day 2 here at the Vainglory World Championship.
You know what, Bacon? I think they got it. Even with the reductions coming in, it's only going to be Urameshi. We got lots of ace buff minions, and that will be Hunters redeeming themselves from earlier on. We will see them again tomorrow.
Very unfortunate for Red Cannons from South America. A very strong showing. I mean, they looked like they had game 1 in the bag.
Early
I think
aggression.
they really took Hunters by surprise in that first game. And, again, we talked about the fact that they were just very honored and humbled to be here. I think having a strong showing like that is really going to do great for them. Obviously, would have loved to have gotten a win, but Hunters able to come back and kind of be the Hunters team that we had heard about, the Hunters team that we've seen in VIPLs, in so many other international events. They're going to continue.
All right, well, Red Cannons, it's unfortunate that they're not really able to find, those scrimming partners. They keep getting dodged in solo queue. They told us a little bit about their struggles to find, some competitive scrim partners. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, but I think it really showed. They just couldn't adapt to the way that Hunters shut them down.
Yeah, it was very strong early game, but just once it got past, the 13-minute mark or so, it really kind of showed that they're the way that they played just started to fall off.
Well, we will say goodbye to South America, and we will say hello to the analyst desk, because we're not done yet here on day one.
We have all these tiebreakers potentially coming up, but none of them are really getting fulfilled. Hunters taking the 2-0 there. That will secure their second seed. But I've got to give credit to South American teams. You know, Red Canids, they came here as the sole representatives. Yes, they didn't do as well as they may have hoped, but they can hold their heads high. They really performed on the world stage. They took the Chinese team to some real nail-biting games, especially in that first one. I don't think there's anything that the South American team, Red Canids, shouldn't be proud of. They've had a really, really cool showing here. I mean, I think everyone's been thoroughly impressed about kind of how they overstepped where we thought they would potentially be performing at. And even if they go out as the last seed in this group, I think everything should be keeping their head held high. They actually did a really good job. And I've got to say, though, Hunters, they showed up here. They will secure that second seed spot. So we're starting to see some things shape up. You can see here it's on your screen right now. That is going to be Hunters going through as the second seed next to Hammer Velocity as that first seed from Group D. That means we've got a couple of groups left to decide, because Group C and D, they are sewn up right now. We don't yet know any of our matchups tomorrow, though, gentlemen, because that is Group A versus Group D and Group B versus Group C. So with Group A and Group B left to decide, it means we've still got lots and lots on the cards today.
It's kind of tough to follow sometimes, talking about all those different letters, you know?
Well, you didn't learn the alphabet? I'm sorry, I didn't realize the North American schooling system was that bad.
I didn't. I only got to 4. Only 4 letters in, as far as we go.
Well, then you've got A, B, C, and D, haven't you? So you would have been able to do it usually. But I want to bring attention actually to TSM. They are the only North American team yet to qualify as out of their group. They do still have the opportunity to, but I think if at the start of today you told me TSM would be the last North American team to perhaps qualify for day 2, I would have been shocked.
I think what's even more interesting is TSM could not qualify at all.
Yeah.
I mean, they genuinely could actually end up being last in their group if they don't beat Gangsters Cerberus in their matchup. If they draw, it goes to a full, I think, 2-2-2, which means that's the first 3-person tiebreaker that we get. But if it's 2-0 either way, one of them's going home, one of them's staying in. TSM could top the group, TSM could come last in the group. That is literally where this group stands right now. That's going to be an insane couple of matches to keep an eye on. Then we've got Group A with the Detonation and Team Secret falling to Phoenix Armada, who Phoenix Armada have just rolled through to the top seed of Group A. It means that we have an elimination match between Team Secret and Detonation. And Team Secret, they're going to want to try and at least give EU some fighting hope. I know Gangsters Cerberus can do the same going forward, but Team Secret really were the pride of Europe coming into this World Championships. And they've had a tough group, and it has shown.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely... It's kind of even hard to believe already at day 1 we're talking about elimination, like teams going home. Like they just got here. Yeah. We just got to finally see them on stage, and they're already starting to part ways. So the competition is so tough. These teams are so tired of like just grinding out in these games here at the Worlds on the stage, and it's impressive for the teams that actually are moving forward. They're able to just hold it together just enough to take these victories.
It's the bittersweetness of Worlds, though, isn't it? Like when you get the best teams in the world on one stage, some of them are going to be not as good as the others on the day. And sometimes it is just the day. You know, we could go back and say, actually, if TSM played Hack a week from now, they'd 2-0 them, or Hack would 2-0 in sort of the reverse form. It's all about how on the day the team plays, and some people just haven't stepped up.
I think what you have to realize, and it might seem cutthroat that people are going home today, but champions, they will perform when it matters.
Yeah.
And that's what Vainglory Worlds is all about right now. There's no double elimination. There's no second chances. The champion will win because they are able to perform when it counts. And look at that. That's Fuji just right there with North America. North America, you know, actually, like you said, have already got 2 teams qualified right now. They're already sort of getting out of the group stages. They're already setting themselves up to give the largest representation from any region going into the next 2 days. That's going to be pretty insane. But speaking of North America, and speaking of one of North America's favorites, we've got this next match coming up. It's Team Solo Mid versus Gangsters Cerberus. Let's take a quick look at the TSM roster. If you didn't know them well enough already, here they are again.
Wait, who's this Flash X guy? I've never heard of him before.
Nor have I. Who's Von C?
Hey, Best Chuck, I recognize that guy.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, but TSM, a very strong roster. Of course, one of the few teams that are in a team house, a gaming house. They have very good synergy, incredible coordination as a team, and their draft phase is second to none a lot of the time. I do wonder sometimes with some of the lesser-known teams whether they'll have that draft advantage, but Cerberus, of course, have been around for a long time, so I would not be surprised if Team Solo Mid can just win this from the draft phase.
And hey, if we're drawing on NA talent, Cerberus do have an NA captain in the form of Iraqi Zara.
It's true.
So we You know, at least
four NA members in quarterfinals.
I mean, I definitely think today we did see maybe TSM for the first time in a long time actually go in a direction that a lot of us didn't really agree with, or at the end of the match we weren't like surprised and awe, like, oh, I see how that worked. Like they did something that I think allows any team going up against them, especially Cerberus, to feel more confident than they would have at the start of the day.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the player to watch for TSM. It's going to be Best Chuck NA this time round. The solid, dependable, the new laner coming in for them over the Summer Live Championships and obviously through the Summer Season 2. He did a really good job.
Yeah, I mean, we talk a lot about, is Von C going to be reliable? Is he going to be the one to make the play? Is he not going to be the one? But like Best Chuck is that foundation with FlashX making the shot calls, working on the draft, and trying to be there to support them in any way he can. Best Chuck is the one they rely on. In Game 1 today against Hack, he was the reason they won.
Absolutely.
We saw so much distraction from Von C throughout the early game getting a lead, but a lot of that dissipated. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Gwen goes huge and starts taking down everybody that matters in those team fights. So impressive work by him. We'll have to see if he can also be decisive in this game.
Von C, we talked about it quite frequently with Team Solo Mid. He is the blessing or the sort of the liability. He could either be absolutely insane, the aggression gets rewarded over and over again, or he just gets punished over and over, and then you have to have Best Chuck NA step up to the table. Anyway, next team that we're going to take a look at here, it is Gangstars Cerberus from Europe representing us, maybe our final hopes of getting out of the groups. As you can see, Iraqi Zorro, Techno JJ, Netwiller. I think some of the names are kind of in the wrong order. Iraqi Zorro is technically in the middle. So yeah, there's there's a couple of things going on there. But Gangstars Cerberus, obviously, very strong team. I think this is a little bit more even than some people might think. I think this is genuinely going to be a dogged fought series. These guys really going to go toe-to-toe the whole way.
I think part of it as well is people don't always realize Irakizo plays from NA when he was playing in Evil 8 a lot of the time. So you say, oh, mate, they didn't look great in Europe. They didn't look like the standout team all of the time. Irakizo is on like 120 ping, and I can't play POA matches at 120 ping, never mind playing in the Evil 8.
Yeah, I think player to watch, by the way, is the man himself. It is Iraqi Zorro. He's taken the training weights off. He's got normal ping now. I mean, this is like, you know, coming out the hyperbolic time chamber and saying, I'm ready. I'm ready to just dominate. And I think Iraqi Zorro, he's got that big voice. He's the leader of the team. He keeps his team in check. And he's the laner. You know, he's a really sort of, it's not alpha, by the way. Everyone's signature hero is alpha this weekend. Guarantee it's not alpha.
He is the alpha and the omega of the team, though, so perhaps it's fitting for him.
Yeah, maybe not so bad to kind of compare those. I mean, like, he's really hungry for a win here. I mean, Iraqi Zorro used to be known for taking every tournament he was in first place, but it's been a little bit of time, right? We talked about them being able to qualify. They had a really successful autumn split too, but the last few major competitions, the finals, the championships, he's always come up a little short, and he's really determined to make a difference here at Worlds.
Well, his team have shaped up really nicely over the last 3 months. Let's take a quick look at them in this next video.
I think each and every one of these players has a very specific character that they bring onto the team and contributes to the success of the team. I've taken the role of the leader of the team, the person who tries to make sure that we're trying to get the right practices in, for example, trying the right comps, doing the specific things that we need to do throughout the game to give us the advantage. Techno JJ is just a player who's, you can always count on him. You can always count on him to do well. He's very smart, very intelligent person that contributes a lot to the strategy of the game, actually. Neta is similar to Techno, but he's a quiet person, very intelligent, very mechanically skilled. He's going to hit his crucibles, his fountains, you can always count on him. But he's a little bit in the back end of the team, doesn't really show himself too much. One of our advantage coming into this tournament is probably going to be the in-game leadership that we have managed to set up, and just having our team work around that, the infrastructure we have set up for shot calling, making sure that we are aware of the strategy that we want to do and we are always trying to execute it. And then in terms of weaknesses, probably once you're up on the stage, we have always felt a little bit different than we are normally. Most people talk about how you get used to the pressure, you no longer feel it. That's not true. You always feel pressure. It's just, if you have experience, you know how to deal with it better. So I'm hoping that we're going to be able to deal with it better. I personally, it's just a lesson that I've learned for myself. I didn't used to have a lot of fun before, especially on other teams. But when I've gotten together with this team, I've been having a lot more fun than before. So at this point, we all have fun. We all joke around. my team kind of feels the same way. We're just here to try our best because specifically at these international competitions, that is what we're here to do our best once we're up there. We don't know how exactly it's going to go.
Being honest, I really want to win this thing, and I'm pretty sure my teammates share the same feelings. We've made it so far. We've beat great teams, so we're very confident we're going to be able to do it. We'll just do it.
Measured words there from Iraqi Zoro, you know, really just saying we've got a lot of experience, we can deal with the pressure, and when we get up on stage, not thinking about it, just doing what we do best, and that's winning games.
I mean, they're a calm and focused team. You know, they're not, they don't get too crazy. They always seem very collected, and that behavior seems to transition into their gameplay. They know how to execute. They're very particular about the moves they make around the map. It doesn't seem very scrappy. Cerberus has always been a very kind of pinpoint team. We want to push this objective. We want to invade the jungle at this time, and that strategy is going to have to go up against whatever TSM has to offer.
I mean, it's going to be a tough call, though. TSM, best team in an A right now, as it stands in terms of past results.
That they are. I think TSM this morning looked a little bit indecisive. I mean, you can talk about the Glaive itemization choices for days. They were just poor, in all honesty. And part of that is probably nerves, and part of that is probably them saying, look, we can mess around a little bit here. We had a good dominant performance against Hack in the first game, but we are already into picks and bans at Scoundrel.
Yeah, we are into picks and bans. Lyra and Kestrel, probably our most two banned heroes off the table, and an immediate prioritization of Koshka once again, Fuji.
Yeah, on A side as well, so kind of daring Gangstar Cerberus to do anything different, to perhaps have even planned based upon the first set of games into a specific counter, but very, very quick pickups. That being said, we did see the Samuel, we did see the Lance last time into the Koshka, but Arden, that's a little different than we saw before.
Yeah, and we are thinking of the Sky as the final pick here, so you can imagine that's going to be Von C again running with the Koshka in the jungle, and it's going to be giving Best Chuck NA that Sky in lane. How are you responding here if you're Gangstars Cerberus?
I think you need something relatively safe, good long range as well. You probably take the Samuel into the jungle and just play perhaps a Celeste in this lane. The problem's always going to be the Koshka's always going to want to jump onto you, so Vox also makes a lot of sense, a little bit more mobility than a Celeste.
There we go, another Vox. Basically 2 games in a row right now. And it's going to be, again, Iraqi Zoro with Vox in lane. We know how gifted this guy is with Vox. I mean, you're putting in one of his best heroes. Guys, before I hand this over to the casters, who are you thinking? Where are you going with this?
I have to give the momentum to TSM.
I think Gangstars taking a game off Hack will give them a lot of motivation. I would not be surprised if they take this.
Absolutely. Well, got a new face on the casting desk and an old one as well. It's going to be Cyberao and Jing Yi. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Scoundrel. So I'm Cyberao, joined here by Jing Yi for this game between Gangstar Cerberus and TSM. Jing Yi, between the two compositions that we've seen today, what do you think is going to happen in game 1 between GSC and TSM?
Well, TSM, they've gone for that early game composition again, picking up that Koshka early. I think we can certainly expect that heavy aggression coming out from them in the early game. And Gangstar Cerberus, they've always been one for the late game. And I think that's certainly what they're going to be playing for. So maybe we'll be seeing a bit more of a passive approach in the early game for them.
So that remains to be seen. We are going to be seeing just a natural start here. TechnoJJ taking the Samuel into the jungle. And right now, just no early pressure being had on either side. We are just going to be seeing Iraqi Zoro and Best Chuck just kind of farming it out here in the lane on that Vox and Sky respectively. But between these two in the lane matchup, what do you think is actually going to end up happening going towards the mid game between the Sky and the Vox? Because I believe the Sky is actually going to have a little bit more damage than the Vox heading into the mid game.
Yeah, definitely. I think in the early game, Sky's got that stronger range. Iraqi Zoro to try and get those creeps. He has to get quite close, but hang on, we might be seeing this 3v3 breaking out very early. They get the double root.
And that was a really nice double impale coming in from Net Toilet. We are going to see Flash Axe getting taken down so low. Running towards the turret is the Arden, going to be able to get out alive. The Malice Inverted comes out, not going to connect from TechnoJJ, and that's going to be no kills going over to either side, but TSM getting out by the skin of their teeth. So close to getting the first kill on that Arden.
They were so close, and we're actually seeing TechnoJJ and Net Toilet, I think, getting in position to try and potentially get some minions from the jungle, but it gets stolen away from them. I'm not sure this is the best idea, because I think that in a 2v2 at this stage, they're not going to win that matchup.
Oh, definitely not. They run the risk of really getting taken down early on. However, it looks like they are actually just going ahead and just trying to steal away as much of the jungle as possible on the side of Gangstars, just to go ahead and get themselves that early advantage over TSM, because they're pretty much doing what TSM has been known to do. Just constantly be in your face, constantly be in your jungle, and not allow you to get any gold.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that we're not seeing more aggression coming out from Von C, who's absolutely known Whereas no fear, just fight approach. And it actually looks like we are going to be seeing them going to the jungle. And they're diving straight onto Techno JJ.
Techno JJ sitting inside that Drifting Dark, throwing out these Malice and Verdicts. Vainglory is on the hunt, jumps onto him, takes him down. And it's going to be them, TSM actually getting the first blood here. We are going to see an Impale missing from that Toilet. FlashX trying to get the kill. It's actually going to be Vainglory getting the double kill there. That's going to be 2-0 in favor of Team Solo Mid. And very unfortunate start here for Gangstar Cerberus. They had a really decent early fight, but now they just gave away that advantage that they had in the gold at least. And just by giving up Techno JJ and that Toilet, I feel like they just got caught out or overconfident.
Absolutely. What I think they need to do for Gangstar Cerberus right now, because they have a Koshka, they have an Arden on the opposing team, is to get some vision down in the middle so they do know when they are making those moves to get the invasions going. And they did get caught out there. And right now, as it stands, Vainglory, if he does anything like last time he played Koshka, he went for the double Shatterglass. And as Human has said, it carries you through to the late game as well. You've got this early game burst, but you've also got this incredible late game damage. But Techno JJ taking so much damage right now.
That Toilet doing a really good job tanking up most of the damage from that forward barrage. We are going to see Vainglory looking for the aggressive play here. Not quite going to be able to jump onto anybody except for Net Toilet. That's Vainglory knocked into the turret. He's nearly getting taken down. Going to be able to get out by a sliver of health. Now Iraqi Zoro chasing down FlashX, throwing out these Malice and Verdicts, going to be connecting onto Best Chuck. All three members of TSM super low. We are going to see the Treant being taken by Vainglory, so he's going to be healing back up. And he's looking possibly for the Samuel. Vainglory is going to jump right onto Net Toilet, gets knocked into the wall with the Githian wall, impaled towards the turret. However, Vainglory is still going to be able to get the kill. TSM going 3-0 thus far at the beginning part of this game, but however, it's going to be Gangstar Cerberus getting the return kill with Iraqi Zoro chasing down Vainglory. Now they're going to get the double on FlashX. Yes, they are! That's going to be 2 kills being returned by Gangstar Cerberus. And now the Treant just being taken here by Techno JJ. But here comes Best Chuck. Is he going to find Iraqi Zoro? No, not quite. Iraqi Zoro going to be able to recall to safety.
That was very, very greedy coming out from FlashX and Vainglory. And I think because they were so low anyway, I don't think that was a fight that they should have been looking for. And as of what, they've evened up a little bit. Right now, Team Solo Mid, they still have a very, I guess, 800 gold lead right now. But at this stage, they had a fantastic start, but I think they kind of lost it a little bit already.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. And honestly, right now, it's really dependent on what happens with Vainglory. Because now he has 3 kills on the board. He has an Eclipse Prism, 2 Crystal Bits. So he has a little bit of damage onto himself. But all 3 members of Gangstar Cerberus are already starting to build towards that shield, not even focusing on completely finishing their first item. They're just, all right, all of them get light shields. They just don't want to deal with Vainglory.
They definitely need that shield. One thing I do want to point out is that in terms of creep scores, they are falling a bit behind, but hang on, Net Toilet.
Oh, Net Toilet getting completely caught out there. Very unfortunate. He got basically what ended up happening there in that exchange. FlashX jumped onto him with the Vanguard, and then Vainglory followed up with just jumping onto him, taking him out. They couldn't do anything. He couldn't impale or get away. He has no combat roll because he's not level 6. And Githian Wall didn't really do all that much because he just knocked him into Mustache Brush.
I mean, Vainglory, on that Koshka, he has so much burst damage and he's got this mobility that he is able to dive under the turrets, force Techno JJ or Iraqi Zoro to go back home. And it's leaving Best Chuck in a great position because he's not having to do too much right now. He's just being able to farm quite safely. He's 50 compared to Iraqi Zoro's 35. And this isn't a position that you want to be in. Right now, there's not much they can do against that Koshka. They just need to get that vision down so they know where she is at all times.
On top of that, just make sure you just get your reflex blocks, get your Aegis, because at the end of the day, what's going to end up mattering is whether or not Vainglory is able to go ahead and use Yummy Catnip Frenzy onto you. And really, his only targets are Iraqi Zoro and Techno JJ. And when one of them gets targeted, the other one should be focusing down and taking out either Vainglory or Best Chuck. If Vainglory is caught inside the Catnip Frenzy, focus on taking out Best Chuck and then turn on to Vainglory, because after that, Vainglory doesn't really have all that much that he can do to really lock you down.
Actually, this is a really great moment for TSM to fight because in terms of items, they have that spike because FlashX has that fountain. Net Toilet's about 600 gold off from, or 500 gold away from it. So if they can force Net Toilet to go back home, then they can just keep pushing that turret. Right now, look at Vainglory. He's absolutely relentless in the jungle right now.
Yeah, he's really putting the pressure onto Techno JJ. We are going to see Net Toilet going right back to the base. Iraqi Zoro getting caught here in the lane. There's the death from above. It's going to be Best Chuck and A picking up the kill there. That's going to be 5 kills to 2 in favor of Team Solo Mid. Yummy Catnip Frenzy coming in onto Techno JJ from Vainglory. Vainglory still looking for the kill. There's the Drifting Dark. Malice and Verdict comes out. There's the Fountain of Renewal being popped as well. Techno JJ nearly getting taken out. He's going to be able to get out alive. And we're going to see Net Toilet landing an Impale onto FlashX. Not a lot of damage to be had there. He's level 4 to a level 6 Arden. Meanwhile, in the lane, we're going to see Best Chuck and A securing the turret kill here for TSM. Fantastic start for Team Solo Mid just far.
Yeah, they've had a very clinical start in their approach so far. We're kind of seeing Vainglory going into the jungle of Gangstar Cerberus, denying them farm. And as a result, we're having to see Gangstar Cerberus, they're having to focus a little bit more on keeping the jungle. And as a result, it's giving Best Chuck and A absolutely free reign to take down that turret. And 7 minutes, we've lost that first turret already. They're 2.7k ahead in gold. And to be honest, what we want to be seeing is just upgrading that shield up to a kinetic shield and then getting those reflex blocks, because Vainglory now does have that yummy kind of frenzy.
And on top of that, now that they took that first turret, there's so much more room for TSM to maneuver around the map. So they are able to go ahead, lay more scout traps down, and really start anticipating the movements of Gangstar Cerberus. If they know that they're going to be going towards the Treant closer to the jungle shop, they just go ahead, set up near there. Vainglory ready to go ahead and use Yummy Catnip Frenzy until they have reflex blocks, and just pretty much keep taking them out one by one by one by one by one. However, as you can see, Gangstar Cerberus not even opting to do that. They're not even going to really worry too much about the jungle farm. They just want to stick together to avoid getting caught out by Vainglory and getting caught out by FlashX, because the Gauntlet is available as well.
Yeah, absolutely. If you think about it, TSM have a very scary amount of peel with that Gauntlet, with that Yummy Catnip Frenzy, and also the death from above. And if they can isolate one particular member, either Techno JJ or Iraqi Zoro, I personally go for Techno JJ just because he is very underfarmed compared to Vainglory, just picking up that broken myth there. But with that light shield, there's not much you can do if Vainglory decides to jump on him. He's already got the Shaster Glass.
And on top of that, Techno JJ is the one that's really the most dangerous amongst him and Iraqi Zoro here in this composition, because of the fact that he does have the Oblivion. Ooh, Yummy Catnip Frenzy getting Giphy and walled. Vainglory not able to connect onto Techno JJ with that. We are going to see the Treant being taken by Techno JJ as well. So right now, Gangstar Cerberus know that Vainglory does not have Yummy Catnip Frenzy, so this is their opportunity to go ahead and try and make something happen, or at least lay down some poke.
Yeah, I think they should, but right now I don't think Iraqi Zoro has the damage to deal with it right now. But Best Chuck NA's level 8 compared to his level 7, and in terms of creep score, he's very, very far ahead. They've been doing a great job of forcing Iraqi Zoro back. There goes the silence coming out from his box.
And FlashX getting taken down so low. There's the Oblivion coming down. He lands the Gauntlet right on top of it, but he does reflex block it. We are going to see Techno JJ, the first one to fall here, to Best Chuck NA with those basic attacks. We're going to see the forward barrage coming in, and it's going to secure the double kill for Best Chuck NA. That's going to be 2 more kills going over to Team Solo Mid. Iraqi Zoro, the only one alive for Gangstar Cerberus.
I've got to say, I feel like that Gauntlet came out a little bit late. Hang on, they're diving for Iraqi Zoro.
And Iraqi Zoro not going to get out alive. That's an ace for Team Solo Mid. Vainglory picking that one up for himself. No chill, only fight. Vainglory really just wanting to get the kills here, 8-2.
This is a very, very aggressive game coming out from TSM, and I think I would expect nothing less with this composition from them. And if you look at the itemization, Gangstar Cerberus, they don't have that Crucible yet, and that's something that they desperately need, either for the Gauntlet. There's so much CC on the side of Team Solo Mid, and hang on, we've got a replay here, and I think this is about the epic dive that we're about to see. So, go straight onto Iraqi Zoro, and Thanos does come for it, but I feel like it avoids most of them, and the Oblivion doesn't really hit anyone. The Gauntlet does come down, and Vainglory just gets free reign with this twirly death there. And Best Chuck NA, this is actually where we see him doing really well in those team fights, picking up the kill on Net Toilette. Iraqi Zoro, we know he doesn't make it out there alive.
It doesn't. But another thing that I wanted to look at in that fight, when FlashX used the Gauntlet, he actually used the Crucible at the same time when the Oblivion came down, because that actually did connect with him, and if it did, it actually would have killed him.
Yeah, I think part of the reason was because the location where he jumped, he was quite close to a wall, and if Nettoilette had chosen to use a Githian wall, he would have been stunned out of the Gauntlet. So I guess that was quite clever forethought coming out from him. Looks like they're just... Oh, they're going in again.
Yummy Catnip Frenzy right onto Techno JJ, getting focused down by 2 members of TSM. Oblivion comes down, not going to get connecting onto anybody, actually. It's going to get reflex blocked. Now the silence comes out from Iraqi Zoro. The fight continues. Best Chuck NA getting taken down so low. Vainglory actually going to be the first one to fall in this fight to Iraqi Zoro. And now they're on the hunt. It's going to be Best Chuck to fall as well. FlashX looking for the kill. Gauntlet comes down. Iraqi Zoro going to get taken down with a blood for blood. The Gauntlet is still down. However, Net Toilette going to be trying to secure the kill alongside Techno JJ onto FlashX. Is it going to be the triple? It obviously is. There's the Githian wall. However, FlashX looking for the double, not going to connect with it. It's going to be the ace going over to to Gangstar Cerberus onto TSM. Techno JJ and Net Toilette able to clean that up for themselves. 9 kills to 5 in favor of TSM still. But that's a good start for Gangstar Cerberus to start bringing this game back in their favor.
In a way, yes, it is. But they're not able to get anything out from him. So the only thing that we're seeing coming out from them right now is Nettoilette is able to clear some of the vision that FlashX is laying down, because the minions were so far pushed up that there wasn't much they can do. They can't take the gold mine, they can't take the turret. So if you look at it in that way, objectives, it wasn't the best ace for them, but it does bring them back into the game.
I mean, right now, it's pretty much a matter of getting the kills onto teams against Team Solo Mid, because they need to isolate Vainglory and stop allowing him to easily get onto Techno JJ, because Techno JJ has been the one that he uses Catnip Frenzy on all the time. So with that in mind, pretty much just expect it to come out at this point. Know that Vainglory is going to immediately jump onto Techno JJ and focus around that, jump onto Vainglory, and maybe knock Flash X out of the gauntlet with the Githian wall right when they do that.
I guess as Iraqi Zoro doesn't have a breaking point yet, he's not the immediate threat, and Techno JJ is, in a way. But if you also look at the farm, Iraqi Zoro is falling even more far behind, actually, 82 CS compared to Best Chuck NA's 124. And that's quite a significant difference at this stage of the game. And if you look at the items, it's beginning to show if you compare the two laners.
Definitely, but right now it's still fairly early. It's only 12 minutes into the game. I feel like once it hits that 15-minute mark, things are going to even out a little bit more for Gangstar Cerberus, especially against TSM right now. Because TSM, as you can see, they're sticking around together as a group of 3. They're not really trying to go for any aggressive plays as we're used to seeing right now. Because Gangstar Cerberus, again, they're playing so far back, they're playing super safe, they're not allowing TSM to really get free reign here in the jungle because they actually do have a decent amount of vision of their own side of the jungle, which is something we haven't seen today from a lot of teams when they fall behind.
Yeah, I guess the majority of the teams that we have seen a lot of vision coming out from is when there's a flicker on the other team and they're forced to go for that contraption, but this isn't the case. And TSM, they've managed to force Gangstar Cerberus back to that choke point tower, so they've obviously got free reign off the jungle right now, and they're certainly taking advantage of that. And I just want to point out Vonce's build. He's going for that clockwork second instead of the double shatter glass, and I actually think that works really well because he has that yummy catnip frenzy up as often as he likes.
On top of that, he's just going to be able to constantly stick onto either Iraqi Zoro or Techno JJ as they try to walk away. Oh, you knock him away, he's just going to keep chasing you and hunting you down. That's why that using Githian wall onto Vance, as you can see, Vance doesn't even care. He's just going to go right back in, knowing that he's going to be able to chase and actually have a decent amount of damage under his belt. But right now, we can see Gangstar Cerberus not really able to push forward behind their past their tier 3 turret because TSM, they're just there and ready to fight as a group of 3. They're taking away the back jungle. They already took the 2 minion miners, and at this point, it's just Gangstar Cerberus trying to get as much gold in their pocket before a potential Kraken comes up.
I think in the games, when we do see teams being pushed back to that choke point turret this early on, there usually is a lull until the Kraken comes out because that's when the teams feel like they can properly aggress and start engaging. So, and I think this is the approach that TSM is taking. They're going for the jungle, they're going for the gold mine, just trying to stack up the gold as much as possible. And I certainly feel that by the 15 minutes, they will be going for that Kraken, and I think that will be their next push.
And honestly, I feel like once the Kraken is available, I don't think that Gangstar Cerberus are going to be too far gone as far as, oh, we're behind in gold, we're behind in items. I feel like they'd be able to actually contest it fairly decently, especially considering that they do have that Samuel who's sitting on a broken myth. I'm pretty sure he's going to have another item completed at some point by then. He's sitting on 714 gold right now, so not quite enough gold to finish up anything right now, but still at that point it's a Samuel, sit in Drifting Dark, throw out Malice and Verdict and land a really good Oblivion. That's potentially a team fight win right there.
Absolutely, potentially. It definitely is there, and Flash X, he's had that gauntlet for a very long time, and I'm sure he's just waiting to use it, but there's not the right moment. And I think what they are waiting for is Iraqi Zoro, because in those team fights, and if you look back at any of their previous matches in Evil 8, Gangstar Cerberus in the team fights, a lot of the mistakes does come from slight mispositions. Oh, here comes the War Treads from TSM.
When Vance getting focused down, there's a death from above landing onto no one. We are going to see the gauntlet getting thrown down as well. Techno JJ getting taken down by Best Chuck NA with a series strike and basic attacks. Make that a double kill for Best Chuck NA. Make that a triple and an ace. That's going to be Team Solo Mid getting a triple there against Gangstar Cerberus. They're going to be able to take this tier 3 turret and possibly the game here. It is 15 minutes in, and they do have an absurd amount of damage on their side.
I mean, there is a triple infusion on for the whole team, and I actually think they could, because right now no one from Gangstar Cerberus is out yet. And this is a very, very short game, I think, coming out.
Definitely, and we are going to be seeing TSM taking game number 1. As you can see, Bane Crystal has officially been taken down. That's going to be 12 kills to 5 in favor of TSM. And a really rough start here for Gangstar Cerberus in this series. I feel like the Samuel pick just really didn't pay off for them. They tried to make it pay off, but the fact that Vance was able to freely just jump onto Techno JJ constantly really made it rough for Gangstar Cerberus to try and come back in these team fights. As you can see in the last one, Best Chuck NA, the moment Vance got blocked, he just went right in with Suri Strike.
I think part of the reason is you've got it was also coming in to synergy. TSM, they were moving really well as a team, and if you do look at Gangstars, they had a great potential. They had the Oblivion, they had the wait for it, and I just didn't feel like they used that together in a way that fully utilized the potential there. So I think Team Solomid, they played a very, very clinical game there.
Now the question remains if they're going to be able to do that in game number 2. So we're going to go ahead, throw it over to our caster desk, Scoundrel, Fuji, Sono. What do you guys think about that game number 1?
I like how Cyber listed us very individually there. That was thank you, Cyber. Great job. Honestly, fantastic.
Wait, which one's Fuji? The short one. Oh, excellent.
And I forgot, actually, it's actually Budget Zekun, like we said earlier, not Sona. Poor Fuji. We've been so mean to him on the Analyst today. Come on, guy, bring it
See
in.
if I ever go to Europe again.
Come on, bring it in. I want a hug. Don't deny me a hug.
I give him the bro hug.
I give him the bro hug. Anyway, TSM versus Gangstars Cerberus. It's I thought it was going to be closer than it actually was, but TSM absolutely rocked that first game. Guys, why was that just so dominant for them?
Well, we talked a little bit about Cerberus coming in and coming from the region that has been perceivably one of the weaker ones. You have to imagine going into NA where they're just being able to practice a lot of compositions. They have a lot of things they've been hiding over the past course of the few weeks that we've seen. They come out with these Koshka picks. They come out with this high aggression jungle kind of in your face, and no team, at least so far, has really kind of figured out TSM's Koshka pick. Cerberus was not the first one to do it either, and the pressure coming from Vainglory, that's what, like, Techno, they're just not quite ready for it. So they do have a little bit of time to think about it, though.
And what it does do is it facilitates Best Chukane to do exactly what he did in this replay. We're going to have a quick look, and Sona run us through it.
So yeah, this is TSM just being pretty dominant throughout the end portion of the game. It's going to come up in just a second as I talk about it. Yeah, so we can see the engage from TSM. Vainglory is that front line for them. He gets onto Techno JJ. The gauntlet comes down, and they're not getting those reflex blocks down in time, which allows Best Chuck to get onto the back line. You've got Iraqi Zoro just trying to tank up into Chuck, but Chuck is too darn tanky at this point. He's too darn beefy to be able to get taken down quickly, and it's just too easy for TSM because Gangstar Cerberus have fallen so far behind in the early game.
We see the mechanical misplay, too, coming out of Techno there, like walking into the Ardent Gauntlet, locks him down long enough just so the extra collateral damage coming out actually chips him off. It gives Best Chuck time to use him as just a jumping point to get even closer
Leapfrog.
to Vox. Yeah, it's like, oh, you're not moving. I'm just going to use you to like get around to the other teammates. So, this is the world stage. Like, you cannot miss reflexes going through Ardent Gauntlets. So you have to be on your A game.
Absolutely, and also the fact that Vainglory's so aggressive, and naturally aggression warrants a response. Vainglory always just soaks up so much damage, and he always escapes with like a sliver of life. I don't know how he does it time and time again, but Best Chukane was there on that weapon power Sky to just clean things up. It was beautiful to watch, really.
I think you can bring a lot of that game back to the early game, in all honesty. Net Toilet, out of the first 4 impales he used, he missed 3 of them. You need to be hitting those impales in the early game. If you're going to shut down a Koshka, you have to be able to actually catch her out.
I feel like one of the biggest qualms everybody has with Roam Lance at any live championships has always been, if you pick Lance, you better be pretty set to hit your impales time and time again, because if you're missing your impales, the pick is useless.
Well, it doesn't matter now because Lance is banned, so he won't be seen in this game. Interesting ban from Cerberus. Team Solomon hasn't really shown too much of a preference for him so far in the tournament, but Flicker ban coming from TSM on side B. Maybe a little nightmare there from earlier against Hack. They were like, we didn't like this. We haven't maybe played up against it enough in NA.
What it basically did, though, is it said, pick one of the OPs. This is a strategy that some people have gone down with. If you don't see both of them banned, some teams will just say, well, I'm not going to ban it either, which means if I don't get Kestrel, I get Lyra. If I don't get Lyra, I get Kestrel.
And that's exactly what's happened. Koshka is the second pickup for Team Solo mid as well, so sticking on that heavy jungle aggression. I also think that taking the Flicker away denies a little bit from Net Toilet because he's known as a roamer who likes to facilitate his lane, and Flicker is incredibly potent at doing that at the moment. Now, Blackfeather is the next lock-in for Gangstar Cerberus.
It is interesting when Lyra's the first pick to pick up Koshka like immediately. Like, 2 of Koshka's abilities are completely negated by Lyra's Bulwark anyway, so it's pretty rough. They must feel really confident, and once again we get back to the whole thing of, has Cerberus really had any time to prepare against Koshka comps? And my guess is no.
So I think the reason TSM keep going for this is because Vainglory is so aggressive, is so dominant from the get-go that even if Lyra has these countering abilities, TSM are usually so far ahead at the point that it comes into play that actually it doesn't matter too much.
Having the Adagio alongside it facilitates it so well as well. You can put that Gift of Fire or the Ancient of Ratzai either on the Koshka or on the Kestrel, and you get a huge damage spike.
Well, here we go. This is going to be Gangstar Cerberus fighting for their tournament lives right now. If they draw this up, we get a 3-way tie in Group B. North America and Europe going toe-to-toe once more. If North America TSM win this, they take the first seed of the group, and North America in general would have performed in every single group that we've had at the world stage.
In every group.
The first in every group that they've been in, which is B, C, and D. I'm going to hand it over back to Cyberao and Jingyi. Take it away for this second game.
Thank you so much, Scoundrel. So, Jingyu, this is a little interesting as far as composition is concerned. So we're going to see the Glaive Blackfeather Lyra coming out of Gangstar Cerberus, and I'm not too sure about that into the Vainglory Koshka pick that we've been seeing work so effectively.
I've got to say, it just doesn't, it's not quite hitting the mark for me right now, because Team Solo Mid, again, they're going for that very aggressive early game composition. And what it seems to me is that a lot of the European teams aren't very good at handling with this early aggression, because, you know, they've played in Europe, it's all about the late game there, they know very well about how to stay to the late game. And I think facing these early game compositions is being a bit of a shock for them. They're not that good at, they've just not shown up in terms of defending it early on, and they allow themselves to be invaded over and over again.
And with that in mind, it really begs the question, maybe it's based as well on the compositions that they're choosing to go for, because the compositions that they go for can work in the early game. However, they're still, again, trying to scale into this late game to go for these late game team fights that they're not allowing themselves a lot of maneuverability for the early game to get those early picks to give themselves advantages.
I think what they need to do is, with that Lyra there, they've got a little bit more sustain. And I think if you put down the Roam Lyra and Roam Adagio, Roam Lyra has a little bit better in terms of heal. She's got a lot of utility in her kit, but hang on. 2v2 in the jungle.
Techno JJ actually taking quite a bit of damage there. Iraqis are rotating down from the lane. There's the afterburn onto Vainglory from Techno JJ, and it's going to be Vainglory, the first one to fall in this fight. Net Toilette picking up that first kill. Now Flash X getting focused down by Iraqi Zoro and Techno JJ. It's going to be Techno JJ securing kill number 2. And now they're on the hunt for Best Chuck, but it looks like he's going to be able to get out safely. 2 kills going over to Gangstar Cerberus here at the beginning. A different start from we saw last game. Vainglory actually the first one to fall.
I mean, after all I said about Gangstar Cerberus and the lack of the early game, they show up like that. That's what we're looking for.
I think that's the key right there. You just have to initially just say, you know what, these guys are not going to do well in the early game. Boom, they're going to do well.
Actually, I think what happened there was Gangstar Cerberus, they were just a little bit, you know, just responded faster. We had a faster rotation coming out from the lane. Rakizoro came down, whereas Best Chuck NA was a little bit late, and at that point, Vainglory had lost so much health already.
Yeah, Vainglory got focused down almost immediately. And on top of that, a lot of early scout traps coming in from Net Toilette, and in very nice placements as well. You can see that he's just peppering them around the middle of the map for the most part, just to get vision onto TSM as to whether or not they're actually going to be going in for those jungle invades that they're so potent in doing. So now we see TSM rotating up as a group of 3. And right now, it just seems like Gangstar Cerberus are perfectly happy to go ahead and just be farming up for a little while here, allowing this Blackfeather to start ramping up.
I mean, Iraqi Zoro is taking a very safe position under the turret, and I think that's a very good idea, especially when you have this very aggressive team playing against you. You can probably expect that they will be trying to die for you at some point, but just staying behind there just allows them to farm, and it just helps them move towards a later game.
Oh, we see a lot of damage coming in from Best Chuck with those Glimmer shots. However, every member of Gangstar Cerberus here ready to lay down some poke. We do see the Bright Bulwark coming down just pretty much onto Flash X, but the members of Gangstar Cerberus forced to back off here. Not a lot they can really do, just a lot of wasted time here in the lane. However, Vainglory in the back part of Gangstar Cerberus' jungle going to be able to recall to safety as they go ahead and shop.
He's still 12-12 in terms of CS compared to Techno JJ. But Best Chuck NA, he's falling behind Iraqi Zoro just a little bit, by 8 CS behind, and it's not that big a difference. But wait, hang on, is that Crystal Blackfeather?
That is indeed a Crystal Blackfeather with a Book of Eulogies and a Swift Shooter. Okay. This is going to be an interesting lane matchup, I think.
They did mention this. They did mention this in their interviews, that they would potentially will be pulling out this Crystal Blackfeather. And
I feel like it could work though, especially against the Kestrel, because the on point's going to do so much damage. It's going to be on such a low cooldown as well. It's going to mean Best Chuck really can't have the opportunity to throw down active camos to get away.
I guess, but I suppose when you've got a Lyra there, I'd have thought the weapon Blackfeather would have worked a little bit better because you have that extra sustain. And I'm just kind of curious to see what he'll be building for in terms of items with this Crystal Blackfeather. We don't see too many of them, to be honest.
Definitely, but I feel like they have to bring out something like this, because right now Gangstars, they are fighting for their lives in here at Worlds. They want to be able to stay in. Ooh, a nice afterburn coming in from Techno JJ, doing a decent amount of damage onto Flash X. However, it's not going to do all that much as far as getting them a kill. Meanwhile, Vainglory doing Vainglory things here in the back part of Gangstar Cerberus' jungle, just taking away their back farm. However, it seems like Gangstar Cerberus pretty much have an idea that he's doing exactly that, so they're just going to go ahead and farm up as much as possible on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and that way they are denying Gangstar Cerberus farm, and it's a very efficient method. One thing I'm a little bit confused by is that Gangstar Cerberus, they have this glaive there, and one thing that we always say about glaive is in the early game, before anyone picks up a reflex block, you should try and take advantage of that. Use those afterburns, try and gank the laner, especially when you're against a Kestrel. It's just so easy. Oh, Techno JJ.
Techno JJ eating a decent amount of damage there from Vainglory, as well as the minion miner. However, no kill going to be going over to TSM here. Still no kills going over to TSM now that I really look at the scoreboard, which is a little surprising considering how often we see Vainglory in the early game just getting kill after kill after kill. And we saw it last game with that Koshka.
I think they're just mixing up the playstyles a little bit, and I think that's certainly a good method to be trying to. It's certainly something that they try and do, because otherwise they become predictable. This way, Gangstar Cerberus, you don't really know what they're trying to do, but what it seems to me is that Team Solo Mid, they're just focusing on trying to get the gold lead very early on.
And right now, it just seems like they're able to not quite get the gold lead, but stay even as far as the gold is concerned, mostly due to the fact that Vainglory's been in the back part of Gangstar Cerberus' jungle so frequently that he's taking away a lot of gold from Techno JJ, who's fallen quite behind on this glaive.
Yeah, he has, and probably that is the reason, because Vainglory has been going to his jungle time and time again, denying that farm away from him. And right now, he looks like he's going to be going for that Aftershock Koshka as opposed to the Shatterglass Koshka that we've been seeing from him in his previous games playing that Koshka. And I think that works really well because we usually see Glaives, Black Feathers, Lyras, they usually go quite tanky, and that gives a great burst against him. But with this Crystal Black Feather, it's mixing things up.
And one thing about the Crystal Black Feather that I want to take a look at is the fact that he started an alternating current. So he's going to be doing a decent amount of damage once the fights actually break down. And ooh, we're actually going to see Vainglory jumping right onto Iraqi Zoro. There is the Sigil just going down, giving themselves a little bit of healing on the side of Gangstars. No real kills or like lethal damage going down on either side. Team Solo Mid still posturing to try and make something happen here. Here comes Flash X. He's going to be slowing down that Toilet. There's the Versa Judgment coming down. Not going to do too much as it almost gets Iraqi Zoro there at the end, but he did use Rose Offensive to get away. One shot, one kill comes out from Best Chuck, and they're not going to be connecting onto anybody. And Gangstar Cerberus just going to go ahead and collect themselves and go right back to what they were doing before, just farming up. Flash X going to be finding that Scout Trap. Meanwhile, in the lane, Best Chuck, and they're going to get taken down with a Rose Offensive. Another kill going over to Gangstars. Iraqi Zoro not trying to get away here. I don't think he's going to be found by Vainglory. Vainglory is on the hunt in the jungle, and he's going to recall. Is he going to get out safely? There's the flare, and he does get out alive.
Well, that's Crystal Black Feather just showing Best Chuck NA what is up. And I've got to say, it's a very, very different game from last time. There's so much aggression this time, and both teams, they've certainly taken the back foot in terms of just focusing on farm. We haven't seen the gold mine being taken. I think if you look at the turrets, not much damage has been done either. It's a very, very slow game right now. Very different. Oh, hang on.
Iraqi Zoro nearly getting taken down by Vainglory. However, he's going to be able to stay alive. Vainglory actually going to be falling into this fight here against Techno JJ. And on the other side, Flash X is actually going to be taking down Iraqi Zoro. So one kill going over to both sides. TSM's first kill on the board and Gangstar's fourth kill on the board. So right now, it's TSM trying to get some pressure here in the lane. That's why they're going to be eating that one shot, one kill. However, not too much to be worried about here on the side of Gangstars. They do have that Lyra, so they're just going to be able to heal themselves up very efficiently, as you can see right there. Just going to throw down the Sigil, and boom, we're already at half HP again.
That's the great thing about Lyra, is that healing coming out from her is just so fantastic. If the whole team can disengage, oh, Best Chuck NA.
Oh, Best Chuck NA getting caught with that Afterburn. That Toilet going to be doing a decent amount of damage with that Lyra as well, and going to be picking up the kill for herself. 5 kills to 1. For Gangstar Cerberus here, and they're really putting on a clinic against Team Solo Mid. They saw what happened last game, and they realized, okay, you know what? We have to adapt. We cannot allow Team Solo Mid to have any early game aggression whatsoever.
Well, now that Netwell has the Crucible, I think it takes a large factor away from some of TSM's engages with the Versa Judgment. We saw Flash X earlier on using his boots to try and get as close to them as possible and try and land the Versa Judgment. They have the Crucible ready to block that now.
And on top of that, you have the Crucible ready for Vainglory to jump onto somebody with Yummy Catnip Frenzy. And the only real target that he has, honestly, is Techno JJ, because you have Iraqi Zoro that he sees Kosh coming towards him, he's just going to Rose Offensive away. Iraqi Zoro actually getting taken down quite low. Net Toilet going to be eating that one shot, one kill, but just walks through the Sigil, heals right back up. Not too much going to be worried here for Gangstar Cerberus. Now TSM still, again, trying to put some pressure here in the lane. However, the turret is still fairly healthy. Vainglory actually doing a decent amount of damage. That Twirly Death actually did a lot to Iraqi Zoro. And Iraqi Zoro and the rest of Gangstar Cerberus is going to be forced back as the first turret of the game being taken down by TSM.
Best Chuck NA had the Agent of Wrath on him, which I think explains in part why they were doing so much damage. And Best Chuck NA was just able to poke away with the Glimmer Shots onto Gangstar Cerberus over and over again. And this has probably been the first major move that we're seeing in this game. They've taken the first turret, they've taken the gold mine. That's just given them about 2k gold lead.
And on top of that, it's going to give a lot of room for Team Solo Mid to start posturing around the map. Lay down those scout traps and position yourselves properly so that you can take advantage of Techno JJ being on that glaive. You catch him out, chances are he actually is going to end up getting taken down because he doesn't have a reflex block completed, and Net Toilet, for the most part, has been sticking around Iraqi Zoro.
I think one thing that is slightly worrying is that neither Iraqi Zoro or Techno JJ have that reflex block, and as you said, Iraqi Zoro can block it with his Rose Offensive. Part of the reason I'm thinking is Netwell is just holding onto the bulwark, so if Koshka does jump in, they can completely isolate Von C. So I think that's why we're seeing a bit more of a tentative approach coming out from Von C, and they're picking their fights very, very well. I mean, as it stands, Gangstar Cerberus, they have the lead in terms of kills, but they don't have the lead anymore in terms of gold.
Yeah, right now, I'm looking briefly at the items. Von C, having completed the Aftershock as well as a Broken Myth, he has the Infusion ready for himself as well. And looking at the other side, Iraqi Zoro still has only completed that Alternating Current. He hasn't completed another Tier 3 item. So he's still falling pretty far behind, all things considered. But there's the Afterburn coming in from Techno JJ onto Flash X. There's the Burst of Judgment coming down as well. And the Burst of Judgment takes him out. Crucible's not going to be able to block it. And it's going to be all three members of Team Solo Mid getting a kill there as Gangstar Cerberus get aced. And another turret going to be taken down in favor of Team Solo Mid as well. And such a good fight. It was started out by Gangstar Cerberus, but after that Afterburn, they couldn't do anything. They just walked right into a big Burst of Judgment.
Well, Netwell was holding onto the Crucible the whole time. It was not used, and I think that whole team fight could have been prevented had he used it, and we're about to see it again. And I think this is the moment where we do see the Afterburn coming out from Techno JJ, which hits Flash X, not the target he was looking for, and we do see not only the Omnicanna Frenzy, but the Burst of Judgment, which does so much damage to Netwell and Iraqi Zoro. And that was a very, very slick ace coming out from TSM.
Oh, and another fight actually breaking out here in the bottom part of the jungle. Best Chuck and A getting taken down by Iraqi Zoro. We actually saw an Infusion being picked up by Best Chuck and A in the middle of that fight. Von C going to be taken super low, getting slowed down by Net Toilet. Techno JJ still actually not too healthy here, trying to stay alive against Flash X and Von C. Not too much going to be had here for Gangstar Cerberus beyond that one kill onto Best Chuck. However, they did lose Iraqi Zoro in that fight as well.
Yeah, we lost both of the laners there in that last fight, and I think the thing about Blackfeather is when we see him being played as a lane, cheeky little one-shot, one kill there. Oh, they're going in on that! They're going in!
Oh, Omnicanna Frenzy getting blocked by that bulwark. Fantastic job from Net Toilet. There's the Afterburn from Techno JJ trying to get away. Von C still on the hunt, but here comes Iraqi Zoro from the base, actually, and he's not going to really be opting to go for that fight, knowing it was a little bit too risky right now, and the fact that TSM's members were all healthy and his members were not. So good choice to just go ahead and back off, not trying to go for anything too aggressive. Another gold payout going over to Team Solo Mid.
I mean, Gangstar Cerberus, they've lost a large part of the advantage that they're holding on to. And, you know, we're saying at the very start they need to be hold out a little bit. They were doing very well in terms of keeping it even with TSM. They were a little bit ahead in terms of gold and kills. But that's completely gone now. And I think part of the reason we have to look at the Crystal Blackfeather is, as I was saying before, Blackfeather, he's typically very tanky. That's what allows him to keep him alive. But right now, he doesn't have any of that. When he goes in, he's, you know, this is very much a Crystal Assassin, but he's just being burst down so quickly.
On top of that, one thing you want to do with the Crystal Blackfeather alongside having that Lyra, you want to be poking. You want to be able to just pepper them down with some damage. We are actually going to see Flash X getting taken on fairly low. One shot, one kill comes out from Best Chuck. Going to be connected onto Net Toilet. Not going to do too much damage. Just going to heal that right back up. But like I was saying, Iraqi Zoro needs to be laying down those on points so frequently, and mostly onto Best Chuck or onto Von C, so they don't feel like they're safe there against the entirety of Gangstar Cerberus. But we're going to be seeing a big flank coming in here from Gangstar Cerberus. There's the portal right onto Best Chuck, and he's getting taken solo, but he gets the kill onto Iraqi Zoro. Versus Judgment comes out as well. Now Best Chuck actually still alive in this fight, getting taken down solo. Techno JJ trying to focus down Von C. Von C getting healed up by Flash X. That's going to be 2 kills going over to Team Solo Mid, as we do see Net Toilet able to recall to safety. And very unfortunate fight there for Gangstar Cerberus, as TSM really trying to put on the pressure here now that they know that the base is open for them. They're really wanting to try and get this last ace to go push for another win, as we saw last game.
That was a great engage coming out from Gangstar Cerberus, because they do need to focus on Best Chuck NA. He's got an insane amount of damage, but what's really good about TSM is, well, we're about to see right now, because you see the Arcane Passage onto Best Chuck NA, but it's all about that Burst of Judgment, because he's catching, I think, all 3 members of there. It's not being blocked by the Crucible, because it's already been forced, and it just makes it so easy for TSM just to pick out individual members of Gangstar Cerberus.
And another thing that I wanted to take a look at is the fact that Von C has been pretty much the one eating all of the healing from Flash X. So Flash X is just basically returning him to full every time Techno JJ jumps onto him. So the biggest target that you want to take out and burst down immediately is Best Chuck, which they started to do in that fight, but then they switched targets right after that. They didn't actually chase him down.
There's been a few fights. There's actually been two times I can think of in this game where Gangstar Cerberus have started the engage with Glaive onto Flash X. When Best Chuck NA was right next to Flash X and could have easily gone onto him and probably picked up the kill there. But by going to Flash X, it allows Team Solo Mid to respond to that. And that's why I think Gangstar Cerberus aren't doing so well in the team fights right now.
And honestly, now that we're 15 minutes into the game, if that happens again, chances are that's going to be a Kraken. That's going to be a game loss. And Gangstar Cerberus really need to start picking up the pace here and show why they chose this Glaive, because this Glaive pretty much is only sitting on a Sorrow Blade as far as a tier 3 item is concerned. One shot, one kill comes out, lands onto Techno JJ, and now they're going for the fight. There is the Yummy Catnip Frenzy onto Iraqi. Zoro gets bursted down by Von C. Versa Judgment comes out from Flash X, not going to connect onto anybody. Techno JJ going to be falling to Best Chuck. Meanwhile, we're going to see Net Toilet dancing around that arcane passive. Meanwhile, Von C going to be chasing him down. There's the Sigil of Healing, and he's going to eventually be taken down by Von C. Von C is just dancing around him. It's actually going to be a kill going over to Flash X with the burning, and it's going to be an ace going over to TSM. And they're going to go ahead and take the victory here in game number 2 as well against Gangstar Cerberus. Gangstar Cerberus, EU's last hope. Unfortunate here.
We still have Team Secret.
We still have Team Secret.
We still have Team Secret. But I think what we have to look when we look at it, that was a much closer game than the first one. A much closer game. But I think the problem is the use of reflex blocks, the use of crucibles, they were very lackluster in that game. You know, we've got this Rose Offensive that you can use to avoid that Yummy Catnip Frenzy, but I never saw that being blocked. The Verse of Judgment, it didn't get blocked either, and that's what very, very easily projects an ultimate that could be blocked. And I think if you can't block that, that just...
It just spells a team fight loss there, because at the end of the day, like you were saying, you need to block those abilities, because those abilities are what turn team fights completely. So we're going to go ahead, turn it over to Excoundrel, Fuji, and Sona so they could break down that game and maybe explain why Gangstar Cerberus fell so far behind towards the mid-game.
I appreciate a man who can do a nice segue, and that was a nice segue, Cybrow. Thank you very much. Anyway, at the end of that...
Your segue. Your segue.
Oh, come on. You knew that.
Are you guys done? At the end of this, we have some results that will be telling us how the stages tomorrow are going to shape up. So we already know that Phoenix Armada are going to be playing Hunters.
Yep.
That is already dead set. Phoenix Armada, the A1 group, so the first seed from Group A, and they'll be going up against the Group D second seed, so that's Hunters. Now we know off the back of this that TSM will be playing Infamous Legion, and then we know that Hack, who take the second place in Group B because of this result, will be playing Gangstar's Sirius. The only matchup left to decide is going to be between Velocity and the winner of Detonation and Team Secret. So we know 3 of our 4 matchups tomorrow, and they all look pretty spicy. Pretty good set of games.
Yeah, I mean, it should be really exciting. And we're left with what would be, at this point, Europe's last hope of finding their way into the quarterfinal stage. So a lot of pressure on the back of Team Secret here for that region.
Yeah, I think myself and Sona, we champion Team Secret. In fact, I actually put Team Secret as my world winners because I just love the guys so much. But, you know, they've got to go up against what most people pegged as the maybe even first or second place team in this tournament, Detonation. Now, Detonation did lose to Phoenix Armada 2-0. That was played off stream, so we didn't see how close those games were. That was over on the second stream, second stage. But obviously, we saw that Team Secret had the ability to potentially take a game off Phoenix Armada with their sort of hyper carry Ringo composition. Didn't quite manage to make it work for themselves. Can they find a way in here against Detonation? Because Detonation are a very good team, hailing from the Japanese sort of scene, so they're coming from Japan, representing Eastern Asia as well. I mean, can Team Secret find a way in here?
Knowing Team Secret and knowing Cavalify especially as well as I do, I think that they will definitely be prepared. Whether or not they can actually beat Detonation is an entirely different question. Detonation, we haven't seen them play up against a team we didn't expect them to lose to, which I know sounds a little bit odd, but when Phoenix Armada's in your group, judging how you play against Phoenix Armada and comparing it to how you play against any other team is almost impossible to do. It's like saying, oh, we've got LeBron James and you're going to play pickup basketball with him. You can be a good basketball player, you're not going to beat LeBron James. Like, it's very difficult to judge actually how they will compete. I tried to make that American. I
was actually about to say, well done, Sona, you made it American.
I kept expecting you to say, especially not with this height. So, but you didn't.
I'm not going to dig into you too much. You've already done some digging, obviously, because you've lost a few feet.
This guy.
So, and the winner of this will have to go up and play against Hammer's Velocity, who have honestly been on fire this tournament, kind of winning in such short periods of time in their game. You know, the American teams in general at this tournament have performed excellently. We just said if TSM won, they would go through as the first seed, which they would join Gangstar's Sirius and Hammer's Velocity, topping the groups B, C, and D. And A doesn't even have an American team in it, so they can't top that. But, you know, North America in general have just been amazing this tournament. I mean, a lot of regular esports fans will be like, oh, North America, good at esports? Well, in Vainglory, North America are very, very good at esports. And obviously, with TSM taking that first place, they'll be pretty happy. Sets them up nicely to get into the semifinals and maybe an NA final as well. It could actually happen here at the Vainglory Worlds. But we have one more game, tiebreaker, to bring you today. Everything else has been dead set, and I believe there is no possible way, unless this goes to 1-1, to get a three-way tie. So
there's no three-way
tie at all. It's just a 2-2 tie, which could happen if this draws. So Team Secret versus Detonation Gaming. How excited are you for this? Could potentially be our final, you know, game of the day, I think.
It could be. I am absolutely stoked to see Detonation Gaming play. Like, I haven't had a chance to see them yet at the tournament, and this is one of the teams that gave Phoenix Armada a little bit of trouble in the past in other tournaments. In fact, the most recent tournament, I believe it was the Tiger Cup, if I'm not mistaken. They were actually 2 up on Armada and did a reverse sweep. So this team has what it takes to really put the pressure on to a team that we see barely even bleed yet this tournament.
I think as well, you have to remember they scrim a lot with Phoenix Armada, so they are going to know a lot about their style. It wasn't able to help them beat out Phoenix Armada earlier on today. They lost 2-0, but against Team Secret, who weren't able to beat Phoenix Armada, even with a customized composition, I worry that Secret will not have the strategy to be able to actually beat the early aggression that we tend to see from these East Asian teams.
Anyway, we have their opponents, and it is Team Secret. If you need a little refresh of the roster, it's coming up on your screen. It's Palmatoro, Cavalifar, and Mowgli. You know them and love them. They kind of are those EU poster boys right now. And, well, that EU poster is hanging on by a thread at this point. It could be blown away in the wind by the might of these Eastern Asian teams, the so-called renewed group of death after everyone really said, actually, Detonation Gaming are not going to be the team that goes down, you know, very easily in this group. It is going to be an insane sort of matchup to see these guys play into each other. We saw that really prepared hyper carry Ringo composition. Do you think that's kind of where we're going to see them go again, Fuji?
I don't know if you can do it twice. I mean, you have to actually arrive through the draft, and when you pick, let's say, a Flicker and Adagio or something along that lines, kind of show 2, maybe 3 of your cards. So it would be a surprise to see them try to do it again. Plus, you can imagine that Detonation Gaming can adapt very quickly from watching any prior games to today, so if they do see it, they're going to know a lot of the nuances of what the comp is trying to accomplish.
I don't quite think they need to do that either. I think the reason you do that against Phoenix Armada is Druid's ability to farm. So if you funnel all of your farm onto one hyper carry, you give him a little bit more safety and you can face up into that laner. We saw actually Cavalifar was 30, 40 CS ahead at some points in that game until late game when Phoenix Armada were able to just get back into it.
So the player to watch for Team Secret will be Cavalifar, team captain, the vocal leader, the strategist. You know, I think actually so Mowgli is team captain, sorry, but Cavalifar kind of acts like it in sort of when we do the interviews. He's kind of the really vocal guy. He does all the interviews, does all the sort of front-facing stuff for Team Secret. And he's honestly really been, in everything I've seen him performing, you know, he's been very impassioned, always comes up with some very sort of inspirational type interviews. It's really nice to see Cavalifar at these kind of live tournaments because he's always just a joy to listen to. And even if they don't perform at the level we expect them to, Team Secret are sort of, you never sort of watch them and think, oh, you know, I'm disappointed with watching their interviews or how they played. They've always been fantastic to watch. So even if they don't end up winning here, I'll still be proud of them.
If it was a beauty pageant, Team Secret would win Miss Congeniality every single time. They're just the happiest, bubbliest team to be around. They're always incredibly excited to even be at this sort of stage, and obviously they will want to be pushing that boundary and getting an EU team into the quarters, but they'll come out of this even if they lose and say, look, we've got things to work on, we've seen some great games, we played some great teams, and we'll be able to come back stronger.
Well, and after seeing their games earlier, I would actually say I expected them to do not as well against Armada, which increases my hopes that they can take a game in this matchup they're about to enter right now.
Definitely.
Okay, so we have the roster of Detonation Gaming. It is going to be Peace Royale, Tatuki217, and Vivi Kiz. I think that's the way you pronounce it.
Vivi Quiz.
Vivi Quiz. Yes,
yeah.
It's Vivi Quiz, that's right. That's the roster you have for Detonation Gaming here. And the player to watch for Detonation Gaming this time will be Peace Royale. Obviously, he's the lane player. He's super powerful. A lot of people kind of respect his lane presence, and you can see his signature hero is Sky. A lot of people's signature heroes seem to be Sky and or Alpha. But yeah, I mean, you can see him on stage there, Peace Royale, and they didn't perform against Phoenix Armada off stage, but they could here perform to get that second seed of Group A. And I think it's a big task for Team Secret, given the odds stacking up against them. But this is going to be a super close series. You know that both teams are going to be fighting with their hearts, you know, on their sleeves, really just putting everything into this final series.
Yeah, I mean, it matters a lot, right? I mean, this is everything. So, and for a team like Detonation, you know, they come all the way. They just got picked up, so they're trying to prove to, you know, the new organization that we're here for a reason. We can do what it takes to get through at least to the quarterfinals. Then you go into some best of threes. You have some more time to think about some strategy over the night. So a lot to come if they can just win 2 more games.
And it's a tight one, though. I think you've got a tightrope to walk if you're Team Secret, because you need to get the balance of European late game play. They're very low risk, high reward a lot of the time. And then understand that East Asia are always going to play 3 in the lane. And that's the reason Peace Royale is really a focus for us, because you know that lane's going to be the focus for Detonation. They will be putting as many people there as quickly as possible. And I expect to see, you know, Lyra and Flicker early rotations on their picks because of how impactful that can be for them as a team.
Well, if you're waiting for that detonation bomb to explode, we have a small video to tell you a little bit about them. Oh, it's a very short video.
Because they don't speak it.
チーム名がデトネーションで、プレイヤー名がピースロイヤルです。最初仲いいメンバーでやってて、そこから他のチームから1人引き抜いてきて、今のチームができました。ピースロイヤルがレーンで、ビビクイズがロームで、タツキ217がジャングルです。僕たちはチームプレーが上手くて仲間に合わせるのがとてもうまいです。今ちょうど流行りかけていて、そうですね、大会も増えてきていい感じです。日本のリーグも非常にレベルが高くて、他のチームに比べて練習量が全然違くて、そのチームでのチームワークがうまくて、そこが他のチームに勝った点です。そうですね、非常に今一番仕上がってきている状態でいい成績を残せると思います。
Well, that was a very short video, but it gives you a little bit of insight into sort of their perceived teamwork. They think they're a strong, cohesive unit, and they've got to sort of really perform in this very short series to bring themselves forward to tomorrow, because this is do-or-die situation. This is potentially our last series of the day. A 2-0 sweep would secure your second seed spot from Group A. We're going to be going into draft very, very shortly. What do Team Secret need to do? What are we expecting Detonation to do? Because like you said, that 3-lane style seems to have put a real spanner in the works of Team Secret. How are they going to respond to that? It's against the kind of usual playstyle they run with.
Well, we talked about Peach Royale being the player to watch, but I think Tetsuki is going to be such a key ingredient to this rotational style that we see. The pressure, whether it comes through lane or whether it comes through the jungle, a lot of that's going to rely on him to figure out which direction he wants to go. And can Team Secret predict this? And if they do predict it, do they fight it? Or do they attempt to try something else? Do they look for the invade? Do they hold on turret and try to hyper level a little bit when they do let their jungle rotation slip a little? We see macros being so important from the lane perspective, but a lot of these teams from East Asia will give up their rotation timings by just enough to be able to put that extra pressure on.
I think you've hit the crux of the argument there for Team Secret. The question is, do you say, we're going to play our traditional style, we're going to play safe and then scale up into the late game? Or do you tear up the book, tear up your strategies and say, look, playing EU has not worked for us thus far, it's not worked for anyone. Let's play a bit of NA, let's play a bit of SEA, let's go for this early aggression.
I'm always interested as to why Palmotoro isn't as aggressive in the jungle when this 3 sort of lane rotation comes out, because he's known for just stealing away enemy jungles thick and fast and just running away with it and getting out. So it's just interesting, you know, they feel like they need to react to the pressure coming in through the lane, so Palmotoro doesn't get to play his regular game. But we enter the draft phase, Lyra and Koshka banned out by Team Secret.
I really think giving Detonation Gaming this Kestrel pick is a big mistake. Whether she goes to lane or jungle, it doesn't matter, but Tatsuki is known for his Kestrel play. He's really good at this. He understands the rotation and the pressure advantage from jungle. They're wasting no time. They get the Celeste to complete the composition with the Lance.
So Team Secret have just decided to draft the composition they went for earlier. Ringo is their probable last pick here. You might decide to pick a different carry in the lane just because Ringo can be a little bit susceptible to the Celeste and to the Lance. You look at Destination Gaming, and if you were to give them a composition and say, look, one of the OPs is banned, take a composition, they're like, oh yeah, we'll take Kestrel, Celeste, and Lance any day of the week.
They're going to try it again. I mean, they're going into a different composition, though. The zone control from Celeste is very different than Skye. It might be very hard to pull off.
I really would have thought Gwen would have worked better for Team Secret in this situation, CP Gwen, but it's not going to work out that way. Looks like the draft phase is over, however, and we're going to hand over to Cyberao and Jingyi to take us through the first of this next series.
Thank you so much, X-Scoundrel. So this series between Detonation and Team Secret is going to be one to watch, especially considering this is two teams that are fairly close in skill level, at least from what we've seen today thus far. And Detonation, they're former Phoenix Armada scrim partners, and they've really given Phoenix Armada a run for their money back in their respective regions. So now it's going to be interesting to see if Team Secret can go ahead and match up.
Well, the whole of Europe will be watching because this is Europe's last chance to get out of the group stages. I mean, North America, all three of their teams have progressed through to the quarterfinals tomorrow. But Snow Avalanche and Gangster Cerberus, they have been knocked out, and it's all resting on Team Secret now.
So with the compositions that Team Secret have put together for themselves, they have the Ringo, they have the Flicker, they have the Adagio. There's a composition that they picked for themselves earlier today. So against the composition that Detonation have put together with the Lance, Celeste, Kestrel, I personally am going to give it over to Detonation, to be honest. The composition seems a little bit more, we lock you down, we kill you, especially against the Ringo, who doesn't really have too much mobility in the lane. However, in the bottom part of the jungle, we're going to see Mowgli going right onto Tatsuki on that Celeste, taking down Solo. Palmatoro going to be first one to get the kill here. Team Secret getting first blood. Or it doesn't look like too much else going to be happening here as Peace Royale and Vivica is just trying to walk away here. Peace Royale actually taking quite a bit of damage there down from Kavalafar. Mowgli still chasing them down. The slow comes in. Peace Royale going to be falling as well. That's 2 kills going over to Team Secret. Palmatoro picking up another one for himself. And now they're just going to go ahead and go back to the respective side of the map. Team Secret going to be able to walk away with 2 kills in the early game here. Very happy with that result.
Yeah, I think it's very important that they were able to push back Destination Gaming back into their jungle. And when you've got the Flicker on your team, you want to be being super aggressive because his Fairy Dust, there's a lot of base damage on it. We've been seeing how much damage it can do if you can catch your opponents by surprise. And actually, we might be seeing that now if he is able to get onto Peace Royale because he is certainly in position to try and flank him, but Peace Royale seems to know what's up.
Now Peace Royale just going to go ahead, active camo away. He's like, oh, you're going to go invisible? I'm going to go invisible too. And no kills or really any damage going to be had on either side here. Detonation Gaming are going to be having all 3 members here in the lane looking for something to go down. They threw down a Heliogenesis in the bush looking for Mowgli, not going to be able to find him. And now it's just Team Secret just kind of allowing Palmatoro to farm up a bit in the jungle. And not a lot to be said here. Detonation Gaming just kind of sticking around a little, trying to see if they're actually going to go for an engagement on the side of Team Secret, but they're just going to go ahead and stick by the turret.
Well, last time when they played this composition, what they did was they fed all the creeps to Kavalafar, and you know, by 15 minutes, Palmatoro was sitting with very low CS count, whereas Kavalafar was absolutely loaded, and that didn't work out for them. They lost that game. There were certainly moments in that game where they looked very strong, and they've lost some of the aggression that they had in the early game, and I think that is because we are beginning to see Detonation responding to it. Viviquiz is sitting in the lane a little bit more, so it makes it more difficult for Mowgli to try and get the jump on to Tatsuki there.
And the fact that they were able to at least get 2 kills onto Palmatoro here in the early part of the game, it's going to allow Kavalafar, if he does end up taking a bit of the gold from Palmatoro, to at least have some more gold in his pocket, so he's not going to be too lacking as far as like he was last time around, because he wasn't really getting kills last time. He wasn't really getting assists. He was just losing out on a lot of gold. And Kavalafar, sitting on this really fat wallet, really couldn't carry on his own. So right now we are going to see Detonation Gaming pushing in as 3 here in the lane. And Team Secret, they still have Palmatoro rotating up from the jungle, so now all 3 members of Team Secret are here as well, but a lot of damage being peppered down by Tatsuki on that Celeste. That turret getting taken down to half.
Yeah, and what's happening is Destination Game is just taking all the momentum into the lane here, whereas Team Secret did really well in the jungle. When they were in the jungle last time, they picked up 2 kills. This could be a really good opportunity for them to go again, but Mowgli, he's lost his Will-O-Wisper there, so they're not going to get the aggressive jump there.
And right now, with the way this game has gone thus far, it's really Team Secret. They're looking for the opportunities. Detonation Gaming is actually the ones kind of playing on the back foot. They're really just positioning themselves forward to try and get vision more so than actually trying to go for a very aggressive play. But right now, we are going to be seeing Detonation going to be finding Mowgli. However, you see Viviquiz just walking away rather than actually trying to go in with an Impale. A decent amount of damage going down onto Peace Royale. And Team Secret just looking fairly confident here as they're going to be playing the safe route, going for the late game natural EU strat.
I don't think that's a good idea with this composition, because when you've got a flicker, having that stealth in the early game is so important, because Detonation Gaming, they won't have had the chance to lay down as much vision as they would have liked. And by not taking advantage of this, I think Team Secret are losing a large part of their advantage. So I want them to be more aggressive. But right now, Destination, they're putting so much focus and emphasis in the lane, that makes it very difficult for Team Secret to retaliate. And this could be the turret actually right now.
And actually a lot of damage going down onto Peace Royale, who's forced to completely walk away here. Viviquiz is actually going to be nearly falling as well, but no kills being had on the side of Team Secret. We do see Tatsuki on that Celeste laying down a decent amount of really just zone control with those Heliogenesis that he's peppering down. So right now, Team Secret, they almost picked up 2 kills for themselves, and actually we're going to see Viviquiz rotating back towards the lane. He's still sitting so low right now and no way to heal. So it's going to be interesting to see if that ends up proving a bit of a problem here for Detonation if they stick around just a little bit too long against Team Secret.
Yeah, you've got Palmator there who can heal his teammates. So I think that in terms of that, there is a lot more sustain coming out from Team Secret. But if you're looking at the hyper farming that we're seeing coming out from Team Secret, Valafar at 53 isn't that much ahead. And if you total up the total creep scores, Destination Gaming are ahead, and that's not great for this composition that Team Secret are trying to pull off.
However, they are, like you saw in the previous game, Cavalifar are going to be the one taking a bunch of the jungle farm. And right now, Palmatoro is sitting at 16 to 40 on the side of Detonation Gaming's Peace Royale. That's a bit of a difference, I'd have to say, but Cavalifar now getting a little bit more gold in his pocket, sitting pretty much just as ahead as the other side. So it's going to be interesting to see if this heavy farm Ringo ends up paying off this time around. A lot of damage getting thrown down onto Peace Royale by Cavalifar with that Twirling Silver basic attacks. So now Mowgli actually getting a little bit of damage thrown down onto him by Tatsuki with that Celeste. Heliogenesis being peppered down in a line just to have that line of attrition. You cross this line, we're going for a fight. There's the Impale landing from Viviquiz onto Mowgli. There's the Solar Storm as well, nearly taking down Cavalifar. There's the Fountain being popped by Mowgli as well. Turret number 1 going to be falling in favor of Detonation Gaming.
Yes, and it was very, very slickly done by them. What we're seeing right now, and I guess is Team Secret, they need to be the ones that are aggressing. Because right now, with a Flicker there, Flicker's not the best front line if you look at all the roams. He doesn't have the best base health, base shield, base armor. And by taking more of a defensive approach, it's just allowing Peace Royale just to fire lots of glimmer shots. He's having to force back, it's forcing Mowgli back. And then Cavalifar and Palmatoro, they're the ones that are having to take the damage.
And even having the Iron Guard contract and having the Fountain of Renewal is not really doing too much here for Team Secret because they're just still lacking a whole bunch of tankiness. Palmatoro isn't going to be really getting tanky anytime soon. He already completed a Shatter Glass, so he's having a decent amount of damage onto himself. And Cavalifar hasn't even gotten a single defensive item. He's sitting on 2 minion foots, a Swift Shooter, a Sorrow Blade, and a Weapon Blade. So he's not even worrying about defense, not worrying about getting any shield, getting any armor. So right now it's pretty much Team Secret. They're looking for something aggressive. And going for these fights where they know that they're a little bit behind as far as tankiness is concerned, and they're still going to try and burst people down, it's a matter of choosing the right target if you're going to go along that route. Because you pick off a target, let's just say you pick off Tatsuki on that Celeste, that's a very big team fight win right there.
I really like what Destination Gaming is doing right now. Every time we're seeing Mowgli trying to aggress, he's coming in with his Fairy Dust. He's just getting knocked back with the Githian wall by Viviquiz, so that loses a large part. They're not getting slowed down, and Team Secret, they lose that engagement. So with this composition, with this hyper farming method, what we should have seen by now is Team Secret should have taken the first 2 turrets very, very early on. And Destination have completely turned it on its head. We're seeing Team Secret trying to make these attempts, but Destination, their defense is so good. They're just so aggressive right now. And like, it's a really nice mix of aggression and defense.
At the same time, though, you have to look at the way Team Secret have been playing as well. They haven't really been focusing too much on the objective control, but they've been focusing a lot on poke. you see a lot of damage coming down from Cavalifar, and he's actually able to get a decent amount of crits. And we saw him actually do a decent amount of damage onto Viviquiz when he was just trying to defend the turret, just peppering him down with some basic attacks, taking him down to half HP. So with that, they're really just trying to force Detonation Gaming to make the call to either go for a fight or recall to allow them the movements in the map.
With Team Secret, both Palmator and Cavalifar, they're going for this glass cannon build. What they're doing, you know, Palmator, he's got the Shasta Glass. It's very much a support, carry, Adagio build where it's all about healing and it's all about the buffing of Cavalifar. Actually, he's really out of position, but he's going to make it out.
Oh, that was a very close core collapse. We are going to be seeing everybody just being stealthed up on the side of Team Secret. Not too much to be had there because the flare just went down at the perfect time for Detonation Gaming. We are going to see Mowgli actually getting caught out a little bit there, taking a decent amount of damage from Peace Royale and Tatsuki. And right now, it looks like Detonation Gaming are actually going to be trying to go for something aggressive. Viviquiz actually not opting to pull the trigger on the Impale. He eats a Hellfire Brew. Just going to go ahead and tank up the damage. Not even worth blocking with the Githian Wall. So it's going to be Detonation Gaming just rotating back down towards the jungle. Team Secret not able to get anything out of that fight.
Yeah, this is... what we're seeing is each team's trying to make these moves, but the other team's just backing away from it every single time. And Destination Gaming, if you do look at their composition, they have the stronger late game. With that Celeste there, they also have this Kestra that's ramping up more and more. And right now, Cavalifar, he does have a lot of damage behind him, but they're not getting the chance to output it at all. Mowgli, every time he's trying to come in using his Will-O-Wisper, he's just being forced back every single time. So Team Secret, they're looking for those openings, but there is just no opening for them to find.
And with that in mind, it begs the question if Team Secret go ahead and able to adapt themselves midway through the game. Because at this point, Team Secret are in a position where if you're not able to go ahead and adjust your playstyle based on the composition you put together for yourself, it's going to be really hard for you to go into the late game. On one shot, one kill coming in from Peace Royale onto Cavalifar, nearly taking him out. He's sitting at half HP right now. The turret is getting taken down quite quickly. And it's going to be Peace Royale able to secure the turret. Actually, it was Tatsuki securing the kill. Impale comes in from Viviquiz, not going to connect onto anybody. However, it's going to be Mowgli right in the backline there. It's going to be Palmatoro, the focus. Solar Storm nearly taking him out. That was the Fountain of Renewal being popped by Mowgli right there at the last second to keep the other two members of Team Secret alive. He is going to fall for his troubles. That's going to be one kill going over to Detonation Gaming alongside the turret. That's their first kill of the game, but that's still a kill that they have that Team Secret didn't really want to give over, but Peace Royale getting caught there. Tries to get aggressive onto Cavalifar, however, Palmatoro buffing up Cavalifar with that Gift of Fire, and Cavalifar landing 2 crits in a row there, having already been sitting on that Tyrant's Monocle.
This is actually very worrying for Team Secret in that they have been forced back to that choke point turret. And at that point, there are no bushes for Mowgli to try and take advantage of the heroic perk and get the stealth on. So what Team Secret need to do is regain control of the jungle. They need to put in some scout traps. There aren't any scout traps on the side. Well, Mowgli does have that contraption, so they do need to put in some scout traps in their side so that there is that possibility for any engagement coming out from Team Secret right now.
And with the way that Team Secret are playing, it's going to be a little bit difficult because, again, they're paying a lot of respect to the composition that Detonation put together for themselves, which is the right thing to do here. But at the same time, you guys need to pull the trigger on the composition that you have because it's not going to get any tankier. It's just going to get stronger as far as damage is concerned. But despite that, you're going to have Viviquiz getting super tanky on that Lance. Soulstorm comes out, steals away the gold mine. 300 gold each for the members of Detonation Gaming, and the fight breaks out as well. Viviquiz actually getting taken down super low. Fountain of Renewal being popped by Mowgli. Hellfire Brew comes in from Cavalifar. He nearly takes out Peace Royale. One more basic attack would secure the kill. However, Peace Royale going to be able to get out alive. Viviquiz also going to be able to just barely survive. And it's going to be Cavalifar still sticking around by the jungle shop, buys a potion for himself to keep himself a little bit healthy. Viviquiz actually just trying to rotate around, throws out a flare. They see Cavalifar. Question is, are they going to go for the fight? Peace Royale is still sitting super low, but Cavalifar found him. No! He gets taken out with a Glimmer Shot, but he takes down Peace Royale at the same time. That's going to be another kill going over to both teams there. 3 kills to 4, still in favor of Team Secret. But that's a couple of kills going back over to Detonation Gaming as well. And Detonation Gaming, they haven't really been getting too many kills on this game. So it's going to be good for them to get some more gold on the board.
I'm not sure that trade-off was worth it there.
Definitely not.
It was such a risky position for Cavalifar to be in. I can certainly see why he tried to do it. But as it stands, Destination Gaming, they've picked up this 4K gold lead in the last 3 minutes. And before that, they were very, very close between the two teams. But now that Team Secret, they've been forced back to this choke point turret. And the whole point about this hyper carry build coming out onto the Ringo is that they need to be aggressive, and we certainly saw that aggression coming in the early stages of this game, but that dropped off very, very quickly. And right now, I don't know how much more this composition could go on because Cavalifar and Palmatoro, if you look at their itemization, Palmatoro, because he's been feeding all his farms for Kvalifar, he doesn't have much in terms of defense, and neither does Kvalifar.
He doesn't have too much in terms of defense, but he does have that Shatterglass as well as the Chronograph to start building up his healing. But right now, it's pretty much just the game of Kvalifar for Team Secret. He has 161 creep score compared to the 94 and 112 coming out of the two carries on the side of Detonation Gaming. So it's an absurd difference sitting on that Sorrow Blade Tornado Trigger as well as the Tyrant's Monocle. So he has a decent amount of damage, but the question remains is, Mowgli and Palmatoro, are they able to go ahead and keep him alive long enough for that to actually matter? Because the way the fights have been breaking out, it's been either Kvalifar dies at the beginning or they actually able to go ahead and get a kill at the beginning, but the rest of Detonation Gaming walk away.
It seems to me that Destination Gaming, they're the ones that are constantly going forward, and they're just doing a lot of damage to Team Secret, and there's not much that Team Secret... Oh, here goes the Mooncloak. This might be the first moment of aggression coming out from Team Secret.
They are going to be starting on Palmatoro. Peace Royale going to be using the active camo. Not too much going to be had here. We do see a Glimmer Shot coming in from Peace Royale. Flare comes out as well from Viviquiz, but right now Detonation Gaming just posturing around the jungle shop. Not too much really going to be able to do against Team Secret. They are going to be going in for the fight, and Kvalifar, so much damage onto Peace Royale. That's going to be the first kill of the fight going over to Team Secret. Impale lands onto Mowgli and Kvalifar. Viviquiz landing a nice Scythian wall as well. We are going to be seeing Tatsuki on the backline landing really nice damage with the Heliogenesis. Another one onto Kvalifar, but there's the heal coming in from Palmatoro. Healing Kvalifar nearly back up to full. Viviquiz still sitting super low, so he's going to have to be careful. Supernova lands onto Kvalifar as well, but Mowgli going in. And now the Impale comes in from Viviquiz right at the wrong position, though. He's going to be taken down by Palmatoro this time. The Kraken going to be started up by Team Secret as they pick up 2 kills in that fight. However, Peace Royale and Tatsuki both have their ultimates available, so they have 1-shot, 1-kill, and Solar Storm, so they could potentially steal this Kraken if they're not careful on the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, Team Secret are beginning to pull the Kraken very, very far up to try and prevent those snipes from happening, but they're not going. There's going to be no attempt coming out from Destination Gaming, and I think part of the reason why that went so well for Kvalifar just there, because if you do look at Peace Royale and if you do look at Tatsuki there, neither of them have any armor against Ringo, and he's got so much damage. He's got a lot of crit there, and he's also got that Sorrow Blade. If he gets a chance to get onto either Peace Royale or Tatsuki, it's fantastic. But he's able to get onto one of them, but not both of them at all. Oh, hang on, there's the Hellfire Brew.
Oh, Hellfire Brew doing a decent amount of damage onto both Tatsuki and Peace Royale. Hey, there's the Heliogenesis as well as a Supernova landing onto Kvalifar. First turret of Team Secret side going down now, and the Kraken's actually eating a decent amount of damage. But going back to what you were saying before, they're focusing a lot more of attention onto Mowgli. That's the reason why they're focusing so much onto getting shield and getting reflex blocks right now, and not so much on the armor. Second turret going to be taken down as well. Team Secret going to be picking up their second turret of the game, and now it's pretty much the game as far as it's as even as it can really get at this point. But Team Secret are going to be kind of having the edge, in my opinion, just because of the fact that they do have that absurd amount of damage onto Kvalifar, and still the only person having armor on the side of Detonation is Viviquiz on that lance, and he's sitting on an Atlas Pauldron. But if Kvalifar is able to just run up to the faces of Peace Royale and Tatsuki like we saw in the last fight, it's not really going to matter too much.
I think they're relying a lot on Viviquiz to try and peel for them, and if they do try and engage with the Mooncloak, they're either going to get onto Peace Royale or Tatsuki, and I think their major threat probably is Tatsuki, because we're seeing those team fights, his Helios, they're just zoning so much, it's absolutely incredible. They just cannot get on top of him once they've used that Mooncloak once, because even if we do see Mowgli trying to use a Will-O-Wisper there, the Helios coming out from the Celeste is just going to catch them out every single time. So it's incredibly difficult there for them. But Mowgli, he's very, very far forward right now, and that kind of worries me. But it's okay, because they all just teleport back to base.
Yeah, right now it just kind of seems like Team Secret are just waiting for the opportunity to go in with another Mooncloak. And another thing about Tatsuki that hasn't really been mentioned too much is the fact that Tatsuki's also sitting on a Frostburn, which is going to really prove a problem for the composition that Team Secret put together for themselves, because if land one Heliogenesis onto Kvalifar and then you have the follow-up from Peace Royale and Viviquiz, if they're able to isolate Kvalifar, that's it. The team fight won't be won by Team Secret because Palmatoro is just absurdly far behind and Mowgli has no damage. So at that point, it's pretty much just, if we kill Kvalifar, we win on the side of Detonation Gaming. So just try and land Heliogenesis as much as possible to slow him down and then isolate him with an Impale.
They're going with a Mooncloak.
The Mooncloak comes out. I think Detonation Gaming had an inkling that that was happening. However, it looks like the fight's going to break out anyway. Tatsuki going to get taken down so low and get taken out by Kvalifar with those basic attacks. Now Viviquiz is going to be getting focused down by Team Secret, but that's only one kill going over to Team Secret, but that was the important one going over. They were able to take out the Celeste. Now they're going to go ahead, clear out the jungle, take the Minion Miner as well. And right now, it's just Team Secret Kavalifar especially putting on an absolute clinic.
Absolutely. They're relying so much on the Mooncloak to try and get the jump onto Destination Gaming. And now that the Kraken's out, I certainly see Team Secret trying to go for that again. And I think that Destination Gaming definitely do recognize that this is a possibility, and they don't want any of this. It's a 3v2 situation, potentially, if Team Secret recognize this opportunity.
Oh, and there's a slow going down onto Viviquiz. However, not a lot of damage being returned on the side of Team Secret over to Detonation Gaming. They're still trying to posture around this Kraken. They do have a bunch of flares on the side of Detonation, though, so they're just waiting for another Mooncloak to come out, potentially. But they do spot them out with that well-placed Scout Trap on the side of Detonation Gaming inside the Mustache Bush by the jungle in favor of Team Secret. So right now, they're going to go ahead and take away the Minion Miner. So Detonation Gaming just trying to gain some control back on the map. That Scout Trap is going to spot them out, but it's going to be Peace Royale the focus of this fight, and it's going to be Kavalifar picking up the kill onto Peace Royale immediately, just getting deleted off the fold.
I think they need two War Treads. Palmatoro has one, but Mowgli doesn't have one yet because he's just gone for the Journey Boost. And I think what we're seeing is the Mooncloak's coming out, and Palmatoro's using his War Chest to get as close to the team as possible. And they always pick up one kill on either the Kester or the Celeste, but they're never able to close the gap onto the other carry there. And that's a problem because they're never able to pick up the Ace or never leave just the Lance there on his own. But they get the Kraken.
And this is the second time they've been able to take Kraken this game, and we're already hitting the 20-minute mark. So at this point, it's a matter of if they're able to pick up 2 kills in that fight, they're going to be able to go ahead and win. Because they're, like you mentioned before, they were able to go ahead and pick off Tatsuki in the last fight, and then, or in the fight before the last fight, and in the last one, they were able to pick up Peace Royale almost immediately. So having those 2 War Treads would allow them to really hunt them down and chase them and secure a possible ace. But Mowgli actually getting caught out a little bit here. Not a lot of damage being had, though. Palmatoro going to heal him back up perfectly fine. So right now, Detonation Gaming just trying to posture themselves to take this Kraken as quick as possible without allowing too much pressure to be given over to Team Secret. But again, Mowgli just trying to land some pressure, and Tatsuki blocking the Hellfire Brew. So not a lot of damage being had on the side of, against the side of Detonation Gaming here, as Kavalifar just kind of sticking around the side of the wall, just looking for an opportunity to land some basic attacks. However, very good positioning coming in here from Detonation Gaming. Knowing that Kavalifar is the danger here, they're not allowing their positioning to give themselves up. But Kavalifar getting caught with the Impale, no follow-up though. So the Kraken had already taken the turret, so they don't really want to run the risk, especially with the turret down. They don't want to end up getting dove in their base and getting taken out.
The problem with the Kraken push is coming out from Team Secret. That's the second Kraken that they've got, but every single time they're not able to push with it. And part of the reason is because of the Celeste. She's using her Helios, preventing from any member of Team Secret from getting close. Because if they do, it's so easy for her to build up those broken myth stacks. And the problem is Team Secret aren't able to pick up the ace. They either need to get out, they need to pick up the kills on both Kester and Celeste. But actually, here we go again with another Mooncloak.
And the Mooncloak goes right against Tatsuki. Tatsuki getting taken down by Kavalifar with those bacon attacks.
Oh my gosh!
And they got Peace Royale. That's a double kill going over to Kavalifar. He's looking for the triple onto Viviquiz. Got a combat roll over the wall. They are going to chase, looking for the ace here. And Viviquiz still trying to get out alive here. It's going to be the triple kill going over to Team Secret. Kavalifar cleaning up the fight. 11 kills to 3 in favor of Team Secret. They're going to go ahead and go for the game.
Yeah, and I think there's absolutely no doubt that they will be able to get both of those turrets in very, very quick period of time. That one does go down very, very fast. So that was a very slow game at the start. You know, it was simmering for a very long time, and at the end, it just completely flipped. And I think I've got to say is I'm completely shocked that if you look at Celeste's build, if you look at Kester's build, neither of them had armor. Team Secret's whole composition was based around this weapon Ringo, who had so much weapon damage, and there was no armor.
They were focusing so much on the fact that Flicker was going to slow them down and be an absolute nuisance that they really weren't taking into account the fact that Ringo was just going to burst down their faces. So not picking up any metal jackets or Atlas Pauldrons. Hell, an Atlas Pauldron on the Celeste would have been fantastic because it would have kept her alive a lot longer. So we're going to go ahead, throw it over to the analyst desk, a Scoundrel, Fuji, Sona. What do you guys think about this first game between Team Secret and Detonation Gaming?
I tell you what I think. I am happy because EU's Last Hope are standing their ground on this final series. They are now guaranteed at least a tiebreaker situation because they've got that one game. So there's no way they actually leave after this series if they lose the next game, which is probably going to be helping them soothe their nerves just a little bit. We could, if they do go to a tiebreaker, go to a best of 3 again between these two. That will happen either today or tomorrow, depending on teams' preferences and things. But basically, we could have that situation occur. But I mean, oh my word, Team Secret. I'm not biased, but I'm totally biased. Totally biased.
Yeah, incredibly biased. Fuji and I think, have really only one word to sum up that game. It's armor.
Yeah, like
spelled
where
with a U,
is
obviously.
it? Yeah. Where is your armor? I don't, like, I can't even, I can't analyze anything else in this game because you have a hyper carry who's a weapon, and you just don't build the one thing to keep you alive against the hyper carry. It makes no sense.
It feels a little bit like Infamous Legion as well. We have got a replay here. So you've got the Moonclake coming in. Team Secret just able to position
look
perfectly.
How quickly they go down.
If you get, the thing is, this is what they needed to understand. So at the start of the game, they weren't delivering the Ringo to the Celeste. They were taking out the Kestrel, which is fine because weapon power is a bit stronger in the early game. But late game, if they want to win these fights, you deliver that Ringo, you deliver the hyper carry to the Celeste, you take her off the fold, and then you can win out the rest of the fight because Kestrel is not as strong as the Celeste late game.
It's interesting that you say about the armor situation because Infamous Legion, one of our teams from the Southeast Asia region, they said, when I play a mage, I play Glass Cannon, and actually from what we've seen from Phoenix Armada so far, they do similar kind of strategies where the only defensive items they pick up are the reflex blocks, if at all.
Well, Phoenix Armada, Druid specifically, had a metal jacket at like minute 15 in their game. So yes, positioning can win you a lot of games, but when it's a hyper carry Ringo, you have to change. You can't just do the same strategy just because this is what works most of the time or what works often.
And how do you position against a Flicker and hyper carry
How do you
Ringo?
position against an invisible Ringo? It's impossible to do. You have to adapt, and that's what Phoenix Armada have done so well today.
And Flicker picked up Journey Boots, and Adagio grabbed the Ward Treads. So Flicker was constantly able to stick to targets and hold on to them. We didn't see innovation in build pass. A Shiver Steel coming through on Lance could have been a good pickup to hold on to the Ringo. Heck, even building the Shiver Steel on Kestrel or someone to help hold on to some targets, keep them in one space so Celeste can get damage off. But we saw Celeste's last item was a Void Battery. I don't think you ever ran out of energy because you weren't alive to use your energy. So questionable, really questionable decisions coming out of Detonation here.
Definitely. I was just going to say, if I'm Team Secret here, I'm actually slightly worried coming into the second game because it's such an obvious flaw that came out from Detonation, not building armor. It's a very easy thing for them to fix as well. So if you're Team Secret, I do not think you actually run that same composition again. I think you fall back onto something you're a little bit more comfortable on, something you practice a little bit more across the split, and then you try and beat them just by being a European team.
I agree, because they're probably going to reflect on that process and say, actually, Armor could have won us the game. Probably Armor would have won us the game. And Team Secret, although they're comfortable on this hyper carry Ringo composition, they've not. They've run it previous to this composition, this tournament as well. You know, they've had that ability to just funnel farm onto Cavalifar and make him just an absolute monster in the late game. It is that composition. If you go against 3 metal jackets on the opposition, it's going to be really tough to make that Ringo work, especially when you're going full crit as well. We're into this next draft phase though. Team Secret banning Lyra, and we're going to be seeing what Detonations Gaming are trying to take off the board. And likely going to be the Kestrel, so those 2 top picks are gone now. Team Secret prioritizing what?
Yeah, Detonation Gaming does put a lot of priority on Kestrel. So what Team Secret prioritizes on their side, I'm not actually sure. We talked to them a lot about the specific composition with the Ringo, the Flicker, the Adagio to take down a team, to take a win. But once you get beyond that, I think it's a lot of questions about what do they actually think is important.
So Sona said, let's fall back onto something that we're comfortable with. I don't know the last time that I've seen Team Secret. Oh, I think Palmatore did play it during the EVA late at some point. But
yeah, not the Koshka as much, but one thing they are very comfortable on is having Palmatore put a lot of aggression into the jungle. Yeah. We saw him play Ozo. He's sometimes known as Palmatozo, you know. So it's a great name, and having that early aggressive jungler actually can do a lot of work for Secret.
But how much work will it do against the Eastern Asian meta of 3 in the lane?
Just depends. I mean, Koshka is still really good at coming up and bursting out a target, or if you do put 3 in the lane and you're not able to successfully poke and get the turret, then you can go in and invade, and it's very difficult for that team to actually come back.
And it's funny you come round full circle, because right at the start of this series, you said Palmatore's success has always been on his ability to be aggressive in the enemy jungle. And we were wondering where this is going to come into when playing against these Eastern Asian teams. Going to be an Adagio locked in here. That could be Rome, but it also could be going into lane for Cavalifar. We'll have to see what their final pickup of this draft phase is.
So there's a pick I think really suits this composition. It is going to be the Gwen. I was going to say Scarf. Now, Scarf is weak at the moment, but Cavalifar is very strong on it, and it makes him very safe in that lane as well. Gwen does a similar thing, although weapon power Gwen perhaps not as safe as the crystal power might be.
So if it is Celeste locked in, that Gwen was preemptive and actually goes into a composition that is not half bad for her to face into as a Crystal Power build, but it does mean you could potentially be running double Crystal Power with Palmotoro and Cavalifar on Gwen and Koshka apiece, which might not be ideal.
May not be ideal, but at this point, like that kind of pressure, the poke is a lot for them to have to think about, so it could be just enough for them to secure a victory.
And you're going to go reflex blocks anyway down the line, so I suppose you're not really changing the defensive item build path. Anyway, going to be throwing it over to Cybrow and Jingyi for potentially the last game of the day. Hype, everyone. Hype.
Hype indeed. So this is, like you said, potentially the last game of the day between Team Secret and Detonation Gaming. So right now, Team Secret, the composition that they put together for themselves, I like the Gwen pick a lot. But the question remains, like he said, is if it's going to be double Crystal. I kind of want to see a weapon Gwen at the beginning and then maybe adapt into Crystal if it ends up paying off as far as damage is concerned.
The thing is, this is the exact same composition that TSM played in their first game against Hack, and they completely dominated because the early game strength of the Koshka and Adagio was so strong. And actually something that we're seeing from the Asian teams is they're not doing too well in the jungle, and if Team Secret can get the early advantage in the jungle, start invading, start snowballing, then this could be a very strong game from them, but I'm not sure if they can execute it as well as TSM did.
However, it looks like they're going to go for the aggressive early game here from Team Secret. Mowgli right in the face of Viviquiz as well as Tatsuki, and not really allowing them any room, and Palmotoro actually getting locked on there by Peace Royale, but Peace Royale missing almost completely with that forward barrage, getting taken down so low by Mowgli, and forced to pretty much just sit under his turret. And so much early aggression here from Team Secret that we're not really used to, but it looks like they're trying to take a page out of TSM's book.
Well, Team Secret, in the Evil Late, they are known for their early aggression because they typically, if you ever watched any of their previous seasons, they just completely dominated early game. They could play whatever they wanted, and now they're having a bit of a tougher time. And we're seeing this collision of methods happening between, I guess, Japan and Europe, and it's very difficult because there's not much footage available for the teams to analyze when you're looking at the Asian teams, because there's so much available if you look at the Evil Late, the Challenger Series, all the championships. But for Destination Gaming, they were still relatively unknown.
They were even saying it themselves in that video package that we saw that Vainglory is really only just now picking up in Japan, so there's not a lot of people that are not a lot of players that are really getting super into it. So it's still so fresh that there isn't a lot of footage like we've seen for other games that Japan just blew up completely. But I feel like Japan are really going to start stepping up their game, and Detonation Gaming really going to be the ones spearheading that idea. But right now, a lot of damage being thrown down onto Cavalifar by Peace Royale, and a potential fight breaking out here. We are seeing Palmotoro rotating up from the jungle, just kind of skulking around in that bush, but not going to be able to do all that much. Team Secret is just going to go ahead, play a little bit safe here, not going to go too aggressive. Peace Royale going to go ahead, recall back to base. But right now, it's a pretty interesting start here from Team Secret because not only are they playing super safe, they're playing in a way that we saw Detonation Gaming playing at the beginning of last game.
Oh, how the Palmotoro does get that treant there. I've got to say, Destination Gaming, they're playing as we expect. They're playing a lot of pressure to the lane. This is what we saw in the first game, was the rotations coming at them from the jungle up to the lane, and they were able to slowly poke away that turret relatively quickly. And Team Secret, right now with that Koshka and the Adagio, they want to keep it in the jungle. They want to be constantly invading, but right now they're not getting the chance because with these rotations coming from Destination, it forces all three members of Team Secret to go up to try and defend that turret.
At the same time, now this time around, they're actually going to be allowing Palmotoro to get a decent amount of gold in his pocket. So with that in mind, they're going to, if let's just say Detonation do opt to put all three members in the lane, they just send Palmotoro to the other side of the fold and actually just take away the jungle from Detonation and start denying them gold and start denying the Celeste from being able to ramp up and get items.
I just want to see Palmotoro being a little bit more aggressive on the Koshka. You know, the Vonsi, when he was playing the Koshka, was just completely in their face, and it just flummoxed so many of the teams. And right now, I think by doing this, they're giving Celeste a chance, and they're giving that weapons guy the chance to slowly ramp up into the late game. And that's something that Team Secret, that's not a position that they want to be in. They want to try and get this early domination.
We do see them trying to go for something aggressive here. However, the three members of Detonation Gaming just completely bolting up towards the lane. Team Secret not able to really get onto them. Cavalifar able to rotate back up and start going right back to farming, having already completed a tension bow. So it is going to be that weapon power Gwen and strictly crystal power only on the side, or the only crystal power carry on the side of Team Secret going to be Palmotoro on that Koshka. And it's going to be interesting to see what ends up happening here, because we actually are also seeing a Dragon Blood contract being built up by the Koshka as well. So not really focusing too much on finishing that early tier 3 item just yet. but having a lot of damage on this Gwen early on is going to make it a lot harder for Detonation Gaming to actually push far in towards the turret of Team Secret. And Pale comes out from Viviquiz, not going to be connecting onto the members of Team Secret, going to be eating a bunch of poke with the basic attacks and the Gift of Fire from Mowgli. And right now, it's pretty much the story of whether or not Kavalifar is going to be able to keep Peace Royale occupied here in the lane.
I mean, right now what we're seeing is Mowgli and Palmasaur, they're trying to go into Destination Gaming's jungle, and every single time the minions are just gone. They're just not ahead right now. And they're actually falling behind in terms of gold, about 800 gold difference between the two teams. Palmasaur, like you said, he's gone for the Dragon Blood contract, not really prioritizing that early burst, which I'm not sure is a good idea, because he is going for the Aftershock, and we do see Kavalifar also picking up the Tension Bow, so they're focusing a lot on the procs, which the Tension Bow makes sense going to the Sky and going to the Celeste, but I would have preferred to see that Shatter Glass coming up from Palmasaur.
Definitely, especially since, like you mentioned, you're against the Celeste, you're against the Sky. These are heroes that are exceptionally squishy. Go in onto them immediately and don't really worry about the on-hit procs. That's pretty, again, so it's like playing towards the late game. You're playing towards these late game teamfights that all of a sudden you're going to have this super bursty Koshka just melting your HP, even if you're tanky. But right now in the early game, that's not really something that you should be thinking about. You need to be trying to isolate the Celeste and isolate the Sky to not allow them to scale up, because we saw last game how close it was potentially to being Celeste just shredding apart your HP and apart your team.
I mean, this time we've got a difference. We have this Koshka who is able to dive straight on to Celeste every single time. And we do see Peace Royal and Tatsuki picking up the reflex blocks. So they do have the ability to block that Yummy Cannon Frenzy when it comes out. But you've got the Aces High and the Verse of Judgment that needs to be blocked as well. And if they can chain this together, that is such a great team fight there for Team Secret.
Definitely, and a little bit of damage getting thrown down onto Tatsuki as you were mentioning it. And it seems like they're just waiting to pull the trigger on Yummy Cat and Frenzy. I feel like they want Detonation Gaming to actually start out the fight and maybe go into Kavalifar like they did there, missing with the Impale onto Kavalifar, able to dodge that out, not even going to be going ahead and using Skedaddle. And now Team Secret just kind of farming up here in the lane. The minions are already gone as well. Detonation Gaming are really not getting any room to go ahead and push in the lane. And it's going to be Palmatoro just trying to poke down Tatsuki with this Koshka. And it's Detonation Gaming actually on the back foot here, because now they're being forced back into the deep part of their jungle, and the gold miner now being started up by Team Secret.
Say on the back foot, but Kevalifar's been sitting at that tension mode for 3 minutes, and the moment he got that tension mode, that was a great opportunity for Team Secret to fight, but they didn't. And although they've got the gold mine, they lost the aggressive moment that they needed.
At the same time, though, you have to take into account the threat that Kavalifar has in these fights, because it is a huge amount of damage that the Gwen can potentially output, sitting on the heavy steel as well as the Six Sins, nearly going to be building towards that Sorrow Blade. So they are paying respect to the pick, paying respect to the amount of damage that could potentially come out of this Gwen, because if they're going too far forward on the side of Detonation, they're allowing Team Secret way too much room, especially considering on top of the Gwen, they also have the Koshka, they also have the Adagio. So you have Burst of Judgment, Yummy Captain Frenzy, you have Aces High to worry about. It's just too much risk there for Detonation Gaming to allow Team Secret to pull the trigger, and Team Secret are realizing that, and that's why they really haven't been able to go for something aggressive.
I mean, what Team Secret need to do is they need to jump onto Celeste every single time. She is their priority target. And the reason why I'm saying this is Koshka, she's a melee hero, and Kevalifer on that weapon Gwen, you have to get into quite close range there to get the damage down. So they need to dive onto Tatsuki straight away every single time and take him out, because if he is able to escape, that's very bad news for Team Secret.
Then you have to anticipate Solar Storm. Just all of a sudden, you're trying to focus your attention on the Peace Royale. Oh crap, there's a whole Solar Storm coming right into our faces. And then you don't really have to worry too much about Viviquiz on that Lance, because he's pretty much just there to land an Impale and land Githian Walls. He's there to peel. And the Sky is the biggest outlier here, because if you go for the Sky, you run the risk, like you mentioned, of Tatsuki on that Celeste just taking you down with Heliogenesis, with Supernovas. And Core Collapse is also super dangerous here, because like you mentioned, Koshka, melee. Gwen, relatively short range, not terribly short range, but still close enough that you're going to be within Core Collapse range. And a potential fight breaking out here in the bottom part of the jungle. Tatsuki going to be recalling back to safety. Team Secret not able to pull the trigger in time. Aces High comes out from the side of Team Secret, not going to be connecting onto Peace Royale, but they're now focusing a lot of damage onto the turret. The first actual turret damage we've seen this game thus far. First the Judgment comes down, and it's not going to do all that much. It just does a little bit of damage to Viviquiz, but the turret is going to get taken down in favor of Team Secret. First turret of the game to fall, and no kills to be had yet, and it's already been 9 minutes.
I think Team Secret, they're playing very, very carefully and very strategically right now. And although I don't necessarily agree with their aggression levels right now, but they've managed to get the first turret, which is so important. However, I think when we're looking at Destination Gaming, I think a really good item for Celeste to go for next is the Frostburn. And I think that's a bit of a controversial pick, but I think going into this one, it allows her to escape, slows in her opponents, and she's able to get to the back line again.
On top of that, it leaves a lot of room for Peace Royale on this weapon power Skye to just kind of be in the faces of Team Secret, because they're going to be slowed down so much. They also have the risk of actually getting caught by core collapse without being able to dodge out of it. And if they do dodge out of it or are reflex blocking it, right there, they're already in position for Viviquiz to go ahead, land an Impale or a really good Githian wall. Or, hell, even potential death from above coming in from Peace Royale. So it's just a lot of room there for Detonation Gaming to play around their composition. But Team Secret, a very calculated gameplay coming out of their side. Aces High comes out, lands onto Viviquiz, not really the target they were looking for, but Kavalifar getting taken down so low. Another Buckshot Bonanza coming out onto the members of Detonation Gaming, and actually doing a decent amount of damage, taking them down fairly low. So right now it's pretty much just already healed back up to full on the side of Kavalifar, thanks to Mowgli on that Adagio. But you see the Heliogenesis line just starting to come down and really start zoning out the members of Team Secret as they're trying to take this turret in favor of Detonation Gaming. And Kavalifar ate most of that forward barrage as well, but going to be healed back up yet again by the Adagio. Nearly as potent of a heal as the Lyra. But right now Team Secret, they're just trying to go ahead and get their footing back on this map. Because at this point, it's Detonation Gaming. They made them waste a lot of their ultimates. They made them lose a lot of their pressure. Now they just got to move forward.
Yeah, the one thing that I really like about this game so far is that Destination Gaming, we're seeing Viviquiz picking up the pauldrons relatively early on. I mean, last game he didn't even have the pauldrons, I think, at all. The entire
he did.
It was picked up very late on for the composition. And this time they're playing it very differently. We've got the early pauldrons. But so far we're not seeing applied onto Kavalifar at all yet.
And it's mostly due to the positioning that Kavalifar has had for himself, because he hasn't really been in a position where Viviquiz can actually be close enough that it would actually matter. So it's at a point where Kavalifar is really just focusing on landing the damage with Buckshot Bonanza. And it's really doing a good job as really potent poke. And then the moment he gets taken down somewhat low, you have Mowgli healing him right back up to full and just allowing him to constantly throw out more Buckshot Bonanzas. And if he gets engaged on, skedaddle right away.
I think Palmasaur needs to rotate up to the lane right now, because this is what Destination Gaming right now are looking to take down that turret. They're poking so, I mean, we can see how much damage Kavalifar is taking from the forward barrage. He's so close, they're diving for this.
And Skedaddle being popped there by Kavalifar to get away from Viviquiz. And the first turret for Detonation Gaming going to be taken down here. So both turrets have been, both tier 1 turrets have already been taken from both teams. And now it's a matter of Team Secret, are they going to be able to go ahead and turn for the fight? They do see Palmatoro jumping onto Peace Royale, and the Yummy Catnip Frenzy from Palmatoro onto Peace Royale as well. The Fountain of Renewal gets popped, and he does take down Peace Royale, but he is going to fall for his shovels. It's going to be Kavalifar and Palmatoro both falling to Detonation Gaming, to Tatsuki specifically. That's a double kill going over to Detonation Gaming, 2-1 in their favor as far as kills are concerned, but still a slight, very, very slight gold lead in favor of Team... I think it's Detonation Gaming. Yes, it is, just by 300 gold.
He is very, very close, and I think that team fight started off well, and Team Secret certainly had good intentions with it, and as we're about to see, this is, I think we're seeing Palmatoro jumping straight on, but he takes a lot of damage from that Githian wall there, and the Yummy Catnip Frenzy does land on the Peace Royale, but the fountain's there. And right now, Kavalifar gets impaled, and I think that's a key point, because he's not there to try and defend that turret, so I think they didn't actually take that second turret down.
They did not. They didn't take the second tier turret down, but the fact that they were able to pick up 2 kills is now going to allow Detonation Gaming to have a little bit more confidence in these fights, because I feel like that's what they were really waiting for. They weren't sure where they stacked up against the composition that Team Secret put up for themselves. And now that they realize, oh, hey, we could take down their 2 carries fairly safely, yeah, we'll lose maybe 1 member, but at the end of the day, we're going to be able to clean up the fight, which is what's super important, and then go ahead and take an objective after that. So now Detonation Gaming, having that in mind, it could potentially start swinging the game in their favor if they're going to choose to start being more aggressive.
I think the key problem right now is Team Secret, they're not able to get onto the Celeste every single time, and she's blocking it very well, and it just, you know, she's also been blocking the Aces High as well. And that's the key thing. They need to be able to get onto that Celeste, and if they're not getting the opportunity to do so, then it's just allowing Detonation Gaming to return a lot of the damage back.
And a lot of the big problem here for Team Secret is the fact that they're really lacking as far as vision is concerned. Because if they were able to have some vision as to the motions that Detonation Gaming are having around the map, they would be able to position themselves in a way that they can go ahead and stack their crowd control onto Tatsuki on that Celeste. That way you're going to block one thing, you can't block all of us. Because there's still no Crucible to be had on the side of Detonation Gaming, so they don't have that everybody gets a reflex block moment. So Team Secret now actually in a really awkward position here on the Detonation Gaming side of the map. We are going to see Kavalifar popping that Skedaddle. Going to be poking out Viviquiz just a little bit there with that Buckshot Bonanza. But right now, since Skedaddle is not available for another 10 seconds, a potentially dangerous situation here for Team Secret, especially if they get caught again.
I think what we're going to be seeing is Destination Gaming is just going straight for that turret, and I can certainly see them doing that on the map. And right now, I don't think Team Secret are going to get back in time to try and defend it. So they're playing a very, very risky game. They're getting the jungle, but they're going to lose that turret before Gwen gets there.
They're going to lose the turret, but I feel like what they wanted is a little bit more control over the actual map itself, because I see that they picked up some scout traps and we're starting to pepper those down. And now we have a potential flank coming out here. Kavalov throwing out the aces high, not going to be connecting onto any members of Detonation Gaming. And now Team Secret are just in a position where they're going to go right back to farming. They pretty much gave up that turret for nothing, even if they wanted to lay down those scout traps. If they didn't get a kill after that, or any other amount of map pressure, it pretty much amounted to nothing.
It would have worked if they'd gone for the gold mine, but the gold mine wasn't full enough for them to try and properly go for it.
On top of that, they wouldn't have had enough time because Kraken just spawned.
Exactly. So right now we are seeing Destination Gaming. I think they're looking for that engage already. And right now I've got to say, I think that weapon gun is just not hitting the mark. They're just focusing him every single time. And also I'm just going to focus on this Koshka in terms of aggression. It's just not there. As a Koshka, you want to be taking advantage of your early game stasis, and we didn't see that.
But Jesus, they're just popping all of those scout traps. But yeah, we didn't really see too much early aggression like you see on the scoreboard. Only one kill going over to Team Secret, which is not really what you want to be seeing, especially if you have a Koshka on your team. But right now, there's still a good chance for Team Secret to go ahead and make something happen here. It is almost 16 minutes into the game now, and Kavalafar is sitting on that really heavy weapon power Gwen, has the Tension Bow, has the Sorrow Blade, Tyrant's Monocle, and a Tornado Trigger. So he's going to be outputting so much damage if he's able to get onto the squishy Celeste or the squishy Sky. However, one thing that's different from this game to last game, Sky has armor. So you're going to be wanting to focus more attention onto the Celeste. And if you're able to take down Tatsuki on that Celeste, that's most of the damage already being mitigated from the side of Detonation Gaming.
If I were them, what I'd be trying to do is using Palmatoro to use his Yummy Catnip Frenzy onto the Celeste, force that reflex block out, and then try and get Cave Alpha in position to try and land that Aces High, or even the Verse of Judgment coming out from Mowgli. But I think they're not getting the positioning to do that just yet. And Celeste is being kept very, very safe by Viviquiz, but actually I think we're seeing the motions happening now.
Ooh. And we are going to be seeing Palmatoro jumping right onto Tatsuki, trying to poke him down ever so slightly. Palmatoro eating a lot of damage from that forward barrage. Here's the Death from Above landing onto Mowgli. Mowgli getting taken fairly low, but there's the aggression going right onto Peace Royale, and it's going to be Peace Royale blocking the Yummy Catnip Frenzy. It's going to be Kavalafar, the first one to fall in this fight, to Tatsuki. Meanwhile, we are going to be seeing the members of Detonation Gaming looking for the kill onto Palmatoro, who's trying to get away, maybe trade a kill onto Tatsuki. Nope. Is he going to be able to get it? No, Reflex Block is able to do just fine as far as keeping Tatsuki alive. That's going to be another kill going over to Detonation Gaming. 2 kills for 0 in that fight. Mowgli going to be able to get out alive. A very strange fight start, though, and the fact that they used Yummy Catnip Frenzy on Peace Royale as opposed to Tatsuki was very questionable.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I guess they started going in, but it was blocked, and it gave Destination Gaming the chance to try and just back away from this. And we lost Palmatoro and we lost Cave Alpha, and I think in that fight, Team Secret have been feeling very disjointed so far in this game.
And right now, they're starting up the Kraken on the side of Detonation Gaming, and Team Secret, I don't really see what their game plan is at this point. They have this very strong Gwen that can't really output the damage because Gwen still has a relatively short range and can't really get to the back line. They have the Adagio, who can't really do anything at this point. Doesn't have any damage. Doesn't really have any way to really go into the backline, set up a really nice burst of judgment without getting knocked out of it with a Githian Wall or a Death from Above or a Core Collapse. And then you have Koshka, who, if you go in with the Yummy Catnip Frenzy, is just going to get blocked and put Palmatoro in a really bad situation as far as position is concerned. Very nice double Impale coming in from Viviquiz, a double Githian Wall as well. Palmatoro getting focused down by Peace Royale, getting taken so low. There's the Fountain of Renewal being popped, and it's going to be Palmatoro, the first one to fall in this fight. It's going to be Burst of Judgment coming in from Mowgli, not going to actually go across, and it's going to be Tatsuki securing the kill with a Heliogenesis onto Palmatoro. That's going to be the ace going into Detonation Gaming as Mowgli falls to Peace Royale as well. That's going to be the Kraken knocking down the doors of Team Secret's base, and that's going to actually be the game as well. The Kraken is still so healthy. 7 kills to 1 in favor of Detonation Gaming. And a very interesting game that went out because Team Secret had such a good early game.
I mean, they picked up 2 kills in the first minutes. And like I said at the start, this is the composition that TSM played against Tag. But it lacked aggression that TSM had, and it lacked the synergy as well, because, well, I think this is game night for Destination Gaming. Absolutely.
Yeah, the Koshka wasn't the Von Z Koshka, not the, oh, let me go for a fight every time I see somebody, let's try and take them out. It was much more calculated, And they played safe, which isn't a bad thing, but in this composition that you built for yourself, you really want to go ahead and try taking out the Celeste or taking out the Sky, because at that point it just becomes useless.
I think one issue I had was that Gwen had very, very little defense, and when you've got such a short range, you need to be able to withstand some of the damage, so getting some more defense, picking up that Aegis would have gone a long way in those team fights.
Oh, definitely. So we're going to go ahead, throw it over to the analyst desk at Scoundrel, Fuji, Sona. This was an interesting game because it's not the last one this time. All right, looks like we have a bit of an issue happening on the other side of the desk, but right now, with the way it's gone thus far, this is actually not going to be the last game that we see between these two. It's going to be a tiebreaker.
Oh, I think that's the first.
So right now, with that tiebreaker, you're the one casting it. So how excited are you between Team Secret and Detonation Gaming? Who do you think is actually going to win the tiebreaker based on what we saw in these two games?
I'm very excited because I think when the groups initially got announced, everyone's saying Group B, that is the group of death, but it soon became clear when all the teams arrived that Group A was the one to watch, and with Team Secret and Destination Gaming, this is Europe's last chance to get a team through to the quarterfinals. And as it stands, it's not looking too great right now because Team Secret, they've been so dominant in their past performances, but today, that second game, it
games. What can we take from these teams that we can adapt for our own playstyles so that moving forward, if we do make it past this tiebreaker, going into the quarters, semis, and potentially the finals, we can just completely surprise who we're against because they're going to be expecting the normal Team Secret. They're not going to be expecting the Team Secret that takes something from everybody.
I mean, this is what makes it so exciting, is that we're seeing all these teams playing on this international stage. None of the teams really know what to expect, and we're seeing this clash, and all the meta is having to adjust to deal with this.
So it's going to be interesting, really, because the clashing metas really are going to allow for so much adaptability, and I believe the teams are getting ready for the tiebreaker, which I'm not sure if they're going to be having it now or if they're going to be having it tomorrow. So we're going to go ahead, throw it over to our analyst desk, Scoundrel, Fuji, Sona. What do you guys think about this 1-1 series between Team Secret and Detonation Gaming?
Well, guys, we're going to have a tiebreaker.
Ooh!
Hey! Yeah, no, we're going to go to a best of 3 here between Team Secret and Detonation Gaming. It's going to be an insane series. We've seen that both teams have what it takes to go all the way in terms of taking a map off each other. Guys, I want to break down that last game, though, because Team Secret, we talked about the Gwen. We felt like Crystal Power could have been a good route for her to take in that instance. Went down the Weapon Power Gwen and just they couldn't get her to the positions that she needed to deal damage. They didn't have Flicker. You know, I think that was available. I think Flicker was up for them to take if they absolutely wanted to have that on board. And Gwen was just there, stuck in the front line. There was now actually a little bit of armor coming on Sky. A lot harder for Cavalify to get work done.
Yeah, if you don't have like someone like an Arden to really get Gwen positioned into the fight, she has to use her skedaddle to move quickly, which is something you don't really want to go in with. You'd rather hold on to it for those more important moments where you got a breakaway. So just never really able to get to the targets to do the damage they needed to mid to late game, which is where CP Gwen tends to prevail when you're going up against a Sky and a Celeste. You outrange their poke, and you can do it safely. So the Adagio just didn't really give Gwen what she needed.
I feel there was a battle in the minds of Team Secret here as well, because they played like they wanted to play the late game, and they built like they wanted to play the early game. You've got a Tension Bow and Aftershock. That's such an aggressive early game build, and we talked about it in draft as well. We said, oh yeah, early aggression from Palmatoro. Gwen can put a huge amount of damage down. And then at 18 minutes, it was 1-4, and they lost the game at 1-7. They played an EU style with NA builds, and it just didn't work out for them.
We're going to have a replay of that decisive fight around Kraken here. I think this is just as Detonation Gaming had taken it. I mean, let's run this through. I think this is all that setup from Viviquiz.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, we see a double Impale come in from Viviquiz, a double Githian wall. I mean, this buys so much time and separates the entire team of Team Secret, so you get the Sky 1v1 with Koshka, which is not what you want with the weapon Sky. And the rest of the team fight is just a normal kind of cleanup. You just, once you take the Koshka down, you sort of just zone out the Gwen with the Celeste, and everything is good.
You saw there, because Gwen doesn't have that sort of attack speed steroid that Ringo brings with his Twirling Silver, you saw she was dueling the Celeste, getting the crits down, but didn't quite have that burst damage necessary to take the kill off the board. If you think that had been Ringo, maybe that would have been a different story in that scenario. But I think a lot of thinking needs to happen for Team Secret here when we go back to the drawing board. But let's be honest, Detonation Gaming, they were the team that I think most people would be happy to see that they are able to get a win under their belts. I mean, these guys had a really tough group phases. These coming from the Eastern Asia region, representing Japan. Most people pegged them as like the team that could take down Phoenix Armada, and they've gone 0-2 against Phoenix Armada and now have managed to give themselves a fighting chance to make it through to tomorrow. They could dash EU's last hopes across the floor, and I think this is going to be a really tense series coming up.
In all honesty, I think if you're Secret, you just go back to what you know works for you. There's a lot of debate about, do you play into the world's meta? Do you try and counter out your enemy team? Do you work out exactly how they play and try and counter that? If you're Team Secret here, we're getting to the end of the day. You've been here all day. You've been playing for a lot of games. You've been stressed for a lot of time. Go back to picks you find comfortable. And if you can't win with that, you say, well, look, we gave it our best shot. You can't try and predict what the enemy's going to do because you're mentally fatigued and physically fatigued as well from being here all day.
I actually want to pose this question to Fuji because lessons don't seem to have been learnt about early defensive itemization from Detonation Gaming. They actually really left I think it was just a light armor that came out right at the end in the sky. And although they actually ended up winning, you still feel like had they been punished with more of that Ringo play, this is lessons I feel need to be learned earlier on here for Detonation if they want to make sure that they really solidify their chances to win against Team Secret.
Yeah, so I would agree to some extent, right? Like, you don't necessarily have to build defensively if you're up against specific compositions you don't feel like there's a need to, right? Up against the Hypercarry Ringo, there's a need to build defensive items specifically just to counter their main and only damage source for the most part. When you have multiple damage sources, you generally have to figure out one defensive path or a slight defensive path, maybe a reflex block with a bunch of offensive items because you're able to position yourself, zone out Gwen. They're just not able to get to you as much as the Ringo and the Flicker were.
Actually, it's an interesting point, and I think maybe it's because they've just realized that Gwen wasn't posing much of a damage threat throughout the majority of these fights. We want to just tone back to something that Sona talked about with Palmatoro's aggression on this Koshka. Felt like he really tried to make it work, and then he just got dragged back into going into this laning phase to reduce pressure from the three-man lane coming out from Detonation Gaming. And suddenly, you're not seeing the Von C-style Koshka coming out. You're seeing the Koshka that's trying to babysit this Gwen in lane, trying to prevent pressure from going down on turret. And yes, they secured gold mines. Yes, they secured the first turret, but you still didn't have Palmatoro running away with the game like Von C does in that Koshka.
You know what Palmatoro could pick up that he's played a lot? Krull. Because Krull, you can power farm a little bit more. You can just farm up that jungle. You don't need to be there for the 3v3 aggression. You play a little bit safer under the turret, take a Scarf, a Ringo, something with a little bit more range that can be a bit more defensive. Have a Lyra up in that lane or an Arden, something to keep that carry safe. Have the Krull farm up, and then when you get to these 3v3 fights, you can impact it a lot more.
Well, let's have a quick look at the overall standings of the group stage right now. We can talk about who's going to be facing up in the quarterfinals tomorrow, maybe get some of your guys' quick thoughts on that. Right now, Phoenix Armada will be playing against Hunters, so the Group A1, which is Phoenix Armada going against the second seed from Group D, which is Hunters. Hammer's Velocity will be playing the winner of this playoff between Team Secret and Detonation Gaming. And then you're going to have Team Solo Mid playing up against Infamous Legion, and you're going to have Gangstar's Sirius playing up against Hack. So let's go through that. Each individual quarterfinal, I want to get your thoughts on it. So Phoenix Armada versus Hunters, how do you guys feel that is going to go, given how, I guess, poorly we've seen for Hunters perform on sort of the larger scale?
Well, I mean, yes, they haven't performed as well as other teams, but they do still move out of the group stage, which is a lot to be said, versus some teams that didn't. That isn't really going to give them the edge versus Armada, I don't feel. I imagine it's going to be a pretty clean sweep for Armada in that matchup.
I totally agree. I think Phoenix Armada have shown themselves as the team to beat today. Hunters have looked almost a shadow of their former selves. They're a very strong team, but they don't have the synergy they used to.
I feel like we have to give a little bit of sort of credit to them. They are coming with a team that probably isn't their full strength roster.
Definitely. But
they've still managed to get out of group, which is more than can be said for EU right now. So I can't really talk at this point in time. Then we're also going to have, actually we've got the brackets coming up on your stage. We can bring them up onto the screen right now. So it's going to be a little bit more of a better visual representation. Gangstar's Sirius versus Hack, guys. How do you feel that one's going to go?
So in the past, I had always had Hack winning this potential matchup. More recently, I kind of had Sirius stepping above Hack a little bit, but after today's games, it's really hard to tell. Hack has shown that they took a game off of TSM, they took a game off of Cerberus, some really strong teams. Sirius struggled a little bit today compared to what we might have thought they would have done up against the teams so I feel like it's going to be so close, neck and neck. It's easily going to be like the whole best of 3.
I totally agree. I think Hack had a tougher group than Sirius did, in my opinion. Playing up against TSM, it's a very difficult matchup for them. Playing up against Cerberus as well. But the question to me is what Cerberus team played against Hack today? Because the Cerberus team that played against TSM, if Hack lost to that, I don't think that Hack are as strong a team as I used to think they were. But if the Cerberus team that we saw playing in EU came, then I think Hack could be just as powerful as Phoenix Armada at the end of the day.
I think Hack is the team that's kind of surprised most people about how the way they performed, coming in as basically the second seed from the Korean region as the wild card team, and essentially qualifying as the second seed from their group. So yeah, I agree. I think that's going to be a really close matchup between these two, and it also depends what Gangstar's Sirius we see turn up. Are we going to see this sort of team fighting, coordinated team play between them, or are we going to see something that's a little bit shakier? I mean, we'll have to sort of look as that one goes on, and I think again a lot of teams could just turn up on absolute top form tomorrow, or some teams could maybe turn up not so much, and we've seen that today already.
It definitely depends on team fighting as well. Sirius showed some real weaknesses in their team fighting today, clumping up into some compositions where really you didn't want to be in an AoE. They rectified it later on, but if that weakness shows its head tomorrow as well, I think Hack could take that.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. I mean, if the team fighting is weak, Hack wins, right? Because like in East Asia team, they're just going to pull the advantage every single time they see it. So it starts in draft with Sirius. Sirius really, really needs to focus on making sure whatever draft they pull off is confident, and the pivots that Hack can take in their draft may very well put Sirius in a weird spot.
Now, I did talk about the bracket earlier on. It is now ready, so you can have a little look at the bracket here on screen. The only quarterfinal that we're yet to talk about is that Team Solo Mid Infamous Legion quarterfinal, and obviously Hammers Velocity will be playing the winners of this series that we are going to be seeing the best of 3 between Team Secret and Detonation Gaming. So Team Solo Mid Infamous Legion, how are you feeling?
I definitely think TSM should take it. Infamous Legion is a really strong team, and even though we did see TSM lose the game today versus Hack, it's very definitive what they could have done in order to have turned that back and fix it.
Not build Crystal Power Glaive.
Yeah, just flip the Crystal to the Gwen, move the weapon to the Glaive, and it would have been a completely different story. And, FlashX is really smart at this. He's going to view a lot of this footage tonight. He's going to go back. He's going to say, okay, we know exactly what we want to do. We're not going to make these same mistakes. That being said, Infamous is also a very analytical team. It just really comes down to TSM just has more experience.
Absolutely, and TSM are probably one of the most feared teams here. Even the Eastern Asian teams saying that they fear TSM. So they have made it through as their first seed. And I want to get your sort of prospective opinions on what Hammers Velocity matches up against both of the teams here, Team Secret and Detonation Gaming. So let's go Hammers Velocity versus Detonation Gaming. How do you think this one pans?
Originally, I would have said Detonation Gaming took it by a windstorm, but Velocity kind of natural to their past just shows up on the tournament stage and proves that they're a team to be reckoned with, even if their history didn't have the best scoreline during the season.
I agree. I think Destination will have learned a lot from today if they get through, and I wouldn't be surprised if they adapt their picks and their playstyle a little bit for tomorrow. I worry for Hammers Velocity that there are weaknesses in their gameplay that can be exploited, and you see that a lot more when they're online than when they're offline. However, it's very difficult to underestimate the NA teams from their performance today. So I think Velocity will take it. I expect it to be a 2-1.
I think it'll be close. I do feel that Hammers Velocity had one of the easier groups out of the 4. It was, arguably in that case, so going 2-0 in terms of series there. Want to get you guys involved at home, though. We want to make sure the tweets are coming in so we can see your predictions, because I know we've been predicting all day as best we can. Hashtag Vainglory Worlds. Obviously, we'll hopefully see some of those guys on Twitter. We love to get involved with chatting on you there. So obviously, if you get the predictions down, I want to hear what you're going to see between Team Secret and Detonation Gaming. It went 1-1, so this is now a best of 3. That cannot happen. We will have a winner at the end of this series. We will have a team from Group A advancing as the second seed. So this is going to be insane to watch, because obviously Team Secret have pulled out loads of tactics. They are trying to adapt as best as possible. Even with their adaptation in the draft phase last game, Detonation Gaming had their number.
I just want to say as well, if you follow that hashtag on Twitter, there's a GoFundMe for a step stool for Fuji that you can contribute to. We can grab him perhaps a little stool just to equalize his height slightly. Yeah?
Yeah, why not?
Well, see, the thing is, the NA teams are flying so high, and the EU teams are flying so low, that the EU needs to win at some sort of height game, and this is what we have.
Can we at least make sure that it's made of like mahogany or has
yeah,
a
we'll
nice,
get you a nice one.
lacquer
We'll
on
get you
it?
a nice one.
Okay.
I think it's a nice one. I think that the picture looked nice.
We don't get no plastic step stools.
No, we're getting you a nice
It'll
wooden
break under
step.
the pressure up here.
A nice wooden step stool, Fuji. There was one final prospective matchup that I guess we should cover, which is Hammer's Velocity against Team Secret. Where do you feel that one would go?
Like I mentioned earlier that I feel like Velocity has shown up, and I think they have. But just maybe more importantly, which you mentioned, they're in an easier group. So going up against Hunters, taking wins off of Red Cannons, it's really hard to say how strong Velocity is until they get into that quarterfinal stage, until Game 1 completes. That being said, I feel like they have a better advantage over Secret than they would over Detonation Gaming. So if I was Velocity, I would be hoping Secret moved forward.
I would be hoping Team Secret move forward for me. I just want to see some NA versus EU hype going into the quarterfinals, and we only have one EU team to let us do that anymore. And so Team Secret have got a large challenge on their hands, though, and I feel like you're seeing the improvement of Detonation Gaming throughout the series that they're playing. You know, they got caught off guard by this hyper carry Ringo. They were not caught off guard the next time round, even with this kind of weird composition that Team Secret threw at them. So you can just see how well they've adapted. Team Secret need to do the same to keep up with the pace that Detonation Gaming are now moving at.
I think there's a separate argument that you could say Team Secret just play their own meta, because there is a world's meta. We saw it especially in the game between Hunters and Canids. They both were just like, we're just going to put 3 people in the lane and see what happens. But if you don't know how to play that, you get these long, protracted team fights that don't really end up in anything, especially with Lyra and Adagio being meta, because you poke someone down, they just heal back up. If I'm Team Secret, I say, look, we're good at late game. Let's just play compositions that get us to the late game, and I worry that Velocity wouldn't actually be able to match up into that if they couldn't get that early game snowball rolling.
The interesting thing for me about these 3-lane sort of metas that we see is that a lot of teams in the EU would often exploit their prowess in the jungle to push themselves forward, Palmotoro being a key case of that. And with this 3-lane meta, it's very difficult to do that. You don't get the opportunity to push your presence in the jungle. You have to go to lane. It's harder to secure kills in lane, harder to basically snowball from kills because they just have the safety of the turret right next to them. You know, they walk back to it. You have to force a turret dive, which early on is very difficult to make work in your favor. And it just seems that this meta that we've seen develop in Europe especially, where junglers would go toe-to-toe, we'd have Roman jungle battles at level 2 almost all the time. This Asian 3-lane meta is just so difficult for them to figure out how to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is. And I liked what you say, like, let's stick with the meta that you think works for yourself. At this time, you need to play your game and make sure that now that you've played 2 games against Detonation Gaming, that you stick to what works.
Absolutely. Lyra and Kestrel, and it's an immediate Lance lock-in here for Detonation Gaming. How are Team Secret going to respond? They have the opportunity to run with a Flicker and Adagio on this rotation again, but it will allude to Detonation that the Ringo is likely going to be picked up for them on that last pick.
I think there's a difference here between how they probably will respond and how I would like them to respond. Adagio is a comfort pick for Mowgli, so I don't really mind that, but I don't want to see that Flicker picked up here. I don't think you take that. I think you go for something stronger in the jungle. You allow Palmotoro, perhaps that glaive, just to continue putting pressure on, and it's going to be the Flicker. So this is their classical composition. It was what beat Destination Gaming before.
If Detonation want to respond to this, do they do something that they know will work into the Ringo? Do they even just pick the Ringo for themselves and say, well, that is literally the linchpin of your composition. If we take it away from you, you no longer have that win condition.
Honestly, I think picking Ringo is a pretty great decision, or at least pick something you know that can battle Ringo out once you get to that specific point of the game. We see that if they do the Ringo, if they pick him up, then we know that Detonation Gaming just lost to this. They have to remember the sting of what happens when you gain a little hubris in the game and Peace Royale walks up to a turret, dies, and gives the bounty over. So just don't make those mistakes and don't not build defensive items.
Gwen has been adapted here, though, for Detonation Gaming, and we know that...
Yes! Come on, Secret! Yes, the cruel pick! I love this. This is a cruel delivery system. It's like, you have a carry, we're just going to go invisible, we're going to get that cruel right onto that Celeste, and we're going to take her down. This is adaptation at its finest.
Talk about that adaptation into the Gwen. Gwen obviously so good against that stealth from the Flicker. I mean, that's fantastic adaptation.
Yeah, I mean, look, Mooncloak comes out, and Gwen can reveal everybody. So we'll actually see if the delivery system
You
pays
wait,
off.
you wait, mate.
It's going to deliver it into like the buckshots.
I'm going to reel you guys in here because we have some casters to throw over to. So take it away, guys.
I don't know what you're talking about. We feel free to talk as much as you want, X-Scoundrel, but this is going to be an interesting series. This is the first time that we're going to be seeing Kroll in this series, and I think it's going to be really interesting with the Flicker especially. Like they were mentioning before, it's just a Kroll delivery system, and it might be a little bit fun to see Team Secret going for something that's very much a European-style meta.
I think everybody was expecting Team Secret to be picking up that Ringo as their third and final pick, and we were all surprised when they went for that Cruel instead. And I think, oh, hang on, they're going with aggression very, very early on.
Wow, and Peace Royale taking so much damage here. Kavalifar looking to try and secure kill number 1, and he is going to secure kill number 1. That is going to be Team Secret picking up first blood here in the game number 1 of this tiebreaker series. And this is going to be a best of 3. So with that in mind, what do you think the series is going to be like between these two teams? Do you think it's going to be a sweep of any sort, or do you think it's going to be fairly even and back and forth?
Every single game that we've been seeing coming out from these two teams so far have been drastically different, and it's difficult to say how this is going to go. But I mean, looking at Destination Gaming, Celeste and Lance, they've pretty much played this for the past 3 games straight. Like they're playing their comfort picks, and with this Cruel, Palmator is so comfortable in that Cruel. He loves to get right in their face, and I'm actually expecting him potentially to be going for that Storm Crown early on just to help with the farming. So, oh, hang on.
Ooh, Buckshot Bonanza actually didn't connect onto the members of Team Secret. Peace Royale actually getting focused on quite heavily.
Nice.
And that's going to be the Spectral Smite from Palmatoro, securing another kill there for Team Secret. That's 2 kills on the board for them. And right now, this Scroll pick and this Flicker pick actually doing wonders, and they're really focusing down that Gwen.
They absolutely are, but what's really interesting is the use of the Dragon Blood contract. Hang on, they're going on to Tatsuki straight away.
They're actually splitting focus here. Viviqua is actually getting focused down by Kavalifar, but now Palmatoro going right onto Tatsuki. They're trying to just kind of dance around this jungle shop here, and Palmatoro getting taken down fairly low, uses Spectral Smite onto Viviqua to get some health back. And right now, it's Kavalifar and Mowgli just kind of sticking around. It looks like they actually maybe want to go for Peace Royale here, but Mowgli taking quite a bit of damage there from that Buckshot Bonanza and the basic attacks coming out of that Gwen. So no kills going to be had here on the side of Team Secret this time around. However, Detonation Gaming going to be opting to try and steal away the back part of Team Secret's jungle.
Yeah, Palmatoro gets all of his back camps denied away from him, but still they've picked up 2 kills at the very, very start of the game. That is kind of what we want to be seeing coming out from Team Secret. I guess it just remains to see if they can keep this aggression up, especially with this Cruel there, who's, I guess, not typically that early game hero, but the way they've been playing him, using the ganks, using the mark coming out from the contract, get that extra stickiness there, has been helping a lot with that.
But right now, it's another adaptation that we're seeing coming in from Detonation Gaming. Look at Tatsuki's build, sitting on 4 Crystal Bits and an Energy Battery. Really trying to go for that early game damage on the Celeste against Palmatoro, because knowing that Kroll has to pretty much be in your face to output any damage, it's going to really be difficult for him to actually stick around in these fights if he's getting Heliogenesis rained down upon him.
It's not only the Helios, it's that Lance. Viviqua is so comfortable in that Lance, and Lance makes Cruel's life very difficult because anytime Cruel tries to stick onto someone, all you have to do is Githian Wall, you can impale. There's so much that Lance can do to make Palmatoro's life very difficult. And that's what's slightly worrying about this Cruel pick. Everybody, when we saw this Cruel, were like, yes, we're seeing the Europe playing their comfort pick, but in this instance, it might not work out so well with that Lance there.
But it remains to be seen. It depends on how well Palmatoro and Mowgli are able to utilize the Flicker-Kroll combination. If they're able to get onto Tatsuki, I don't imagine it being terribly difficult to go ahead and turn the fight right back onto Peace Royale as well, because we saw what happened with the weapon power Gwen before. You're not able to really burst anybody down right away. You're focusing so much on basic attacks. If you build a little bit of armor, you should be fine, and Kroll naturally does start getting fairly tanky.
Yes. One thing that makes, I think, it's going to make it very difficult for Flicker is that you've got the Celeste who's Helios to provide vision, and you've also have this Gwen who Buckshot can reveal someone who's in stealth. So you've got 2 heroes there that kind of counter that Flicker pick and take away a lot of his stealth. And it's a 1v2 situation between Mowgli and Tatsuki.
And Mowgli trying to get away here. Don't really think he's going to be able to, though. Can't really stealth away. Tatsuki trying to make sure that he can't. And just Heliogenesis just going to be connecting. Mowgli going to end up falling eventually. The turret shot's going to do the job for Tatsuki there. So it is going to be 1 kill going over to Detonation Gaming. However, in the lane, we are going to be seeing Viviqua eating a bit of damage there. Palmatoro nearly taking him out with that Spectral Smite, but not enough stacks to actually secure the kill. But Cavalifar doing a good job poking down Peace Royale and Viviquiz there in the lane with those basic attacks. That Adagio is just getting fairly annoying. Meanwhile, on the bottom part of the jungle, we are seeing Tatsuki starting to take away some more of the Team Secret's jungle camps. And at this point, it's pretty much just Detonation looking for the free kills. And they're quite ahead at this point of the game, actually. But now Palmatoro going in with Dead Man's Rush onto Peace Royale. Not going to be doing too much with it, though. Solar Storm comes out, connects right onto Palmatoro, taking him down to about half HP. And that's going to be Team Secret not really opting to pull the trigger on a fight here after knowing that Krull is taken down that low.
Yeah, that was a really nice Solar Storm there coming out from that Celeste. And but to say, Palmatoro's not doing so well on the farming if you compare him to Tatsuki, who's at 36, and Palmatoro is just sitting at 22 right now, and I think it's beginning to show if you look at the items. He's got a lot of gold sitting there, and it looks like he's not been to the shop yet, and I would like to see what he's going for next, and I would like to see him going for a Shiver Steel relatively early on, just so he has the ability to stick onto his targets. It's going to be very difficult to try and get onto Gwen, though, with that Skedaddle there, and so I think, again, it's going to be Celeste, but in the past few games, we've been seeing Celeste is kept very safe by that Lance.
On top of that, it seemed like Palmatoro opting to get a little bit more attack speed, upgrading that Swift Shooter, and also picking up a Reflex block very early, not wanting to get locked up by Viviquiz or Tatsuki with a Core Collapse or an Impale. So I actually like that pickup here instead of the Shiver Steel. I feel the Reflex block is going to be a little bit more utility-based for Palmatoro to be able to survive, and then maybe get the Shiver Steel afterwards to not only have the ability to stick to your target, but be a little bit tankier to survive the initial damage coming out of Tatsuki and Peace Royale.
Yeah, it's a very... Oh, they hit Tatsuki!
And Tatsuki getting caught there with the From Hell's Heart. Tatsuki throwing down the Core Collapse as well, but going to be taken down by Palmatoro. That's going to be the third kill of the game going over, or third kill for Team Secret this game, going over to Palmatoro, and now it's going to be Peace Royale just pushing in the lane. Meanwhile, Team Secret just going to be rotating up as a team and really just sticking together for the most part. And the fact that they stuck together for that kill also just shows how comfortable they are playing around the Krull. Because they know that this Krull is not going to be able to do really much of anything on his own. And if Palmatoro is able to get on a target with that From Hell's Heart, it's just a humongous team fight potential win, especially if they're able to take out one of the carries.
Absolutely. And Cavalifar, actually, I think he's a little bit too far forward, trying to get some damage onto that turrets there. Palmatoro still a little bit behind in terms of CS, actually quite a fair bit now, 48 and 24 there. I think Palmatoro, he just needs to focus on his backs. They're trying to be really aggressive, constantly invading Detonation's gaming, but they're not getting anything from it. And they've got their own farm sitting there the whole time, and I think they should just focus on that, especially with the Krull there. It's very much late game.
And my question actually is, this Krull picking up a heavy steal, a little bit surprising considering not really all that tanky, sitting on about a little over 1,300 health. You have Viviquiz who's sitting on almost 2,000 right now, and Cavalifar, you're in a bad spot there. He's going to heal himself right back up. He does have a Fountain of Renewal put onto him by Mowgli, but he is going to get taken down with a Buckshot Bonanza basic attack combo from Peace Royale. And that's going to be a double kill going over to Detonation Gaming. They're looking for a triple here. They're going for the dive onto Palmatoro. He's getting taken down super low and gets taken out. That's going to be the ace going over to Detonation Gaming. 4 kills to 3 in their favor, and they should be able to get this turret as well alongside the ace buffed minions, but that was such a weird fight to start.
I think they really recognized that Cavalifar was slightly out of position. We saw a really nice Githian wall coming out from Viviquiz, which was able to stun him into the wall, and we did see the Fountain being forced out by Mowgli, but just wasn't enough, because all 3 members of Destination Gaming started focusing on Cavalifar, because they know that as Adagio, he is the principal damage dealer at this stage of the game, because Palmatoro, as that Krull, doesn't really have the damage there. So if you take down Cavalifar, it's so easy to focus on Palmatoro and Mowgli.
And right now, as well, looking at Tatsuki's items, he had already completed the Frostburn before that fight even broke out. So at that point, it's just a matter of, if Tatsuki's able to land a Heliogenesis, you can just chase them down so easily. Palmatoro getting taken down fairly low with that Solar Storm. That's going to be the Fountain of Renewal being popped by Mowgli. And now it's Detonation Gaming trying to look for something aggressive here. Team Secret on the back foot here. They do have the Mooncloak, so they're going to be able to get out safely. But Team Secret not really able to push too far forward, and Palmatoro actually opting to complete that breaking point as opposed to any tank items.
Yeah, it's an interesting pickup there, and I think it would work, but I think he does need a little bit more. I think either the armor or either the Aegis, they're committing to one of those items would do a lot. But right now, I've got to say, Destination Gaming are doing a really good job of forcing an early Fountain out of Team Secret. Mowgli was forced to use it when Palmatoro was the only one that was slightly low in health.
And I like the difference between the two weapon Gwens that we've seen between the last two games. In the game before, we actually saw with a weapon Gwen on Kavalafar having gotten a tension bow first, as opposed to on this game with Peace Royale, he opted to go ahead and get the Sorrow Blade into a breaking point, completely foregoing the tension bow.
I prefer the Sorrow Blade, like over tension bow, because her heroic perk just acts as like an inbuilt tension bow. So, and I guess it depends on your playstyle as well. And Destination Gaming, they've always been very much looking for the late game as well. They have the early game advantage. They're just very comfortable with controlling the whole pace of the game. Actually, Kavalafar, this could be a very bad fight. They're going for him.
And Kavalafar going to be the initial focus here. Vivique is actually getting
caught
with that from his heart. We blocked it with that Githian, while Mowgli getting taken down so low. Peace Royale and Kavalafar duking it out there in the backside of the fight. It is going to be Peace Royale getting the victory there with the help of Tatsuki. Meanwhile, Palmatora trying to get the kill with that Spectral Smite, not going to be able to do so. Double kill going over to Tatsuki, and Vivique is able to secure the kill onto Mowgli. That's going to be the ace going over to Detonation Gaming. 7 kills to 3. And again, another weird fight to have been started on the side of Detonation Gaming. They were able to pretty much just walk up to the members of Team Secret without really any contest. And then Team Secret, instead of opting to try and get away, they just went for the fight.
Actually, I would say it was Palmatora that started off the engage. He threw his From Hell's Heart out. It would have been an absolutely fantastic stun. But Vivique blocked it with his Githian wall, which was so impressive to do. But even if he had managed to hit it, Vivique is the roam. You're wanting to hit either Peace Royale or Tatsuki there, and you're not able to get that. And it was a very, very scattered fight coming out from Team Secret because all three members are going in completely different directions. And I think this is the issue with that Flicker, is that Flicker's not a great front line, but right now Palmatora isn't a great front line either because he doesn't have the defensive items that a very tanky crew needs.
He is sitting on a couple of tank items now. He does have some armor, does have some shield. He has a reflex block as well, but nothing concrete, nothing really completed, because of the fact that he opted to go ahead and complete that breaking point first as opposed to actually getting some health on the board. So with that, it's going to be a little bit difficult for Palmatoro to really stick around in these fights. We do see the flare coming out from Detonation Gaming. Mowgli jumping right onto Tatsuki. From Hell's Heart comes out as well, but it does get reflex blocked. Now Palmatoro getting focused down by Vivique and Peace Royale. Ace's High comes out onto Kavalafar. Kavalafar going to get taken down. Solar Storm taking down Palmatoro as well. Now Mowgli going to be chased down by the members of Detonation Gaming. Does get spotted out with that flare. Should be able to get away just fine. Going to be walking through a scout trap. Now Tatsuki still on the hunt. Level 12 Celeste against this level 7 Flicker. It's going to be a bit rough for Mowgli to actually be able to survive here, but it looks like Tatsuki not going to be seeing Mowgli recalling to safety, and he is going to be able to get out alive. So now the members of Detonation Gaming going to be opting to go ahead, take this tier 3 turret as well for their troubles. 9 kills to 3 and 3 turrets on the board. Oh, not quite 3 turrets on the board. Never mind. They actually are going to get it with the help of those minions. So much of a lead in here in favor of Detonation Gaming in the form of 10,000 gold.
I have to say, Destination Gaming, they're making it so difficult for Team Secret to try and pull that composition off. For one, you've got Cruel, and you've got a Frostburn on Celeste. You have this Lance just pushing him away at every single opportunity. And actually, this could be a very bad situation for Team Secret if they're not able to escape right now.
And a lot of focus being put onto Palmatora by Vivique, but now Mowgli getting deleted off the fold thanks to Peace Royale with the damage on this basic attack Gwen. That's going to be a double kill for the Gwen, and Ace going over to Detonation Gaming as Palmatora, Mowgli, and Kavalafar could not survive whatsoever. So much damage being had on Peace Royale and Tatsuki that they're not even going to bother worrying about the minion wave coming in. They're just going to go ahead, take this first turret, and starting to expose this Vein Crystal ever so slowly. And now Mowgli, Kavalafar, and Palmatora have all respawned, so they're going to go ahead, get their bearings on the side of Detonation Gaming. 12 kills to 3. They're just trying to get themselves another even footing for another fight and then go for the win.
Destination Gaming has a counter for every single hero on Team Secret's roster. You've got Celeste and Gwen who are able to negate a lot of the stealth coming out from Flicker. You've got Cruel who's unable to stick to anyone, and Kavalafar, if in those 1v1s with Peace Royale, he's just not winning because he doesn't have the damage yet. And a large part of that does come down to the gold lead that the Destination Gaming have acquired. That is a very impressive 11k gold advantage at 14 minutes.
And with that gold advantage, they're really just throwing their weight around at this point. You can see Vivique is just walking right up to the members of Team Secret. That's going to be the From Hell's Heart being blocked by Tatsuki. And now he's going to go in with Dead Man's Rush onto Vivique. Is going to get taken off the fold. The Ace's High goes out onto Kavalafar. Solar Storm going to be helping Peace Royale secure the kill. That's going to be a double going over to Peace Royale. Mowgli going to get caught inside the Impale. Does reflex block the stun. But now the members of Detonation Gaming going to be opting to go ahead and try to go for the win here. Peace Royale still sitting fairly low, but doesn't really matter too much. The turret is going to get taken down so fast. Celeste, and now Mowgli getting focused down by Tatsuki. Is he going to get taken down is the question. No, he's going to be healing right back up at spawn. And this is going to be game number 1 of this tiebreaker series, going over to Detonation Gaming. 14 kills to 3, and that was a rough game for Team Secret.
It was an odd game. It was an incredibly dominant one coming out from Destination Gaming. And I've got to say, I think I would actually like to see a Finn coming out from Mowgli. He's well known for it. We've not seen a Finn on the main stage today. And with Destination Gaming have a clear favor, like they're clearly favoring that Celeste. If you're able to pull that Celeste in over and over again, she can't reflex block that every single time. And I would like to see a shift in how Team Secret are drafting, because I think that could make a massive difference.
Maybe instead of giving over the Celeste, constantly try picking it away, because it hasn't been first pick. It's been second pick almost every single time. They've been focusing on picking away the Lance first, because the Lance is their priority. They know that they're comfortable having that Lance onto Viviquiz, and they want to be able to land those impales consistently. The Githian walls are on point. The combat rolls into Githian walls are on point. So it's just a matter of, we get the Lance, we get the Celeste after, we're happy. But at that point, just take away the Celeste, ban the Celeste, and then give them something else or force them onto something they're maybe not too comfortable with. So we're going to go ahead and throw it over to our analyst desk, Ex-Scoundrel, Fuji, Sona. What do you guys think about game number 1 of that tiebreaker series?
Well, I'm heartbroken because that was an 11k gold lead at 14 minutes, which is just monstrous. But I think a lot of it comes down to composition and also the engages that Team Secret are pulling, right?
Yeah, I mean, like we talk a little bit jokingly about going in with the Gwen versus the kind of Kroll and the Flicker. The ability to get to her and actually deal damage and significant damage is very, very difficult. And if Kroll does get on her, if Flicker does get on her, she can just use Skedaddle. She can get out a lot of that control. And we just saw the ability to kite around and really just take advantage of the mispositions coming from Secret.
We've got a team fight coming up here. I think this is where the tower dive ace happened. Let's take a look.
So this is misposition from Team Secret. Cavalifar gets caught out rotating. There's a flare in the bush. They know that the Lance is there. And then Celeste is just going to be able to take out Cavalifar. Mowgli then goes in by himself. And as much as this is great play from Detonation to be able to pick up the kills, you have to wonder what Team Secret were doing trying to take that route to their lane.
Yeah, I feel like a couple of nerves coming in. I mean, this is a really high-stakes game. Cavalifar getting caught out positionally a couple of times here. Where did Team Secret go from here? Detonation have been improving and improving and improving, getting up towards that level of team that we expected them to be. Dominant, you know, throughout the whole of that game right there. You know, really there wasn't a point where Team Secret looked like they were running away with it at all. And their draft phase seems to be stuck in this sort of, we want to try and make Flicker work, but you know, the Gwen threw a massive spanner in the works. Our answer was cruel, but as Fuji said, Skedaddle, off she trots. She's not bothered about the cruel. I mean, do we think about banning Celeste at this point? Is this a real thing for us?
I think maybe more importantly it's just like what's going on with Team Secret's decisiveness and decision making. Yeah, like we talked about Cavalifar getting caught out just then, but it took a long time for them to figure out, do we help him or do we go do something else? Like
and they made 2 different decisions. Mowgli went one way and Palmer went the other.
And then even then, when Mowgli was caught out, Palmatoro was just farming. I mean, what he was trying to do was essentially get rid of the minions so that you could get the turret to start focusing onto Detonation, but still it was too slow. I mean, and then by that time Mowgli was already dead anyway. And like you said, everything seems to be split. Nothing's coordinating. Cavalifar looking to make an aggressive move, and Mowgli and Palmatoro not on the same page. They need to shore things up. They need to make sure that they are acting as a unit, because when Team Secret are strong, they're a unit.
Yeah, it's fairly true. I mean, it's kind of unusual to see them falter in that way. I mean, it doesn't matter what you draft. It doesn't matter your in-game strategies. If you're not on the same page, you're not moving together as a unit, as you said, you're going to struggle. So I would like to see Team Secret kind of go back to maybe some things that they had success on before arriving at Worlds. It seems like they've tampered around a little bit in scrims. They've picked up some cool things. But when you learn other metas, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to adapt to the meta. It just means you need to adapt around it. You need to figure out what we can do into it. If they prioritize a Kestrel, if they prioritize a Lance, we know what we can play into it. Hopefully Team Secret has those strategies locked up.
Let's see if some adaptation takes place here. Team Secret. Oh, we were into draft phase. I think we're just going to reset.
Boop, reset.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting for one of the players to restart client. There might have been a bug there. But, you know, speaking of adaptation, draft phase is the first place that you could start to make changes. And I think all of us were hopefully expecting some changes coming up from Team Secret. I mean, there's plenty of things that they played in the build-up to Worlds, like you said, that they are strong with. They don't. And Fuji, you came up with a really sort of nice way of putting this. You said they don't need to, like adapt.
You don't need to become the meta.
You don't need to become the meta.
You just need to understand how to play against the meta.
Like, for example, if you have a position to pick up something into a Gwen, and you know the Gwen's going to be in lane, like, where's the Samuel at? Like, Samuel into Gwen in lane is super good because you actually sustain every time Gwen does the poke. You just walk up and get your health back, right? You get your energy back, and you can stay there for a while. So I'd like to see some more strategic counterplay. I mean, obviously Kestrel ban, no surprise. Celeste ban, a little bit different, but they do pick up the Lyra, which is that strength play. Now they have the moment we're talking about right now, right? You know the Gwen's on the board, you know Lance is on the board. What does Team Secret do?
So Team Secret have actually fallen into a very similar trap, basing their compositions around a specific hero before. They played a lot of Roam Samuel for a long time in Evil 8, and it did not work for them, and they kept playing it time and time again. Now, I like the Samuel here because it's not going to be Roam. It is going to be that lane Samuel we expect.
Well, we don't know.
We expect
Technically, still a jungle Samuel is an option, but we talked about where the Gwen goes. If she is in lane, Samuel is a great person to put up there against her.
I mean, if we're going to be pedantic about it, you could have Lyra lane, you could have Roam Samuel, and then you could be picking a weapon power glaive or something here to round it out, but it is going to be the Sky, so expect it to be Samuel in the lane, and there's a Petal pick as well here for Detonation.
Interesting. So the thing about Petal is we actually saw something very similar like this early on in the competition coming from Infamous Gaming when they picked up these kind of poke compositions. The Petal didn't do insanely well, but the late game Gwen came back and just rolled over the team. This is a triple poke comp.
Petal has 100% at Worlds. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
One for one.
I will roll that off from all you're saying, and I'm going to hand it over to a new face on the desk. It's going to be Humanist and Jingyi.
Well, thank you very much, you stud of a man right there, Scoundrel. I'm very happy to be up here with Jingyi, and we're going to get into this game. Team Secret, they have to really come out swinging here. It was a tough game one, but this is all on the line for them.
Absolutely. I'm so nervous for them. It's such a tense game. They've played so many games today, and it's all coming down to this potentially one last game.
Yeah, it truly is. And you look at these picks. This is the second Petal we've seen in the tournament. Are you liking this composition?
I'm liking it, and I'm wondering how Tatsuki's going to be fair with this Petal in the jungle, because we've only seen him play jungle Celeste, and he's done so well at it. And Petal's a little bit different, like Sona said, 100% win rate, but she's only been played once.
Yeah, it is true. We see Mowgli very early on. Instead of going up to the lane, he goes over for that mid, trying to steal it away, but does not get it. So that's kind of a detriment to him. He's not getting any gold, not stealing anything away.
Yeah, and well, they managed to get away to safety. But this is the first time that Lyra's been allowed through in the drafts. She's been banned every single other game. Out of 5 drafts, this is the first. Oh, Tatsuki!
Ooh, Tatsuki does not like that forward barrage to the face. A little Suri strike forward, and this should be Tatsuki going down first blood the way of Team Secret.
And this, I'm not going to be too shocked by this, because every single game we've seen so far between these two teams, Team Secret have picked up 2 kills very, very early on, but they're not able to maintain this. And what I want to see in this game is them able to keep up the aggression, pick up those kills, get the jungle. And Destination Gaming, maybe with this new draft, this could be...
Was there something specific that you saw them start to lack on? That you said they got an early advantage, got a couple kills. How did they lose that advantage?
I'm not sure if it's Team Secret. I'm actually going to say it's more down to Destination Gaming's rotations, because the moment Team Secret started picking up the kills, what we saw was Destination Gaming started applying a lot of pressure onto the lane, forcing all 3 members to go up to Team Secret, go up to the lane to help out Kvalfar.
Right.
And it was a very consistent tactic that they've been using, and it's worked very well for them so far. So Destination Gaming, they're playing for the late game. They've done very well at that so far. And Team Secret, I think we're beginning to see them losing some of the confidence that they started off with.
Well, of all the teams that we have seen play together, this is one team that truly has a bond between all of them. And I think they can pull together as a team. There's going to be a 2-man impale. Drifting Dart comes out. See if they can kite backward, get some damage down. It's Vivi Quiz taking the majority of that damage there. But there will be no kill. And both teams just back to their own rotations right here. It's going to be Team Secret healing up in the lane, looking to push this out. I'm curious, what do you think the plan is here when they move up all 3 and look to push this lane real quick?
Well, I think this is a really good opportunity. They've started off with minion candies a lot, but I think to have one now would have helped a lot, just to get that damage down, just consistently keep one there, will help allow Team Secret return some of the damage onto that turret.
Found a tasty little treat in the jungle, Shingy, and let's see if they can get some more. Tatsuki almost getting enough damage down. Those Munions are going to come back to him. Mowgli is going to look to try and get out of here. Munion's doing pretty good work. Forward barrage over the wall. Scout Trap's not going to land. And that's a nice little sigil to heal up that Sky.
Yeah, and I really like that they've gone for the weapon Sky as well, because Crystal Sky isn't very good against Pestle because her Munions body block a lot of the damage. So with weapon Sky, it allows Sky just to dance around the Munions and get straight onto Pestle every single time.
Yeah, it's really nice. I mean, it's an extra tool. I know I talk about the Ozo a lot, but when you have those Munions out there, it's just like having a Surrey Strike. It's just something else that you can use for mobility through these fights here. But do you think the Petal Munions are actually a pretty good tool up into and against the Samuel?
I think so. I definitely think so, because it gives her a very long range. She is able to poke away at Kivalfar, and I think the ranges between the two heroes are comparable if you look at it. And if you look at the Gwen as well, the Gwen's range, this is something I've said quite a lot today, is her range is not as strong, especially if you are going for that weapon. So if she's having to get into range of Team Secret, she's becoming very, very vulnerable.
Yeah, I think that maybe is one of the major weaknesses of this draft. And when we see that CP Gwen, it's all about the buckshot bonanza. You're just hanging back. You're letting all that damage come through out of your abilities. But here you have to get the basic attacks off. See Team Secret posturing up in the lane, the Drifting Dark thrown straight towards Detonation Gaming, but they're really not getting too much. Tatsuki is thinking about maybe making his way up, but there is a flare into the bush. They know he's here. He's trampoline forward. Volifar eating a little bit of damage. Buckshot slowing him up just a touch, but it's not enough for anybody to get on top of a target. So both teams just poking back and forth, neither able to find a kill.
Now, we did see a missed impale coming from Viviquiz there, and I've got to say, Viviquiz has had one of the more impressive lances of the day. He is so strong at it, using his Githian wall very, very well, and he rarely misses an impale.
Well, I don't think you can afford to miss many impales if you're drafting this lance into this roam position right now. I mean, we saw mini games earlier. It's like
for every single other game so far is that we're in this 2-0 situation for Team Secret, but they're unable to take advantage of it. Every single time that they go to the lane to try and apply some damage to the target, they're just forced back every single time. And I really do think they should be trying to force this down to the jungle, but as it stands, we're not seeing that.
Yeah, we're not seeing that. Another Drifting Dark, the Malice and Verdict's coming out here. Very nice poke from Team Secret between the Lyra and the Samuel. You see Palmatoro just waiting in the wings, looking to maybe get a good position. He'll throw that forward barrage out. It's really not doing too much. It's just more of a nuisance than anything. I heard you talk about Frostburn earlier, and I didn't know if you were firing shots at Jackson.
No, absolutely not.
Or if you actually did like the Frostburn first. What do you think about it here?
For Frostburn, for which hero? For the Samuel?
I'm sorry, for Samuel.
I think it actually works really well. Right now, if you manage to catch someone in your Drifting Dark, ideally the Gwen, it makes it so much easier for Mowgli and Palmasaur to focus on them, because you've already got the slow coming out from Mowgli with his Principal Arcanum. It synergizes so well, and it's all about trying to find one target for Team Secret to focus on. And that's an issue that they've had in the previous games, is that they've tried to do it, but they've not been able to follow it up.
Well, let's see if they can do that moving on here. K-Vol, he's in a pretty bad place, but, well, he'll just activate those boots, get right back into the safety of his turret. That's with Spontaneous Combustion coming out there from Tatsuki, but he's not able to find a kill. Mowgli makes that rotation back up, and this is the thing with the Lyra. You can take the damage. As long as you don't die, you're going to be healed right back up.
I think there's a very good reason why Lyra has been banned out every single time, because Lyra works really well against that Lance, because Lance has got so much mobility. If she just throws up the bulwark, it makes it very difficult for Viviquiz to try and get onto Kivalfar or Palmatoro. And, well, this is very much the same old story. It's become a very passive game already.
Yes, indeed. One of the things I personally really like of what Team Secret's done thus far is, of course, down on the jungle shop, they have in their opponent's bush, they have that scout trap down, but also in this top bush. This is an area we've seen more and more ganks coming from, and Peace Royal maybe could have caught K-Vol by surprise. Well, it's actually just Mowgli and Palma, but potentially could have caught someone by surprise in that lane. We've seen it happen more and more often.
Yeah, I think more teams are trying to find new ways of trying to get those ganks, because it's becoming quite predictable if you're just coming up from the mustache bush every single time. But this way, if you have that vision down, it makes it very difficult, and it keeps your laner safe.
Yeah, it definitely does. Well, pretty aggressive plays coming out of Secret. Can they find a kill? That found coming out just at the end to keep Peace Royal alive. Viviquiz and Peace Royal are going to look to try and hold this turret in a safe position right here. It's going to be Tatsuki coming up from the jungle. Can this battle get into a good place? Palma, he wants some. Palma, he's trying to chase onto Tatuki, trying to get these bases off. Mowgli and K-Vol on the top side. Who's going to get the best? Palma, Tatuki trading. They both go down. Now K-Vol, he wants to find a kill, but does not want to dive under this turret. A nice flare into that mustache bush from ViviQuiz will let his team know exactly how Team Secret are rotating. And they trade 1-for-1 right there, but this is also turret taking some pretty good damage.
Those are the trades you want to be seeing. I want to be seeing Palmatar going onto Peso every single time, because Peso currently, her minions are body blocking the Malice and Verdict coming out from K-Valfar, and K-Valfar does really well against that Gwen. So this is kind of the fights that we want to be seeing Team Secret picking, is K-Valfar Mowgli focusing on the Gwen and the Lance, and you have Sky and Peso just elsewhere. It's very difficult for those situations to happen. Oh, hang on.
Well, it's, I mean, ViviQuiz, he moves in there, tries to land that impale. Of course, you got to throw it out if you're going to have a chance at landing.
Yeah, K-Valfar was able to dodge it just there. But right now, Destination Gaming, their turret is very, very low. And Team Secret, they've been pushing very, very well. And I think part of the reason is that there's a lot of sustain coming up from K-Valfar on that Samuel. And also you've got the Lyra, so they're able to stay in lane a lot more. They don't have to teleport back to the base or go down to the shop as often as they used to. So I think that's been a major advantage in terms of the draft for them.
Can you talk to us a little bit about how these teams are going to scale out? Which team is going to have, if this was even getting into the late game, which composition would you prefer there?
Looking at the builds and also the compositions, I'm actually favoring Team Secrets because of Palmatora with that weapon Sky, and also you have this Samuel, and Samuel's so powerful. And I think this could be the final push for the turret, because they've managed to do a lot of damage onto Tsuki there.
It definitely could be, but Team Secret cannot get overconfident and impaled. And Oblivion's going to put the pedal, nope, just the Munions to sleep K-Vol. He's in a pretty bad place, trying to kite backwards. That's an awkward Arcane Passage out of Mowgli. They're all taking a lot of damage, and a wild Arcane Passage right. I think almost every single person went through that. Tatuki tries to go through one more time and takes the Munions along with him. But this is both teams just poking back and forth. Now, the Fountain was used for Secret, but Detonation still holding on to that, maybe looking to bait Secret into a fight here. Both of these teams, I mean, it seems like they're playing so incredibly carefully, but it makes sense here. I mean, this is everything on the line for Secret.
I mean, what's really important is after that trade-off, ViviQuiz was still holding on to his Fountain, whereas was already forced out from Team Secret. And I think that's going to be very difficult. And I want to be seeing Palmatar going for a breaking point next, just because there's a lot of sustain coming out from the side of Team Secret. And right now we're seeing the fights going on for a very long time. If he's got the breaking point, can you imagine how many stacks he would have at the end of it?
Oh, no, I totally agree with you on that. And it comes down to, of course, like you said before, Samuel with his own ability to regen up and sustain through that lane. You pair that up with the Lyra, and of course, if you get a breaking point on Sky and he can just poke from range, it's going to be huge damage moving on. I mean, the Tension Bow Sorrow Blade from PS Royale, it's pretty good damage, but it's not going to have nearly the same effect.
Yeah, Gwen, I think, worked all right in the last game coming out from Destination Gaming. But I think for this comp, because there's so much poke coming out from Team Secret, Gwen is going to have a very tough time trying to get the damage down. And so far we've been seeing her relying a lot on her buckshot to just get any damage down, because, like I said, the range, she has to get very, very close, and it becomes very awkward for Peace Royal to do that.
Yeah, it definitely does. Let's see, Detonation making a very nice rotation around the backside. There's your Ward Treads. Are they going to be able to find a target? Palma eating the majority of the damage coming out of Detonation. The Oblivion's going to come through. Tatuki with a nice trampoline into a safer position, but K-Vol, he's in that Drifting Dark, the Malice, the Verdict, they turn it around. He is stunned up. K-Vol taking a lot of damage. K-Volifar is down. Mowgli's on the run right now. Tatuki with the trampoline forward. He's down as well. That's 2 kills for Detonation Gaming. And Team Secret, you can see the stress on their faces there on those player cams. Not what they're looking for. And this could easily be, this is going to be a turret as well.
Yeah, this is going to be the first turret going, and it looks for the majority of the game so far, it looked like Team Secret were going to be the ones to pick up that first turret. And I think in that last fight there, the key point was when K-Valfar got stunned by the Aces High coming out from the Gwen. We just saw Detonation just converging on him and just focusing him down, and Mowgli and Palmatar were doing everything they could, but it just wasn't enough.
Well, that's exactly what you need. If you're playing at this level, you throw an ultimate out like that Aces High. If it lands, you have to be able to capitalize on it. K-Vol, a very nice block, so he's going to get away that Impale, not going to connect. But he has to be able to do that every single time. One of the other problems right now, you look at that, his boots are on cooldown just to get himself into safety. I feel like the Samuel has to have boots active when they get into any sort of engagement.
Yeah, I think we're definitely looking for K-Valfar to picking up a boot upgrade anytime soon. And I'm really happy. I'm just going to point out that Palmasaur does have that breaking point now, so I think that's be a really good time for Team. Oh wait, there's Arcane Passage.
Yeah, the Arcane Passage in. They want to try and get this Gold Mine. They're taking a lot of damage. Mowgli will go down right here. And this should be Gold Mine going down. Oh no, it's a complete disaster. Detonation Gaming getting 2 kills and the Gold Mine. And K Volifar, he's on the run now. Githian walled into the Impale. There's nothing he can do. Oh my goodness, Xingyi, Team Secret are just getting decimated right now.
I think it's that Petal. Petal is just doing all the damage in the back line. It's just an incredible amount of crystal power coming out. And if you look at Palmasaur and if you look at Kivalafar, there is no shield on their side. We want to be seeing those Aegises picked up relatively soon because what was really clever coming out from Tatsuki is that he's poking a well, and if either of his teammates get a little bit low, he's using his spontaneous combustion to heal Peace Royal back up.
I agree with you. That is happening, but there's also some questionable things happening out of Team Secret, right? Like, yes, that was a gold mine going the way of Detonation Gaming, and that was an immense gold payout that they were going to collect. But you throw away your life, that means that you've thrown away your jungle as well. And I guess that's the state of mind they're in right now.
I guess what was one of the major problems was it put all 3 players of Team Secret into very close proximity to Destination Gaming, and especially with that Samuel there, you want to be poking away from a bit of a distance, and that, like you said, it's not the best idea for them to be moving, and it backfired so badly for them.
It really did. And also, can you look at Mowgli's items here? Do you agree with this item build, going for the Atlas as his second main support item?
I agree with armor, but I don't agree with Apologist because he's not necessarily getting onto Peace Royal every single time. But Tatsuki, look how low he is.
Very low indeed, but Palma's in a bad place. Palma, one more shot, he'd go down the fountain just in time. Mowgli just holding on to that one. K-Vol, he's maybe in a bad place. Yes, look at the crit damage coming through. K-Vol's down. They are able to get Tatsuki. Palma, he's on the backside. He's got a couple breaking point stacks and an infusion. If he could have some element of surprise in this fight, I'm sure he would do okay, but they know exactly where he is. He's kiting backwards, gets that target lock and the basic attack just to get himself a little bit of move speed bonus. That death from above does come down, buying him a little bit more time, but Palma, he's in a pretty tough spot right now, Xingyi. That player comes out, maybe scaring him a bit, lets him know exactly where he is. And Palma, Suri over the top, maybe looking to get some damage on a Peace Royal. That's not going to happen right there. Detonation getting everything across this map.
I actually feel like if Palmasaur, instead of running, had just engaged straight on to Peace Royal, could have actually won that because he was sitting at 15 breaking point stacks there. And by the time he was able to back away, he was at 0. And that's a fight that he's not looking to have. So again, this is some passivity coming out from Team Secret that just isn't working. We want to be seeing some aggression, getting the poke. Right now, they're just kind of falling apart.
I absolutely agree with you. When we're talking about Palma having, he had Infusion active, he had massive breaking point stacks. If he could have got in there, just went straight onto that Glen, he probably had a pretty good chance. But hey, it didn't happen. Detonation Gaming get the better of them in that fight. They're also going to be taking Kraken here. 16 minutes into the game, 8-4 advantage in the kill lead, a pretty significant net worth lead as well. And these guys are going to be looking to push forward. Only 3 turrets remaining for Team Secret.
It's so difficult right now because if Destination Gaming are going to do anything as you'd expect, they're going to be diving very hard for K-Valifar straight away. And Lance, oh wait, this could be it actually, or not. They're just going to go straight on the turret every single time.
We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, it's either going to happen or it won't. I mean, one of the things is oftentimes when you see a team gets a Kraken and suddenly it's like Kryptonite to Superman, they just forget how to push. But let's see if this team can keep it together here. They're doing a pretty good job with their positioning, letting the Kraken doing the majority of the work here. And if they see that opening, they might go for it. Kraken lowers her shoulder right into that choke point turret. It is down. Only the Vein Crystal turrets remain. Detonation Gaming is posturing right behind that Kraken, looking for an opening. The Team Secret know they are one mistake away from being eliminated right now. I can't imagine the stress that's going on through these players' minds. And Detonation, they're only going to get 1 turret off this. Team Secret play it nice and safe. And that's pretty good damage onto that Vein Crystal turret there.
Yeah, and it's narrowed the gold lead just a little bit. I think 3K now, 3.7K between the 2 teams. So unfortunately for them, Destination Gaming haven't lost a single turret. And I'm looking at Mowgli's build right now, and I would like to see that Crucible being picked up because with that Pauldron's there and the contraption, it doesn't make him an effective front line.
Yeah, it really doesn't. And, well, he wasn't effective at engaging either, as we saw when they went for that gold mine. And maybe there was a misplay. We never know. They could turn this around. They definitely have the tools. They have the potential damage output right now. They just have to find the right target, focus together. These are very tense moments for Team Secret. Detonation Gaming probably feeling pretty good in this moment, but they're not going to let their guard down. You see that Frostburn going to work. That's the Warp Treads forward. Detonation Gaming have made the call to engage. A Bright Bulwark down. A Shuri Strike forward. Palma, was that the one you wanted? That's not it! Palma Toro is down. It's Cave Olivar and Mowgli. The last chance. No! Cave Olivar is down. Mowgli, last man standing for Team Secret. And if Detonation Gaming can get this, this is going to be all she wrote. Detonation Gaming get the ace. They're going to be moving forward into the base of Team Secret. And barring a miracle, this is going to be GG.
I think this is it for Team Secret and the hopes of Europe as well. Not a single team is going to make it out of the group stages. And there is a very, very small chance that Team Secret could come back from this, but like you said, it's very unlikely right now. Destination Gaming have just been so methodical.
Oh, indeed, and I just gotta say, it's very impressive to see what they've done here. Just dismantling this 3-time European Championship team. Unbelievable. There's that fist pump coming out right there. I'm sure all of Japan will be celebrating that little victory right there. And congratulations to them moving forward. Team Secret feels pretty bad to be going down right now, but that was an exciting game.
Europe's feeling pretty bad right now.
I don't want to put salt in the wound. I'll tweet about it later.
The salt is there. The salt is there. Yeah, absolutely fantastic start for Destination Gaming. They, again, if anyone had watched their matches against Phoenix Armada on the secondary stage, they got absolutely steamrolled by them. But they look completely different this time around. Their draft, I think, was a little bit samey, and I think that's a bit of a concern moving on into the quarterfinals tomorrow because Lance, Petal, Celeste, especially that Lance and Celeste, those are two heroes that they've been favoring so much.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it was nice to see, of course, Detonation playing up against Secret, and we get to see these metas clashing here. Detonation was one of the teams that I thought really could come in as a bit of a surprise story for a lot of people, so it's great to see them making it into day 2 here. I mean, was there any big surprise when you saw this team?
Well, I think at first everybody kind of just discounted them. Like everybody thought Team Secret, Phoenix Armada, this is the big story. But when we got here, everybody was like, no, Destination, they're a massive threat. We should really watch out for them. And because there wasn't that much footage available, it's just been a massive surprise seeing how they've been playing this time, and it's just been so impressive.
It really has been impressive. It's also been an incredibly long day, and to wrap this day up, we're going to go ahead and throw it back over to our analyst desk where we have all these fine gentlemen to break this down for you.
Thank you very much, Shinyi and Humanist. Again, my heart, don't know if I can take it anymore, but look, I've said it about all the teams that have sort of dropped out at this stage. You should still be incredibly proud that you made it to the World Championships. Yes, you didn't make it through. Yes, obviously, you'd have loved to have won, but hey, Team Secret, you did a great job in our hearts, and I think that's all we can say, really. Europe haven't made it through to day 2, but NA right now riding the home field advantage, all of which they've all made it through.
It's just jet lag, man. That was the problem.
Hey, at least you got height, right?
We're going to go to a quick replay from that last game, though, because obviously we do have to pay attention to the fact that it was a game that Team Secret lost. What's going on here?
This was not the Suri strike you wanted. Just in general, like put Paul Matoro just in a really, really bad spot. And when you're this far behind in gold, when you're this far behind in items, it really, on Sky, you have to give up sometimes the desire to get in that position to get the lock-on damage just to poke at a distance.
And also, you know, your weapon power. You probably want to do that isolating a target on the sidelines. Maybe if you're Crystal Power Sky, you can get away with doing a massive Suri strike into the middle because you have the damage to sort of follow up on a splash damage basis. But Weapon Power Sky, maybe not. Yeah. Anyway, this is going to be the end of our group stages. That is going to be Detonation taking that tiebreaker and getting the 2nd seed in Group A. So we're going to bring up a little graphic to show you exactly what has gone on throughout the day. Group A, you have Phoenix Armada going 2-0 in their series, taking that 1st seed. Detonation obviously just winning that tiebreaker to take it over Team Secret, getting the 2nd seed there. Group B, you will see Team Solo Mid and Hack. Group C, you're going to see Gangstars, Sirius, and Infamous Legion going through. And Group D will be Hammers, Velocity, and Hunters, which means you have 3 NA representatives, you have 2 Korean representatives, you have a representative from China, and then 1 representative from Southeast Asia. So basically just Europe.
And Japan.
And Japan, yes, sorry, and Japan. So just Europe and South America going out here. Unfortunately, we took all the punches. But like Sona said.
You lose one championships to give the other regions false hope. Next year it's going to be EU versus EU versus EU versus EU. We're actually going to get rid of NA altogether, just as a continent. We're just going to like wipe it away and just say, look, it's fine. We just need more spots for EU.
I think that could be like some sort of act of war. So we're going to go on to the single elimination quarterfinals here up on your screen. Phoenix Armada and Hunters. It's going to be Gangstar's Serious Hack, Team Solo Mid, Infamous Legion, Hammers Velocity, and Detonation Gaming. Those will be the best of 3 quarterfinals that you are seeing tomorrow. We could potentially see an NA versus NA final that is still on the cards. Really down to how well Gangstar's Serious can do and what is going to be the top.
Can we see an NA versus NA final? Phoenix Armada. You see Phoenix Armada in that upper bracket, right?
I was about to say, Sona, if you didn't interrupt me, Gangstar's Serious are definitely on that stack side of the bracket. They've got to perform out of their minds to get themselves to that position. But, on their day, they could definitely take it.
Yeah, I mean, both East Asia teams are in the upper portion of these series, so it is tough on that first semifinal bracket to make it all the way through. TSM probably feeling pretty good. They saw Infamous Legion play, wasn't the strongest. They saw Detonation Gaming struggle with Team Secret. Not really struggling in the best of 3, but did show some weaknesses they can exploit. So if I was TSM, I'd be pretty happy from NA, knowing that this path to finals might be a little easier than the others.
And if Hammers Velocity beat Detonation as well, the last time TSM and Hammers Velocity met as a LAN final and offline final, TSM just 3-0'd them. It was their live championships in summer. So yeah, it was pretty much a squashing. Like perhaps you'll get squashed later on. I'm not sure you could shrink anymore. But
before I'm going to break up this love affair right now because this has been the end from the analyst desk today. We've had some fantastic games. It's been a long old day, and we're going to end off right where we started. Playoff Beard, he's on the stage.
All right, thank you very much, Xscoundrel. Yes, a long day, an incredible day, and this was only the group stage. Tomorrow begins the single elimination bracket. No margin for error. You lose and your tournament is over. 4 more teams will be eliminated tomorrow, and then on Sunday, best of 5 semifinals, best of 7 grand finals as we crown a world champion. To recap one more time what Xscoundrel told you a few moments ago, tomorrow, representing Korea, Phoenix Armada will play representing China, Team Hunters. Then we have representing Japan, Detonation Gaming. What a performance they put on just a few moments ago against North America's Hammers Velocity. There'll be fireworks in that matchup for sure. Then Team Solo Mid from North America, of course, playing Infamous Legion, a really interesting clash of the North American and Southeast Asian metas. And then Team Hack from Korea against Gangstar Serious. Korea versus NA. We saw it in VIPL. We're going to see it tomorrow. That is going to be really interesting, and a couple important programming notes. Tomorrow, we will also have a special interview with Super Evil Megacorp CEO Christian Segastrali. That's Ed the Shred to those of you playing in game. He's going to talk about the evolution of Vainglory esports, some very, very big announcements that we've made recently for esports, for Super Evil Megacorp, and we're going to get into all of that. And then, of course, on day 3, right before the grand finals, the Super Evil Megacorp keynote presentation from our Chief Creative Officer, Stefan Captain Nito Sherman, as he talks about what's coming in the milestone Vainglory 2.0 update and talks about a very aggressive product roadmap that Vainglory has for all of 2017. So do not miss any of the action tomorrow or any of the action Sunday. We come back tomorrow, 11:30 a.m. Pacific time. Make sure you are there. We're going to eliminate 4 more teams. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.